I personally helped my 5 sisters ascend to their thrones, a powerhouse in Jiangcheng, a world-renowned film queen, a famed miracle-working female doctor, a rising star in martial arts, and the goddess of war in Xia country. Yet, they treated me like a stray dog, dispensable and insignificant, before kicking me out of the Qin family. When the real 6th brother they treasured appeared, I realized that the 18 years of kinship had been nothing but an elaborate deception. My name is Qin Fan, an orphan adopted since childhood. For 18 years, I considered the 5 Qin sisters my family, while they saw me as nothing more than a disposable burden. Until today, they finally found a true replacement and decided to kick me out of the house. Qin family villa. Elder sister Qin Yushi indifferently pushed a $5 million check in front of me. Qin Fan, take the money and leave the Qin family. Godfather's only son Qin Song has returned. He is our 6th brother, the true heir of the Qin family. Second sister Qin Shanshan's words were like knives. The Qin family has raised you for 18 years, that's already more than enough. To the Qin family, you're expendable. My heart sank like falling into an icy cellar. I looked toward 3rd sister Qin Xingqing, 4th sister Qin Shuer, and 5th sister Qin Shuru. Their indifferent gazes made it clear they stood united with Qin Yushi. Ridiculous, every bit of their current achievements comes from my efforts. The reason Big Sis became Jiangqing's top female powerhouse within 5 years is because I cleared the obstacles for her from behind the scenes. I used my connections to send my 2nd sister into Hollywood, where she became the world's top actress. 3rd sister became a famous divine physician after obtaining the Green Pouch Medical Classic, which I risked my life to retrieve for her. 4th sister made her mark in the martial arts world after I gathered rare treasures to cleanse her marrow and reshape her bones. 5th sister became the goddess of war of the Xia kingdom, while I worked behind the scenes to help her overcome dangers and build her power. They know nothing about it, instead thinking I'm a worthless freeloader enjoying their achievements. Qin Fan, you're mistaken. We're not finding someone to replace you, you were always Xiao Song's substitute from the start. Qin Yushi's face was expressionless, her words icy. Back then, Godfather made a foolish mistake by driving away his only son. Now that Godfather is gone, is there any need for you to remain in the Qin family? My heart sank completely into the depths. I looked at them and smiled self-deprecatingly. Do you know why Godfather expelled Qin Song from the family back then? Qin Xingqing froze in astonishment. I looked at her. 5 years ago when you fell into a coma from drug testing, it was actually Qin Song who tried to assault you. Daddy caught him in the act and drove him away. To protect your reputation, Daddy concealed the truth. Nonsense. Qin Xingqing slammed the table and stood up, her eyes filled with rage. I never expected you'd fabricate such lies to slander Xiao Song just to stay in the Qin family. The other sisters also showed expressions of disappointment. Qin Yushi looked at me as if judging a beggar. Qin Fan, you've recklessly enjoyed the wealth and status we created, and now you're using 3rd sister's reputation as leverage. This only makes us despise you even more. Wealth, status? I laughed bitterly. Do you really think you earned all this by yourselves? Qin Yushi had lost all patience and threw the check at me. Take the money and get out immediately. Disappear from our sight forever. I clenched my fists, finally realizing at this moment that I had always been an outsider from beginning to end. I turned around without hesitation, not even glancing at that check. Because, as the founder of the Dragon Palace, the foremost powerhouse in Xia Kingdom, and as the Dragon Sovereign who strikes terror into the hearts of countless formidable figures, a mere 5 million was nothing more than worthless scraps of paper. I walked out of the Qin family's gate, severing all ties of gratitude and righteousness from then on. Qin Yushi stared at my receding figure, and a sudden pang of discomfort pierced her heart, as though something profoundly significant was slipping away. Outside the Qin family's gate, I let out a soft sigh. From this day forward, there will be no more Qin Fan in the Qin family, only the Dragon Sovereign. At that moment, a flashily dressed young man blocked my path. It was Qin Song. Qin Fan, you useless good for nothing. Do you think you can just leave after freeloading off our Qin family for so many years? You don't deserve that 5 million, hand it over immediately. Qin Song wore a smug expression. My gaze turned icy as I uttered just one word, scram. You're just a stray dog the old man picked up from the streets. What gives you the right to act so cocky in front of me? Furious and humiliated, Qin Song pulled out a small knife and lunged at me. I effortlessly grabbed his wrist and with a backhand slap, sent him tumbling to the ground. This slap is from my godfather to teach you a lesson. Better not provoke me again in the future. I kicked Qin Song aside and walked away without looking back. Hearing the commotion, the 5 sisters of Qin Yushi rushed over, accompanied by their adoptive mother, Lu Yun. Xiao Song, how are you? How dare Qin Fan lay a hand on you? Lu Yun was filled with anger. Mom, I'm fine. Qin Fan is upset about leaving the Qin family, I can understand that. Qin Song pretended to be innocent while deliberately sowing discord. Qin Fan, that ungrateful wretch. Our Qin family raised him for 18 years, and in the end, he bites the hand that fed him. We cannot let this matter rest. Lu Yun, furious beyond measure, turned to Qin Yushi and said, Eldest, Xiao Song is your younger brother. You know what needs to be done. Qin Yushi felt somewhat troubled, but still nodded, saying, Godmother, rest assured, I will definitely get Qin Fan to give an explanation. I unfolded a small note. On it was the address Godfather had given me before his death. I arrived at number 168 Tianhao Road and knocked on the door. The door was opened by a plainly dressed middle-aged man with graying hair and an aged face, none other than Wang Zhong, the Qin family's former butler from many years ago, and my childhood uncle Zhong. Young Master Qin Fan. Seeing me, his eyes brimmed with excitement. Zhong Bo, I never expected to meet you here, I said with a bitter smile. I've left the Qin family. From now on, just call me Qin Fan. He paused briefly, then quickly ushered me inside. The place is a bit messy, but since you've left the Qin family, this shall be your home from now on. If you're willing, you can stay here. A warm current surged through my heart. I never imagined that it would be this old servant of the Qin family who had no blood ties with me who would eventually take me in. At that moment, a clear voice came from outside the door. Dad, I'm home. A teenage girl in a school uniform, her hair tied in a high ponytail, walked in. Seeing me, she widened her eyes in surprise. Are you brother Xiaofan? Xiaoying? I was startled. The girl before me had grown into a graceful young woman, completely different from the petite figure of her childhood. Brother Xiaofan, it really is you, she exclaimed with joy. Xiaofan, you sit here first, I'll go and tidy up your room, said Uncle Zhong with a cheerful smile. I watched Wang Ying's retreating figure, and a realization struck me, she was actually of the pure origin constitution. I finally understood why my adoptive father had sent me here. Ouch! Uncle Zhong's pained cry came from the guest room. I rushed over and saw him lying on the ground, clutching his right leg and moaning in pain. Uncle Zhong, what happened to your leg? I asked anxiously. It's just an old ailment, Uncle Zhong said with a dismissive wave. My father's legs ended up like this all because of the Qin family. Wang Ying couldn't help but blurt out through tears, only to be sharply interrupted by Zhang Bo. Uncle Zhong, since you regard me as family, don't hide anything from me anymore, I said solemnly. Uncle Zhong sighed and pulled up his trouser leg, revealing that his right leg was actually a prosthetic limb. What on earth happened here? My eyes reddened as I turned to Wang Ying. 5 years ago, it was I who discovered Qin Song's unspeakable intentions toward Third Miss and reported it to the master. That was why Qin Song was banished from the family. The mistress, holding a grudge against me, drove us out. Uncle Zhong said bitterly, this leg of mine was injured by people they hired to beat me. Later, they paid someone to stage a car accident, worsening my injuries until I had no choice but to amputate it. My fists clenched tightly, fury surging within my heart. I gave everything for the Qin sisters, yet they cast me aside like worthless trash, while Uncle Zhong and his daughter, though unrelated to me by blood, gave me the warmth of family. Uncle Zhong, Xiaoying, don't worry, I will definitely get justice for you, I declared firmly. No, you can't beat them, Uncle Zhong hurriedly dissuaded. That's right, brother Xiaofan, those people are ruthless, you must not provoke them, Wang Ying also cautioned. At that moment, a rough bellow came from outside the door. Lame Wang, get your ass out here. Uncle Zhong's face drastically changed. It's Shang Chang. Xiaoying, quickly take Xiaofan and hide. Who are they? I asked. They're here to collect the debt, Wang Ying said with a sob in her voice. 5 years ago, to treat Dad's leg, we borrowed 20,000 yuan. We've long since paid back both principal and interest, but they still won't let it go. Now with compounding interest, it's grown to 200,000. Chapter 4, Pushing It Too Far. Qin Fan's expression darkened at the words. At that very moment, Zhang Chang and his men burst into the room. Damn it, you crippled bastard. You knew I was coming and still tried to hide, huh? The moment he entered, Zhang Chang grabbed Wang Zhong by the collar and snarled. And no, nothing like that. Big brother Chang, why did you suddenly show up? Wang Zhong trembled violently, scrambling to put on a fawning smile. Cut the bull. If you don't pay back that 200,000 yuan you owe us today, I'll cripple your other leg. Brother Chang, we've already paid you back everything we owed. All these years, the interest we've paid back and forth has long exceeded the principal. Please let us off the hook. Zhang Chang's words sent a chill down Wang Zhong's spine, prompting him to protest immediately. But Zhang Chang only grew more arrogant upon hearing this. Put. Zhang Chang spat in Wang Zhong's face, sneering, the interest you paid? Not even enough to fill my teeth. As he spoke, he slammed a piece of paper onto the table. Look closely. This is the money you borrowed from us back then. Black and white on paper. Principal and interest total 200,000 yuan. Today, either you pay up, or I'll take one of your legs. You choose. Faced with Zhang Chang's humiliation, Wang Zhong trembled, unable to resist. But when he glanced at the note, anger flared across his face. This isn't the IOU we signed back then. This is extortion. Wang Zhong's expression was filled with indignation. This was outright bullying. Humph. Don't you think I know whether it's your IOU or not? What? You're trying to deny it now? Zhang Chang said coldly. Wang Zhong's eyes brimmed with grief and indignation. He was a disabled man missing a leg, struggling to support his daughter through high school. Where would he possibly find 200,000 yuan? Big brother Chang, I heard this old bastard has a daughter who's a real looker. Since he won't pay up, why don't we just take his daughter to the nightclub to work as a hostess? She could easily earn us 200,000. At that moment, one of the henchmen leaned in, his voice dripping with malice. Zhang Chang's eyes lit up. You dare! Wang Zhong's face turned ashen. Take it out on me, he roared. If you touch Xiaoying, I'll fight you to the death. You, a crippled old man, want to fight us? You're delusional. Zhang Chang smacked Wang Zhong's face with contempt, then roared with laughter. Guys, find that little girl. I'll have my fun with her tonight, then toss her into the nightclub. His henchmen, their eyes alight with excitement, rubbed their hands together and began searching the rooms. Wang Zhong was overcome with grief and rage. He tried to resist, but two of Zhang Chang's henchmen pinned him down. Soon, two of them burst into the guest room. Wang Zhong watched in utter despair. Zhang Chang, however, was ecstatic. Judging by Wang Zhong's expression, Wang Ying was clearly hiding inside. But then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Bang! Bang! The two henchmen who had entered the guest room flew through the air, landing on the floor clutching their stomachs, writhing, and groaning in agony. Before Zhang Chang could recover from his shock, Qin Fan emerged from the room with Wang Ying in tow, radiating a chilling aura of lethal intent. This was too much. Qin Fan lifted his head to glare coldly at Zhang Chang, his eyes blazing with fury. Facing Qin Fan's icy demeanor, Zhang Chang froze momentarily. Young Master Qin? What are you doing here? Zhang Chang was genuinely taken aback. Qin Xiangyu was the foremost figure in Jiangcheng. The 5 goddaughters he had adopted were all renowned figures in their own right. Though Qin Fan, as their younger brother, rarely appeared in public, that didn't mean others didn't recognize him. Zhang Chang initially thought he had mistaken someone else, but upon clearly recognizing Qin Fan's face, he knew without a doubt. As a mere nobody, he dared not provoke Qin Fan. But he couldn't fathom why the esteemed 6th young master of the Qin family would appear in such a small town. Master Qin Fan? He's been disowned and expelled from the family. He's no longer one of us. Just then, another sound came from outside the door. Tall and slender, Qin Shuer appeared before the crowd, dressed in crisp, stylish attire. 4th sister? Qin Fan frowned, surprised that Qin Shuer had found her way here. You needn't call me 4th sister anymore. You are no longer our brother. You have no right to address me thus, nor should you expect any protection under the Qin family name. Qin Shuer said coldly. She was exceptionally beautiful, and years of martial arts training had given her a unique, heroic aura. Yet, the gaze she directed at Qin Fan now was unmistakably icy and contemptuous. Qin Fan gave a cold laugh and nodded indifferently. You're right. We have no connection now. But I wonder what Miss Qin the 4th came here for. You're the one who beat up Qin Song, right? Name your price. Come back with me and apologize to Xiao Song. Qin Shuer's face remained expressionless as she spoke in a commanding tone. Her gaze swept over Wang Zhong and his daughter. If you want Xiao Song to apologize, I'll handle this matter for you. They won't cause you any further trouble. In your eyes, can money buy everything? Before Qin Fan could speak, Wang Ying stepped forward, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at Qin Shuer. The latter's attitude was nothing short of insulting. You're Wang Ying? Qin Shuer furrowed her delicate brows. You and your father are no different from Qin Fan, just stray dogs cast out by the Qin family. What right do you have to speak to me? You. Wang Ying's anger flared at the remark, and she was about to retort when Wang Zhong hurriedly intervened. He offered a forced smile to Qin Shuer. My apologies, 4th young Mississippi little Ling is still young and doesn't know how to speak properly. Please don't take offense. Qin Shuer snorted coldly, ignoring Wang Zhong. Her icy gaze fixed on Qin Fan, her arrogance undiminished. I thought even after leaving the Qin family, you'd live with some dignity. Yet here you are, associating with these vermin like lowlifes. It seems our decision was absolutely correct. Hearing these stinging words, Qin Fan's expression turned utterly icy. They're lowly scum, she said. Then what are you? Qin Fan's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Qin Shuer. He could endure her insults, but she must not dishonor Wang Zhong and his daughter. As a child, you were nothing but a beggar abandoned by the roadside. It was your foster father who brought you into the Qin family, granting you the status you hold today. What gives you the right to feel superior? In your eyes, they may seem insignificant, but compared to you, they deserve far more respect. Qin Fan's words pierced Qin Shuer's heart like a sharp blade, showing no mercy. As long as he was there, no one would ever harm Wang Zhong and his daughter again. Qin Shuer paled, momentarily speechless. Clenching her fists, she gritted her teeth in fury. It's none of your business to judge us. Today, I'm taking you back to the Qin family to apologize and admit your mistakes. If you agree, you can name your price. Ha! Qin Fan laughed. Even now, they remain so self-righteous, looking down on everyone with their high and mighty attitude. What I did to Qin Song was entirely his own doing. Tell them I won't be returning to the Qin family. Qin Shuer trembled with rage. Chapter 5, The Name of the Dragon Sovereign. Qin Fan had never once spoken a word of refusal to them before. Who would have thought he would speak to her with such sharp words today? Fine. Very well. Since you're so ungrateful, I'll see how you plan to fix this mess. Qin Shuer sneered coldly. She had genuinely wanted to help him resolve this matter, yet he showed no gratitude. With that, she turned to Zhang Chang and said indifferently, You heard what I said earlier.
Qin Fan is no longer part of the Qin family. Whatever you decide to do, I won't interfere.
Zhang Chang, standing nearby, understood everything at that moment. He gave a low chuckle, his gaze darkening as he fixed it on Qin Fan, his expression growing increasingly hostile.
Zhang Chang's expression darkened.
His previous caution toward Qin Fan stemmed from the latter's status as the sixth young master of the Qin family. Now that Qin Fan had been expelled, Zhang Chang held him in utter contempt. Qin Shuer observed this, a flicker of pride flashing through her cold eyes. She looked at Qin Fan indifferently and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Come back with me to apologize to Xiao Song, and I can resolve your troubles here immediately." In her eyes, Qin Fan was nothing but a weak, useless failure after leaving the Qin family. Insisting on standing up for himself was nothing short of courting death. In the end, he would have no choice but to bow to her. But Qin Shuer's disappointment was swift. "Thank you, fourth Miss Qin, but it won't be necessary." Qin Fan stood calmly, his voice unruffled.
"Fine. You'd better not regret this." Qin Shuer's expression darkened noticeably.
She said nothing more, coldly stepping back 2 paces. She intended to see how Qin Fan would resolve this situation.
"Haha, kid, thought you were something special? Now you're nothing but a stray dog. Guys, take him down." Zhang Chang snarled.
At his command, several henchmen behind him grabbed baseball bats and charged toward Qin Fan. Their fierce momentum threatened to cripple him.
"Brother Fan, run!"
Seeing this, Wang Ying cried out in panic.
Qin Fan didn't move.
Just as the thugs closed in, he suddenly raised his fist, his speed so swift it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Thud! A series of thuds echoed through the air. The henchmen were sent flying backward, their baseball bats clattering to the ground. By the time Qin Shuer and the others could focus, the men were already curled up on the ground, wailing in agony.
Zhang Chang's eyes widened, filled with utter terror.
Before he could recover, a suffocating pressure closed around his throat. Qin Fan had appeared before him in an instant, one hand clamped around his neck, lifting him off the ground. Intense terror filled Zhang Chang's eyes. From Qin Fan, he sensed an overwhelming pressure of death. He couldn't comprehend how Qin Fan could be this powerful. "Qin Fan, my older brother is Zhang Tao. If you dare touch me, he won't let you off." Zhang Chang threatened, his voice a hollow bluster. Despite his overwhelming fear, he clung to the belief that as long as he invoked his powerful backer, Qin Fan wouldn't dare harm him. After all, he was no longer part of the Qin family.
"I won't kill you." Qin Fan spoke slowly.
Zhang Chang perked up at the words. His brother Zhang Tao's reputation still carried weight after all. But before Zhang Chang could gloat, Qin Fan's next words froze the smile on his face.
"You were the one who broke Zhongguo's leg, weren't you?
And then you deliberately loaned them money at exorbitant rates, harassing them for years. In that case, I'll take one of your legs to repay Zhongguo." As Qin Fan finished speaking, he grabbed Zhang Chang and slammed him hard onto the ground, then delivered a powerful kick. Snap! A visible bone spur protruded from Zhang Chang's right leg, and he instantly passed out from the agony. The other henchmen lying nearby, wailing in agony, trembled violently. Some had even wet themselves in terror. Too brutal. Qin Fan crippled Zhang Chang without a second thought. They'd never encountered such a ruthless character.
"Still not leaving?" Qin Fan shot them a cold, dismissive glance.
The henchmen trembled violently, unable to linger a moment longer. They hastily helped Zhang Chang to his feet and slunk away in disgrace. Wang Ying stared at Qin Fan in disbelief. The gentle, humble Xiao Fan she knew had transformed into this formidable force to protect them. Qin Shuer was also stunned by the scene. Wasn't Qin Fan always just a useless guy who stayed home doing laundry, cooking, and taking care of their daily needs? How did he suddenly become so strong? Did Miss Qin still intend to stay here? Qin Fan shot Qin Shuer a cold glance. Since all ties of kinship had been severed, they were no longer his family. Qin Fan would show them no mercy. "You." Qin Shuer's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. She had expected Qin Fan to obediently follow her orders as before, never imagining he would be so unyielding. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and said coldly, "Qin Fan, do you even realize the trouble you've gotten yourself into? Zhang Tao, Zhang Chang's older brother, is a powerful figure in Jiangchang. You broke Zhang Chang's leg. Zhang Tao won't let this slide. You think you can protect them, but in reality, you're pushing them into an abyss." Her voice trailed off as Qin Shuer let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. At the last moment, she paused and called back, "My earlier offer still stands. If you apologize to Xiaosong, I'll handle all your troubles. If you change your mind, call me anytime." With that, Qin Shuer vanished completely from the alley entrance. Qin Fan offered no reply, instead helping Wang Zhong into the house alongside Wang Ying. "Xiao Fan, you must leave. Get out of here," Wang Zhong pleaded anxiously. The Zhang brothers wield immense power. Many in Jiangcheng fear them. If they come looking for you, you'll be in grave danger. Dad's right, Xiao Fan. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. They won't let you go," Wang Ying urged. Qin Fan shook his head. "If I leave, what about you too? Zhang Chang has come here more than once or twice over the years.
They won't do anything to us, Wang Zhong said. Though he said this, Qin Fan knew full well what lay ahead, given the Zhang brothers' brutal and domineering nature. Seeing the concern in his father and daughter's eyes, a wave of warmth washed over Qin Fan. He helped Wang Zhong sit down, then smiled reassuringly. Uncle Zhong, I won't abandon you. I'll handle everything. Xiaoling, take good care of your father. I'll be out for a bit and return soon. With that, Qin Fan closed the door and left alone. If trouble was coming, he would nip it in the bud. After tonight, the name Dragon Sovereign would echo throughout Jiangcheng. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Is it over in 3 seconds? Beep beep. Dragon Sovereign. Tonight, I'll make the entire Jiangcheng understand the name Dragon Sovereign.
Qin Fan's expression remained impassive, his tone flat, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. On the other end of the line, Jiang Ming's heart jolted. When the Dragon Sovereign spoke with such a tone, it clearly meant someone had truly provoked his majesty. There's a man named Zhang Tao. His younger brother was injured by me. He'll likely come looking for revenge. Qin Fan added casually. Rest assured, Lord Dragon. I know exactly what to do. Qin Fan hung up calmly. With his hands tucked into his pockets, his sharp suit drawing stares in this shantytown, he stood out immediately. The fight at Wang Zhong's house had also been witnessed. People loved gossip, and soon more and more learned that this man in the suit was the young master of the Qin family from Jiangcheng. No, the former young master of the Qin family. Godfather, in your spirit above, I hope you can understand everything I'm about to do. Godfather Qin, I believe I will honor your dying wish. And your death. Now that I think back carefully, Godfather, I will uncover the truth behind it all. Whoever harmed you, Qin Fan, will hunt them down to the ends of the earth and the depths of hell to make them pay. An invisible aura of murderous intent radiated from Qin Fan, spreading outward. Nearby cloth strips and plastic bags stirred without wind, startling the residents who had been quietly observing him. This young Master Qin seems no ordinary man. Shoo! Such a prominent figure isn't for us commoners to discuss. Isn't he the Qin family's young master? Even if he's not the Qin family's young master, he's still not someone we can gossip about. Just look at his aura. Amidst the murmurs, Qin Fan turned around. His formidable power had long made him aware of the many residents peering at him from their homes. He wore a smile. A young master from a great family is truly different. Just look at that smile. This young master clearly wasn't a caged bird. His smile radiated an infectious warmth. 2 elderly residents in the shantytown froze upon seeing that smile. Years of experience had honed their ability to read people far beyond the average. What did you say? He refuses to apologize? Qin Shiyu rose from the sofa, staring at her fourth sister in astonishment. Qin Shuer nodded, her face still flushed with anger. She recalled the dismissive tone Qin Fan had used when speaking to her in the shantytown, leaving a bitter taste in her mouth. A stray dog kicked out of the Qin family. What gave him the right to speak to her like that? He really had the nerve. Qin Shiyu crossed her arms over her chest, accentuating her already impressive figure. She had initially considered sparing him embarrassment, given their decade-long sibling bond, but now such considerations were unnecessary. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. If he didn't apologize, he'd pay the price. Otherwise, we'd have no way to explain ourselves to our stepmother. Sisters. The other 4 in the living room immediately turned their eyes to her. Don't forget, it was our foster parents who raised us. Now that Qin Fan has upset our foster mother, we must teach Qin Fan a lesson. Fourth sister, come with me to see Zhang Tao. Xiao Fan, take Inger and leave Jiangcheng. Uncle Zhong, what are you doing? Qin Fan looked at Wang Zhong in surprise as he suddenly handed him a wooden box. The box felt slightly heavy, its contents unknown. Wang Zhong gazed at his daughter with tender affection. Xiao Fan, inside this box are some keepsakes the master gave me when I left the Qin household. I've never taken them out for use all these years. Now I'm entrusting her to you. Take Inger and flee far away to a place where Zhang Tao and his men can never find you. Father, what about you? Wang Ying's face flushed with urgency, tears welling in her eyes. Qin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He hadn't expected Wang Zhong to make such a choice. Leave Jiangcheng? Escape Zhang Tao? None of that is necessary. Qin Fan pushed the wooden box back toward Wang Zhong. Uncle Zhong, you're overthinking this. Didn't I just say? With me here, there's no need to fear this so-called Zhang Tao. Xiao Fan, don't be so stubborn. Those people are ruthless and outnumber you. You can't fight them all alone. Wang Zhong's face darkened with worry at Qin Fan's refusal. Uncle Zhong, don't forget I'm my godfather's direct disciple. Qin Fan smiled. If you don't trust me, surely you trust my godfather, he added meaningfully. Wang Zhong froze. The hopelessness in his eyes suddenly ignited with a glimmer of hope. The master left something for you, didn't he? Yes, yes. The master was no ordinary man. Having served him for so many years, even I was unaware of some of his secrets. If that's the case, then I can rest assured. Wang Zhong's expression grew slightly agitated.
Xiao Fan, when young Master Song was expelled from the family, the master once said something to me. Qin Fan felt a surge of curiosity. What did he say? The master said Fanner is his benefactor and the true future master of the Qin family. A trace of reminiscence flashed across Wang Zhong's face as he spoke each word deliberately. Father said that? Qin Fan felt puzzled. He had no idea why his foster father would say such a thing. Benefactor? The true master of the Qin family in the future? What was his godfather trying to convey? Why hadn't he discussed these matters with him personally? For a moment, Qin Fan felt utterly lost, like a headless fly. What was happening outside? Wang Ying's face paled as she heard the sound of smashing and crashing coming from outside the door. Qin Fan and Wang Zhong heard the noise as well. Uncle Zhong, stay inside the room. I'll go check it out. Be careful, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, don't be reckless. Wang Zhong and his daughter watched Qin Fan's retreating figure, their faces tinged with worry. They knew it was highly likely Zhang Tao had brought people to cause trouble. Qin Fan had always told them not to worry. Now, with no other options, they could only trust that he would handle it. Inger, if things truly go wrong, remember to take the wooden box and run. Don't look back. Run far, far away. Never look back. Outside the door. Qin Fan stood with his hands in his pockets. His sudden appearance instantly drew the attention of Zhang Tao's gang, who had been smashing and looting their way through the shantytown alley. Kid, you're that Qin Fan? Zhang Tao's influence in Jiangcheng spanned numerous industries, and he had business dealings with the Qin family. Naturally, he recognized Qin Fan, yet he still asked the question. I am. And you're Zhang Tao? A trace of contempt flickered at the corner of Qin Fan's lips. The man before him looked menacing, and there was a distinct aura of martial arts around him. But as both a divine physician and a grandmaster of martial arts, Qin Fan could see at a glance that Zhang Tao was all bark and no bite. Did you just crawl out of a woman's womb? Last 3 seconds before you're done? Qin Fan's tone dripped with mockery and derision. Chapter 7, Qin Fan's Might. Zhang Tao froze upon hearing this. He had indeed just gotten out of bed with his mistress. When he snapped back to reality, rage boiled within him. What did this guy mean? Was he implying he was inadequate? Men couldn't stand being called inadequate. Especially in front of his subordinates and all these onlookers. You bastard, Qin Fan. If I don't beat you into infertility today, I'm not Zhang Tao. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, snatched the wolf tooth club from his henchman, and declared, You crippled my brother's leg, I'll cripple your third leg. Zhang Tao decided to take matters into his own hands. He was a trained fighter himself, and his current standing in the underworld had been earned punch by punch. Qin Fan was a weak, bookish young master who'd been disowned no match for him. The flailing wolf's tooth club stirred the air around it. The first gust of air struck Qin Fan's face. An ordinary person would have instinctively closed their eyes in terror. Qin Fan was different. He was no ordinary man. Poof! A cold snort echoed as Qin Fan sidestepped. The wolf tooth club swung past him, missing him entirely. Zhang Tao reacted swiftly, immediately swinging his club in a sweeping strike. Letting you strike first was giving you a chance. Qin Fan's voice echoed as he raised his fist, its phantom strike landing on Zhang Tao's face. A small object shot out from Zhang Tao's mouth, landing on the ground and spinning with a whirring sound. A tooth. Blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Tao's mouth as he stumbled backward under the force of momentum. Looks like the one getting crippled today isn't me, it's you. Qin Fan pressed forward step by step. Zhang Tao snapped back to his senses, clutching his mouth with one hand. The sudden absence of a tooth in his mouth felt unnervingly unfamiliar. Hit him. Beat him to death. If he dies, it's on me. His henchman immediately roared and charged forward, brandishing daggers, nunchucks, and other weapons at Qin Fan. Qin Fan frowned. Instead of retreating, he advanced, snatching a nunchaku cleanly with one hand. He launched into his own personal show. The nunchucks danced with incredible agility in his hands, each strike landing precisely on an assailant's shoulder or wrist. Screams erupted one after another. Just then, several thugs charged at Qin Fan simultaneously from all directions. Qin Fan's body bent low as he executed a sweeping kick, sending 4 bodies flying into the air. He swung his nunchucks again, delivering heavy blows to each man's abdomen. Peering through the door crack, Wang Ying watched the scene unfold, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Qin Fan is this powerful? In that moment, Qin Fan seemed like a towering mountain in her eyes. Even just seeing his profile, she found him so resolute and handsome. Unbeknownst to her, a tiny seed had already begun to sprout within her heart. Thud! Qin Fan's kick sent the last thug flying 4 or 5 meters away. The man crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony and howling in pain, his entire body curled up in a ball. Don't come any closer. Zhang Tao panicked. Though he was also a martial arts expert, facing the coordinated assault of so many henchmen, he could never match Qin Fan's clean and decisive execution. You want to avenge your brother? Qin Fan spoke softly. Zhang Tao clasped his hands together in a bow, repeatedly gesturing toward Qin Fan. Brother Qin, I came here only to catch up with you. I certainly didn't come to avenge my good-for-nothing younger brother. You're a man of great magnanimity and keen insight, please don't misunderstand me. Brother Qin, I've heard about your current predicament. I have a villa in the eastern part of the city. I'll give you the keys. Move in there. It's conveniently located, and I'll even provide you with a car. How does that sound? Zhang Tao watched Qin Fan advance step by step. Knowing he was no match, he decided to buy time by placating Qin Fan. As long as he wasn't crippled, he'd still have a chance to redeem himself. Are you plotting to escape this crisis first, then strike back after preparing thoroughly? Or perhaps you're scheming some underhanded trick like burning down this shack at night? A faint smirk touched Qin Fan's lips as an aura of malevolence radiated from him. Hearing this, Zhang Tao felt as if thunder had struck his heart. His eyes widened. How do you know that? I've long since uncovered the true nature of your character, Zhang Tao. Qin Fan finished speaking and stepped forward. His arm blurred into a phantom strike, landing with a sharp slap across Zhang Tao's left cheek. Zhang Tao's body crashed to the ground. I said I'd cripple you, Qin Fan declared. But heaven has a merciful nature. Zhang Tao heard Qin Fan's last remark and felt his initial tension ease slightly. It seemed Qin Fan still intended to spare him. Qin Fan certainly didn't want to alienate him completely. So what if Qin Fan was exceptionally capable? Without the Qin family's backing, he was now nothing more than a down-and-out stray dog. How could he dare to truly alienate himself? After all, it was rumored that within these shanties lived an old man whom Qin Fan held in high regard. I'll give you two choices. 1. Crawl between my legs in front of everyone and promise never to bother me again. Or I'll cripple that thing of yours that lasts 3 seconds, right here in front of everyone. Qin Fan toyed with the nunchucks in his hands. He glanced at the ground, then tossed the nunchucks aside. Bending down, he picked up a dagger that had been knocked out of his hand earlier. He wiped the blade clean, then bent down. Got a light? Need a light. The enforcer tremblingly pulled a lighter from his pocket. Qin Fan snatched the lighter, cranked the fuel valve to full, and a massive flame erupted from it. Since he was performing surgery, sterilizing the tools was essential. His series of actions and words shattered Zhang Tao's mind and spirit. Zhang Tao braced himself against the floor with both hands, shifting his body repeatedly in an attempt to distance himself from Qin Fan. Qin Fan's gaze never left him, fixed on him through the corner of his eye. I advise you to cooperate. I'll count to 3. Make your choice, or I'll make it for you. 3, 2, 1. Well, looks like you still want me to do it for you. Qin Fan counted rapidly. No one present had time to react. He tossed the lighter aside. The blade glowed faintly red with intense heat. No! Qin Fan, I choose the first one. I choose the first one. Saying that now seems a bit too late. At that moment, Zhang Tao felt a sudden tightness in his lower body. Before long, an unusual scent filled the air. Qin Fan frowned. This makes it hard for me to act. It's too filthy. Gazing at Zhang Tao's soaked trousers, his desire to act vanished instantly. Chapter 8, You've been stealing medical techniques. Alright, crawl under my crotch. Remember, crawl while promising never to cause trouble again. Zhang Tao exhaled in relief, adjusting his posture to crawl beneath Qin Fan's legs. Qin Fan, what the hell are you doing? A sharp shout rang out from the other end of the alley. Qin Fan's brow furrowed. That voice was all too familiar. Qin Shiyu, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Rapid footsteps grew louder as the young miss arrived with a dozen bodyguards in tow. Her brow furrowed as the strange odor in the air made her feel slightly queasy. Young Miss Qin, young miss. Look at this. Is this how the Qin family behaves? Zhang Tao pointed at Qin Fan standing before them. His expression was furious. He intended to lodge a complaint, to pressure Qin Fan through the young lady's influence. Qin Fan, what are you doing? Do you want to die? Qin Shiyu was furious. She realized that even after being expelled from the Qin family, Qin Fan was still using the Qin name to cause trouble everywhere. Zhang Tao, Qin Fan is no longer part of our Qin family. His life or death has nothing to do with our family, nor do his actions. Don't drag your hatred for him into our family affairs. Zhang Tao froze upon hearing this. When he snapped back to reality, a flicker of joy crossed his mind. It seemed Qin Fan had truly been cast out of the Qin family and the eldest Miss Qin's words carried absolute weight. Qin Shiyu, since when did you have the right to question my actions? Qin Fan's voice echoed slowly. Qin Shiyu froze completely. Standing before Qin Fan, she only now truly looked her younger brother in the eye. How dare he speak to her like this? Qin Fan, I know you harbor resentment, but I advise you to accept this reality. Come back with me and apologize to Brother Xiang Song. Qin Fan gave a cold laugh. Get lost. Don't bother me while I'm working. He turned his gaze back to Zhang Tao. I'll count to 3. Crawl under my legs immediately, or face serious consequences. With Qin Shiyu backing him, Zheng Tao wasn't afraid of Qin Fan now. Who do you think you are? Just a fallen young master. Think you can shine brightly with a little sunshine? You talk way too much. Qin Fan stepped forward and delivered a vicious kick to Zheng Tao's jaw. Blood spurted from Zheng Tao's mouth, but Qin Fan remained utterly cold and indifferent. Qin Fan! You've lost your mind. Qin Shiyu's face paled. How dare Qin Fan strike so viciously? Don't you know who Zheng Tao is? Do you really think that's the extent of his power? Do you realize you're bringing disaster upon the Qin family? While the Qin family isn't afraid of Zheng Tao's influence, Qin Shiyu naturally didn't want to stir up more trouble. What does the Qin family have to do with me? Qin Fan's icy gaze fixed directly on Qin Shiyu's face. Qin Shiyu's entire body trembled inexplicably. She took a deep breath, forcing her racing heartbeat back to a normal rhythm. Come back with me. Your foster mother needs an explanation from you. Qin Fan, don't push me. We've shared over a decade of affection. Qin Fan narrowed his eyes. At that moment, the woman before him, once the elder sister he had deeply respected, seemed utterly hypocritical. A bond of over a decade? Ha! Did you two ever truly value those 10+ years of friendship? Qin Shiyu felt awkward, yet anger welled up inside her. You don't plan to return with us? Fine, don't come back. But you hit Sungbi, I'll beat you up. That evens us out. Attack him. The bodyguards behind her slid stun batons from their sleeves and advanced menacingly toward Qin Fan. Miss, you can't treat Xiao Fan like this. Wang Zhong suddenly burst out of the house, throwing his arms wide to shield Qin Fan. His expression held a mix of pleading and urgency. Xiao Fan, you must leave now. The Qin family's influence is too vast. If you cross them like this, they won't let you off. As the Qin family's former butler, Wang Zhong had a first-hand understanding of their influence. Uncle Wang? Qin Shiyu frowned. Fourth sister hadn't mentioned Qin Fan being with Wang Zhong when she returned. Uncle Wang, move aside. Her voice was cold. Addressing him as uncle was already showing him respect. Miss Qin, if there's anything you need, just tell me. I'm willing to apologize to young Master Song. Miss, strike me. Beat me to vent young Master Song's anger. Wang Zhong was determined not to budge. Uncle Wang, move aside. They still didn't take him seriously. Qin Fan placed a hand on Wang Zhong's shoulder. Qin Shiyu was equally enraged by this remark. Hit me. And anyone who tries to stop it gets hit too. At that moment, her body radiated pure aggression, completely at odds with her status as the Qin family's eldest daughter. A group of thugs charged forward. Without a second thought, Wang Zhong grabbed one of them, determined to shield Qin Fan from harm. Qin Fan was the youngster most cherished by the old master. The stun gun struck Wang Zhong mercilessly, his body instantly contorting. You're asking for death. Qin Fan's rage boiled over like never before. His figure flickered, appearing beside Wang Zhong. He punched the thug while simultaneously kicking another who charged from the side. Dad! Wang Ying's wails pierced the air as she burst from the house and threw herself into her father's arms. Wang Zhong was now barely conscious. The electric shock baton had been cranked to maximum power. Qin Fan, my dad's unconscious. Tears streamed from Wang Ying's eyes, rolling down her cheeks in large drops. Qin Fan moved like a ghostly shadow. Between his index and middle fingers, a silver needle had appeared at some unknown moment. The needle was so fine it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Each of his needle insertions was precise and ruthless. The thugs felt only a sharp sting before their bodies froze rigid. Within 10 breaths, all the bodyguards Qin Shiyu had brought stood frozen in place like statues. You learned your foster father's medical skills? Qin Shiyu watched the scene unfold, her face turning pale with shock. As another adopted child, her heart was now filled with nothing but jealousy and envy. Her foster father was a remarkable man, his very identity shrouded in mystery even to outsiders. Qin Shiyu and the others knew he possessed formidable martial arts skills, but his medical expertise was truly unparalleled. I will pass all these skills on to my son. These words echoed in Qin Shiyu's mind, her foster father's own words spoken to them before his passing. Because of this, the 5 sisters had long since given up any hope of inheriting his legacy, instead pursuing their own dreams. Fortunately, it seemed all 5 had achieved their aspirations. But why would Qin Fan learn medicine? Qin Song was the foster father's biological son. Qin Fan, you secretly learned our foster father's medical skills. All these years we've been blind to your true intentions. You've harbored ulterior motives all along. Chapter 9, Zhengcheng Red Romance. Miss Qin, this isn't the Qin residence. Qin Fan suddenly grabbed the other person's wrist, his tone laced with menace. Qin Shiyu yanked her arm violently, only to find Qin Fan's grip was too strong. She couldn't break free. Qin Fan, let go. Humph. A cold snort echoed as Qin Fan shoved her hard. Qin Shiyu lost her balance and stumbled backward. Qin Fan. Her near-hysterical voice echoed through the alley. Do you even know what you're doing? Qin Shiyu regained her footing and pointed at Qin Fan, shouting. Qin Fan gave her a cold glance. Out of respect for our past, I won't lay a hand on you. But don't keep pushing me. Leave. He turned to Wang Zhong. Uncle Zhong, let's go back inside. Wang Zhong glanced at Qin Shiyu, then at Qin Fan. He had watched both of them grow up. He opened his mouth, wanting to ease the tension between them. Xiao Fan. Uncle Zhong, I know what you're going to say. Don't bother. Some wounds just can't be stitched back together. Qin Fan spoke up, cutting Wang Zhong off. What he meant by going upstairs was a wound of the heart. How could a wounded heart ever be stitched back together? Like love, even if forcibly stitched together, it leaves a knot in the heart. Sooner or later, the wound will tear open again. Qin Shiyu stamped her foot angrily. Glancing at the bodyguard still unable to move, she spat, Qin Fan, you'll get your comeuppance. Qin Fan's footsteps halted abruptly. He didn't turn around. Jiangcheng isn't ruled by your Qin family, and certainly not by you, Qin Shiyu. The tide is about to turn. He helped Wang Zhong into the house and closed the door without hesitation. Qin Shiyu stood alone in the alley, her face twisted with fury. It took a full half hour before the bodyguards could move again, each of them looking as if they just recovered from a severe illness. Qin Shiyu left, taking her people with her. She knew staying here was futile. Who could have imagined Qin Fan had secretly mastered her foster father's medical skills? This matter must be reported to her foster mother. Qin Fan, since you've chosen to disregard our decade-long bond, don't blame us for what comes next. Qin Shiyu thought silently as she gazed out the car window. Jiangcheng Hong was bustling with romance. The place was bustling beyond measure, with vehicles already lining the entire street outside its entrance. As one of Jiangcheng's most luxurious nightclubs, Red Romance attracted numerous patrons under Zhang Tao's management. Brother Zhang, these are the new girls who arrived today. Take a look and see what you think. In the spacious third-floor office, a manager in a sharp suit led in 7 or 8 girls of varying figures. Zhang Hao's expression darkened. Their arrival had interrupted his business. None of them are locals, right? The manager respectfully placed his hands before him, bowing slightly. No, sir. Zhang Hao stood up, though his suit pants were noticeably ill-fitting. He walked over to the girls, quickly assessing their looks and figures before nodding in satisfaction. All good. You know what you're here to do, right? The women nodded in turn, replying softly, we know. Zhang Hao was very pleased. Remember this, you're here to make money. As the saying goes, money is hard to earn and is hard to eat. Laugh at the poor, not the prostitutes. Don't put any pressure on yourselves. Understand the psychology of the clients who come here. You must be able to handle it, let them touch and embrace you without issue. As Zhang Hao spoke, his gaze settled on one particular figure. Her graceful, curvaceous form caught his eye, and his eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a gem to be here this time. This was exactly his type. You all understand what I'm saying, right? Understood. The women replied in unison. Good. Manager Zhao, take them downstairs to wait. If any guests request specific girls today, prioritize recommending this group. Zhang Hao pointed again at the girl he'd singled out. You stay. I'll train you personally. Manager Zhao smiled. Got it, brother Zhang. Alright, everyone, head downstairs. You've passed the hiring process. The room soon emptied, leaving only Zhang Hao and the girl. Zhang Hao sat back down in his office chair. Come here. The woman approached him somewhat stiffly, only to notice a Japanese adult film playing on his computer screen. Don't be nervous. Tonight, I'll train you. Consider it me picking your table, you'll get paid. Zhang Hao pulled a stack of 100 yuan bills from his desk drawer and placed them on the table. Come on, let's see how good you really are. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around her waist, and she slid effortlessly onto his lap. The scent of perfume wafted into Zhang Hao's nostrils. He closed his eyes, seemingly completely intoxicated by the fragrance. He pressed his head close to her body, inhaling deeply. Before long, the woman's face flushed crimson. The stuffy room made her feel hot, and soon the floor was littered with discarded clothing. At the desk, Zhang Hao was enthusiastically teaching the woman, making her study more intuitively by having her look at the computer screen. First floor. Qin Fan appeared here. He had intended to come, but after some thought, he decided to make the trip himself. Dragon Sovereign. Jiang Ming and the other Dragon Hall members bowed in unison. Passers-by on the street couldn't help but stare in astonishment at the scene. Where's my mask? Qin Fan spoke softly. Jiang Ming immediately stepped forward, holding a dragon-patterned mask in both hands, the very symbol of the Dragon Sovereign. Qin Fan took it and gently placed it over his face. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to grow colder. Have you secured personnel at all other locations? He inquired calmly. Jiang Ming nodded. Rest assured, Dragon Sovereign. Our Dragon Hall has dispatched agents to every family in Jiangcheng with business ties to the Qin clan, as well as any factions connected to the Shang Tao. After tonight, the Dragon Hall's reputation will resound throughout Jiangcheng. Qin Ming nodded and strode toward the grand entrance of Hong Romantic. The security guards at the entrance had already noticed the group. Seeing them approach, the guards immediately began contacting others via walkie-talkie. "Sir, what brings you here?" One security guard mustered his courage and stepped forward to block Qin Fan's path. "To wreck the place." Qin Fan slowly turned his head, his eyes beneath the mask staring directly at the security guard. At that moment, an inexplicable aura emanated from him, causing the security guard's face to go pale. He didn't even dare to meet Qin Fan's gaze. "Sir, this is Brother Zhang Tao's territory. We're wrecking his turf." Qin Fan gently brushed the security guard's outstretched arm aside. He wasn't a bloodthirsty killer. The guard hadn't done anything wrong, he was merely doing his job. "However, you'd better not try to stop me. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death." With that, Qin Fan stepped inside the red romance. Only after everyone from the Dragon Hall had entered did the three guards at the entrance finally exhale in relief. A night breeze swept past, sending a chill down their spines. The sweat from earlier had soaked through their backs. "Hey, security! Security! Where's the security? How did you let all these people in?" The voice of the Red Romance manager crackled over the walkie-talkie. Chapter 10, A Victory as Swift as Tearing Down Dead Branches. Hong Romantic was a large nightclub complex combining a bar, KTV, and private club. Qin Fan and his group entered the main hall, the bar area packed with young people. Everyone froze upon seeing Qin Fan's group. The more astute among them sensed something amiss in the atmosphere and prepared to make their escape. "Guests here to spend money, you can leave now. I'm tearing this place down." Qin Fan strode up to the DJ booth, pressed his mouth to the microphone, and his voice rang out crystal clear to every ear in the venue. "Those who remain will bear the consequences if caught in the crossfire." He descended from the elevated platform and stood there silently. He waited for the patrons to leave, for Zhang Tao's men from Red Romance to show up. "Who the hell do you think you are, causing trouble at my Red Romance? Don't you know whose turf this is?" The manager stormed down from the second floor, his eyes locked on Qin Fan as his mind frantically searched Jiangcheng for any trace of such a figure. There was no masked man in Jiangcheng. The manager instantly felt emboldened. He would make these people understand the consequences of crossing Zhang Tao. Most patrons chose to stay, drawn by curiosity and their confidence in Red Romance's strength, certain the troublemakers would ultimately fail. Who in Jiangcheng didn't know Zhang Tao's name? He was a genuine hard man. Many businesses in Jiangcheng belonged to him, and he also controlled the development of prime real estate. They knew this was Zhang Tao's turf. Qin Fan's lips curled into a faint smirk. This was precisely the kind of place he intended to disrupt. The manager kept his hands in his pockets, sizing Qin Fan up. If he knew that, why wasn't he getting lost already? "Smash it," Qin Fan said casually. The Dragon Hall men produced black clubs from somewhere and immediately began smashing everything in sight. Shrieks instantly filled the entire hall. "You! Attack!" The manager could no longer hold back, waving his hand to signal his men to attack. Qin Fan's body blurred into a phantom, suddenly appearing before the manager. A single slap landed squarely across the manager's face. Smack! The crisp, loud sound stunned everyone. The manager clutched his reddened cheek, eyes wide, unable to speak. He hadn't even seen how Qin Fan had suddenly materialized before him. "You'd better cooperate. I don't want to have to kill someone. Get the real person in charge here out here." Longdian had already gathered intelligence. This place was managed by Zhang Tao's cousin, who was notoriously lecherous. The manager glanced at his enforcers, only to find daggers pressed against each of their throats. They dared not move an inch. These were ruthless men. Martial arts masters. The manager still possessed some sense of propriety. He nodded hastily. "All right, I'll go fetch Brother Zhang immediately. Take me there." Qin Fan suddenly changed his mind. The manager nodded hastily, knowing he was no match for this man. He could only endure until Boss Zhang Tao returned. A martial arts master? Boss Zhang Tao has plenty of those under him. Plan unchanged. Smash it. Qin Fan surveyed the room. Many young patrons in the lobby wore terrified expressions, and the entire space fell deathly silent. Dragon Hall business bystanders keep clear. He channeled his inner strength, his voice booming with authority. Obey the Dragon Lord's command. Zhang Ming and his men shouted in unison, their voices so powerful they seemed to make the wineglasses on the tables tremble. Now, anyone could see they were a group of martial arts masters. Third floor. Inside the office, Zhang Hao was personally instructing the new girl. As the owner here, he often had to teach the girls certain skills step by step. Remember this, whatever the customer requests, you must agree to it. We're in the service industry. Service means making customers happy to spend their money. If a customer gets upset, they won't request you next time. And if they don't request you, you won't get your commission. Zhang Hao delivered each word deliberately, unconcerned whether the girls were listening. He was simply teaching his lesson. Outside the door, Qin Fan and the manager had already arrived. No need to knock too much trouble. Bang! Qin Fan kicked the door open with a single blow, sending it crashing apart. Ah! Hey! The two people inside, completely absorbed in their lesson, were startled by the sudden commotion, their bodies jerking in fright. Zhang Hao jolted upright, his balance momentarily lost, and he fell backward with a thud. His face drained of color. Who's there? Regaining his composure, Zhang Hao straightened up and called out loudly. Sorry to interrupt your business. My apologies. Qin Fan's face beneath the mask furrowed slightly. Who are you? And you don't know to knock before entering? Bringing just anyone into the office? Are you two trying to get yourselves killed? Zhang Hao stepped forward and slapped the manager hard across the face. The woman beside him quickly gathered her clothes from the floor to cover herself amid her earlier screams, though large patches of skin remained exposed. The manager hung his head, not daring to resist Zhang Hao. I told him to bring me here. Qin Fan spoke calmly. Zhang Hao fixed his gaze on Qin Fan. I knew it was you. Who the hell are you? His right palm, carrying a gust of wind, lashed out toward Qin Fan's face even though the man wore a mask. Dragon Sovereign. Qin Fan seized his wrist. You asked who I am? I'll tell you, I'm the Dragon Sovereign. I'm here to shut you down today. Hand over the ledger, and do it willingly. Smack. Qin Fan had no intention of wasting words with him. He hadn't come here for a war of words. He intended to beat the other man into submission. He wanted to eliminate the threat once and for all, so that a mere Zhang Tao wouldn't be able to repeatedly cause him trouble and more importantly, trouble for Uncle Wang and Wang Ying. Qin Fan intended to nip every potential threat in the bud. It wasn't just Zhang Tao, it was the entire Qin family. With his stepmother's mindset, once she learned Uncle Wang's whereabouts, she wouldn't let him off the hook. His single slap sent Zhang Hao reeling. Already drained from exerting so much force, Zhang Hao lost his footing and crashed to the ground. Produce the ledger. Qin Fan stared down at him from above. As their eyes locked, Zhang Hao felt nothing but ruthless coldness in that gaze. A chill ran through him. When my cousin gets back, he'll toss you into the river to feed the fish. Do you know who my cousin is? Zhang Tao of Jiangchang. Seeing Qin Fan didn't respond, a smirk crept onto his face. See? Scared, huh? I knew you'd be scared. I've already taken care of Zhang Tao. Qin Fan spoke with remarkable calm. Zhang Hao's smile froze on his face. Impossible. You're lying. Impossible. Then why don't you give him a call and ask? Qin Fan remained utterly composed. These people before him couldn't even draw out 3% of his strength. They were too weak. Chapter 11, a man who would rather die than surrender. Hearing such confidence from his opponent, Zhang Hao's resolve began to waver, replaced by a creeping sense of dread. He began to doubt whether Qin Fan's words were true. Moreover, he noticed something. Why hadn't Zhang Tao arrived yet after all this time? He should be at the hospital right now. Qin Fan remarked casually, not sure if he'll make it out alive, or even if he'll wake up at all. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Hao roared. How could my cousin possibly be in the hospital? Then call him right now. Qin Fan shrugged. Zhang Hao's face turned pale. My cousin is the top dog in Jiangcheng. How could some punk just casually beat him up and send him to the hospital? Impossible. I'm telling you, you'd better get out of here right now, or don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. If you don't hand over the ledger, I can't guarantee your cousin's life. Don't try to intimidate me. Zhang Hao roared. Several of Zhang Tao's teeth were knocked out. He needs to get himself to the hospital. Qin Fan stepped closer. Otherwise, you won't know that when the Dragon Lord speaks, he means it. With every step Qin Fan took closer, Zhang Hao grew more frantic. His hands trembled as he clutched his phone, desperately trying to verify Qin Fan's threat. But Zhang Tao's phone remained unreachable. He dialed again and again, his gaze fixed on Qin Fan as he drew nearer. Answer the phone. Why isn't it connecting? Could it really be? Zhang Hao's heart felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible force, his breathing becoming unnaturally heavy. Stop calling. I told you if you don't cooperate, this is what happens. Qin Fan reached out and snatched the phone from Zhang Hao's hand. What are you doing? Zhang Hao gasped in terror, reaching out to grab it back. Qin Fan delivered a vicious kick to Zhang Hao's chest. Zhang Hao felt himself fly backward from the impact, crashing hard onto the floor. His head slammed against the floor, blurring his vision. Hand over the ledger. Qin Fan stood towering over him, his gaze cold and piercing. Don't test my patience. I want to see exactly how much money you've made. Zhang Hao clenched his teeth, refusing to yield. You can forget it, he shouted with all his might. Qin Fan advanced step by step, his leather shoe mercilessly crushing Zhang Hao's fingers inch by inch. Agony contorted Zhang Hao's face, forcing a piercing scream from his lips. Ah! Talk! Qin Fan's voice was cold and merciless. Are you challenging the authority of the Dragon Sovereign? Zhang Hao's face contorted in agony as he felt his fingers nearly crushed beneath Qin Fan's foot. But he gritted his teeth, clinging stubbornly to his resolve, refusing to yield. Qin Fan observed Zhang Hao's stubbornness, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. This Zhang Hao was slightly stronger than his cousin, at least he had some backbone. His gaze grew even colder, and the pressure on his fingers intensified. Zhang Hao let out a more agonized groan, yet he still showed no sign of yielding. Qin Fan's gaze darkened. He decided to give Zhang Hao one final chance. If the man still refused to hand over the ledger, he would resolve the matter once and for all. Tonight's battle must make every major family in Jiangcheng aware of the Dragon Sovereign's existence. One last chance. Qin Fan's voice was cold and merciless. If you still won't talk, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, his face contorted, and shot a glance at the manager behind him. The manager immediately understood and attempted to sneak attack Qin Fan from behind. Qin Fan's reflexes were lightning fast. He spun around violently, delivering a sweeping roundhouse kick to the man's midsection that sent him crashing to the floor. Thud! The manager was sent flying, slamming hard into the wall. The manager launched another attack, this time bringing his men alone. Qin Fan let out a cold laugh. This rabble wasn't worth a single sneer. Before they could close in, his fists rained down on their faces like hailstones, each punch packed with immense force. This was the internal force he had cultivated, specifically for dealing with ordinary people. Though its power was limited, it was more than enough to handle these men. Qin Fan engaged in combat with the group. His movements were agile and precise, each strike landing unerringly on their vital points. His fists and feet moved like a violent storm, swift and merciless, like a ruthless beast tearing into its prey. Each blow connected with flesh, the scene intensely brutal. Qin Fan's black suit shimmered with every movement, complementing his form and radiating an unstoppable aura of authority. Though seemingly alone, each of his strikes brimmed with power and skill, commanding respect. Those who attempted to attack Qin Fan were struck down one after another, collapsing to the ground in agonized moans. Their faces contorted with agony and despair, utterly unable to withstand Qin Fan's onslaught. The manager's face was etched with terror as he tumbled from the wall, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Unable to withstand Qin Fan's overwhelming pressure any longer, he scrambled backward, his expression one of utter disbelief. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Hao finally grasped the true extent of Qin Fan's power. He was no match for Qin Fan. Qin Fan showed no mercy, each punch leaving them bruised and battered, two even knocked unconscious. His speed was simply too fast. Moreover, when dealing with such men, he had no need to worry about injuring them. Therefore, his attacks grew even more rapid and ferocious. Before long, he had them all lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Zhang Hao stared in disbelief. He sensed that this young man before him was not human. Hand over the ledger immediately. Qin Fan's tone grew icier. He raised his foot to stomp on the man again, but in the next instant, he withdrew his foot and turned to Zhang Hao. Want to try it yourself? Stop. Zhang Hao's voice trembled as he struggled to rise from the ground. Too late. Qin Fan's voice was cold and merciless. He kicked one of the attackers down without mercy, then turned toward Zhang Hao. You really don't take my words seriously. His fist slammed down without mercy. Zhang Hao couldn't dodge in time and took the blow head on. Ah! Zhang Hao let out an agonized scream as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Talk! Zhang Hao's teeth were already loose. His mouth twitched violently as he felt his internal organs shift out of place, the pain making him break out in a cold sweat. He glared at Qin Fan with defiance. I won't talk. Unless you kill me, you'll never get that ledger. Qin Fan wasted no words, swinging his fist again, aiming straight for Zhang Hao's face. Ah! Zhang Hao could no longer endure the agony, letting out a piercing scream. Qin Fan unleashed another move, delivering a vicious kick to Zhang Hao's stomach that sent him flying. Chapter 12, Hand over the ledger. Zhang Hao lay sprawled on the ground, coughing incessantly as blood spurted from his mouth. His fingers had been shattered earlier, now a mangled mess of flesh and bone. His body trembled uncontrollably as he wailed in agony. Qin Fan delivered kick after kick, his face showing not a shred of mercy. Talk or not? Qin Fan's voice was bone-chillingly cold. No. Without hesitation, Qin Fan swung his leg again, aiming another kick at Zhang Hao. Snap! The sound of cracking bones echoed as half of Zhang Hao's body caved in, blood splattering everywhere. Speak up or not. Qin Fan pressed on. Sweat poured from Zhang Hao's face as agony seared through him, yet he still gritted his teeth. Not talking? Qin Fan let out a cold sneer, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhang Hao writhed in agony, feeling as though his body would shatter. Qin Fan's eyes narrowed to slits, his voice icy. Do you really think I, the Dragon Sovereign, am a pushover? Zhang Hao's lips were trembling. He saw coldness and ruthlessness in Qin Fan's eyes, sensing the man truly dared to kill him. Yet he still refused to believe Qin Fan would actually pull the trigger. If you don't speak up now, prepare to be buried alongside your cousin. Qin Fan's face was as cold as ice. What I set out to do has never failed, and your Zhang family is no exception. A wave of terror washed over Zhang Hao. His eyes widened with dread, yet he stubbornly clenched his jaw. Don't even think about it. Qin Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold and merciless. Qin Fan seized Zhang Hao's throat and yanked him upward, forcing him to stare directly into the eyes beneath Qin Fan's mask. Qin Fan's palm clamped down on Zhang Hao's throat like steel. With a tight squeeze, he nearly choked Zhang Hao to the point of suffocation. A purplish-blue hue spread across Zhang Hao's face, his eyes filled with terror and helplessness. "Let me go!" Zhang Hao screamed with every ounce of strength left in him, his voice hoarse and trembling. Qin Fan's gaze grew even colder, like that of a beast devoid of all emotion. Ignoring Zhang Hao's pleas, he tightened his grip, intensifying the suffocating pressure. "Still refusing to submit?" Qin Fan's voice was icy and merciless, tinged with a hint of mockery. He kept applying pressure, causing Zhang Hao's face to grow paler and paler. Zhang Hao's face flushed crimson, clearly gasping for air. A choking sound rose from his throat. As Qin Fan's grip tightened, Zhang Hao was truly terrified this time. He never imagined the Dragon Sovereign could possess such superhuman strength. In that moment, Zhang Hao felt he had reached the very edge of life and death. He struggled desperately, slapping fiercely at Qin Fan's hand, trying to make him let go. Yet his efforts seemed utterly futile. Qin Fan's strength was overwhelming, like an insurmountable mountain. No matter how hard Zhang Hao pushed, he couldn't budge it an inch. As Zhang Hao grew weaker and weaker, the flame of his life slowly flickering out, Qin Fan's hand suddenly released its grip. Zhang Hao gasped for air, collapsing weakly to the ground. He panted heavily, every muscle in his body trembling violently. Qin Fan watched him coldly, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. He knew he had defeated Zhang Hao and obtained what he desired. "Hand over the ledger now." Qin Fan's voice was low and cold, utterly devoid of emotion. Zhang Hao's fingers still trembled. He dared not resist Qin Fan's control any longer and could only obey the other's command. This masked man before him was not someone he could handle. He had lost. Zhang Hao could only nod helplessly, daring not to resist in any way. He desperately wanted to resolve the crisis before him and save his own skin. Trembling, Zhang Hao rose and walked toward the safe. Qin Fan made no move to stop him, knowing Zhang Hao wouldn't dare play any tricks. Zhang Hao quickly unlocked the safe, pulled out a stack of ledgers, and respectfully handed them to Qin Fan. Qin Fan took the ledgers, opened them, and his expression darkened instantly. He discovered the sums recorded were astronomical, and many of the accounts belonged to foreign financial institutions he was unfamiliar with. Qin Fan's eyebrows shot up. His objective was achieved. With this evidence, he could wipe out all these accounts in one fell swoop. Excitement surged through him. Zhang Hao watched as Qin Fan finished reviewing the ledgers, his face showing no sign of satisfaction. If the Zhang family discovered he had handed over the ledgers, he was finished. "Dragon Sovereign." Qin Fan cut him off abruptly. "You can leave now. Tell the Zhang family they've messed with the wrong person." Qin Fan's words sent a chill through Zhang Hao, turning his face ashen in an instant. He dared not delay, turning and leaving immediately. Only after Zhang Hao vanished beyond the door did a cold gleam flicker in Qin Fan's eyes. Zhang family residence, Zhangcheng. The Zhang family's living room was brightly lit. Elder Zhang sat solemnly in the seat of honor, his face twisted with fury. The second and third sons of the Zhang family were also present. What on earth was going on? Who exactly was this Qin Fan? Old Master Zhang glared at Zhang Hao with fury. He couldn't help but be enraged. Zhang Hao's face was flushed with embarrassment, yet he dared not conceal anything from the patriarch. He recounted the entire incident of the club being destroyed. After hearing Zhang Hao's account, Old Master Zhang flew into a rage and slapped Zhang Hao across the face. Smack! Zhang Hao fell to the floor, his left cheek instantly swelling. "You good for nothing. You actually handed over the ledger. You're trying to destroy the entire family." Old Master Zhang roared. Zhang Hao clutched his face, unable to retort. Grandfather Zhang's roar of fury didn't subside. He delivered several more slaps, leaving 5 distinct finger marks quickly etched across Zhang Hao's face. "What should we do now, Old Master?" Zhang Laosan asked anxiously. Old Master Zhang took a deep breath, struggling to calm his rage, then ordered Zhang Laosan, "Send someone to investigate. Find out exactly who this Dragon Lord is. Also, contact our agent in the provincial capital immediately. Have them return to Jiangcheng at once." Zhang Laosan nodded in agreement. Zhang Hao stood up, about to leave, but was halted by Old Master Zhang's stern voice. "Where are you going?" Old Master Zhang demanded. "I'm going to demand an explanation from the Dragon Sovereign." Zhang Hao's voice was filled with rage. Old Master Zhang laughed bitterly in anger. "Don't you think you've embarrassed yourself enough already? You want to confront the Dragon Lord? With your current abilities? If you had that kind of backbone, the ledger wouldn't have gone missing." A flicker of shame crossed Zhang Hao's eyes. "Go tend to your injuries first," Old Master Zhang waved him off. Zhang Hao's injuries were severe indeed. He could barely walk, let alone seek revenge against Long Zun. "Master, rest assured. I will settle this debt." "Poof. I'll see what you can settle." Old Master Zhang snorted. Chapter 13, Locating the Dragon Sovereign. "Yes, sir." Zhang Hao replied respectfully. After Zhang Hao departed, only the Zhang family elders remained in the living room. Eldest son, this incident has caused such a terrible impression. How do you propose we handle it? Old Master Zhang asked Zhang Xiong. Zhang Xiong was Zhang Tao's father and the eldest son of the Zhang family. Old Master Zhang remained silent, his expression grave. Father, I don't think we can let this slide, Zhang Xiong spoke up. That Dragon Sovereign is utterly arrogant. We are, after all, one of Jiangqing's prominent families. His insult is a direct slight against our lineage. We cannot tolerate this. We must teach him a lesson. The other elders chimed in agreement, clearly displeased with the situation. Old Master Zhang's expression remained grave, yet he offered no denial. Zhang Xiong was right, letting it slide would be utterly pathetic. Father, we must contact the clan's elite warriors immediately. We'll make him suffer. Let him taste our might. Zhang Laosan gritted his teeth. Zhang Xiong's face was equally grim with murderous intent. After all, they were a major clan with numerous skilled fighters. They wouldn't fear some obscure Dragon Sovereign. Father, you agree, right? Let's move now. Zhang Xiong declared. Old Master Zhang nodded, giving him an approving look. He felt his eldest son was not only clever and resourceful but also remarkably sensible. I approve of your plan. We'll teach that brat a lesson in humility. Old Master Zhang finally made his decision. Good, father. Let's move now. Zhang Xiong's face was equally filled with murderous intent. Move. Old Master Zhang's eyes flashed with ferocity as he uttered each word. Zhang Xiong went to the hospital to visit his son lying in the hospital bed. Zhang Tao was wrapped in bandages, his face pale. Tao, who beat you up like this? Zhang Xiong asked with concern. Dad. Qin Fan, Zhang Tao's voice was slightly hoarse. Zhang Xiong's face twisted with confusion. Qin Fan? The young master of the Qin family? Yes, it was him. Zhang Tao answered angrily. What did you do to provoke him? Zhang Xiong asked doubtfully. Zhang Chang got beaten up too. I was just getting revenge for him. He doesn't give a damn about our Zhang family. Zhang Tao's voice was filled with rage. That doesn't make sense. We have business ties with the Qins. Why would he target us? Zhang Xiong felt utterly bewildered. For Wang Zhong. Zhang Tao's voice dropped to a low growl. For a servant? Zhang Xiong found it hard to believe. He's no longer the Qin family's young master. He was kicked out. Now he's scraping by in someone else's house. Zhang Tao's voice carried a hint of contempt. Trash, mingling with servants. Disdain dripped from Zhang Xiong's tone. Zhang Xiong fell silent for a moment, his brow furrowed. This issue must be resolved swiftly, or else it will damage our family's reputation. How peculiar both Qin Fan and the Dragon Sovereign seem to be targeting our Zhang family. Zhang Xiong turned to Zhang Tao. How are your injuries? Zhang Tao shook his head with a bitter smile. Father, my injuries are manageable now, but I can't swallow this humiliation. Zhang Xiong nodded, his furrowed brow deepening. He's merely a stray dog, nothing to fear. I'll send men to deal with him shortly. Focus on your recovery. I have crucial tasks for you. Execute them well, and you shall be the Zhang family's future heir. News of the Red Romance being demolished spread rapidly not only throughout the Zhang family but across all major clans in Jiangcheng, sending shockwaves through the city. That was Zhang family property. The news sent shockwaves through Jiangcheng's business circles. Families mobilized their elite operatives to investigate the origins of this newly emerged Dragon Sovereign. Hong Romantic was Jiangcheng's largest nightclub, a venue indispensable for countless business tycoons' collaborations and dealings. Yet today, it had been brazenly destroyed. Even the Zhang family lacks the capacity to resist? What kind of mysterious entity is this? Everyone must unite all forces to eradicate this outsider. The Qin family urgently convened an internal meeting. The foster mother's expression was as dark as water. Presiding over the meeting was the eldest daughter, Qin Yusi. Her expression was cold and grim as she declared in a deep voice that Dragon Sovereign truly has the audacity to act in Jiangcheng and destroy the Zhang family's holdings. I demand to know his true origins. Qin Yushi sat at the head of the table, her brows furrowed, a cold glint in her eyes. She took a deep breath and declared, after all, Jiangcheng is only so big, and the pie is only so small. Anyone wanting to run rampant here must first get the local kingpin's approval. This Dragon Sovereign, if he dares to target the Zhang family now, he'll target our Qin family next. We absolutely cannot allow him to grow stronger. Big sister is absolutely right. The others nodded in agreement. They all understood that at this critical juncture, the Qin family must project an unyielding stance. They couldn't afford to be pushed around by anyone. After all, the Qins were a major family in Jiangcheng. Their reputation and standing could not be underestimated. The godmother scanned the assembled crowd. Seeing their resolute determination, she nodded and declared, "Very well. Since you all share this resolve, let us begin our actions. We will thoroughly investigate this Dragon Sovereign's origins and the forces behind him. We absolutely cannot allow him to continue his arrogance in Jiangcheng. Rest assured, Mother." One group will track down this Dragon Sovereign's whereabouts and identity. Simultaneously, we must strengthen ties with other clans to secure their support. Qin Yusi stood up, her gaze fixed firmly on her foster mother. Not only that, she declared. We will prioritize Xiao Song's case above all else. We will seek justice for my brother. We will avenge Qin Fan. Qin Fan. The mere mention of that name ignited a raging fire within her. How dare he harm her precious son? He would pay 100-fold. That ungrateful bastard. How dare he lay a hand on my Song? He must be tired of living. There's no need to spare him because of a decade-long bond. The moment he harmed my son, he ceased to be my adopted son. Teach him a lesson he won't forget. The sisters rose to their feet, their expressions resolute. They all understood this incident wasn't just about the Qin family's reputation, it threatened the entire power structure of Jiangcheng. After the meeting concluded, Qin Yusi immediately led everyone into action. They split up to contact other clans, securing their support, while deploying the Qin family's most elite forces to investigate, uncovering the Dragon Sovereign's whereabouts and identity. Simultaneously, in every corner of Jiangcheng, the Zhang family was also moving in secret. They launched their own pursuit of the Dragon Sovereign while intensifying surveillance on the Qin family, wary of any retaliatory moves against them at this critical juncture. After all, trust had been shattered by the incident involving Zhang Tao. Tension hung thick over all of Jiangcheng as every clan scrambled to protect their own interests. Chapter 14, Dismantling the Qin clan's influence. Business tycoons began mobilizing their resources like hungry wolves, carving up Hong Romantic's customer base. Families scrambled to divide up Red Romance's former clientele, swiftly squeezing its business to the bare minimum. Meanwhile, Qin Fan moved through Jiangcheng's underworld with ease. His secret base, the Dragon Hall, perched atop Jiangcheng's CBD. At that moment, Qin Fan stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the entire city below. His gaze held unwavering resolve and cold determination. Jiang Ming approached, respectfully awaiting Qin Fan's response. What's the reaction outside now? Jiang Ming smiled faintly and reported to Qin Fan, the entire city is in an uproar. Everyone now knows of the Dragon Sovereign. And the Zhang family? Qin Fan's voice carried a hint of coldness. They're frantically searching for your whereabouts, but we haven't leaked any information about you yet, Jiang Ming replied. Qin Fan shook his head slightly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Let them fret a little longer. Bring the kettle to a roaring boil. Jiang Ming instantly understood Qin Fan's meaning and nodded. Qin Fan paced slowly back and forth within the secret base, his eyes flickering as he contemplated the next phase of his plan. Next, we'll strip the Qin family of their power. Qin Fan enunciated each word deliberately. Jiang Ming instantly grasped Qin Fan's intent, lowering his head in anticipation of the next order. We'll weaken the Qin family's influence from every angle. But more importantly, we'll spread the word, make them believe it's the Dragon Sovereign behind this. Qin Fan's voice brimmed with confidence and resolve. Jiang Ming nodded in understanding. The Qin family was a major clan in Jiangcheng. Weakening their influence would profoundly reshape the city's power dynamics. Tension gripped the entire city of Jiangcheng. Business tycoons scrambled to mobilize resources, vying for control of Jiangcheng's interests. Yet the Dragon Hall remained like a colossal dragon lurking in the shadows, quietly biding its time. He intended to seize the entire city in one decisive move, then establish the Dragon Hall's kingdom there. Ding! Suddenly, Qin Fan's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw Wang Ying's name displayed. The cold, murderous intent between his brows instantly retracted, softening into a gentle expression. He pressed the answer button. Brother Fan, when will you be back today? Wang Ying asked. Soon. You guys go ahead and sleep. If it gets too late, I'll sleep outside so I don't disturb you. A warm smile spread across Qin Fan's face. Okay. I was hoping to wait for you, Brother Xiao Fan, Wang Ying replied obediently. Qin Fan asked with a smile, why did you suddenly call today? Wang Ying remembered the reason for her call and instantly exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Fan, I have some good news to tell you. Good news? Qin Fan asked curiously. What kind of good news? He. Hearing Qin Fan's question, Wang Ying's face lit up with a bright smile as she said, Xiao Fan, it seems a big shot named Long Zun suddenly appeared in Jiangcheng. He took care of the Zhang family. No one's been bothering us lately. Oh, really? Dad was thinking of waiting for you to come back so we could have a drink to celebrate. Wang Ying's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Qin Fan smiled and asked, alright, I got it. I'll handle my business and come back as soon as possible. Okay, little fan brother, I'll be waiting for you at home. They chatted idly for a few more moments before Wang Ying hung up. After hanging up, the tenderness in Qin Fan's eyes remained undimmed. Since his godfather's passing, this was his only source of warmth. With his days numbered, he was determined to do whatever it took to ensure Uncle Zhong and Little Ling would never want for anything again. Qin Fan gently placed the phone down, his heart filled with countless emotions. He took a deep breath, determined to accelerate his plans. Whether confronting the Qin family or other adversaries, the Dragon Hall must rise swiftly and establish an unshakable position. Only then could he find peace of mind. Qin Fan entered the Dragon Hall strategy room and conveyed his plan to Jiang Ming. What projects has Qin Yusi been working on lately? Qin Fan inquired. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment before replying, reporting to the Dragon Lord, since we stopped secretly supporting her company, she hasn't been able to secure investments. With the previous project requiring significant capital injections, several veteran employees under her are growing restless and voicing complaints within the company. Oh? If the boss lacks capability, it's only natural for subordinates to turn against her, isn't it? Qin Fan remarked meaningfully to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming nodded, suddenly understanding, exactly. Even selling trade secrets to rival companies would be perfectly normal. Qin Fan chuckled upon hearing this, giving Jiang Ming a thumbs up. Good insight. I'm genuinely curious how the Qin family will handle this. Lord Long, what is your plan? Jiang Ming inquired. Jiang Ming, freeze all the funds previously injected into Qin Yushi's company. Let her taste the sting of betrayal from her own subordinates. Qin Fan issued the order. Yes. I'll handle it immediately. Additionally, consolidate the shares of Qin Group we secretly acquired earlier. Sell all retail holdings to the Dragon Hall, the more publicly, the better. Qin Fan continued. Dragon Sovereign, are you intending to seize control of Qin Group? A mere Qin Group isn't worth my trouble. First, it would sever their funding. Second, given Qin Yushi's temperament, wouldn't she grow anxious? And wouldn't she guess the purpose behind consolidating the shares? Qin Fan gave Jiang Ming a mysterious smile. Then what is the purpose? Jiang Ming remained perplexed. To drain her capital chain, then wait for her to buy back at a premium. Your strategy is brilliant, Dragon Sovereign. Days later, a storm erupted in Jiangqing's business circles. Abnormal fluctuations in Qin Corporation's stock price captured everyone's attention. Numerous shareholders dumped their holdings, causing a market sensation. News outlets flooded with coverage, speculating whether this was a capital operation waiting for retail investors to fall into the trap, or a sign of major internal upheaval at the company. Within Qin Corporation, senior leadership was thrown into disarray by this anomaly, convening an emergency meeting. Qin Yusi sat at the head of the table, attempting to calm the situation. Everyone, there's no need to worry. Everything is under the company's control, Qin Yusi stated. Ms. Qin, I'm afraid your words alone won't convince everyone. With such drastic stock fluctuations, how can we possibly feel at ease? Exactly. President Qin, we've all been with you for years. Are you really not going to give us an explanation? Ms. Qin, could it be that even you don't know who's behind this? No sooner had Qin Yushi finished speaking than the directors began speaking up one after another, bombarding her with questions and doubts. For a moment, Qin Yushi felt her ears were about to explode. Enough! Qin Yushi's authority was formidable. With a single stern command, the board fell instantly silent. Chapter 15, Shareholders Meeting. Qin Yusi finally caught her breath and continued, We've already initiated an investigation. You've all watched me grow step by step. You know exactly what kind of person I am. Humph. Ms. Qin, the company is in complete disarray. Are you still capable of handling such a major responsibility? Exactly. Ms. Qin, you're not planning to run away, are you? Ms. Qin, if you can't give us a clear explanation, we won't feel secure. Exactly. The directors spoke in a cacophony of voices, their voices booming with force. Seeing the shareholders' stance, it was clear Qin Yusi had to get through this hurdle. Yet she showed no panic, for she had prepared herself. Everyone, please calm down. Qin Yusi's expression turned serious. She scanned each face in the room. These are extraordinary times. I urge everyone to unite and work together to uncover the mastermind behind this. Even as she convened the emergency meeting, the stock price continued its relentless decline. She felt a cold sweat break out as billions in market value evaporated in an instant. Shareholders understood clearly, such a rapid stock decline could only stem from a few causes. First, capital withdrawal. After profiting at high prices, no one would step in to buy. Second, market manipulation by insiders to trigger buying and selling frenzy, enabling them to unload their positions at peak prices. Third, corporate cannibalization when a company, facing losses or cash shortages, resorts to this tactic to prop up its finances. They dared not gamble. This was the work of their entire lives. Even though Qin Yusi repeatedly vowed to expose the mastermind behind the scheme, these shareholders were all seasoned veterans. They weren't the type to be completely reassured by mere words. Following the sharp devaluation of Qin Corporation's stock, shareholders were already gripped by anxiety, fearing the company's bankruptcy. Mr. Qin, what should we do now? I think I'd better withdraw my investment. Exactly. Mr. Qin, if things keep going like this, we'd be better off pulling out, at least we'd lose less. Qin Yushi snapped, I know you all resent being oppressed. But the current situation leaves us no room for choice. Are you willing to be exploited like this? Hearing Qin Yuxi's words, the crowd remained deeply unsettled. Everyone, rest assured. Qin Group's strength has always been evident to all. Please trust me this once. Her voice was firm and resolute as she gestured for the directors to quiet down. The directors exchanged glances. Though unease lingered within them, they couldn't deny Qin Yuxi's outstanding performance and reputation within the industry. After all, under her leadership, Qin Group had achieved tremendous success, continuously expanding its market share while maintaining sound financial health. Alright, we'll trust you this once. But find the mastermind behind this quickly, we need answers, one director said discontentedly. Qin Yuxi offered a slight smile, her gaze unwavering as she addressed the board. I will personally lead the investigation team to uncover the truth as swiftly as possible. Until then, I urge everyone to remain calm and refrain from hasty divestments. I will spare no effort to protect Qin Group's interests and ensure no one succeeds in their schemes. Chairman Zhao interjected, frankly, we understand the immense pressure you bear as Qin Corporation's core leader. I trust your ability to resolve this crisis and steer the company through these challenges. What Director Zhao says is true, Director Zhao countered. If he can't handle the pressure, we should replace him with someone capable. President Qin has been in this position for so many years, perhaps his judgment isn't what it used to be? Qin Yuxi shot Director Jia a displeased look upon hearing this. Yet, given the sensitive nature of the board meeting, she dared not openly challenge him and lose face. After all, this was a critical juncture where everyone was on edge. Chairman Jia's remarks are a bit harsh. President Qin has made significant contributions during her tenure. How could we possibly question her professional competence? Chairman Liu interjected. I'd say Director Zhao is blatantly lying. Qin Corporation is heading toward decline precisely because of her management. Chairman Jia is inciting rebellion. Rebellion? Haven't you all seen the recent financial reports? Performance has been declining for 2 consecutive months. Director Jia remarked coldly. That doesn't justify slandering President Qin. Market conditions are tough, ups and downs are normal. Ha! What do you say, President Qin? Director Jia tossed the ball to Qin Yuxi. Qin Yuxi clenched her fists, her knuckles turning slightly white. Her gaze was unwavering and resolute. Her voice carried an unyielding strength as she declared, I hereby pledge my commitment. If the financial situation does not improve within 3 months, I will resign voluntarily. The directors were shaken by Qin Yuxi's words. This was the first time she had expressed her resolve so clearly. Her decision signified her willingness to take responsibility, to stake her position on saving Qin Group. Mr. Zhao remained silent for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. Those are your words. 3 months? What if you use this as an excuse to disappear? Qin Yuxi's gaze sharpened. Her hands relaxed as she rose to her feet, meeting Chairman Jia's stare without flinching. Then what suggestions does Chairman Jia have? Jia sensed a hint of threat in Qin Yuxi's gaze. He furrowed his brow slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, First, there must be an explanation for the current incident. Second, I demand that the finance department assign new personnel to oversee operations. If it's all your people, what if you act arbitrarily and conceal information? A mocking smile curved Qin Yuxi's lips. She narrowed her eyes slightly, staring intently at Director Jia as if trying to see into his very soul. Rest assured, directors, I've already initiated an investigation. Results will be reported to you immediately. Qin Yuxi replied with a cold chuckle. As for what Director Jia mentioned, I'm sure recommendations have already been made, haven't they? Just as Director Jia was about to speak, Qin Yuxi smiled faintly. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she said calmly, Director Jia, you're overthinking it. I will select someone both capable and impartial to oversee the finance department. Moreover, I believe everyone here is working for the benefit of Qin Group. This was clearly a veiled jab at Chairman Jia. Undercurrents swirled through the boardroom. Qin Yuxi understood her decision hadn't entirely dispelled the directors' lingering doubts and unease. They still questioned her capabilities and judgment. But she would not back down. She would prove her worth through action and silence those who had once doubted her. Noticing the tension escalating, Chairman Zhao interjected, Enough. We all get along just fine when profits are rolling in, but the moment a problem arises, do we forget our past? I, Zhao, state my position, I have faith in President Qin's decisions. Qin Yuxi looked at him gratefully and said, Chairman Zhao, rest assured. Chapter 16, The Scheme. Good. I'll be waiting for good news from President Qin. Chairman Zhao declared. All right. I hereby adjourn the meeting. After the meeting, the directors dispersed, leaving only Chairman Jia and Chairman Zhao behind. Director Jia looked at Director Zhao and remarked, Old Zhao, your acting was pretty convincing. Zhao snorted derisively. That's called one playing the good cop, the other playing the bad cop. Chairman Jia continued, you know that girl Qin Yuxi's temper. Be careful how you handle things. Director Zhao looked at Director Jia and said, she's just a young girl. She's impulsive and reckless, easily falling into traps with just a few words. If she wants to fight me, she's still too green. Oof. Still, she's made the Qin Corporation quite the sensation. Can't ignore her, Director Jia remarked. You're no slouch either. If you could plant a few spies around Qin Yusi, that would be quite entertaining. Chairman Zhao's tone even carried a hint of excitement. Hearing this, Director Jia furrowed his brow slightly. He knew Director Zhao had always been a shrewd strategist, and this sudden excitement made him want to probe further. Old Zhao, what do you mean? Chairman Jia asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Zhao looked at Jia, smiled, and said, Old Jia, we've been good brothers for so many years. Don't you trust me? Just wait and see the show. Jia's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Don't make it too obvious. Chairman Zhao nodded, a sly gleam in his eyes. Don't worry. In her eyes, I'm fully behind her. Old Zhao, what's your plan? Chairman Jia inquired, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Zhao smiled faintly. Rest assured, I've already placed several reliable people close to Qin Yushi. They'll help us gather intelligence on her. Once we uncover her weaknesses, we'll be able to deal with her. Chairman Jia nodded, sensing Chairman Zhao's resolve and confidence. He knew Zhao was a man who made decisive moves. Ha! Excellent. Old Zhao, proceed as you see fit. I'll support you fully, Chairman Jia declared, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. After leaving the conference room, Qin Yushi immediately assembled a specialized investigation team. It included seasoned personnel both inside and outside the company, as well as several professional external consultants. Each was someone Qin Yushi had vetted and trusted over the years, possessing extensive expertise and proven track records in their respective fields. The investigation team swiftly launched a comprehensive probe into every aspect of the company's operations, including finance, operations, and marketing. Simultaneously, they actively gathered and analyzed market intelligence and leads, determined to uncover the mastermind behind the scheme. Just then, an assistant knocked and entered Qin Yushi's office, reporting, President Qin, we've identified the buyer of the dumped retail shares. It's Longzuan. Qin Yusi frowned. She knew Longzuan had emerged as a sudden competitor, but she hadn't anticipated such ruthlessness attempting to undermine the Qin family by dumping retail shares. Longzuan again? Qin Yusi exclaimed angrily. After dealing with the Zhang family, now they're targeting our Qin family? The assistant nodded solemnly. Yes, Madam Qin. Our investigation shows Longzuan has been simultaneously buying and selling, flooding the market with large volumes of shares. This has driven down the Qin family's stock price. Furthermore, they're acquiring our family's retail shares at low prices, attempting to gain control of our company. Qin Yusi clenched her fists tightly, an uncontrollable rage surging within her. She had dedicated herself to the Qin family's growth and fought for its honor, yet now a malicious competitor sought to undermine her. She could not tolerate such an act. Tell everyone to halt all stock trading immediately. We must take swift action to stop Longzuan's maneuvers. Qin Yusi's voice rang with unwavering resolve. The assistant immediately turned and left Qin Yusi's office to carry out her orders. Qin Yusi picked up her phone and dialed Chairman Zhao's number. Old Zhao, things are looking bad. Longzuan is using stock dumping to attack our company, Qin Yusi said urgently. Chairman Zhao fell silent for a moment on the other end before taking a deep breath. I understand. I'll deploy personnel to handle this immediately. Stay calm. We will manage this. A wave of warmth washed over Qin Yusi. Knowing she had a friend like Chairman Zhao supporting her, she felt neither alone nor helpless. Moments later, Zhao's team arrived at the Qin family headquarters. Ms. Qin, this is my most capable person. I'll have him take charge of the situation. Mr. Zhao, this couldn't be better. Right now is when I need manpower the most, Qin Yushi expressed her gratitude. Mr. Zhao patted Qin Yushi's shoulder and said, Miss Qin, we've been business allies for years. I understand your predicament. Rest assured, we'll overcome this challenge together. A wave of warmth washed over Qin Yushi as she replied, Thank you. Mr. Zhao beckoned to the secretary standing nearby, who immediately stepped forward. Go compile the files on those retail investors. They must be connected to Longzuan. We'll follow the trail, Director Zhao instructed. The secretary nodded and promptly turned to leave. Ms. Qin, I've already dispatched our elite team to investigate whether those who dumped shares still hold positions within Qin Group. We'll have the results soon, Chairman Zhao reported. Yes, Chairman Zhao, thank you for your efforts, Qin Yushi replied, a cold, sharp gleam flashing in her eyes. This Longzuan, how dare he? Qin Yushi murmured to herself, Longzuan? You Longzuan, don't push me. Your actions have already crossed my line. After Director Zhao departed, he dialed a number and stated, Dragon Sovereign, I've been waiting for quite some time. I'm only waiting for your word. Qin Fan said, she performed well. I thought you'd keep supporting her all the way to the top, but it turns out she's an ingrate. She brought this upon herself. I've already hinted to her that the Dragon Sovereign is moving against her. Dragon Sovereign, when will you make your move? Chairman Zhao inquired. Qin Fan replied, release the information about the Dragon Sovereign selling off stocks at a high price to her. Yes. Qin Yusi sat in her office chair, her face cold and furious, her beautiful eyes flashing with icy glints. Miss Qin, her assistant knocked on the door and announced. Come in. Qin Yusi looked at the man entering and asked, is the intelligence accurate? The man nodded. The Qin family currently has a 10 billion yuan deficit, along with numerous scattered shares. Half of these are held under the names of shareholders from the Qian and Lin families. Chapter 17, A Marriage Alliance with Qin Corporation? Understood. Qin Yusi nodded, saying nothing more. A cold smile flickered across her face. The man continued, Miss Qin, that Long Zun is dumping shares at a premium. Qin Yusi looked puzzled. Wasn't the Dragon Lord trying to force me out? Was this just about arbitrage and profiteering? In any case, don't let the Qian and Lin families exploit this opportunity to buy back shares at inflated prices, Qin Yusi instructed the man. The man nodded and promptly left the office to initiate the stock acquisition. Qin Yusi felt anxious. She knew time was of the essence and must act swiftly. She picked up her phone and called Chairman Zhao. Chairman Zhao, this is urgent. We need to buy back the shares immediately, Qin Yushi said tensely. A moment of silence followed on the other end before Chairman Zhao replied, I understand, but our funds are tight right now. We might not be able to buy back all the shares at once. Qin Yusi's heart sank. She knew this was a tricky problem. She thought for a moment, then asked, what should we do then? What approach do you think would be best? Mr. Zhao pondered for a moment before nodding. Consult the financial experts. All right. After hanging up, Qin Yusi immediately summoned the CFO and explained the situation regarding Longzuan's high-priced stock dump. The CFO's forehead broke out in sweat. After stammering for a while, he finally stuttered out, our Qin family's stock doesn't surge wildly like other companies when it rises. However, due to Chairman Qin's influence, our price has always been well maintained and never declined. Qin Yusi frowned. Are you saying Longzuan deliberately lured us into this? The CFO hesitated before replying, I can't say for certain. After all, our Qin family has few rivals, and it's unlikely anyone would deliberately target us. That possibility seems slim. Qin Yusi clenched her teeth. Then proceed with our original plan. As long as he sells, we'll step in to buy. Is that feasible? But what if he sells off even more? Can our cash flow withstand that? The CFO asked with concern. Qin Yusi wavered, feeling manipulated. She knew Long Zun wouldn't make a losing deal, but why would he deceive her? Was he deliberately setting her up? The thought sent a chill through her. Longzuan's power was overwhelming, terrifying in its sheer magnitude. Regardless, we'll fight Longzuan to the end, Qin Yusi declared, clenching her teeth. Yes, Chairman Qin, the CFO replied. He knew this decision would be arduous, but protecting the company's interests demanded it. Contact the Zhang family for me, Qin Yusi instructed. See if they can lend a hand. After all, they'd had their own conflicts with the Dragon Lord. Yes, Ms. Qin. The Zhang family. In a lavishly decorated hall, all the high-ranking members of the Zhang family had gathered at this very moment. Father, our Zhang family has deep roots in Jiangcheng. We have nothing to fear from Longzuan. Why should we aid the Qins? Zhang Xiong questioned. The Qins' downfall would benefit us, we could divide their assets. Old Master Zhang looked at Zhang Xiong and said, Qin Yushi isn't just the founder of Qin Group. Don't forget her most crucial identity, she's a member of the Qin family. The Qin sisters aren't pushovers, they've both reached the pinnacle of their respective industries. There will come a time when you need their help. Don't just focus on short-term gains. So what? What can she possibly do? If our Zhang family invests heavily to acquire shares on the stock market, couldn't we become Qin Group's major shareholder? We'd have a say too. Zhang Xiong retorted. Humph. You're quite thorough in your thinking now. If the Qin family wanted to use money to buy up the stock market, they would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Zhang's mother said. There must be some internal issues with their capital chain. Zhang Xiong's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this, though he dared not argue. He lowered his head, pondering inwardly, could the Qin's finances really be in trouble? Otherwise, how could this situation arise? Old Master Zhang looked at Zhang Xiong and said calmly, enough of this nonsense. We should discuss Qin Yusi's matter now. What about Qin Yushi? Mrs. Zhang inquired. She wants us to help her Qin family? How can we do that without conditions? Old Master Zhang sneered. Father, what do you mean? Xiao Tao isn't exactly young anymore. Zhang Xiong's face darkened. Are you suggesting a marriage alliance? How could the head of Qin Group possibly consider Xiao Tao? Why wouldn't he be worthy? Xiao Tao is so outstanding. Mrs. Zhang retorted indignantly. She comes from a newly risen family. Now that they need our help, I think it's perfectly fitting. Zhang Xiong glanced at his wife and explained, Qin Yusi's standards are far beyond ordinary people's. To have built the Qin Group from scratch, she must possess formidable capabilities. Would you dare underestimate such a woman? I don't understand. What did she rely on to grow Qin Group? The Qin name behind her, of course. Marrying into the Qin family means connecting with their resources. How could you not thrive afterward? Zhang Xiong countered. Mrs. Zhang hesitated. Old Master Zhang looked at Zhang Xiong and said, "Do you think our family is inferior to the Qins? You know the Qins' current situation. Our Zhang family is no weaker than theirs, so we too have the standing for a marriage alliance." "I doubt it," Zhang Xiong shook his head. Mrs. Zhang said impatiently, "Go tell her our terms for helping her." Old Master Zhang inquired, "How much capital does Qin Yushi expect us to invest?" Zhang Xiong replied, "Qin Yushi wants 200 million. 200 million? Zhang's mother froze. Does our Zhang family even have that much cash flow? Zhang Xiong hesitated too. The Zhang family's situation was indeed dire. Without timely relief, the family might truly collapse. 200 million. I'll try, Old Master Zhang said. Dad. Don't be impulsive, Zhang Xiong hurriedly stopped his father. Is 200 million worth getting a granddaughter-in-law? This deal, in my view, is a bargain. The investment isn't a gift to her, the money stays in our own pockets. Zhang Xiong looked at the elder Zhang. But if we fail to rescue the Qin family, won't we lose everything? And how could we possibly explain this to the rest of the Zhang family? I'm not dead yet. This family still answers to me. Old Master Zhang declared, rest assured, nothing will go wrong. We've dealt with the Qins more than once. I know her temperament well. With me stepping in this time, she'll definitely compromise. Then you can find ways to pressure her later. As long as she agrees to the investment, your goal will be achieved. Chapter 18, Careful Consideration. Father, we'll follow your lead. Zhang Xiong could only bow his head and speak respectfully. Qin Yusi is a treasure. If we don't seize her, plenty of others are waiting in the wings. Old Master Zhang shot Zhang Xiong a stern look. Zhang Xiong was instantly speechless. Seeing this, Mrs. Zhang interjected, Old Zhang, just let our son go. Our Zhang family has some capital, and besides, he won't be at a disadvantage. Our little Tao is handsome and capable. What woman could resist his charm? Growing increasingly delighted, Mrs. Zhang hurried into her son's room. Her heart brimmed with joy and anticipation. Mom? What is it? Zhang Tao asked curiously when he saw his mother enter. Son. Zhang's mother said cheerfully. You know Qin Yusi, right? Sure, we've crossed paths a few times. Zhang Tao recalled his encounters with Qin Yusi, a hint of hesitation surfacing in his heart. Do you like her? I'll marry her to you. Zhang's mother asked eagerly. Zhang Tao stared at his mother in disbelief, eyes wide. Miss Qin would consider me? He was a good-for-nothing slacker who did nothing but loaf around, hardly the sort of man a Qin family heiress would ever consider. He fantasized about Qin Yushi's graceful figure. She was a first-rate beauty. Now his mother was suggesting he marry Qin Yushi. Suddenly, he was filled with excitement. Seeing her son's expression, Mrs. Zhang knew he was already hooked. How could she not be interested? We're considering a marriage alliance with the Qins. Zhang's mother excitedly shared the plan with Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao froze for a moment, then grasped the meaning of the alliance his mother spoke of. He began to understand her intentions. He couldn't help but swallow hard, his excitement beyond words. Mom, this is a huge opportunity. Zhang Tao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Mrs. Zhang smiled with satisfaction. Seeing her son's expression, she knew he was already captivated by the plan. Yes, it's a rare chance. And Qin Yusi is an extraordinary woman. To have built the Qin Corporation, she must possess incredible strength behind the scenes. A marriage alliance with the Qins will be a tremendous boost to our family's development, Zhang's mother said passionately. Zhang Tao nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his mother's words. If we could win over Qin Yusi, we wouldn't just gain the Qin family's backing, we could propel both myself and our clan to new heights. Mom, when should we propose? Zhang Tao asked eagerly. This time it's the patriarch himself, and she's continuing to invest capital. This matter is bound to succeed. Mrs. Zhang declared firmly. Son, remember this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Strive for it and don't disappoint our family's expectations. Mrs. Zhang said with her blessing. Zhang Tao followed his mother into the hall, where he saw the patriarch preparing to make a phone call. The tension in the hall made Zhang Tao's heart race. This was about his future happiness. Landing a wife like this would make him look like a total stud in front of his buddies. Miss Qin, the Qin family is facing a crisis, and our Zhang family can offer assistance. Old Master Zhang said to Qin Yushi, his voice carrying a note of solemnity. Qin Yushi listened quietly, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. She knew that at this very moment, she needed the Zhang family's help to overcome the current crisis. Old Master Zhang, the Qin family will never forget the Zhang family's kindness, Qin Yushi responded, her voice firm and filled with gratitude. But it's 200 million yuan. We can't just hand it over without compensation. This carries immense risk, Old Master Zhang said slowly, his eyes revealing a hint of hesitation and concern. Qin Yushijing pondered for a moment, understanding Old Master Zhang's concerns. After all, 200 million yuan was a colossal sum for any family, and it came with immense risk. Yet she also recognized there were no other options left, only to place their hopes in the Zhang family's assistance. I understand. If you have any requests, please don't hesitate to make them. Qin Yusi fully grasped the situation and answered with unwavering resolve.
Zhang Tao stood quietly nearby, his gaze fixed on their conversation. Miss Qin, I wish to propose a condition, Old Master Zhang suddenly spoke, a hint of shrewdness flickering in his eyes.
Qin Yushi paused, unsure what condition the elder Zhang might propose. Yet she knew she must accept it, no matter what. Go ahead. Qin Yushi replied calmly.
Old Master Zhang smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction and confidence. I hope our two families can solidify this partnership through a marriage alliance, Old Master Zhang stated, his voice tinged with anticipation.
Qin Yusi froze. She hadn't anticipated such a request from Old Master Zhang. Marriage alliance? Confusion flickered in her eyes. She didn't know how to handle this matter. Should she gamble her own lifelong happiness for the future of the Qin family? Exactly. Old Master Zhang smiled.
Miss Qin might not agree, after all, this is merely a business alliance. But the immense benefits it brings, I'm sure Miss Qin understands. His tone was sincere, his face bearing a look of earnest hope.
Qin Yusi bit her lip.
She understood that a business alliance was merely a formality. She could never marry this dissolute younger brother. Yet this demand seemed impossible to refuse.
Mr. Zhang, I need time to consider this.
I'll give you my answer later, Qin Yusi said slowly.
Miss Qin, I await your decision, Old Master Zhang replied cheerfully.
After hanging up, Qin Yusi sank into the sofa, her spirit broken. Her eyes were vacant and unfocused, her heart churning with turmoil. She didn't know how to handle this sudden marriage proposal while also saving Qin Group from its crisis.
Qin Shuru, observing her eldest sister's expression, approached with concern and sat beside her. Sis? Is something troubling you? She asked softly.
Qin Yushi forced a smile, trying to mask her inner turmoil. I'm fine, she replied, her voice tinged with exhaustion.
Sister, you know I'm your sister.
You can talk to me, Qin Shuruo said gently, taking Qin Yushi's hand, her eyes filled with concern. Qin Yushi gazed into her sister's warm eyes, feeling her support and understanding.
She took a deep breath, fighting to suppress the panic within. Shu Ro, I just got a call.
It was from the old patriarch of the Zhang family, Qin Yushi said slowly, her voice tinged with weariness and unease.
The Zhang family? What do they want with you? Qin Shuruo asked curiously.
Qin Yushi sighed softly, knowing she could no longer hide the truth.
The Qin family is facing a crisis.
They've offered to help, but they've set a condition: they want our Qin family to solidify this alliance through a marriage alliance. Qin Shuruo froze upon hearing this. She never imagined the Qin family would face such dire straits that they'd resort to an alliance through marriage.
Chapter 19, The Lost Best Actress. Sister, what do you think of this condition?
Qin Shuruo asked with concern. Qin Yushi bit her lip tightly, her eyes flickering with hesitation and inner turmoil.
Ruor, I need time to think clearly.
The Qin Group is my life's work. I refuse to see it collapse. But this arranged marriage, it's simply too difficult for me to accept.
I understand, sister, Qin Shuru murmured softly. If it comes to it, we can always start over. As long as we sisters are together, we can rise again. Qin Yushi nodded. She understood that logic too. Ruor, I'll think it through carefully. This concerns the entire Qin family's standing. Qin Shuru gently clasped Qin Yushi's hand, silently offering her support. Big sister, whatever decision you make, I'll stand by you. I'm fine, Roar. Are you returning to your unit tomorrow? Qin Yusi asked with concern.
Yes, I've been recalled for a top-secret mission, Qin Shuruo explained. Qin Yusi gently patted her sister's hand, her eyes filled with worry and reluctance.
Take good care of yourself. Don't let anything happen to you. Qin Shuruo nodded.
She knew her eldest sister constantly worried about her safety.
Sister, you must take care of yourself too. Don't worry too much about me. There will always be a way.
Qin Yusi watched her sister's receding figure, a wave of helplessness and confusion washing over her. Her thoughts drifted back to her meetings with Zhang Tao. Each encounter had left her feeling he was frivolous and immature. She couldn't accept marrying a spoiled, uneducated playboy, nor was she willing to gamble her lifelong happiness on such an alliance.
Ah!
Qin Yusi sighed softly, her eyes flickering with hesitation and inner turmoil.
She knew she couldn't rush into a decision, yet time pressed urgently upon her. She rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the nightscape. The city lights shone brightly, yet they couldn't illuminate the confusion within her heart. Big sis? How come you're so free today? Got time to admire the scenery?
Qin Shanshan called out, removing her sunglasses.
Qin Shanshan wore an exquisite evening gown, adorned with sparkling diamonds that radiated dazzling light.
Draped in gray fur, she radiated mature sensuality, every movement exuding an alluring charm. She clearly had just returned from some award ceremony, none other than the top-tier film queen, Qin Shanshan. Seeing her older sister ignore her, she hurriedly kicked off her high heels at the entrance and walked toward Qin Yupa.
Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, Qin Shanshan was naturally sharp. The slightest shift in someone's body language was enough for her to read between the lines. Standing beside Qin Yusi, the deep concern in her bright eyes was unmistakable. So even a powerhouse like you takes a break now and then? Qin Shanshan teased with feigned humor. Relax? Qin Yushi snorted coldly. Relax? You sure are taking it easy. Did you win Best Actress yet? Coming here to mock your sister, she retorted irritably. Qin Shanshan stuck out her tongue. Seeing Qin Yushi's icy expression, she knew she'd gone too far. Quickly changing the subject, she pouted, Don't tease me like that. How was the gala tonight? Qin Yushi asked with feigned concern, trying to shift her focus away from the Qin family's arranged marriage. Don't even get me started. These newcomers have no manners, Qin Shanshan sighed, her expression clearly annoyed. They don't even greet or bow to their seniors. I've won Best Actress multiple times in a row, and they show zero respect. Qin Yusi smiled slightly upon hearing this. Did the company sign another batch of new talent? She inquired curiously. Yeah, they sign new ones every year. Qin Shanshan shrugged. Who cares? They still can't hold a candle to you. So what award did you win this year? Quick, show me. Qin Yusi reached out for the trophy. She feigned a playful tone, trying to hide her disappointment. What kind of behavior is this? Are you a robber? Qin Shanshan's expression instantly turned unnatural, her smile stiffening. Qin Yusi immediately sensed something was off. What's wrong, Xiaoshan? She asked, puzzled. Not this year, Qin Shanshan replied in a low voice, her eyes flickering with disappointment and resignation. Qin Yusi froze, sensing Qin Shanshan's pain. As the top actress, Qin Shanshan had always been the center of attention at the awards ceremony. Not winning this time was undoubtedly a blow to her. Xiaoshan, don't dwell on it, Qin Yusi said softly, patting Qin Shanshan's shoulder with warmth and comfort in her voice. You're already a legend in our hearts. This award doesn't define your worth. Every performance you give is brilliant, that's what truly matters. Qin Shanshan lifted her head, a glimmer of resolve returning to her eyes. You're right, sis. I can't let this award hold me back. I'll have plenty more chances to prove my worth. Lu Yameng? A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Yusi's eyes. That Lu Yameng who joined the youth production crew? How did she become the newly crowned Best Actress? Qin Shanshan shrugged, a hint of resignation in her expression. Who knows how it happened? Rumor has it she's the daughter of some big shot, apparently that famous director, the second young miss of the Lu family. Qin Yusi fell deep in thought. The name Lu Yunmeng wasn't unfamiliar to her. Years ago, when Qin Shanshan was just starting out, Lu Yunmeng had been the highly anticipated newcomer. Her debut drama Youth had achieved impressive ratings, catapulting her to overnight stardom as a rising star. However, as time passed, Lu Yunmeng's popularity gradually waned, and her acting skills became increasingly controversial. Many believed she had only reached her current position through family connections and resources. It seemed the newly crowned Best Actress at this gala hadn't entirely earned her award through merit. Qin Yusi pondered silently. Yeah, I heard some people question her talent, saying she got this award through connections. Qin Shanshan sighed, a hint of helplessness on her face. Qin Yusi looked deeply at Qin Shanshan, sensing her disappointment and helplessness, and could only offer comfort. Xiaoshan, you are a truly talented actress. That won't change because of this award. Every performance you give is sincere and touches the hearts of the audience. That's irreplaceable. Qin Shanshan's eyes flashed with gratitude and resolve as she heard Qin Yushi's words. Thank you, sister. I know how to strive now. Qin Yusi analyzed the video footage of Qin Shanshan from the awards ceremony that night. Chapter 20, Human Backdrop. On the night of the gala, Qin Shanshan and Qin Yusi walked the red carpet side by side. Lu Yameng was surrounded by media and admirers. Dressed in a simple yet elegant gown, her radiant smile seemed to carry an aura of endless brilliance. Meanwhile, Qin Shanshan's presence seemed to fade into the background, reduced to a mere human backdrop. At the awards ceremony during the banquet, the host announced that this year's Best Actress award would be contested between Lu Yunmeng and Qin Shanshan. Both women rose to their feet and smiled as they walked toward the podium. The host opened the envelope and announced the winner. Best Actress goes to Lu Yunmeng. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, many rising to their feet. Lu Yunmeng stepped onto the stage to accept her award, a smile gracing her face, her eyes sparkling with the light of victory. Qin Shanshan stood frozen in place. Was she supposed to offer generous congratulations? Wasn't she just another human backdrop? Qin Yusi watched the replay, her brows furrowed. There must be a conspiracy. Using Qin Shanshan to pave the way for Lu Yunmeng? Praising one while stepping on another. Qin Yusi could already picture the headlines across major websites. Sure enough, those inflammatory headlines were already quietly surfacing. Qin Shanshan misses out on Best Actress. Lu Yunmeng takes Best Actress, a new era dawns. Qin Shanshan walks the red carpet unrecognized. Qin Shanshan's heavy filter leaves her unrecognizable, reduced to a backdrop on the red carpet. Failed to manage her expression, can't stand seeing others do better than her? Qin Yusi said, we need to start with Lu Yunmeng, research her background and activities. I feel it's not that simple. After hearing Qin Yusi's words, a flicker of something strange passed through Qin Shanshan's eyes, and a mocking curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. What's so complicated about her background? She's just a rich and powerful heiress with a bunch of bodyguards around her. What can we do? Whether she has connections or not, we must first ruin her reputation, then find a way to eliminate her. Qin Yusi gave a cold laugh. True, we can't uncover much about her background through conventional means, but we can explore other avenues. Qin Shanshan perked up at this. She turned to Qin Yusi, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Oh? What's on your mind, sis? Qin Yusi narrowed her eyes slightly, a sinister curve forming at the corners of her lips. Lu Yuming's family situation is complicated. Her mother died young, and her father has always been abroad, neglecting her completely. So she's been raised by her aunt. And her mother was a very formidable figure. Qin Shanshan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Ah! Is that really the case? Qin Yusi smiled indifferently. You say she's the daughter of some big shot? Big shot? Could it be that uncaring father? Qin Shanshan still didn't grasp the meaning. Qin Yushi continued, you silly thing. Since he's not her biological father, he must be her godfather. Ha! Could she be that kind of woman who climbed the ladder through scheming? I thought she just had deep family connections. Qin Shanshan stared at her older sister in disbelief, her eyes filled with doubt. She's so beautiful, she shouldn't need to do that, right? Qin Yushi shot her sister a withering look. What good is her looks, she snapped. Didn't you see? Her acting is absolutely dreadful. And she still managed to win Best Actress. Just then, Qin Yusi's assistant approached, handing her a file clearly compiled during the awards ceremony replay as instructed. Here. This contains her records. Take a good look and you'll understand. Qin Shanshan flipped through a few pages and froze in shock. This is real? Shock and disbelief filled her eyes, her expression screaming disbelief. Qin Yusi nodded, a playful smile curving her lips. Of course it's real. Think about her performance at the film festival these past days. She was nothing but a complete dummy. Qin Shanshan remained silent, narrowing her eyes as she dialed a number. Hello, is this Director Lin? This is Qin Shanshan. I heard the lead role for Alice in Wonderland is set to be officially announced as Lu Yundong. Could you possibly consider giving me a chance? Qin Shanshan's heart swelled with anticipation. She knew Director Lin was a key figure in this industry. His support would open countless doors for her. A heavy silence hung on the line, making Qin Shanshan tense. Finally, Director Lin's voice came through, tinged with weariness. Miss Qin, I know you're a talented actress, but the lead for Alice in Wonderland has already been decided. We can't arbitrarily change our plans. Qin Shanshan bit her lip, gathering her resolve. Director Lin, I understand your decision. But I've heard there's a major scandal involving Lu Yundong. I'm concerned the production team might have to spend significant time on AI face replacement later. If given the chance, I'm confident I could portray this role far more effectively. Director Lin pondered for a moment before replying ambiguously, Miss Qin, I'll discuss with the production team to see if we can arrange an audition for you. But you must understand this is merely an audition. The final decision rests with the producers. Qin Shanshan's heart leapt with joy. She hurriedly thanked him. Director Lin, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'll give it my all. Please send me a copy of the script. After expressing her gratitude once more, she finally hung up the phone. Qin Yusi listened and declared, even with capital backing, our Qin family fears nothing. Go fight for it. Of course. Who do you think I am? Qin Shanshan patted her chest and declared boldly, I'm the face of the entertainment industry. If I set my mind to something, how could I possibly fail? Qin Yusi looked at her sister, her tone serious. Shan, don't underestimate her. You must understand Lu Yuming's acting career has only just begun, yet she's already making such a splash. She's definitely no pushover. Lu Yundong returned to her residence. Qin Shanshan's words from yesterday kept echoing in her mind. Lu Yunmeng snorted coldly, a trace of scorn curling her lips. You brainless fool, just play your role as my sidekick. Her gaze drifted to the window, where a black Bentley was parked by the roadside. The door opened, and a broad-shouldered, sturdy man stepped out. A shiver ran through Lu Yunmeng's body involuntarily. The man's bulky frame strode toward the interior, his face bearing an icy, murderous aura as if he'd emerged from the depths of hell. Like a demonic figure, he radiated an intense chill that instantly froze the surrounding air. Godfather, you're here. Lu Yunmeng asked, her voice tinged with panic. The man shot her a cold glance. There's a dinner tonight. You're going. I'll introduce you to some producers. You know, this is a juicy opportunity. Chapter 21, Lu Yunmeng's Tactics. Lu Yunmeng bowed her head submissively. I understand. MHM. The man's gaze fell on the gift box received at the table, a satisfied smile appearing in his eyes as he said, "That's the right attitude. Make a good impression at tonight's banquet. I'll help you win Best Actress, and you help me maintain relationships. You won't be shortchanged on the benefits." Lu Yumon lowered her eyelids, masking the disgust in her eyes, and murmured softly, "Foster father, rest assured. I'll do my best. I won't disappoint your investment in me." The man nodded, his eyes sweeping over Lu Yunmeng before suddenly furrowing his brow as if struck by a thought. "Your outfit isn't quite right. Change into something that shows off your figure." "Yes." Lu Yumong replied respectfully. She walked to the bedroom and opened the wardrobe, filled with various garments mostly form-fitting styles. In this circle, appearance was capital. She understood her godfather's meaning to captivate everyone at the banquet. She needed this image to showcase her allure. She carefully selected her attire, finally settling on a black, low-cut evening gown. Its tailored fit accentuated her exquisite curves. She gently slipped out of her previous clothes and into the new gown. As she stepped out of the bedroom, the man's gaze fell upon her once more. This time, instead of frowning, he wore a satisfied smile. He nodded, signaling Lu Yunmeng to follow him out. The car glided through the night. Seated quietly in the passenger seat, Lu Yunmeng felt entirely at ease with such occasions, having attended many before. She understood what tonight's banquet meant for her. It was her chance to showcase herself, an opportunity to advance her acting career. The car pulled up at the underground entrance of a luxurious hotel. The man opened the door, and Lu Yunmeng swiftly followed out. Clutching her bag tightly, she stepped into the hotel. She was led to a room on the top floor. Her slender, delicate fingers gently knocked on the door. A melodious and sensual female voice came from behind the door. "Please wait a moment, I'll be right there." Soon, a tall, alluringly beautiful woman appeared at the door. Her silver-gray business suit accentuated her curvaceous figure and captivating charm. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with intelligence, and every smile or glance stirred endless fantasies deep within a man's soul. "Miss Lu, please come in." The woman stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. Lu Yunmeng stepped into the room with graceful poise, a sharp gleam flashing in her eyes. Today, she had met her match. This woman possessed an innate, noble elegance that didn't feel oppressive but instead drew people in. Her skin was fair and smooth as creamy jade, her eyes sparkling with a soul-capturing allure that beckoned one to kiss her lips. Her neck was long and graceful, swan-like, adorned with a delicate necklace. Meanwhile, Lu Yundong radiated a captivating allure, vividly seductive and sensual, her entire being exuding a bewitching charm. Lu Yunmeng glanced inside. The table was filled with industry heavyweights. "Oh, our Oscar-winning actress has arrived." A man in a sharp suit stood up, smiling broadly. "Director Lu." Lu Yunmeng replied with a smile. "Sit down," Director Lu gestured. "My friends and I have long heard of your fame and were eager to meet this beauty in person, but we never had the chance. Today, we've finally waited for this moment. Miss Lu, please take a seat." At the man's invitation, Lu Yunmeng took a seat at the table. A man promptly and attentively handed her a wine glass. She accepted the red wine and raised her glass. "Director Lu, you're too kind. I'm just starting out. How could I compare to your great reputation?" Her words were laced with flattery. Director Lu laughed heartily. "Miss Lu, you're too modest." Lu Yunmeng sipped her wine, her eyes darting around the room. When her gaze landed on the other side, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Two men were discussing her over there. Though they were quite a distance away, their eyes were fixed on her, and the intensity of their gaze sent a chill down her spine. Her heart pounded wildly. She had no idea who these men were or why they were staring at her with such intensity. "Miss Lu, there's no need to worry. This is an Imperial Group hotel. We're all family here," Director Lu chuckled. "They're fans who adore you, so I specially invited them to meet Miss Lu." "Director Lu, you're too kind," Lu Yunmeng replied with a radiant smile. "Well, Miss Lu, you're known online as the first goddess of China. It's truly an honor to meet you. Ha! Later, I'll introduce you to Mr. Li. He's a highly respected figure in the business world. You two can exchange insights." "Great." Lu Yundong's eyes lit up as she smiled, thrilled by this opportunity. After all, interacting with such a prominent figure in the business world was a golden opportunity that would greatly boost her career. Director Lu, seeing Lu Yundong's high spirits, felt very satisfied. He warmly patted her shoulder and then led her toward where Mr. Li was seated. Stepping before Mr. Li, she offered a gentle smile and said, "Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to finally meet you." Mr. Li gave her a deep look, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. "Miss Lu, might you be interested in joining me for a few drinks tonight?" Lu Yunmeng froze, her eyes darting nervously toward Director Lu, hoping he would intervene. Director Lu smiled faintly. "Miss Lu, Mr. Li is the most renowned investor in Huaxia. You'd do well to hold on to him." At this, Lu Yunmeng immediately flashed a dazzling smile, playfully glaring at Director Lu before turning to Mr. Li. "Mr. Li, you flatter me. You are my most admired idol. It would be my honor to share a drink with my idol." The moment Lu Yunmeng spoke, everyone else looked stunned. Who was Mr. Li? A man whose every move in the business world sent shockwaves through the entire city. Every woman by his side was a top-tier model in the country. Yet this Lu Yunmeng didn't seem to think much of Mr. Li at all. How incredibly bold. A sharp gleam flashed in Mr. Li's eyes as the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. In that case, Miss Lu, please. With that, he raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Lu Yunmeng smiled faintly, lifted her glass, and tipped it back in one gulp. After downing an entire bottle of red wine, her stomach burned fiercely, leaving her feeling rather uncomfortable. A hint of intoxication flickered in her eyes, though she dared not show it. Miss Lu, you certainly hold your liquor well. I'll drink to you. Chapter 22, Lin Haotian steps in. Mr. Li raised his glass again, downing 2 consecutive cups before setting it down. Lu Yunmeng gave a slight nod, then tilted her head back and drained hers. Mr. Li raised his glass again, impressive drinking ability. Miss Lu is a straightforward person. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Li, but I'm actually quite the lightweight. I can't hold my liquor, Lu Yunmeng said with a smile. Mr. Li, tonight we're drinking until we're tipsy. Here's to you. With that, she drained her glass in one gulp. Mr. Li laughed heartily and downed his own cup. Placing his hand on her shoulder, he grinned. Very well. Since Miss Lu insists, I shall certainly keep you company. Lu Yunming's eyes sparkled with alluring charm. Mr. Li, I toast you. She picked up her glass again and drank it in one go. Good. Cheers. Mr. Li said with a hearty laugh. Soon, the clinking of glasses filled the air. The meal concluded with both host and guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. Lu Yunmeng was drunk, unable to hold her liquor. Miss Lu, you look rather pale. Would you like to rest? The waiter inquired with concern. No need to trouble yourself. In that case, shall I escort Miss Lu upstairs to rest? Suggested Mr. Li. Yes, please. Lu Yunmeng nodded shyly. She followed Mr. Li upstairs to the room, where the attendant dimmed the lights. Qin residence. Qin Yusi and Qin Shanshan remained in the living room. Shan, the company is facing difficulties now. Do you have any funds available? Qin Yusi inquired. Funds? No, I've been betting against my employer lately and haven't made any profit yet, Qin Shanshan shook her head. Qin Yushi sighed, oh dear, what can we do? If we can't find new investors, the company will go under soon. Is there really no other way? Qin Shanshan prompted. Qin Yusi frowned. Time waits for no one. We've reached the most critical juncture. Longzuan is now launching a hostile takeover of our company's shares. We can't let Longzuan dictate our fate, otherwise, the company will collapse soon. Longzuan again? Qin Shanshan frowned. If we don't secure funding soon, I'll have no choice but to agree to the Zhang family's demands and arrange the marriage, Qin Yusi said helplessly. What did we ever do to offend him? Qin Shanshan demanded angrily. Qin Yusi shook her head. How should I know? He's like a rabid dog biting anyone he catches, completely unreasonable. So he's truly determined to destroy our Qin group. Yeah. Qin Yusi nodded. Then what about me? What else can we do? We just have to find investors as soon as possible. Qin Yusi frowned. But I don't know any investors. Qin Shanshan sighed helplessly. Qin Yusi's eyes lit up as she suddenly said, wait, don't you know Lin Haotian? You and Lin Haotian are close, he'd definitely be willing to help us. How could I have forgotten him? He won't refuse, he'll be more than happy to. Qin Shanshan realized. Great. Give him a call and arrange to meet him at the coffee shop tomorrow at 9 in the morning, Qin Yusi said. Leave it to me. Qin Shanshan nodded. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Qin Yusi and Qin Shanshan's faces and lifting their spirits. Qin Yusi quickly dressed, tidied her hair, and waited anxiously for Lin Haotian's call. Soon, the phone rang. She hurriedly answered it, hearing Shanshan's pleasant voice. Shanshan, what do you need? Qin Shanshan smiled softly. Haotian, Yusi and I are facing an urgent situation. Our company needs an injection of funds or we'll go under. I thought of you, could you help us? Lin Haotian paused briefly before replying. Shanshan, you know I've always been a good friend to both of you. I'm willing to help. Let's discuss this in person. Let's meet at the coffee shop, the one we always go to. Qin Yusi breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, thank you, Haotian. The two hurried to the cafe, eagerly anticipating their meeting with Lin Haotian. When they arrived, Lin Haotian was already waiting. Dressed in a suit, his handsome face bore a confident and warm smile. Seeing Lin Haotian, both Qin Yushi and Qin Shanshan felt reassured. They knew that with such a powerful ally, the Qin group's predicament would be resolved. They found a quiet corner to sit down. Qin Yushing spoke first. Haotian, we truly appreciate your willingness to help us. Our company is currently facing a hostile takeover crisis, and we need a sum of funds to stabilize the situation. Lin Haotian lifted his coffee cup and smiled. Yushi, Shanshan, don't worry. I've investigated Longzun's background and intentions. He doesn't truly want to destroy your company, he just wants to exploit your predicament to achieve his own goals. So, we can defuse this crisis with some strategic moves. Qin Shanshan exhaled in relief. That's wonderful. Haotian, do you have a specific plan? Lin Haotian flashed a mysterious smile. I've identified several potential investors who are quite interested in your company. We can negotiate with them to secure their support. A glimmer of hope flashed in Qin Yuxi's eyes. Haotian, you truly are our savior. Lin Haotian raised his coffee cup, clinking it against theirs. Trust me, he said encouragingly. We will overcome this. With unity, Qin Group will rise again. They finished their coffee together, discussed specific strategies, and formulated an action plan. Qin Yuxi and Qin Shanshan split up to handle different tasks. Qin Yuxi first approached the investors. All of them expressed willingness to support them, but they demanded that Qin Yuxi relinquish all control of the company to them. Qin Yuxi refused outright. The Qin family's assets were not something to be handed over so easily. You all know Qin Group's strength. We're facing a hostile takeover now and need your help. But handing over full control won't let you cash out directly. I, however, can bring you substantial benefits, Qin Yuxi explained calmly. Her words were perfectly reasonable. The executives exchanged glances, each feeling a flicker of interest, yet they decided to deliberate further. After all, the Qin Group of today was no longer the formidable entity it once was. Its precarious situation made them wary of potential losses to their own interests. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Come in, Qin Yuxi said. A waiter entered, placed a document on the table, and withdrew. Young Master Lin, this is our company's annual report. I don't show it to just anyone. This is my sincerest gesture to you all. Qin Yushi handed it to Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian took it and examined it thoroughly. Chapter 23, Innovation. Lin Haotian took the annual report and read every detail intently. The report clearly listed Qin Group's operational status, balance sheet, and key market competitiveness data from the past year. His brow gradually furrowed as he carefully analyzed the figures. As he read, Lin Haotian became immersed in the sea of data. His mind raced, straining to find solutions to Qin Group's predicament. Qin Yuxi watched Lin Haotian nervously, her heart filled with both anticipation and unease. She understood that the annual report was the company's true reflection, revealing both Qin Group's challenges and its potential. After a moment of deep contemplation, Lin Haotian lifted his head and addressed Qin Yuxi with unwavering resolve. Yushi, while this report reveals our current challenges, it also uncovers our opportunities. We must identify the breakthrough points within it and chart a new course for growth. A flicker of hope passed through Qin Yushi's eyes. She knew Lin Haotian had always been a man of innovative thinking and business acumen. She anticipated he would propose a solution to steer Qin Group out of its predicament. After further contemplation, Lin Haotian finally arrived at a unique perspective. Yushi, he said, we can transform and upgrade our operations to pioneer new markets. Currently, Qin Group relies heavily on traditional industries, facing intense competitive pressures. We should consider shifting our focus toward technological innovation, investing in R&D for new technologies and products to build our own distinctive brand. Qin Yuxi felt a spark of inspiration upon hearing Lin Haotian's suggestion. She realized that as times changed, market demands were constantly evolving. Only through continuous innovation could they remain invincible in fierce competition. Lin Haotian continued, we can establish a dedicated R&D team focused on developing market-competitive new products. Simultaneously, we should actively seek partners to advance projects collaboratively, sharing both risks and rewards. Qin Shanshan listened intently, then exclaimed excitedly, Haotian, this idea is brilliant. If we can successfully transform Qin Group into a leader in technological innovation, we'll reclaim our market share and restore the company's prosperity. Lin Haotian smiled and nodded encouragingly. Yes, as long as we work together, I believe we can overcome these challenges and usher in a new era for Qin Group. Then, Mr. Lin, would you be willing to invest to help us address our immediate needs? Qin Yuxi asked hopefully. I have no objection. Since Shanshan approached me proactively, I see no reason to refuse, Lin Haotian replied courteously, then turned to the investors. You are all leaders in your respective fields. The current crisis facing Qin Group in Zhangcheng also presents an opportunity for us. Please share your thoughts freely. The investors fell silent, their minds racing to process Lin Haotian's proposal. For a moment, a tense atmosphere filled the conference room, as if time had frozen. The first to break the silence was a middle-aged investor. His deep, magnetic voice resonated, Mr. Lin's proposal is remarkably forward-thinking. Technological innovation is the current trend and the future direction. I am willing to invest and fully support Qin Group's transformation and upgrade. This investor's endorsement resonated with the others, who swiftly voiced their support for Lin Haotian's proposal. Most were industry elites with unique insights into market trends, convinced that Lin Haotian's transformation direction was the right choice. Lin Haotian looked at these investors with gratitude, his heart filled with emotion. He understood that a company's transformation required financial backing, and these investors' commitment undoubtedly served as a crucial safeguard for Qin Group's successful transition. I'm in too. Me too. I'm in too. Qin Shanshan followed suit, and Qin Yusi, no longer hesitating, quickly stood up. Thank you all. Thank you. No need for thanks. We just hope Miss Qin won't find our terms too low. The middle-aged investor shot Lin Haotian a knowing glance. Of course, Qin Group's terms will absolutely match or exceed those of any other company. Lin Haotian replied with a smile. Then it's settled. The middle-aged investor nodded and turned to the others. Gentlemen, no objections? No objections. The group chorused in unison. The middle-aged investor then looked at Qin Yusi and Qin Shanshan. Since there are no objections, we'll come to your company tomorrow to sign the contract. Lin Haotian stood up, raised his glass, and addressed the group. Thank you all for your support and trust in Qin Group. Thank you, President Lin. The group stood and clinked glasses with Lin Haotian. Qin Yushi promptly clinked glasses with Lin Haotian as well. The meal concluded in a lively atmosphere. After seeing Lin Haotian off, they returned to the company to prepare for the board meeting. Qin Yushi's company had just suffered such a severe blow she was determined to fight back, and this counterattack would require external forces to accomplish. He entered the chairman's office to find Zhang Tao seated on the sofa, seemingly having waited for him for quite some time. Mr. Zhang, what brings you here? Qin Yusi asked with a smile. Zhang Tao chuckled, we're practically family now. Why are you still so formal with me? Qin Yusi's smile froze. Zhang Tao's words always carried that insinuating tone that made her uncomfortable. Thank you for your concern regarding my company, Mr. Zhang. I have matters to attend to and won't keep you longer. Qin Yusi stood to leave the boardroom, but Zhang Tao called out to her. Sure, I'm your fiancé. I came to see you. How can you still have business to attend to? Zhang Tao blocked her path. Qin Yusi halted, her expression cool and distant. I haven't agreed yet. Zhang Tao retorted, didn't we agree that if you agreed to marry me, my family would inject 200 million into your company? The Qin Group is facing difficulties now. I think you should seize this opportunity. If I don't help you, who else in Zhangcheng will? Zhang Tao continued, agree to marry me sooner rather than later to resolve this crisis quickly. Otherwise, within half a month, the entire Qin Group will be paralyzed. It might even declare bankruptcy outright. Qin Yusi's brows instantly knitted together. She wasn't stupid, she understood Zhang Tao's implied meaning perfectly well. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Zhang. However, I believe it's best for me to handle this matter myself. There's no need for the Zhang family to intervene. Qin Yushi shot Zhang Tao a warning glance. I had always thought your Zhang family was a respectable clan. To think you'd try to coerce me into a marriage alliance at a time like this, how despicable. Qin Yushi's voice was firm and resolute. Chapter 24, Refusing the Marriage Alliance. Zhang Tao was startled by Qin Yusi's coldness and resolve. He hadn't expected her to be so unyielding. He'd assumed she'd reluctantly accept his terms, but now it was clear Qin Yusi wasn't the type to yield to pressure. Despicable? Get your facts straight. 200 million yuan, who else would hand that over unconditionally? Marry me, and you remain the boss of Qin Group, with the Zhang family's backing behind you. Zhang Tao explained impatiently. Qin Yusi, don't be so overconfident. Do you really think you alone can save the Qin Group? You're being naive. Zhang Tao's tone dripped with mockery and contempt. Qin Yushi gave a cold laugh, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. She wasn't afraid of Zhang Tao's threats. On the contrary, she hoped to use this opportunity to eliminate the nuisance of Zhang Tao once and for all. She had long known Zhang Tao harbored designs on her. Zhang Tao, do you think I'm unaware? If I marry into your family, will Qin Group even survive? I'm afraid it would be swallowed whole by your Zhang family, completely controlled by you. Qin Yusi's voice was filled with coldness and scorn. Qin Yushi, you'll regret this. Without the Zhang family's investment, the Qin Group's bankruptcy is inevitable. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth. Zhang Tao, you may leave. I don't need your help. To be honest, I've already found a new investor. Qin Yusi looked at Zhang Tao as if he were a clown. Qin Yushi, we'll see about that. Zhang Tao stormed out of the chairman's office, vowing that the humiliation he suffered today would be repaid by Qin Yushi sooner or later. Outside a luxury hotel, Qin Fan had just stepped out of his car, adjusting his attire before heading inside. At that moment, he encountered Qin Yusi, Qin Shanshan, and Lin Haotian. Qin Fan, what are you doing here? Qin Shanshan exclaimed the moment she saw him. Qin Fan turned his head. Why shouldn't I be here? Qin Fan's voice was devoid of emotion as he coldly answered Qin Shanshan's question, as if they had no personal connection whatsoever. Qin Shanshan was stunned by his attitude. She never imagined her younger brother could be so cold toward her. Qin Fan, how can you speak to us like this? Qin Yusi couldn't help but interject, her eyes brimming with anger and disappointment. How else should I speak? Mr. Qin? Qin Fan gave Qin Yusi a faint, dismissive glance, a trace of cold mockery flickering in his eyes. Qin Fan, don't forget everyone still considers you part of the Qin family. If you don't behave appropriately at an event like this and embarrass yourself, it'll reflect badly on the entire Qin family. Qin Yusi reminded him. In her eyes, Qin Fan was nothing but a useless good-for-nothing. At such a high-end banquet, she hoped to network and build connections. If people found out she once had a useless younger brother, who knew how much they might mock her? Qin Fan scoffed coldly. Just as expected. I'll make it perfectly clear to everyone that I have nothing to do with the Qin family. I'm more worried you'll try to pin things on me, Qin Fan said coldly. Qin Yusi glared at him furiously. Qin Fan, you're nothing but a useless good-for-nothing. You'll never understand the importance of family. Get out of here. This isn't a place for you. Lin Haotian was so familiar with the Qin family, he naturally knew about Qin Fan, the good-for-nothing. Why shouldn't I be here? Qin Fan replied indifferently, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Lin Haotian couldn't help but laugh at Qin Fan's words. Everyone here was invited business elites. What exactly are you doing here? Qin Shanshan joined the fray. You wouldn't be here to serve as a waiter, would you? She sneered, sizing him up. Qin Fan gave a cold chuckle. Your imagination sure is vivid. Qin Yusi couldn't help but interject, then what? What else could a good-for-nothing like you possibly be here for? Qin Fan's eyebrows arched slightly. I was invited. He answered calmly. Haven't seen you in a few days, and your lying skills have improved. Qin Yusi sneered. Qin Fan's eyes turned icy. Ignoring Qin Yushi's taunts, he turned to Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian, you're quite close with the owner, aren't you? Has he ever mentioned Qin Fan? Lin Haotian's expression shifted slightly. He understood what Qin Fan's question implied. He shook his head. Of course not. Qin Fan snorted coldly. Seems the boss doesn't trust you much, huh? Lin Haotian's face darkened with displeasure. Suddenly, a burst of lively cheers erupted from the hotel lobby, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to see a woman dressed in lavish attire being escorted into the lobby by several bodyguards. Who's that? Seems like an important figure, Qin Shanshan asked curiously. That's the eldest daughter of the Chen family, Chen Shirwan, Lin Haotian explained. Qin Fan's eyes flickered slightly. He was no stranger to the Chen family. They were the Qin family's rivals, fierce competitors who had always stood in their way. In the past, he had been there to clear obstacles for Qin Yushi. So Qin Yushi had never known of the Chen family's wolfish ambitions. Today, the rivals would finally meet face to face. Qin Fan, get back to your shantytown. Don't block our path. Qin Yushi shouted angrily at Qin Fan. Qin Fan remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on Qin Yushi, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Miss Qin, please watch your language. His voice was calm, yet brimming with confidence and resolve. All eyes turned to Qin Fan as murmurs filled the air. Isn't that the young master of the Qin family? Why is he arguing with his own kin at the banquet entrance? Family? Didn't you know Qin Fan was disowned by the Qin family? When did that happen? The true young master of the Qin family has returned, so naturally they kicked him out. He can't even help the family, just a notorious good-for-nothing. Living off his sister, using his sister's resources, and even beating his foster mother's only biological son. If it were me, I'd kick him out too. That makes him nothing but an ungrateful bastard. The murmurs grew louder, and the looks Qin Fan received grew more contemptuous. Qin Yusi felt her face burning hot, wishing she could tear Qin Fan to shreds right then and there. It was all his fault. He had brought shame upon the Qin family, turning them into a laughingstock. Qin Fan, however, paid no heed to the murmurs around him. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Qin Yusi and her group, his eyes carrying a warning glint. Qin Fan, what kind of look is that? Qin Yusi felt her blood boil under his gaze. This good-for-nothing was getting more and more arrogant. I should be asking you, Qin Fan inquired calmly, how you've been portraying me to outsiders all this time. Qin Yushi's expression froze. How dare he speak to her like that? Did he really want to fight her? But Qin Fan spoke first. The Qin family's debts, we'll settle ours later. Qin Yusi glared at Qin Fan. How dare a waiter act so insolent? Chapter 25, Humiliation at the Banquet. Lin Haotian chimed in, Qin Fan, don't block our path. Watch out, I might report you to the main family. Qin Fan replied coolly, go ahead. Do I even fear you? Qin Fan's reaction left Qin Yushi, Lin Haotian, and Qin Shanshan utterly dumbfounded. How dare this good-for-nothing speak so arrogantly? Qin Fan, you. Qin Yushi wanted to scold him, but found herself at a loss for words. A good-for-nothing will always be a good-for-nothing. Just stick to being a waiter. Disdain flashed in Qin Yushi's eyes. She absolutely wouldn't allow Qin Fan to ruin her plans. She turned to Lin Haotian and said softly, Young Master Lin, please clarify with the main family that Qin Fan has no connection to the Qin clan. We can't have him causing trouble and damaging relations between our Qin family and the main family. Lin Haotian nodded hastily. Lin Haotian felt a surge of secret delight. Qin Fan was definitely going to get his comeuppance this time. How dare a waiter act so arrogant? As Lin Haotian entered the hall, he shot a glance in Qin Fan's direction, a cold smile curling his lips. Qin Fan, this time you're finished. Lin Haotian vowed silently. He quickened his pace. Qin Yushi and the others followed behind him. I'll make sure Qin Fan humiliates himself at the banquet. He'll never rise again in Zhangcheng. Lin Haotian declared to Qin Yushi and the others. Then think of a way? Qin Shanshan asked, linking her arm through Lin Haotian's. Have someone teach Qin Fan a lesson? Lin Haotian suggested. How do we teach him a lesson at the banquet? Qin Shanshan asked. Leave it to me. Lin Haotian said, we can have someone deliberately pick a fight with him. Isn't it normal for waitstaff to get yelled at? Lin Haotian nodded with a smile, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes. He took Qin Shanshan's hand and they walked together toward the banquet hall. Behind them, a group of people followed closely, their presence imposing. Inside the banquet hall, dazzling lights illuminated every corner, radiating a vibrant festive atmosphere. Guests dressed in elegant attire gathered together, chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, Qin Fan sat alone in a corner drinking, utterly unfazed by the gossip swirling around him. Lin Haotian approached Qin Fan and sneered coldly, Qin Fan, you really are a fine waiter. Seems you've grown accustomed to being mocked. Hiding here to slack off, huh? Qin Fan lifted his head, his gaze calm as he met Lin Haotian's, as if seeing through his schemes. Lin Haotian, don't think I don't know what you're up to. A sneer touched Lin Haotian's lips. Oh? A worthless fool like you even needs to be dealt with? Qin Fan drew a deep breath, his eyes flashing with resolve. Whatever you plan to do, you won't succeed. Lin Haotian's brow furrowed slightly as he sneered, humph. A waiter daring to act so cocky. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire approached, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. His gaze locked with Lin Haotian's as he stepped forward. His gaze swept sharply over Qin Fan as he sneered coldly, well, isn't this our family's useless Qin Fan? What? Still daring to act cocky here? Qin Fan smiled faintly. Facing this provocative man, he didn't back down but appeared even more composed. And who are you? You haven't come looking for me in ages. Why the sudden appearance? Lu Xiangdong sneered coldly, humph. I hear you're the disgrace of the wealthy families. Waiter, come serve me. A cold glint flashed in Qin Fan's eyes. Lu Xiangdong, do you think you can bully me however you please? Lu Xiangdong gave a cold laugh. He waved his hand, and the group behind him stepped forward in unison. Kid, what do you think you're capable of? I think you'd be better off sticking to being a waiter. The atmosphere in the banquet hall instantly grew tense. Guests turned their gaze toward the commotion, watching with curiosity as the impending confrontation unfolded. Qin Fan smiled calmly, his feet planted firmly before Lu Xiangdong and his men. He'd see what tricks they had up their sleeves. Humph. Lu Xiangdong snorted coldly, swiftly swinging a punch toward Qin Fan, his fist radiating a powerful force. Qin Fan's expression grew serious as he crossed his fists, meeting Lu Xiangdong's attack head-on. Lu Xiangdong's expression immediately hardened. Qin Fan was surprisingly agile. Trash. Lu Xiangdong slammed a punch toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan's figure flickered like a ghostly apparition. With near-perfect footwork, he evaded Lu Xiangdong's punch and swiftly counterattacked. Fists flew, palms whistled through the air, their clash transformed into a breathtaking dance. The guests gasped in awe, witnessing this fierce battle and realizing Qin Fan possessed martial arts skills. Behind Qin Fan, Qin Yushi, Lin Haotian, and Qin Shanshan's expressions turned grave. Wasn't Qin Fan supposed to be useless? When did he learn martial arts? The fight continued, Lu Xiangdong's expression growing increasingly grim. Impossible. Lu Xiangdong snarled through gritted teeth. You're bluffing. Qin Fan let out a cold laugh, a flicker of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Lu Xiangdong, you thought you could bully me at will? Today, I'll make you pay. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Qin Fan's form blurred into a blur. Each of his strikes struck with thunderous force, swift and relentless. Lu Xiangdong felt waves of excruciating pain wash over his entire body. He roared in agony, yet he couldn't block Qin Fan's attacks. Finally, Lu Xiangdong was sent flying by a single punch from Qin Fan, crashing to the ground in a heap as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The banquet hall fell into complete silence. Guests stared in stunned disbelief at the scene, their hearts filled with shock. Qin Fan stood rooted to the spot, his gaze sweeping the room. A hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Who dares bully me now? His voice carried a chilling intent to kill, as piercing as a bitter winter wind. The guests stared in disbelief at this useless waiter, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Qin Fan, who they had assumed was nothing but a useless servant, had suddenly displayed such formidable strength that it was impossible to ignore. Everyone present knew Lu Xiangdong was the scion of the wealthy Lu family, backed by immense power and influence. Qin Fan, on the other hand, was nothing but a good-for-nothing. Yet the current scene completely overturned their perceptions. Lu Xiangdong's face turned as pale as paper. He struggled to his feet, his expression a mix of terror and fury. You dare touch me? You'll pay for this, he threatened, his teeth clenched. Qin Fan scoffed coldly, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Lu Xiangdong. Revenge? You think I'm afraid of you? Your Lu family bullied me, and now you're scared? Rest assured, I'll make you pay. With that, Qin Fan strode toward Lu Xiangdong, each step carrying an unstoppable momentum. The oppressive aura radiating from him nearly suffocated Lu Xiangdong. Chapter 26, Martial Arts Master. Fear filled Lu Xiangdong's eyes as he scrambled backward, desperate to escape this terrifying man. Yet Qin Fan closed the distance step by step. In the blink of an eye, he stood directly before Lu Xiangdong. What do you want? Lu Xiangdong's voice trembled with terror. Qin Fan sneered coldly, suddenly reaching out to grab Lu Xiangdong by the collar. You think you can bully me at will? Today, I'll make your Lu family pay. Before the words had even faded, Qin Fan's fist slammed into Lu Xiangdong's face. In an instant, Lu Xiangdong felt excruciating pain, as if the entire world was shaking. The force of the blow sent Lu Xiangdong flying backward like a ragdoll. He landed on the ground in a heap, coughing up blood repeatedly. The guests were stunned. Witnessing Qin Fan's power, an inexplicable sense of awe welled up within them. Qin Fan stood rooted to the spot, his clothes torn and disheveled, yet radiating an unparalleled aura of authority. His gaze swept across the room, meeting fear in every face. From this day forward, no one will ever bully me again. Qin Fan's voice echoed throughout the banquet hall, striking each soul like a thunderclap. In that moment, Qin Fan became the undisputed master of the banquet hall. His presence shone like a blazing light, illuminating the souls of all present. Behind him, however, the expressions of Qin Yusi, Lin Haotian, and Qin Shanshan grew complex. Witnessing Qin Fan's rise, their hearts swelled with pride and excitement. They had once believed Qin Fan to be nothing but a good-for-nothing, never imagining he possessed such formidable strength. Qin Fan's ascent would forever alter their destinies and unlock boundless possibilities for them. Qin Fan stood at the center of the banquet hall, the surrounding crowd falling silent, as if awaiting his next move. Lu Xiangdong roared, "Come at me all at once!" The bodyguards accompanying him immediately charged toward Qin Fan. The fight was about to erupt. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Qin Fan's lips. He lifted his leg, delivering a sweeping roundhouse kick. His leg struck like a venomous snake, slamming into the chest of a burly man. Thud! The burly man's body flew backward, crashing into the corner of the banquet hall. The other burly men immediately closed in, eager to tear Qin Fan to shreds. They had prepared for a long time, yet never imagined Qin Fan would be this formidable. Qin Fan's figure flickered rapidly under the crowd's gaze, like a cheetah hunting its prey. His movements reached extreme speed, each punch and kick packed with devastating force. The clanging of blows echoed through the banquet hall like the thunderous drums of a battlefield. One by one, the burly men were knocked down by Qin Fan's techniques. Powerless to defend against his attacks, they could only watch helplessly as their faces were beaten bloody. The scent of blood filled the air, thickening the atmosphere with tension and fear. Guests instinctively retreated, distancing themselves from the brutal spectacle. Qin Fan's gaze remained fixed on Lu Xiangdong. He knew that only by defeating Lu Xiangdong could he force the entire Lu family into complete submission. Lu Xiangdong's face was deathly pale, his eyes filled with utter despair. Watching his burly men fall one by one under Qin Fan's blows, fear and helplessness spread through his heart. Qin Fan, you just wait. I'll make you regret what you've done today. Lu Xiangdong gritted his teeth, then turned and fled the banquet hall. Qin Fan let out a cold laugh, making no move to pursue. He knew Lu Xiangdong had been defeated, his fate was sealed. Qin Fan scanned the room, fixing his gaze on Lin Haotian. You called for reinforcements, didn't you? Bring it on. Show me everything you've got, Qin Fan declared. All eyes instantly turned to Lin Haotian. With no other choice, Lin Haotian steeled himself and stepped forward. Young man, you're truly arrogant. Don't you fear the retaliation of our Lin group? Lin Haotian said with a stern face, his tone dripping with contempt. The Lin group stood as the foremost of Yanjing's four great families, backed by none other than Lin Jingxiong, the patriarch of the Lin family. Qin Fan was just a penniless kid, he had no business offending the Lin group. Am I wrong? Qin Fan countered. Lin Haotian froze, a word stuck in his throat, unsure how to respond. Lin Jingxiong is nothing. Qin Fan waved his hand impatiently. What does he amount to? You're too insolent. Lin Haotian roared angrily. Qin Fan sneered coldly. Come on, then, loser. Lin Haotian, enraged by Qin Fan's words, furiously ripped off his tie, revealing his muscular, bulging chest. He glared at Qin Fan through gritted teeth, a flash of cunning gleaming in his eyes. Who do you think you are? Daring to act so arrogantly? I'll tear you to pieces with my own hands. Lin Haotian's voice was thick with rage and murderous intent as he stepped toward Qin Fan, preparing to launch a fierce attack. Qin Fan remained unflinching, his gaze cold and unwavering, showing not a trace of fear. He knew that with someone like Lin Haotian, unless he showed him a thing or two, he'd never understand his true capabilities. Lin Haotian finally stood before Qin Fan, raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow. Yet, the instant his fist neared Qin Fan, the latter darted sideways, evading the attack. Lin Haotian's fist slammed into thin air, creating a gust of wind. He stared at Qin Fan in shock. How was this possible? His speed was incredibly fast. Qin Fan gave him no time to process the shock. He launched a sudden punch, connecting squarely with Lin Haotian's face. Lin Haotian staggered back several steps, his expression contorting in pain. You bastard! How dare you hit me? Lin Haotian roared. Qin Fan gave a cold laugh, saying nothing more as he continued his assault. His fists and kicks fell like a storm, each strike carrying devastating force. Lin Haotian retreated relentlessly, forced to dodge constantly, unable to mount any counterattack. The tension in the banquet hall thickened. Spectators held their breath, eyes glued to the fierce confrontation. They couldn't fathom how a penniless upstart possessed such overwhelming strength, rendering someone like Lin Haotian utterly powerless to retaliate. Despair gradually crept into Lin Haotian's heart. His body was already covered in blood from Qin Fan's relentless blows. Neither in strength nor speed could he match his opponent. A wave of helplessness washed over him, and he began to regret his decision to challenge Qin Fan. You're too presumptuous. Lin Haotian roared furiously. Qin Fan gave a cold laugh, halting his assault as he stared down at Lin Haotian. Come on, loser. Show me what you've got. Qin Fan sneered. Lin Haotian's eyes widened as he glared at Qin Fan. He felt utterly humiliated, his pride severely wounded. Chapter 27, Lin Jingxiong steps in. I won't let you succeed. Lin Haotian gritted his teeth, rallying his spirit for a final counterattack. However, the moment he had adjusted his stance, Qin Fan struck again. Lin Haotian's pupils suddenly contracted. He hadn't expected Qin Fan to be so ruthless to actually initiate an attack. Qin Fan ignored Lin Haotian, unleashing another punch. Lin Haotian darted to the side, but Qin Fan's attack was too swift. Unable to evade in time, he was caught off guard and sent crashing into the wall by Qin Fan's kick. Ah! Lin Haotian cried out in pain. His right arm was completely dislocated. Lin Haotian's agonized shrieks drew the attention of the others. Their gazes instantly converged on him. When they saw the sight of his arm being shattered, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Lin Haotian's arm was destroyed by Qin Fan. His mother, terrified, scrambled over and clutched him tightly. Haotian, how are you? A woman cried out, then turned to Qin Fan and screamed, Who do you think you are? How dare you do this to my son? Her son was the cherished grandson of Lin Jingxiong, chairman of the Lin Group. The news of Lin Jingxiong's beloved grandson being crippled would send shockwaves through the entire Lin Group. Though his mother was young and possessed remarkable poise and refinement, seeing her son beaten like this, she cared not a whit for her current image. Me? Your son tried to hit me, and I fought back. How am I at fault? Qin Fan explained. Qin Fan stared coldly at the Lin mother, a mocking smile curling his lips. Twisting the truth, is it? He sneered. Your son provoked me first, and now he's beaten to a pulp. Yet here you are, looking for trouble? Mrs. Lin's rage boiled over. She wanted to tear Qin Fan to shreds right then and there. Let me tell you this, my son is the grandson of the Lin Group chairman. Dare to touch a single hair on his head, and I guarantee you'll regret it. Her voice was shrill, dripping with endless threats. Facing Mrs. Lin's threats, Qin Fan showed no trace of fear, only growing colder. Lin Group? Not worth fearing, he sneered. What's there to be proud of? Lin's mother was enraged beyond endurance by Qin Fan's mocking words. Her eyes widened with fury, as if she wanted to devour him alive. You insolent brat! Do you think defeating my son gives you free rein? Just you wait. Qin Fan curled his lip in disdain. I'll see what you're made of, he said coldly. Just then, a commanding voice boomed, Who dares bully my grandson? Everyone turned to see an elderly man emerge from the crowd. His presence radiated overwhelming authority, like an untouchable sovereign. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mrs. Lin hurried forward. Father! This reckless youth has beaten Haotian to this state. This man was Lin Jingxiong, chairman of the Lin Group. Lin Jingxiong glared at Qin Fan, his eyes flashing with unmasked fury. You are Qin Fan, he demanded. Qin Fan smiled faintly, his gaze meeting Lin Jingxiong's with unwavering resolve. That's correct. I am Qin Fan. His voice was calm, yet unapologetically confident. Lin Jingxiong snorted coldly, his eyes blazing with intense hostility. You dare harm my grandson? I won't let you get away with this. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding bodyguards sprang into action. A powerful aura erupted instantly, and they charged at Qin Fan like raging lions. Qin Fan's eyes narrowed as he immediately met the guards' relentless assault. Lin Haotian, cradled in his mother's arms, gazed at him with eyes brimming with pain and guilt. I'm sorry. My family has caused you trouble, he whispered softly. Lin's mother clutched her son tightly, tears streaming down her face. The son she had cherished for over 20 years, whom she wouldn't let a single hair be harmed, was being bullied by an outsider to this extent. It was utterly unbearable. Don't worry, son. "Anyone who dares to bully you won't get away with it," she said through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Qin Fan and the bodyguard raged on. Both sides unleashed their full power, every blow landing with brutal force. Qin Fan's punches were fierce and relentless, each one packed with boundless power. Meanwhile, Lin Jingxian's bodyguards demonstrated extraordinary strength, every strike carrying immense pressure. These bodyguards were undoubtedly hand-picked through rigorous selection. Their prowess was not to be underestimated. Qin Fan darted between the bodyguards like lightning, his fists striking with devastating precision, each blow carrying boundless power. His fists were like sharp blades, piercing through the air and creating gusts of wind. Each punch seemed capable of tearing the surrounding atmosphere apart. Lin Jingxian's bodyguards were no less formidable. Each demonstrated extraordinary strength beyond the ordinary, every punch carrying immense pressure. Their movements were agile and swift, evading Qin Fan's attacks with pinpoint accuracy, as if they had merged with the rhythms of nature itself. The battle raged fiercely, the bodyguards and Qin Fan trading blows, sometimes fierce and intense, other times precise and delicate. The atmosphere around them was thick with tension, countless eyes fixed on the fierce clash. Mrs. Lin clutched Lin Haotian tightly, her heart aching beyond words. Lin Jingxiang's gaze was cold and sharp as he fixed his eyes on Qin Fan, his heart burning with rage. He snorted coldly. "Use your full strength. Take him down." A powerful aura erupted from Lin Jingxiang, crashing toward Qin Fan like a tidal wave. The force was so immense it seemed to compress the surrounding air, making it difficult to breathe. Qin Fan's eyes narrowed as he sensed the immense pressure emanating from Lin Jingxiang. So his grandfather, Lin Jingxiang, was also a martial artist. The bodyguards sensed the aura emanating from Lin Jingxiang. Their expressions grew solemn as they intensified their attacks. Lin Jingxiang's imposing presence only deepened their fear. They unleashed their full power, attempting to defeat Qin Fan. Facing the furious onslaught of numerous bodyguards, Qin Fan remained steady as a mountain. His punches grew increasingly fierce, each one containing boundless power. His onslaught intensified, sweeping in like a raging storm. Lin Jingxiang's bodyguards fell one by one, their bodies sprawled in disarray as blood gushed from their wounds. Qin Fan's punches sent them reeling, utterly unable to withstand his force. Lin's mother watched the scene unfold, utterly stunned. She had never imagined an outsider could possess such formidable strength, capable of defeating Lin Jingxiang's bodyguards. Lin Jingxiang's expression also turned grave. He hadn't anticipated Qin Fan possessing such formidable combat prowess. Chapter 28, The Might of Yanjing's Top Fighter. "You can't even beat a waiter? What use are you to me?" Lin Jingxiang was furious. This was utterly disgraceful. "You're not even worthy of my personal attention. I'll make sure you die knowing why," Lin Jingxiang declared to Qin Fan, clearly dismissing him. As he spoke, Lin Jingxiang began rolling up the sleeves of his Zhongshan suit. Qin Fan gave a cold laugh, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Jingxiang, showing not a trace of fear. "You think stepping in personally will defeat me?" Qin Fan's tone was icy, his voice carrying a mix of resolve and contempt. Lin Jingxiang's expression darkened instantly. He hadn't expected Qin Fan to be so brazen. Rage burned within Lin Jingxiang. He resolved to unleash his full power and reduce Qin Fan to ashes. After all, he was the undisputed leader of Yanjing, a status no mere waiter had the right to question. "We'll see just how capable you really are." Lin Jingxiang gritted his teeth. As he spoke, he strode forward, closing the distance to Qin Fan. With each stride, his aura grew more formidable, as if an invisible force propelled him toward his peak. Qin Fan sensed Lin Jingxiang's aura intensifying, yet his expression remained utterly unshaken. He remained perfectly composed. Their gazes locked, like two currents colliding, sparking a burst of electricity. Lin Jingxiang's fists were lightning fast, each strike carrying unimaginable power. The wind whistled around his fists, their speed too swift to track, threatening to knock Qin Fan down in an instant. Qin Fan shifted his feet, dodging Lin Jingxiang's punch with agile evasion. Simultaneously, his own fist met the attack head-on. His punches were fierce and relentless, each carrying boundless force, crashing down on Lin Jingxiang like a raging storm. Lin Jingxiang felt the immense force behind Qin Fan's punches, forcing him to stumble back several steps. A look of surprise flashed across his face. He hadn't expected Qin Fan to actually possess some martial arts skill. Arrogant. Lin Jingxiang gritted his teeth. He charged at Qin Fan once more, his fists striking like lightning, each blow packed with boundless force. Qin Fan didn't flinch. His fists danced like a violent storm, slamming viciously into Lin Jingxiang. "Useless!" Lin Jingxiang roared furiously. He took another stride forward, charging at Qin Fan. His fists were swift and fierce, each punch carrying the power to destroy everything. Qin Fan's expression remained unwavering. He met Lin Jingxiang's assault head-on, revealing his true strength. The fierce battle raged on. The bodyguards watched the duel with rapt attention, utterly transfixed. Meanwhile, Lin's mother clenched her fists tightly, utterly incredulous. She never imagined an outsider could possess such formidable strength, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Lin Jingxiang. How could this be possible? Observing Qin Fan's appearance and age, she felt she must be seeing ghosts, otherwise how could this be happening? How could a young man possess such power? And he was just an ordinary waiter. Lin Jingxiong's power was overwhelming. His fists were ruthless and fierce, each punch packing enough force to shatter steel. Yet Qin Fan effortlessly deflected them. The shock in Mrs. Lin's heart was beyond words. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. She had always believed her father-in-law, Lin Jingxiong, to be invincible, unmatched in both Yanjing and the business world. Yet now, he had been so effortlessly countered by an ordinary waiter. Qin Fan stood rooted to the spot, his aura gradually intensifying, like a fierce beast surveying its prey. His gaze was cold and merciless, seemingly able to pierce through everything, discerning every weakness of his opponent. Lin Jingxiong sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from Qin Fan, his expression turning grave. He's got some skills. Lin Jingxiong couldn't help but take this young man before him seriously. But he's still not good enough. Gritting his teeth, he roared with fury, every muscle taut as his fist slammed toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan deftly dodged the punch, his body moving like lightning. His feet shifted swiftly, and he appeared behind Lin Jingxiong. He spun violently, landing a punch squarely on Lin Jingxiong. Even if you're the top fighter in Yanjing, that doesn't mean you can get the upper hand against me, Qin Fan said coldly. Even if you're the top dog in Yanjing, that doesn't mean you can get the upper hand against me, Qin Fan said coldly. His voice carried a stern authority, like a sharp blade piercing the heart. Lin Jingxiong gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage and frustration. He never imagined an ordinary waiter could be so powerful, easily holding his own against him. He lunged forward again, his fist slashing toward Qin Fan like a blade. But Qin Fan's movements were astonishingly agile. With a light leap, he dodged Lin Jingxiong's punch and reappeared behind him. You think this will defeat me? Qin Fan sneered coldly, his voice dripping with mockery and contempt. Lin Jingxiong's expression grew even more grim. He realized he had encountered a true formidable opponent. He abandoned his earlier relentless assault, instead maintaining vigilance as he searched for Qin Fan's opening. Qin Fan's gaze swept the area. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and wherever his gaze fell, every bodyguard felt a chill. They instinctively took a step back, approach. Lin's mother clenched her fists tightly, her shock beyond words. Witnessing Qin Fan and Lin Jingxiong's duel with her own eyes, she still found it hard to believe. Could he be the legendary martial arts grandmaster? Doubts swirled in Mrs. Lin's mind. Qin Fan wore a smile as his fists danced like a sudden storm, each strike carrying boundless power. His techniques were ruthlessly precise, effortlessly shattering Lin Jingxiong's attacks with each strike. Lin Jingxiong felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. His fists grew heavy, his breathing became ragged. After all, age was a factor. While he could handle a quick fight, a war of attrition was still detrimental to his body. Who the hell are you? Lin Jingxiong snarled through gritted teeth. Can't beat me and you ask who I am? Qin Fan sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with cruelty and scorn. He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each strike seemingly aimed at shattering Lin Jingxiong. Lin Jingxiong fought back with all his might, desperately blocking the blows. Qin Fan's fist slammed into Lin Jingxiong's chest, sending a wave of pain through him. His body jerked backward before regaining his footing. His expression grew cold, his eyes flashing with disdain and mockery. Is this the extent of your strength? Qin Fan said coldly, his voice tinged with mockery. Lin Jingxiong's expression darkened further, his sense of dignity deeply wounded. As the undisputed leader of Yanjing, he had never been treated with such contempt. Chapter 29, Unbelievable. He lunged at Qin Fan once more, his fist moving with blinding speed. Yet Qin Fan's footwork proved exceptionally agile. He effortlessly evaded Lin Jingxiong's punch. Your moves are too predictable, Qin Fan sneered coldly. Lin Jingxiong's brows furrowed as a flame of rage ignited within him. He felt utterly toyed with by Qin Fan, and this humiliation was unbearable. Especially with so many people watching. He resolved to unleash his full power, releasing his most formidable strength. Lin Jingxiong spun violently, his fists hurtling toward Qin Fan like a raging storm. The wind whistled around his punches, unstoppable in their momentum. Qin Fan's eyes narrowed as he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Jingxiong. He knew this was a real fight, no room for carelessness. He steadied his stance, eyes locked on Lin Jingxiong's fists. The two fists collided violently, erupting in a deafening crash. The surrounding air seemed to tear apart under the force, forming visible ripples. Fist met fist as their figures crossed back and forth. Each punch unleashed boundless power, the shockwaves warping the surrounding light as if transforming the fight into a full-scale war. Lin Jingxiong's assault grew fiercer, each punch unleashed with his utmost strength. Yet Qin Fan steadfastly withstood every assault. A trace of calmness flickered in Qin Fan's eyes. He had anticipated Lin Jingxiong's strength all along. As time ticked by, the battle intensified. Exhaustion began to show on Lin Jingxiong's body as he felt his strength waning. Who are you? Lin Jingxiong gasped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A faint smirk touched Qin Fan's lips, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Do you think only you possess true strength? Qin Fan's voice carried a hint of disdain as his body surged forward. His fist, like a sharp blade, slammed toward Lin Jingxiong. A flicker of fear crossed Lin Jingxiong's eyes as he raised his fists once more, mustering every ounce of strength to block the blow. This time, however, his power proved insufficient to withstand Qin Fan's attack. Qin Fan's fist slammed heavily into Lin Jingxiong's chest, producing a dull thud. Lin Jingxiong's body flew backward violently, crashing hard onto the ground. The crowd watched the scene in stunned silence, struggling to believe that an ordinary waiter could defeat Lin Jingxiong, the undisputed champion of Yanjing. Qin Fan stood rooted to the spot, his aura gradually settling. His gaze swept the room, radiating an air of authority and inviolability. "You'd better remember this, I am Qin Fan." His voice was cold and resolute, as if declaring his own rise to power. Lin Haotian couldn't believe it. Qin Fan had actually defeated even his own grandfather. He was the undisputed leader of Yanjing. How could a down-and-out from Jiangcheng possibly stand against his grandfather? In that moment, Lin Haotian's heart was filled with endless fear and despair. He watched Qin Fan standing there, his cold, resolute gaze seeming to devour his very soul. The aura of authority and untouchable might radiating from Qin Fan kept everyone around him at a distance. Hearing this, Lin Jingxiong's rage boiled over. He roared and charged at Qin Fan. Raising his fists once more, astonishing power erupted from his entire body. Facing Lin Jingxiong's frenzied assault, Qin Fan moved with the agility of a cheetah, swiftly evading each blow. He seemed to evade each punch effortlessly, yet inwardly, he was quietly formulating a counter-strategy. Lin Jingxiong's punches grew increasingly savage. He launched attack after attack with reckless abandon, yet he could never land a blow on Qin Fan. His power was skillfully neutralized and countered by Qin Fan, each evasion carried with an astonishing grace. The spectators were utterly captivated by the intensity of the fight. They watched in astonishment as everything seemed to unfold under Qin Fan's complete control. Lin Jingxiong gradually felt his stamina waning. His attacks grew slower and less fierce. His breathing became labored, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. Qin Fan sensed Lin Jingxiong's waning strength, his heart brimming with confidence in victory. He halted his evasive maneuvers, steadied his stance, and prepared to deliver the fatal blow. "Got any last tricks up your sleeve? Or are you just going to admit defeat?" Qin Fan's voice dripped with mockery and contempt. Lin Jingxiong, too, felt his own power waning. He could no longer withstand Qin Fan's attacks. His body had reached its limit. He knew defeat was inevitable. "Qin Fan, don't get too cocky," Lin Haotian gritted out through clenched teeth. Just then, a dark figure suddenly flashed into view, charging straight toward Qin Fan. Quick-witted Qin Fan reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack. The shadow was none other than Qin Fan's fourth elder sister, Qin Shuer, a rising star in the martial arts world. Seeing the situation turn sour, Qin Yusi urgently summoned her. "Qin Fan! What are you doing?" Qin Shuer yelled at him. "You're attacking an elder? What kind of manners are those?" Qin Fan halted his movements, turning to face the so-called sister with utter disdain in his eyes. "What business is it of yours?" Qin Fan's voice was low and hoarse, his eyes flashing with impatience. Qin Shuer froze. Her gaze shifted from anger to fury as she stared at Qin Fan. She knew exactly what kind of person Qin Fan was, and now he was openly assaulting an elderly man. Unbelievable. "And you still have the nerve to speak?" Qin Shuer lifted her chin haughtily. Qin Fan couldn't be bothered with Qin Shuer's nonsense. He turned and walked out. "Wait!" Qin Shuer shouted. "You just wait." Qin Fan ignored Qin Shuer and kept walking forward. Qin Shuer stamped her foot before turning and leaving. "That Qin Fan is way too arrogant. How dare he beat up old Lin in front of so many people? What does he think he's doing? Was he deliberately showing off in front of everyone to flaunt his power?" Whispers rippled through the crowd. Yet Qin Fan paid no heed to the gossip. That fool Qin Shuer had been summoned once more to serve as his pawn. Lin Jingxiong might be the chairman of the Lin Group, holding immense influence in Yanjing. But in front of Qin Fan, he was still nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Watching Qin Fan's retreating figure, Lin Jingxiong's heart swelled with seething hatred. His lips pressed tightly together, his eyes blazing with venomous fury. He never imagined he would lose to trash like Qin Fan in Yanjing, especially in full view of everyone. He knew his reputation was utterly ruined. "Didn't you hear me tell you not to move?" Qin Shuer shouted at Qin Fan, hands on her hips, her voice brimming with frustration and anger. Qin Fan turned around, his gaze lingering on Qin Shuer with a hint of coldness. "What do you want?" Qin Fan's voice was low and calm, tinged with a hint of mockery. Chapter 30, Qin Shuer steps in. A flicker of hesitation crossed Qin Shuer's face before she regained her confident expression. "Apologize to the old man." Qin Shuer's voice carried an air of command. "And if I refuse?" Qin Fan's voice was icy and dismissive. Qin Shuer's face flushed crimson instantly, her anger flaring at Qin Fan's words. "Qin Fan, oh Qin Fan. I thought you were just idle, but at least your heart wasn't bad." Qin Shuer's voice carried a hint of disappointment and resignation, her eyes betraying utter disbelief. I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. Qin Shuer's voice brimmed with fury. Facing Qin Shuer's accusation, Qin Fan's lips curled slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Qin Shuer, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to demand I apologize to that old man? Qin Fan's voice was cold and contemptuous. A flicker of hesitation crossed Qin Shuer's eyes as she sensed the arrogance and disregard radiating from Qin Fan. If you refuse to apologize, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Shuer gritted her teeth. Qin Fan scoffed dismissively, his gaze cold and fearless. Bring it on. I'm eager to see just how capable you really are. Qin Fan's voice brimmed with mockery and a battle cry. Qin Shuer froze, a flame of rage igniting within her heart. Qin Fan! You won't even listen to me. Qin Shuer's voice carried a tone of determination and challenge. Qin Fan didn't look back. Steady and resolute, he walked away. Qin Shuer wasn't about to let him leave so easily. Stop right there. Qin Shuer stormed after him, quickening her pace to block his exit. Qin Fan's pace didn't falter. He shot Qin Shuer a cold glance, a fleeting sneer in his eyes. You think you can stop me? Qin Fan's voice was as biting as a cold wind, his eyes radiating unquestionable confidence. Qin Shuer's fury was stoked to a fever pitch by his mockery. She resolved to drop all pretense. If you're so arrogant, let's settle this once and for all. We'll see just how capable you really are. Qin Shuer challenged. Qin Fan halted his steps, turning to stare coldly at Qin Shuer. You think you can beat me? Qin Fan's voice dripped with scorn. You're not even worthy. Qin Shuer gritted her teeth. I'm not afraid of trash like you. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Fan's eyes. He let out a cold laugh and shifted his stance abruptly. Qin Shuer's eyes widened as a chill surged through her heart. When did this kid become so skilled in footwork? No, when did he even possess such agility? Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through. Qin Shuer snapped her head up to see Qin Fan already standing before her, his fist hurtling toward her chest. Qin Shuer's eyes darted, and she dodged instantly. Yet Qin Fan's speed was unimaginably swift. Like a bolt of lightning, he instantly materialized behind her, his hands transforming into razor-sharp blades as he lunged to stab at her back. Qin Shuer's eyes widened as she sensed the threat of death. She lunged forward, narrowly evading the strike. But Qin Fan's assault didn't stop. His form flickered, and he materialized at her side rear, his hands slicing through the air as he launched a full-force attack. Qin Shuer countered fiercely, unleashing every ounce of strength in each punch as her strikes intertwined with Qin Fan's onslaught. In an instant, fists flew in a flurry, figures crisscrossed in a complex dance, leaving the surrounding spectators gawking in astonishment. The battle between Qin Fan and Qin Shuer was exceptionally fierce. Both fought with utter abandon, showing no sign of retreat. Their figures darted across the arena, each collision sending shockwaves of force rippling through the air. Qin Fan, where did you learn those dirty tricks? Qin Shuer snarled through gritted teeth. A faint smirk touched Qin Fan's lips, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Seems you underestimated me, Qin Fan replied with a cold chuckle. A chill ran through Qin Shuer's heart. She hadn't anticipated Qin Fan possessing such formidable strength. Resolving to hold nothing back, she unleashed her full power. Her figure flickered, transforming into a shadowy streak of light. Like a phoenix spreading its wings, she lunged fiercely toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan smiled faintly, his eyes revealing a trace of contempt. You think you can defeat me? Qin Fan's voice dripped with disdain. His figure flickered, reappearing before Qin Shuer in an instant. His fist slammed toward Qin Shuer like steel, unleashing terrifying force. Qin Shuer's pupils contracted as she hurriedly raised both arms to block. The immense force sent her stumbling backward, leaving a mark on the ground as she retreated. The venue fell silent as everyone stared in stunned disbelief at the scene. Qin Fan stood firmly rooted in place, his imposing figure radiating authority. His eyes burned with pride and cold detachment. Stop, Qin Shuer, Qin Fan's voice was calm and ruthless. Do you intend to tarnish your own reputation? Qin Shuer painfully flexed her wrists, her face a mask of shock and refusal to accept defeat. I won't lose to you. Qin Shuer gritted her teeth. A bitter cold emanated from her body, her eyes flashing with a resolute light. Qin Fan smiled faintly, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. With a leisurely wave of his hand, he conveyed the aura he commanded to those watching. His posture was supremely arrogant. Then we're not done yet, Qin Shuer. Qin Fan's voice carried a hint of mockery. He realized Qin Shuer wasn't one to give up easily, and this only fueled his excitement. Qin Shuer fixed her gaze on Qin Fan, her eyes burning with unwavering resolve. A flame ignited within her heart, banishing the lingering resentment and fear. She drew a deep breath, every muscle taut, her movements swift and sharp. Her figure flickered through the air with fierce precision, like a cheetah racing across the savannah. The two clashed once more, fists flying like shadows, feet moving like the wind. Each punch carried boundless power, each evasion showcased agile prowess. The eyes of the other dignitaries brimmed with gossip and excitement, utterly engrossed in the spectacle. Qin Shuer's attacks grew increasingly fierce, her body transforming into a raging storm that swept away all obstacles. Qin Fan, however, remained cool and composed. Each of his movements was like a precisely calculated dance step, leaving no opening whatsoever. "Do you really think such petty tricks can defeat me?" Qin Fan's voice dripped with scorn. Qin Shuer gritted her teeth, her words replaced by an all-out assault. Her figure flickered like a phantom, elusive and unpredictable. Qin Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he cast aside all distractions, immersing himself wholly in the battle. His fists struck like iron hammers, each blow delivering immense force. Time seemed to freeze, as if the entire world had shrunk to just the two of them. The rhythmic thud of their heartbeats seemed to become the ambient soundtrack of the entire arena. Spectators held their breath, utterly transfixed by this peerless showdown. Chapter 31, Igniting the Fighting Spirit. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. A wicked smile curved Qin Fan's lips as his fists grew more ferocious, unleashing blinding streaks of light that made it impossible to look directly at them. Qin Shuer continuously dismantled the onslaught, yet her body remained utterly unshaken. Under Qin Fan's relentless barrage, she stood firm and unyielding. Qin Fan narrowed his eyes, a hint of admiration flickering in his gaze. This girl was stubborn, indeed. A cold light flashed in Qin Shuer's eyes, and a strange curve formed at the corners of her mouth. Qin Fan watched her expression, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "Qin Fan, stop putting on airs. You have no chance of defeating me." Qin Shuer's lips parted, her voice calm and detached. Qin Fan's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. "Well then, I'll be delighted to see just how divine this footwork of yours truly is." As Qin Fan's words fell, Qin Shuer's feet suddenly thrust forward. She leapt up, charging straight toward Qin Fan. Surprise flashed in Qin Fan's eyes as shock rippled through his mind. His gaze was filled with shock. Qin Shuer's speed had doubled, surpassing even his wildest expectations. He scrambled backward. Qin Shuer's body moved like a swift swallow. In a flash, she lunged toward Qin Fan once more. Blazing speed. A cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Fan's mouth. Qin Shuer's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, while he fought with growing caution. Their bodies shifted and shifted. The spectators around them wore expressions of sheer terror. Some timid youths had already fled the scene, retreating 10 meters away. Their figures shifted relentlessly, punctuated by muffled thuds. A sharp gleam flashed in Qin Fan's eyes. He gradually sensed Qin Shuer's strength quietly increasing. Her speed and power seemed to have surpassed his expectations. A deep sense of caution grew within him. He knew he could no longer afford to be careless. It turned out that beyond his own covert support from behind, Qin Shuer possessed some innate strength of her own. Qin Fan focused his mind, observing every movement and shift in Qin Shuer's technique with intense concentration. He began to discern a profound, mysterious force within her movements, a force that made her body more agile, infusing each strike with an elusive power. A realization dawned on Qin Fan. He understood this was Qin Shuer's true strength. He had never imagined she possessed such prowess. No wonder she dared to confront him. "Qin Shuer, you really have some skills. But that speed and power are nowhere near enough for me." Qin Fan's voice was cold and mocking, his eyes flashing with disdain. Qin Shuer clenched her teeth. She could feel Qin Fan's mockery, but it didn't discourage her. Instead, it only fueled her fighting spirit. She was determined to prove her worth and defeat this self-important, good-for-nothing slacker. Qin Shuer's gaze sharpened. Her fists clenched tightly as all her strength coalesced into a single point. She lunged at Qin Fan, faster and more powerful than before. Qin Fan remained unflappable. His movements were as agile as a leopard, effortlessly evading Qin Shuer's attack. His swift counterattacks landed with pinpoint accuracy on Qin Shuer's vital points. A flicker of pain crossed Qin Shuer's face, but she didn't stop. Instead, she launched an even more frenzied assault. Her body seemed to transform into a black whirlwind, sweeping across the venue and engulfing everything in its path. Qin Fan, observing Qin Shuer's intense focus, deliberately slowed his own attacks, wanting to gauge her true limits. Yet to Qin Shuer, it appeared Qin Fan had exhausted his strength, unworthy of fighting her. "Qin Fan, it seems you're not as powerful as you claim." Qin Shuer's voice carried mockery and contempt. Her eyes flashed with anger and unwillingness. Qin Fan's eyes sparkled with amusement. He paid no heed to Qin Shuer's taunts. He silently pondered, let her gloat a little longer. To utterly defeat someone, first place them in a position of invincibility, then shatter their illusions completely. Qin Shuer clearly didn't grasp Qin Fan's true intentions, and her attacks grew even more frenzied. She swept in like a raging storm, her movements unpredictable and elusive. Each strike radiated her smug confidence, her power and speed growing more terrifying by the moment. Qin Fan moved with fluid agility, evading Qin Shuer's strikes with precision while maintaining his composure. He knew this wasn't a true duel, it was merely an opportunity for Qin Shuer to showcase her strength, to convince herself of her invincibility. Qin Fan quietly adjusted his own rhythm, biding his time until the moment was right. A flicker of anticipation shone in his eyes. He understood that only when Qin Shuer was fully immersed in the fight would she unleash her greatest power. I never thought you'd last this long. Qin Shuer glared at Qin Fan, who still hadn't been defeated, her eyes filled with disbelief. Qin Shuer's movements faltered momentarily, her offensive pace slightly slowing. Her breathing grew ragged, clearly feeling the toll on her stamina. Qin Fan sensed the opening and launched his counterattack without hesitation. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning, closing the distance to Qin Shuer in an instant. His fist, as hard as steel, struck her vital points with pinpoint accuracy. A flicker of pain crossed Qin Shuer's face, but she refused to yield. Instead, she struggled even more desperately. Her body seemed to transform into a raging inferno, engulfing the entire venue and drawing everything into its flames. Qin Fan's eyes flashed with coldness and disdain. He knew he had seized the initiative to victory. His fist struck her vital point once more. Her body jerked violently as a stream of blood spurted from her mouth. Qin Shuer clenched her teeth, her eyes blazing with determination and defiance. She was determined to prove her strength and defeat this self-important, good-for-nothing waste of space. Qin Shuer adjusted her breathing. Her body regained its agility, her strikes growing sharper and more ruthless. No longer cowed by Qin Fan's attacks, she would strike back in her own way. Their figures darted across the venue, their fists and feet clashing in a series of muffled thuds. The audience's eyes were glued to them, filled with tension and anticipation. Qin Fan's eyes flashed with sharp intensity as he studied every one of Qin Shuer's movements with complete focus. He began to discern a mysterious power within Qin Shuer's movements, an elusive force. A realization struck him: this was Qin Shuer's true strength. Qin Shuer, you really have some skills. But that speed and power? Not nearly enough for me. Qin Fan's voice was cold and mocking, his eyes revealing a hint of contempt. Chapter 32, He has a martial soul? Qin Shuer clenched her teeth. She could feel Qin Fan's mockery, but she didn't lose heart. Instead, it only fueled her fighting spirit. Her gaze sharpened, her fists clenched tightly as all her strength coalesced into a single point. She lunged at Qin Fan, faster and more powerful than before. Qin Fan remained unflappable. His movements were as agile as a leopard, effortlessly evading Qin Shuer's attack. He counterattacked swiftly, each punch landing with pinpoint accuracy on Qin Shuer's vital points. A flicker of pain crossed Qin Shuer's face, but she didn't stop. Instead, she launched an even more frenzied assault. Her body seemed to transform into a black whirlwind, sweeping across the venue and engulfing everything in its path. Qin Fan, observing Qin Shuer's intense focus, deliberately slowed his own attacks, wanting to gauge her true capabilities. A flicker of smugness and contempt danced in Qin Shuer's eyes as her attacks grew even more ferocious. Her speed and power reached new heights, as if she had transformed into a roaring beast. Qin Fan's gaze turned cold and alert. Qin Shuer's strength had surpassed his expectations. Qin Fan dared not take her lightly anymore. His legs unleashed a flurry of kicks, each packed with terrifying force, as if capable of obliterating anything in its path. Qin Shuer avoided direct confrontation, opting instead for defense. Her form flickered like a whirlwind, evading Qin Fan's legs in an instant. Her fists shifted angles, each strike carrying immense power, as if capable of tearing through the air itself. Qin Shuer's fists fell like a torrential downpour, forming a dark vortex that seemed poised to swallow Qin Fan whole. Qin Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. This woman had completely surpassed him. He couldn't even discern her techniques. Qin Fan's body shifted constantly, attempting to evade Qin Shuer's onslaught. But Qin Shuer was prepared. With a powerful push off the ground, she launched forward like a cannonball, lightning fast, closing the distance to Qin Fan in an instant. A crushing pressure overwhelmed Qin Fan. His body was instantly enveloped by Qin Shuer's speed and power, as if trapped in an inescapable predicament. You're still too green. You're not even worthy to fight me. Qin Shuer's movements grew even more agile, each action radiating authority and power as her fists and feet unleashed a relentless barrage targeting Qin Fan's vital points. Is that so? How did someone of your caliber become famous overnight? Qin Fan focused intensely, darting and dodging rapidly, desperately seeking an opening to counter. Yet Qin Shuer's assault rained down like a violent storm, leaving him no moment to breathe. Her figure traced beautiful arcs through the air, each landing kicking up a storm of sand and stones, like an unstoppable beast. Qin Fan felt as if pulled by an invisible force, his body retreating uncontrollably, unable to withstand Qin Shuer's onslaught. What do you mean by that, Qin Fan? Don't you dare slander me! Qin Shuer roared in fury. Wasn't this just saying she was a fraud, bought and paid for by public opinion? But she was the real deal. Qin Shuer's speed and power had reached an astonishing level. She wanted to prove herself, to show she wasn't the worthless person Qin Fan had insulted her as. Everyone saw it clearly. Qin Fan said, enunciating each word deliberately. Put. I earned every bit of my reputation through my own hard work. Qin Shuer's rage boiled over, her fury burning so fiercely she could barely contain the urge to kill this arrogant fool before her. At that moment, Qin Fan's fighting spirit ignited. His gaze hardened into unwavering resolve. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from Qin Fan. His body radiated a dazzling light, transforming him into a brilliant meteor. What? Qin Shuer stared in disbelief at Qin Fan before her. A martial soul? His fist erupted with terrifying force, hurtling toward Qin Shuer. Qin Shuer was utterly shocked, swinging her fists to meet Qin Fan's attack. Their fists collided in an instant, erupting in a deafening roar that seemed to tear the very air apart. The immense shockwave forced the surrounding spectators to stumble back several steps as they watched this breathtaking duel in astonishment. Qin Shuer's entire body trembled violently as she braced against the blow. Their fists and feet clashed, each collision unleashing boundless energy that heated the surrounding air to a searing intensity. Time seemed to freeze as spectators held their breath, eyes glued to this life or death struggle. So you actually possess a martial soul. No wonder you've been so arrogant. Qin Shuer finally understood the reasons behind everything. But I'm not afraid either. I'm a disciple of Elder Qin Hong. Qin Shuer looked at Qin Fan haughtily, as if her title alone could intimidate him. Qin Fan gave a cold laugh, offering no reply. He knew that at this moment, words were useless. Only strength could speak. Qin Shuer's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. She intended to prove her strength in this duel, to show everyone just how formidable she was. And she couldn't bring shame upon her master. The two clashed once more, their fists and feet intertwining as boundless energy surged forth. Their figures darted across the arena, each movement accompanied by a piercing whistle and blinding flashes of light. Qin Shuer's footwork grew more agile, each movement radiating authority and power as her fists and feet launched relentless attacks at Qin Fan's vital points. Yet Qin Fan's movements grew even more elusive. He dodged Qin Shuer's strikes with fluid grace, evading at times and countering at others. You think this will defeat me? Qin Fan sneered coldly, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Qin Shuer's expression darkened as she sensed the immense energy erupting from Qin Fan's body. This energy filled her with apprehension. She would prove her worth through strength, she would show her true power. Qin Shuer's speed and strength had reached an astonishing level. Her form traced beautiful arcs through the air, each landing reverberating like an unstoppable beast. A martial soul, huh? Then let's see whose is stronger. Qin Shuer's voice boomed like a bell, reverberating throughout the banquet hall. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she unleashed a punch. The air instantly ripped apart with a thunderous crack, like 1,000 horses charging across the battlefield. The fist, carrying immense force, drove straight toward Qin Fan's chest. Humph! Qin Fan grunted in surprise, caught off guard by the sudden attack. The punch was too fast, its force too immense, there was no time to dodge. Yet Qin Fan stood perfectly upright, showing no sign of retreat. Instead, he clenched his right arm and swung it with all his might. His body shifted like a leopard, slightly angling as he unleashed a crushing punch. Chapter 33, Qin Shuer's Defeat. Boom! Their bodies crossed paths once more, erupting in a deafening roar. Qin Shuer stared at Qin Fan in disbelief. How could his strength be so formidable? She had unleashed 7 or 8/10 of her power in that punch, yet it hadn't even budged him an inch. Qin Fan vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Qin Shuer in the next instant. Qin Fan's fist struck her spine, sending her flying backward to crash into the wall. Her body slid down the platform. It took her a long struggle to finally crawl back up from the floor. Qin Shuer's gaze toward Qin Fan grew intensely grave. She could see that the Qin Fan before her possessed strength that matched her own. Moreover, he seemed to have mastered some secret. You actually managed to hurt me. This is impossible. Qin Shuer declared, unwilling to accept defeat. Qin Fan slowly withdrew his fist, a mocking smile curling his lips. It's not that I can't do it, I simply refuse to stoop to your level. What did you say? Qin Shuer's eyebrows shot up as she glared at Qin Fan, refusing to concede defeat. Qin Shuer's strength was indeed formidable, but compared to Qin Fan, the gap was still vast. Qin Fan's body flickered, appearing instantly before Qin Shuer. His fist swung toward her without warning, unleashing a sudden, overwhelming force. Qin Shuer had no time to dodge and could only brace herself to endure the full impact of Qin Fan's attack. Qin Fan's fist collided with Qin Shuer's. Qin Fan felt as though an invisible shockwave had struck his body, causing him to stumble backward several steps involuntarily. You are indeed formidable, Qin Shuer said grimly, ignoring the pain as she charged forward again, delivering a beautiful roundhouse kick toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the surging power within Qin Shuer. He knew this kick was no ordinary blow. Without hesitation, he met her strike head-on. In an instant, their souls collided, unleashing a violent surge of air that sent a thunderous shockwave rippling through the room. The entire banquet hall shook violently, shattered wineglasses and overturned tables littering the floor. Qin Fan felt the immense impact, nearly knocked off his feet by the force of the kick. He braced himself, gripping her ankle tightly with both hands before yanking her backward. Qin Shuer's body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the floor. She groaned in pain, yet her resolve to fight back remained unshaken. She pushed herself up with all her strength, standing once more, her eyes flashing with resolve and determination. She refused to accept defeat. Qin Fan, don't get too cocky. Qin Shuer gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury and hatred. Qin Fan smiled faintly, watching her without comment, a hint of amusement glinting in his eyes. Silly little girl, you think you could ever beat me? His tone was light and dismissive, utterly unconcerned by Qin Shuer's threats. Qin Shuer's eyes suddenly flashed with intensity as a powerful aura surged from her body. Without hesitation, she charged forward, her fists gleaming with a cold light, unleashing an attack filled with boundless killing intent toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan smiled faintly, his body flickering lightly as he deftly evaded Qin Shuer's attack before launching a swift counter. His fists shot out like lightning, each strike carrying the power to obliterate everything. Vortexes instantly formed in the air, swallowing everything around them. Qin Shuer could barely withstand Qin Fan's onslaught. He knocked her flying, slamming her into the wall. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her body swayed, but she struggled to her feet. Her eyes burned with unwavering resolve. You're not strong enough yet. Qin Shuer's voice rang with resolve and tenacity. Qin Fan smiled faintly, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Very well. You truly have the courage to face me. Qin Fan's gaze grew intense as he clenched his fists, meeting Qin Shuer's charge once more. Their figures darted through the banquet hall, unleashing thunderous booms with every clash. Each exchange delivered a powerful shockwave, leaving the onlookers utterly stunned. Time ticked by as Qin Fan and Qin Shuer's fists and feet intertwined, their repeated collisions erupting in earth-shattering roars. Their strength was evenly matched, both displaying abilities far beyond the ordinary. Neither was willing to concede defeat, both sought to overpower the other. Finally, Qin Shuer noticed signs of fatigue creeping into Qin Fan's body. She knew this was her chance to catch up. You're finished. Without hesitation, she unleashed her most powerful strike, a fist that whistled through the air with terrifying force. Oh? Is that so? His body leapt up like a fierce tiger, driving a punch straight toward Qin Shuer's chest. Their fists collided midair, erupting in a blinding flash of light. The banquet hall fell into deathly silence. Everyone held their breath, watching them with bated breath. In an instant, the powerful impact sent Qin Shuer flying backward. She crashed heavily to the floor, unable to rise. We're siblings after all. I'm telling you to give up. Don't lose too badly. Just stop here. Qin Fan strolled over to Qin Shuer, towering over her with a condescending gaze. Qin Shuer stared back at him, her face as pale as paper, her eyes filled with humiliation. Qin Fan was right. She had lost utterly and completely. She never imagined Qin Fan's strength had reached such terrifying heights, even surpassing her own. This was something Qin Shuer never could have imagined. Impossible. How could I possibly lose to this good-for-nothing? Qin Shuer's eyes burned with venomous hatred. The Lin family members were also stunned. They never imagined even Qin Shuer would fall to Qin Fan. How could this be? Qin Fan's reputation in the outside world was so abysmal, despised by the aristocratic families in every way. How could he possibly defeat Qin Shuer? It was all too unbelievable. What secret was Qin Fan hiding? Lin Jingxiong's expression darkened further. He had assumed defeating Qin Fan would be effortless, yet the outcome had been so humiliating. Qin Fan, how did you manage this? Could it be, you truly possess an extraordinary physique? Lin Jingxiong voiced the question burning in his mind. You're not worthy of knowing. Qin Fan smiled faintly. Humph. Stop playing mystical tricks. Qin Fan ignored him, shifting his gaze to Qin Shuer. Aren't you all so mighty? So full of pride? Didn't the Qin family look down on me? Qin Fan sneered at his former sisters, his eyes dripping with contempt. Qin Fan's voice echoed through the banquet hall, stunning everyone present. Their eyes betrayed utter disbelief. Qin Fan's gaze was sharp and cold as he mercilessly crushed the Qin family's pride. Chapter 34, Humiliating the Noble Clans. Defeating those who once looked down on him one by one brought Qin Fan immense satisfaction and pleasure. Qin Shuer clutched her chest in agony, gasping for breath. Her eyes burned with hatred and loathing. She never imagined losing to Qin Fan, much less enduring his scornful mockery of her and the entire Qin family. Lin Jingxiong's face turned ashen. He felt utterly humiliated by Qin Fan, his rage boiling over. He longed to tear Qin Fan limb from limb right then and there. You despicable little bastard, daring to insult both the Lin and Qin families like this. No matter how skilled you are, without any backing, you'll never make waves in Jiangcheng. Lin Jingxiong threatened, his teeth gritted. Hoof. You self-proclaimed nobles have always looked down on others, thinking yourselves the chosen ones of heaven. Now look at yourselves. Defeated by the very man you constantly called a good-for-nothing. How does that feel? Qin Fan's voice was cold and contemptuous. The banquet hall guests exchanged stunned glances. They'd never imagined Qin Fan could be this formidable. They'd always considered themselves superior, viewing Qin Fan as nothing but a worthless failure. Now, Qin Fan had single-handedly defeated Qin Shuer and Lin Jingxiong, an unquestionable shock and insult to the great clans. After all, if they were in their place, they might not even be able to withstand a single move from Qin Fan. Qin Fan's gaze returned to the Qin family members. He laughed coldly. Beaten like this, why hasn't your precious little brother Qin Song come to save you? Hearing Qin Fan's taunt, Qin Shui's face drained of color. She felt her dignity trampled upon and burned with a desire to kill Qin Fan on the spot. Qin Fan, shut your mouth. Qin Shui threatened, her teeth gritted. He's the real good-for-nothing. Qin Fan declared with righteous indignation. Qin Fan's words pierced the Qin family members like sharp blades. They glared at him, filled with rage yet powerless. A flash of viciousness flickered in Qin Shui's eyes as she sneered coldly, Qin Fan, you think you've won? You're so naive. Suddenly, the banquet hall doors burst open. A middle-aged man strode in, towering and imposing, radiating fierce authority. It was Ouyang Jing, the head of the Ouyang family, hosting this banquet. Ouyang Jing's face was ashen. He glared at Qin Fan, his voice thick with murderous intent. Qin Fan, you have the audacity. How dare you strike someone on my turf? A mocking smile curled at the corner of Qin Fan's lips as he met Qin Song's gaze without flinching. Finally showing your face, huh? Thought you'd never dare to come out. Had enough of the show? Ouyang Jing snorted coldly. After all, he had invited everyone here, and he needed to maintain his presence. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he roared, what gives you the right to speak to me? Ha! Have you forgotten the purpose of this banquet? Wasn't it to lure me out? Just then, footsteps echoed outside the door. Moments later, a group of men burst into the banquet hall. Dressed in black suits, each stood tall and imposing, radiating fierce presence as they positioned themselves behind Qin Fan. Forgot to introduce myself. I am the Dragon Sovereign you seek. Qin Fan declared with unwavering conviction, and this revelation exploded like a bomb in everyone's minds. He's the Dragon Sovereign? Impossible. After being a good-for-nothing for so many years, who didn't know his background? He must be putting on airs. The crowd instantly erupted into murmurs. Did you hear that? Qin Fan actually claimed to be the Dragon Sovereign. This is utterly unbelievable. How could he possibly be the Dragon Sovereign? Hasn't he always been considered a good-for-nothing? Could it be we've all underestimated him? His strength far exceeds our imagination. He's just putting on a show. People exchanged their doubts in shock. The truth about Qin Fan's identity was so monumental it felt impossible to accept. Ouyang Jing's expression darkened further. He glared coldly at Qin Fan, his eyes brimming with fury and disbelief. You claim to be the Dragon Sovereign? I won't believe it so easily. What proof do you have? Ouyang Jing demanded coldly. Qin Fan smiled faintly. Do I really need to prove it? His voice remained calm, yet his words carried unwavering confidence. You wanted to lure me into investing, but now you don't want it? Qin Fan retorted bluntly to Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing's face flushed alternately red and white. He never imagined Qin Fan would dare to be so brazen. It was as if he held him in utter contempt. Have you grown a pair of balls? Ouyang Jing glared coldly at Qin Fan. You dare impersonate the Dragon Sovereign? Can't believe it's true? Qin Fan met his gaze without flinching. Their gazes locked, igniting a palpable tension that seemed to freeze the air. Ouyang family head, Qin Fan said slowly, what do you suppose your clan means to me? Or do you want to face bankruptcy like the Qin group? Ouyang Jing trembled violently at Qin Fan's words, which stung more than a direct slap across his face. He had never seen a prodigy speak to him like this, let alone dare to provoke him so openly. I'll see if you have the guts. Ouyang Jing's eyes flashed with a savage glint. Though not as vast as the Qins, the Ouyangs held their own standing. And he was the Ouyang family's supreme authority, controlling the entire clan. Under no circumstances will he tolerate any issues arising with the Ouyang family. Sorry, but this sort of thing doesn't even require my personal involvement. Qin Fan smiled faintly. Qin Fan, don't get too cocky. Ouyang Jing roared. Shut up. Qin Fan snapped. From now on, don't call me Qin Fan. The very surname Qin makes me sick. After uttering these words, Qin Fan cast a cold glance at the Qin family members. Frozen by his gaze, the Qins felt a chill run through them, almost able to sense the raging fury within him. Did you all think I was always a worthless piece of trash? Qin Fan's voice was steady and resolute, brimming with unshakable confidence. You Qin family, who ignored my sacrifices and acted so self-righteously, it's time you paid me back. Qin Fan's words ignited a flame within him, and without hesitation, he revealed his true power. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from him, sweeping across the entire arena like a tornado. Everyone instinctively took a step back, their faces etched with terror. How is this possible? Ouyang Jing's voice trembled as he stared in disbelief at the unpredictable Qin Fan before him. Qin Fan's gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade. As his eyes swept across the crowd, each person felt an overwhelming, inescapable pressure. Chapter 35, Rising Martial Star. Qin Fan's words ignited a flame within him, and without hesitation, he unleashed his true power. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from him, sweeping across the entire arena like a tornado. Everyone involuntarily took a step back, terror etched upon their faces. How is this possible? Ouyang Jing's voice trembled as he stared in disbelief at the utterly unreadable Qin Fan before him. Qin Fan's gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade. As his eyes swept over the crowd, each person felt an overwhelming sense of pressure they couldn't resist. "Who dares bully my disciple?" A booming voice echoed from the doorway. An elderly man stepped into the banquet hall. His face was deeply wrinkled, yet his eyes burned with a piercing, intelligent light. He was Elder Qing Hong. "Master!" A flash of wild joy lit up Qin Shuer's eyes. The old man's appearance felt like an adrenaline shot, instantly revitalizing her spirit. She hurried toward him, bowing respectfully. "Master, you've finally emerged from seclusion." Seeing Qin Shuer, the wrinkles on the old man's face smoothed out, and a smile spread across his face. I've just broken through to the peak of the 5th stage martial master realm. I felt my strength had increased considerably. Hearing that you were being bullied, I came out to see for myself. Master, that Qin Fan impersonated the Dragon Sovereign and attacked us. He oppressed both the Qin and Lin families. You absolutely must not let him off." Qin Shuer blurted out. The old man's brow furrowed, displeasure visible on his face. "Is that who you're talking about?" "Yes." Elder Qing Hong nodded. Turning to Qin Fan, he declared, "You, claiming to be the Dragon Sovereign? I advise you to leave Jiangcheng voluntarily. Do not force my hand, or you will bear the consequences yourself." The old man's tone was supremely arrogant, as if Qin Fan were nothing more than an insect in his eyes. Elder Qing Hong's words made Qin Fan's eyes narrow. He stared at Elder Qing Hong and snorted coldly, "Many have threatened me before. Look at what became of them. Today, I'll let you taste what true fear feels like." "Arrogant!" Elder Qing Hong erupted in fury, launching a fist straight at Qin Fan's chest. Qin Fan met the fist without flinching, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. With the agility of a cat, he swiftly dodged Elder Qing Hong's attack, evading the deadly blow. This brat's footwork is incredibly agile. Elder Qing Hong was secretly astonished, never expecting Qin Fan's strength to be so formidable. He drew a deep breath, his true qi surging forth as he lunged at Qin Fan once more. Qin Fan let out a cold laugh, stepping back repeatedly as a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. True qi surged through Qin Fan's body, instantly filling his fist. His fist streaked through the air like a meteor, hurtling straight toward Elder Qing Hong's chest. A flicker of disdain crossed Elder Qing Hong's eyes as he extended his palm, ready to crush Qin Fan's attack. Yet, the moment his palm collided with Qin Fan's fist, his expression instantly twisted into horror. How could this be? Elder Qing Hong stared at Qin Fan in shock, feeling a tremendous force surge from Qin Fan's fist, sending a numbing shock through his own palm. Qin Fan's fist erupted like a bomb, unleashing terrifying force in an instant. Elder Qing Hong's body was sent flying, crashing into the banquet hall wall and shattering it instantly. The crowd froze in place, staring at Elder Qing Hong in disbelief. They all knew Elder Qing Hong was Jiangcheng's most formidable martial artist, yet he had been defeated so easily by a young man. Qin Fan's gaze swept coldly across the crowd, his voice icy and merciless. "Anything else to say?" The crowd exchanged glances, their hearts filled with dread. They had once mocked Qin Fan, looked down on him, never imagining he possessed such formidable strength. Elder Qing Hong struggled to his feet, his face etched with shock. He never imagined a young man could possess such terrifying power. "Very well. I underestimated you just now," Elder Qing Hong gritted out. "It seems you truly have earned my attention." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the true qi within Elder Qing Hong surged forth once more. Qin Fan let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with a grim light. A powerful aura radiated from his body, as if a true dragon had awakened. He met Elder Qing Hong's assault head-on, and the two engaged in an earth-shattering battle. Each of their moves possessed the power to obliterate everything, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Time slipped away amidst the clash. Both Qin Fan and Elder Qing Hong bore wounds, their robes slightly disheveled. Their eyes flashed with unwavering resolve, neither backing down, each determined to defeat the other. The battle raged on, the tension thickening with every passing moment. Spectators watched with racing hearts, unable to believe what unfolded before them. This battle surpassed all expectations. They were witnessing the birth of Jiangcheng's true new martial arts star. "He's got some skills, no wonder he can hold his own against my disciple." A flicker of gravity crossed Elder Qing Hong's eyes. He knew he could no longer underestimate Qin Fan. He channeled all his strength into a blazing beam of light, meeting Qin Fan's attack head-on. Their fists collided with brutal force, unleashing a tremendous shockwave in an instant. Qin Fan and Elder Qing Hong both staggered backward several steps. Surprise etched their faces, neither had anticipated such formidable strength in the other. Elder Qing Hong drew a deep breath, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Your talent is truly astonishing, far superior to my worthless disciples. But understand this is not Jiangcheng. No matter how many hidden cards you hold, they mean nothing to me." Hearing Elder Qing Hong's words, Qin Fan's expression remained utterly impassive. "In that case, bring everything you've got. Let me see if you have the qualifications to challenge me." Qin Fan's gaze grew icy cold, radiating a powerful aura of lethal intent. Qin Fan's body suddenly lunged forward, assuming a combat stance. The next instant, Qin Fan launched a kick toward Elder Qinghong. Elder Qinghong reacted with lightning speed, his body darting sideways before blocking Qin Fan's leg with his arm. Both bodies paused momentarily. Qin Fan spun, reappearing to Elder Qinghong's left. This time, he did not attack again, choosing instead to defend. Elder Qinghong rolled through the air, evading Qin Fan's strike. Landing with a thud, his face darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If you want to play, I'll play along to the end. With that, Elder Qinghong swiftly adjusted his stance, materializing behind Qin Fan and delivering a thunderous punch aimed squarely at the back of his head. Chapter 36, Manifestation of the Martial Soul. This was Elder Qinghong's signature strike, a single hit guaranteed devastating damage. Qin Fan's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained unflappable, standing as steady as a mountain. You think I'd make the same mistake again? A faint smile curved Qin Fan's lips. He leaned back slightly, then raised his right fist, aiming it squarely at Elder Qinghong's chest. Without hesitation, he swung it down. Fist met fist, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that instantly toppled the surrounding tables and chairs. Elder Qinghong was sent reeling backwards several steps once more. He crashed heavily to the ground. Elder Qinghong managed to utter a single word before falling silent, his eyes wide with disbelief. Witnessing this scene, everyone trembled in fear, their faces etched with disbelief. That single strike had actually been unleashed by Elder Qinghong, something beyond comprehension. Young man, under whose tutelage do you train? Elder Qinghong's voice trembled as he couldn't help but think of the legendary martial god realm. Qin Fan smiled faintly, his gaze deep and penetrating as he fixed it on Elder Qinghong. You can't defeat me yet? This is just the beginning. Qin Fan's voice was calm and cold, yet brimming with confidence and arrogance. Elder Qinghong's eyes narrowed sharply. He sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Qin Fan, an irresistible force that sent shivers down the spine. Fine. Since you're so confident, let me see what you're truly capable of. Elder Qinghong gritted his teeth. He readjusted his stance, his body soaring into the air with the swiftness of a falcon spreading its wings for flight. Qin Fan's eyes narrowed as his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Had he truly mastered the art of body movement to its ultimate limit? All they saw was a lingering afterimage before Qin Fan materialized before Elder Qinghong, his palm striking viciously toward the elder's chest. Elder Qinghong's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't even discern Qin Fan's movements, only feeling a tremendous force bearing down on him. He scrambled to raise both arms, blocking Qin Fan's strike at lightning speed, yet his body still recoiled backward from the impact. How is this possible? He murmured, his mind reeling in disbelief. His palm swung down with blinding speed. Elder Qinghong was overcome with terror, sensing extreme danger. Get out of my way! Elder Qinghong roared furiously, mustering every ounce of strength in his arms to brace against Qin Fan's strike. Everyone stared at Qin Fan in stunned silence, their eyes filled with disbelief. They simply couldn't believe that such a frail youth could push Elder Qinghong to this point. Elder Qinghong slowly rose to his feet, his face twisted with savage fury. All these years, no one has ever dared to insult me like this. You will pay for this. Qin Fan gave a cold laugh. They all call me a good-for-nothing. Then what are you? A murderous intent flared in Elder Qinghong's eyes. You little bastard, I'll make you taste death. I'll make you endure the most excruciating torment this world can offer. His feet slammed against the ground, propelling him like lightning toward Qin Fan. Elder Qinghong's palm collided violently with Qin Fan's strike, sending powerful energy ripples surging outward. In that instant, everyone witnessed Elder Qinghong's body violently recoil backward. His feet slammed into the ground, shattering the thick blue stone slabs beneath him, leaving behind a trail of footprints. Yet Elder Qinghong did not retreat a single step. His expression darkened further, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying. You actually blocked my strike. He stared at Qin Fan in disbelief, his eyes filled with madness and jealousy. He couldn't fathom how a young upstart could possibly exchange blows with him. This technique, after all, was one he had spent years refining. Its power was formidable, even an expert would suffer severe injuries if struck by it. Yet before Qin Fan, it had been effortlessly countered. I told you before, I'm no good for nothing. Qin Fan spoke calmly, a vast aura surging from his body, pressing down upon Elder Qinghong like a mountain. Elder Qinghong's body stumbled backward once more. You are indeed formidable. Elder Qinghong's tone grew grave. But not enough to be mentioned in the same breath as me. Self-important, Qin Fan remarked indifferently. Humph. Elder Qinghong snorted coldly, hatred intensifying in his eyes. No matter how hard you try, you'll never surpass me. His body surged toward Qin Fan, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Qin Fan's eyebrows shot up, the killing intent in his eyes intensifying. Since you wish to test my strength, I shall grant you your wish. With that, he stomped down. Boom! That single stomp contained terrifying force. Elder Qinghong's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed that Qin Fan's power was in no way inferior to his own. A look of astonishment flashed across Elder Qinghong's face. This youngster's strength is truly formidable, no wonder he's so arrogant. Elder Qinghong thought to himself. Not a trace of fear crossed his face, instead, his excitement only grew. Ha! Elder Qinghong suddenly burst into a loud, mocking laugh that rang with scorn and derision. His laughter echoed through the air, causing the faces of the disciples following him to turn awkward. Master! Don't underestimate him. He possesses a martial soul. Qin Shuer seized the moment to warn Elder Qinghong. Her voice brimmed with caution and concern. Hearing this, Elder Qinghong's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. He swiftly turned his gaze back to Qin Fan, his eyes landing on the young man's hands. Qin Fan's hands trembled slightly as a faint golden light began to surge across his palms. It was a mysterious and ancient power, a martial soul. Elder Qinghong's eyes blazed with intensity. The jealousy in his heart was instantly replaced by excitement. He had heard legends of the martial soul, but never witnessed one firsthand. Now, he had the chance to see it with his own eyes and to vie for such a power. Boy, you possess a martial soul. Elder Qinghong's voice dripped with greed and desire. Hand over your martial soul to me, and I'll spare your life. Qin Fan sneered coldly, his hands clenching the martial soul tightly as a flicker of resolve passed through his eyes. He would never hand over his martial soul to Elder Qinghong. It was his trump card, his very chance to become a true powerhouse. You wish. Qin Fan's voice carried a hint of coldness. I will never hand over my martial soul to you, nor will I let you succeed. The moment his words fell, the air itself seemed to freeze. A colossal aura erupted from Qin Fan, forming a terrifying oppressive force. Elder Qinghong felt an intense wave of pressure, his body involuntarily stumbling back several steps. Chapter 37, What Good is Fame? He hadn't anticipated Qin Fan possessing such formidable strength, making him feel an unprecedented sense of threat. Boy! Your martial soul may be formidable, but you're still a novice. Elder Qinghong roared furiously, his body surging with intense energy. His figure shot toward Qin Fan like lightning, delivering a vicious punch straight at the youth's chest. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Fan's eyes as he swiftly evaded Elder Qinghong's attack. You think you can evade my attack? Elder Qinghong sneered coldly, spinning abruptly around and slamming both palms toward Qin Fan's back. Qin Fan's gaze sharpened. He sensed Elder Qinghong's terrifying power, yet he showed no intention of retreating. Instead, his hands clenched tightly around his martial soul, and a powerful energy began to surge through his body. Heaven and earth, lend me your might. Qin Fan murmured lowly. An immense energy fluctuation erupted from his body in an instant. Elder Qinghong's fist slammed into Qin Fan's back, yet he felt a powerful counterforce surge back, instantly numbing his fist. Impossible. Elder Qinghong stared at Qin Fan in disbelief, unable to fathom that his attack had been directly absorbed. Qin Fan turned to face Elder Qinghong, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Elder Qinghong, you are not yet worthy to be my opponent. His voice brimmed with unwavering conviction. He would prove to everyone that he was no failure. He possessed the strength to overcome any formidable foe. Qin Fan gripped his martial soul with both hands, radiant light surging around his body. He felt the power of the martial soul continuously infusing his body, filling him with boundless strength. Elder Qinghong's eyes widened as he watched Qin Fan's transformation, a wave of dread washing over him. He had believed this worthless fool would inevitably fall to him, yet now he sensed an unprecedented oppressive force. A fierce glint flashed in Qin Fan's eyes as his form shot toward Elder Qinghong like a bolt of lightning. Closing the distance in an instant, he delivered a brutal punch straight to Elder Qinghong's chest. Elder Qinghong felt immense force surge through him. His body spun like a struck top, hurtling backward uncontrollably before crashing heavily to the ground. Qin Fan showed no mercy, closing the distance swiftly and unleashing a barrage of punches that pounded relentlessly into Elder Qinghong's body. Each punch carried the force to obliterate everything in its path, leaving Elder Qinghong utterly defenseless. This can't be. Elder Qinghong roared. I am an elder of this sect. How could I possibly lose to a worthless trash like you? Elder Qinghong struggled to his feet, his face twisted with terror and rage. He refused to accept being beaten so thoroughly by a worthless fool, his heart boiling with fury and shame. You worthless trash. How dare you mock me? Elder Qinghong roared, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Qin Fan stared coldly at Elder Qinghong, his gaze brimming with scorn and indifference. Elder Qinghong, your arrogance knows no bounds, Qin Fan stated coldly. True power reigns supreme, yet you cling only to your sect's status and authority. Burning with rage, Elder Qinghong gritted his teeth. Qin Fan, do you truly believe you can defeat me? I was merely toying with you. Qin Fan let out a cold laugh, a trace of mockery flickering in his eyes. Elder Qinghong, do you believe yourself invincible? Do you think your status and power grant you license to act with impunity? Let me tell you, you are mistaken. With that, Qin Fan's form shifted, charging toward Elder Qinghong like a whirlwind. His fist, carrying boundless force, slammed viciously into Elder Qinghong's cheek. Elder Qinghong was sent flying backward, crashing into a distant dining table. Clutching his blood-soaked cheek, he stared at Qin Fan in utter terror. How could you possess such overwhelming strength? Elder Qin Hong gasped, his voice trembling. Qin Fan sneered coldly, his eyes burning with resolve and determination. Elder Qin Hong, do you think your status and power allow you to stand above all? Do you believe you can act with impunity? Let me tell you, you are mistaken. Strength reigns supreme. Your reputation means nothing to me. Qin Fan spoke with unflappable composure. Elder Qin Hong's pupils contracted sharply, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. None of them are as skilled as my regular sparring partners. A flash of scorn crossed Qin Fan's eyes. Elder Qin Hong's eyes brimmed with fear, but he quickly regained his composure. His gaze toward Qin Fan grew increasingly icy. Qin Fan, your cultivation aptitude is exceptional. It's a pity you haven't tapped into your strengths. Elder Qin Hong's tone was heavy with regret. So what? What does that mean? Qin Fan stared at Elder Qin Hong. I know your strength surpasses mine, but do not forget here, it is a world of survival of the fittest. I will crush you utterly beneath my feet, trampling your pride into dust. A savage expression flashed across Elder Qin Hong's face, his gaze growing increasingly venomous. Qin Fan sneered coldly, a flicker of mockery dancing in his eyes. Go ahead and try to trample me if you have the ability to do so. Humph. Hand over your martial soul obediently, and I'll overlook your transgression. Elder Qin Hong sneered coldly at Qin Fan. Qin Fan fixed Elder Qin Hong with an icy stare, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. Do you truly believe the prestige of your sect grants you the right to demand everything I possess? Qin Fan's voice carried icy derision. Elder Qin Hong gritted his teeth in fury, a cunning gleam flashing in his eyes. Qin Fan, your talent and strength are precisely what our sect needs. If you submit to me, you shall gain boundless glory and power. Elder Qin Hong roared. Qin Fan gave a cold laugh, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Glory and power? To me, they are nothing but illusory phantoms. I seek only true strength and freedom. Qin Fan's voice carried unwavering confidence. Moreover, I already possess these things. A flash of anger flickered in Elder Qin Hong's eyes. He raised his palm, unleashing a powerful surge of energy toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan stood unflinching, his body radiating a formidable aura, as if he had transformed into a ferocious beast king. Do you truly believe you can overpower me? Qin Fan's voice boomed with an unshakable authority. A flicker of panic crossed Elder Qin Hong's eyes. He unleashed his full power, yet no matter how hard he struck, he couldn't breach Qin Fan's unyielding defense. Qin Fan moved like lightning, weaving swiftly through Elder Qin Hong's barrage of attacks. His fists shot out like razor-sharp blades, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy on the Elder's vulnerable points. Elder Qin Hong collapsed to the ground in agony, yet his eyes still burned with unyielding resolve. Do you truly believe this will defeat me? Elder Qin Hong's voice carried a hint of slyness. Chapter 38, The Power of the Martial Soul. Qin Fan froze momentarily, his gaze fixed warily on Elder Qin Hong. Suddenly, Elder Qin Hong's body trembled violently as a black light erupted from his form. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Fan's eyes as he sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Elder Qin Hong. This is the power of a martial soul. A chill surged through Qin Fan's heart. You have a martial soul too? Qin Fan stared at Elder Qin Hong in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the revelation that his opponent also wielded the power of a martial soul. A cold smile curled Elder Qin Hong's lips as he rose slowly. The black light blazed like flames across his body, radiating a powerful and sinister aura. Indeed, I too possess a martial soul and mine is far more formidable than yours. Elder Qin Hong declared with pride. Qin Fan's heart sank. He could sense that the martial soul power emanating from Elder Qin Hong was indeed far stronger than his own, stirring a thread of unease within him. I won't be defeated by you. Qin Fan gritted his teeth, courage and resolve burning in his eyes. Their gazes locked in a tense standoff, the air thick with palpable tension. Elder Qin Hong unleashed a devastating strike toward Qin Fan with all his might. Qin Fan calmly evaded the strike and swiftly countered, his fist transforming into a streak of light as it slammed toward Elder Qin Hong. But Elder Qin Hong dodged with agile precision, skillfully evading Qin Fan's assault. Their battle raged with lightning speed, each strike carrying the potential to obliterate everything in its path. Qin Fan unleashed his unique martial soul skill, each strike targeting Elder Qin Hong's vital points, yet the opponent effortlessly evaded every blow. Elder Qin Hong chuckled mockingly, his attacks growing fiercer and faster, leaving Qin Fan barely able to react. I need to pick up the pace. Qin Fan resolved silently. He channeled all his strength into his hands, unleashing a powerful aura that radiated from his body. His body transformed into a streak of light, weaving swiftly through Elder Qin Hong's attacks. Each punch delivered an unstoppable force, crashing into his opponent. Elder Qin Hong sensed the formidable aura emanating from Qin Fan. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but it quickly faded into composure. You still aren't strong enough. Elder Qin Hong sneered coldly as a flash of black light erupted. Qin Fan felt a tremendous suction force stripping away his martial soul. What's happening? A flicker of confusion crossed Qin Fan's mind. Ha! My power can devour any martial artist's martial soul. Even if you possess the mightiest martial soul, you cannot withstand my might. Elder Qinghong roared with arrogant laughter. Qin Fan felt the overwhelming power surging around him, his heart filled with dread. So martial souls had varying strengths after all. Elder Qinghong's martial soul was clearly far more powerful, it could actually devour his own power directly. My power is boundless, infinite. I refuse to believe you can devour all of it. Qin Fan's cold shout erupted as a colossal aura surged forth. Elder Qinghong sensed the change in Qin Fan and felt a surge of panic, yet he did not cease his attack. My power is invincible. Elder Qinghong screamed wildly, his eyes bloodshot as he descended into a frenzy. Qin Fan inwardly realized the danger. He sensed the intense hatred radiating from Elder Qinghong, a hatred that seemed determined to destroy him. I absolutely cannot let him kill me. Qin Fan gritted his teeth, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He swiftly retreated, simultaneously summoning every ounce of his power to block Elder Qinghong's attempt to devour his energy. A mad gleam flashed across Elder Qinghong's face as he charged toward Qin Fan with frenzied abandon. He had completely succumbed to madness. Qin Fan's body retreated, sensing the dangerously potent force emanating from Elder Qinghong. He had to block the Elder's attack. Boom! The distance between them closed rapidly. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Qin Fan's eyes as he thrust toward Elder Qinghong. Die! Elder Qinghong roared, unleashing a powerful aura that engulfed Qin Fan. The force sent him staggering backward several steps, nearly toppling him. Qin Fan's heart raced with alarm. He finally understood just how terrifying Elder Qinghong's martial soul power truly was. A wave of regret washed over him. Had he recognized Elder Qinghong's martial soul power sooner, he could have evaded the attack and avoided this humiliating predicament. Damn it, all because I was too careless. The thought flashed through Qin Fan's mind. He dared not linger any longer and retreated swiftly backward. As Qin Fan vanished from sight, a flicker of surprise crossed Elder Qinghong's face, quickly morphing into a savage grimace. Escape? Humph. Don't even think about it. Elder Qinghong sneered coldly and swiftly gave chase. The distance between them widened briefly, only to close again swiftly. Qin Fan dared not pause, continuing his frantic flight. He tried every trick he knew along the way, yet still couldn't shake his pursuer. Elder Qinghong doggedly pursued behind him, relentlessly closing the gap. Qin Fan gritted his teeth and kept running, but his pace steadily slowed. His body shook violently, his mind stretched to its limit, waiting for Elder Qinghong to draw near so he could launch his final counterattack. Seeing Qin Fan's pace falter, Elder Qinghong's face twisted into a savage grin. Boy, your escape is over. Prepare to die. Qin Fan's breath came in short, irregular gasps. He felt the strength within him gradually draining away, like the dying embers of a spent torch. He knew escape was no longer possible. Boy, you have no chance of escape. Prepare to die. Elder Qinghong's voice echoed like a howl from the depths of hell, cold, menacing, and savage. A flicker of resolve shot through Qin Fan's eyes. He knew this was a life or death moment, there could be no more hesitation. He halted decisively, turning to face Elder Qinghong as he charged madly forward. You think I'll surrender without a fight? Qin Fan's voice rang with resolve and battle intent. He drew a deep breath as his aura began to coalesce around him. Elder Qinghong stared at the unyielding youth before him, the madness in his eyes intensifying. He accelerated without mercy, preparing to strike the fatal blow. Yet, the instant he neared Qin Fan, the youth's body erupted in a blinding radiance. It was an overwhelmingly dazzling golden light, like flames from the sun itself, scorching and boundless. Elder Qinghong halted in his tracks, staring in disbelief at the spectacle before him. He felt an intangible pressure emanating from the light, suffocating him. What kind of power was this? Elder Qinghong was filled with terror. He abruptly retreated several steps, desperate to distance himself from that terrifying oppressive force. Chapter 39, Sealing Power. Soul Fusion. Qin Fan roared, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth. With that command, Qin Fan's martial cultivation level surged upward. Elder Qinghong realized with horror that his own martial soul couldn't devour Qin Fan's. What kind of suppression was this? A chill ran through Elder Qinghong's heart. Boy, what are you doing? Elder Qinghong snapped. Elder Qinghong, your martial soul is too unpredictable. I can only bind you, Qin Fan said in a deep voice, his eyes fixed intently on Elder Qinghong. Kid, don't even think about fooling me. Elder Qinghong snorted coldly, his eyes widening as he strained to discern any weakness in Qin Fan's defenses. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through that barrier, as if an invisible wall blocked his vision. A cold smile flickered in Qin Fan's eyes. He knew he had successfully suppressed the source of Elder Qinghong's movement technique. This power was precisely the restraining force unleashed after he had fused his martial soul. You think you can escape so easily? Qin Fan's voice was cold and resolute, his eyes brimming with contempt for Elder Qinghong's power. Feeling Qin Fan's contempt, Elder Qinghong's face darkened into a grim, ferocious expression. He resolved to rely solely on his overwhelming physical strength to finish this fight. Qin Fan gave a cold laugh, his body swiftly dodging to evade Elder Qinghong's attack. His form shot forward like lightning, closing the distance to Elder Qinghong in an instant before unleashing a punch. Elder Qinghong's eyes narrowed in focus, refusing to take the threat lightly. He instantly sidestepped and retreated. However, Qin Fan's attack was too swift. Elder Qinghong couldn't fully evade, and a fist slammed into his shoulder, instantly sending a wave of pain through him. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Elder Qinghong refused to back down. Arrogant brat! Elder Qinghong roared furiously, lunging forward once more, his fist hurtling toward Qin Fan. Break! A thunderous roar erupted from within Qin Fan's body as his fist collided fiercely with Elder Qinghong's. Both were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. But at that moment, Qin Fan's fist underwent a sudden transformation. Unparalleled power erupted from his right fist, piercing through Elder Qinghong's defenses and sending him flying backward. Elder Qinghong crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times before finally regaining his footing. This scene left all the onlookers from the major clans and families gawking in astonishment. What kind of power was this, capable of sending Elder Qinghong flying? How could this be possible? A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Elder Qinghong's mouth. He lifted his head, staring at Qin Fan with utter shock. Qin Fan rose to his feet, silent, advancing steadily toward Elder Qinghong. Elder Qinghong refused to back down, unleashing a palm strike toward Qin Fan. Though seemingly ordinary and devoid of obvious power, this strike contained a terrifying destructive force. This was a palm technique. I didn't expect you to force me to play my trump card. You've got some skill. Elder Qinghong was quite surprised to see Qin Fan actually withstand his strike head-on, yet he showed no trace of fear. Suddenly, countless slender green needles erupted from his palm, shooting toward Qin Fan. The piercing whistles of the needles cut through the air, sending chills down the spine. Qin Fan's expression darkened slightly as he scrambled to evade. Elder Qinghong sneered coldly. His legs suddenly sprang upward, delivering a kick aimed squarely at Qin Fan's abdomen. This knee strike was as swift as thunder, accompanied by a howling gale that struck terror into the heart. This was Elder Qinghong's most formidable leg technique. He believed no one could withstand its force. Watch out! Watch out, that's the Azure Void Thrust. It was Elder Qinghong's ultimate killing move. The surrounding crowd erupted in shouts, their eyes filled with worry. Elder Qinghong's knee strike was his most formidable leg technique. Each strike was lethal. Even a Martial King-level powerhouse would need to respond with utmost caution. Seeing Qin Fan evade, Elder Qinghong's face twisted into a cold sneer. You can't dodge it. But the next moment, Elder Qinghong's expression froze solid. He realized Qin Fan hadn't dodged the strike at all. Instead, he was charging straight toward him. Seeking death. Elder Qinghong roared in fury, slamming his palm toward Qin Fan, intent on sending him flying. Boom! Qin Fan seized Elder Qinghong's wrist with his left hand and twisted with force, clearly intending to snap the bones. The youngster is too hasty. Elder Qinghong twisted his wrist, nullifying Qin Fan's force. Any more tricks? Qin Fan asked coldly, his gaze fixed on Elder Qinghong. Elder Qinghong's expression flickered, then he clenched his teeth. Since you seek battle, let's fight to the bitter end. Elder Qinghong. He extended his left hand, and 3 silver-white needles suddenly appeared in his palm. Qin Fan's pupils contracted slightly, his eyes brimming with vigilance. Elder Qinghong's expression grew increasingly grim. Clutching the silver needles in his left hand, he raised his right arm high above his head. Whoosh! As Elder Qinghong's fingers curved slightly, the 3 silver needles shot into the air, spinning as they sliced through the void. Qin Fan watched the needles hurtling toward him, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he raised his left fist and swung it forward. This punch carried several times the power of his previous strike, shattering the 3 oncoming needles on impact. Witnessing this, the crowd sucked in a collective gasp, their faces frozen in shock. Elder Qinghong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his expression turning grim. He knew he had met his match. A powerful aura surged from Elder Qinghong's body. Qin Fan narrowed his eyes, sensing a palpable threat. Elder Qinghong's power seemed to have grown even more formidable than before. A resolute gleam flashed deep within his eyes as his martial energy surged violently within his body. 9 dragons return, 5 elements cycle fist. Qin Fan murmured the 3 words. Qin Fan's figure flickered, descending like a divine dragon. How will you counter this move now? Qin Fan's body surged forward like a sharp arrow, his overwhelming momentum instantly bearing down upon Elder Qinghong. Elder Qinghong's expression darkened. He sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from Qin Fan, a force that surpassed his own. He understood that if he didn't go all out now, he would likely fall to Qin Fan's hands. Nothing special. Elder Qinghong snorted coldly, stepping forward as his entire form vanished from the spot. A flicker of caution crossed Qin Fan's eyes as he sensed the aura of danger. In the next instant, a figure materialized from behind and to the side of Qin Fan, striking toward his back in a flash. No! Qin Fan's heart jolted. He instantly recognized it, Elder Qin Hong's lethal move, the shadowless palm. Qin Fan's body shot backward as he spun to evade the deadly strike. Yet Elder Qin Hong's palm attack showed no mercy, relentlessly pursuing Qin Fan with successive strikes. Chapter 40, 5 Elements Cycle Fist. Qin Fan's gaze sharpened as he clenched his fists, unleashing the 5 Elements Cycle Fist. The 5 Elements Cycle Fist was a self-created fist technique of Qin Fan's, imbued with the power of the 5 elements and possessing immense might. Qin Fan's body flowed like the 5 elements as he executed the technique, simultaneously countering Elder Qin Hong's shadowless palm. Boom! The collision of their fists and palms unleashed a staggering force. Energy ripples radiated outward, shaking the surrounding trees until they swayed precariously. Qin Fan felt the martial energy within him surge wildly, an immense power coursing through his body. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. "I will not lose," Qin Fan shouted through gritted teeth. His fist techniques grew increasingly fierce, the 5 elements' power merging continuously to form a terrifying momentum. Punch after punch shattered the void, tearing the air itself apart. Elder Qin Hong's face darkened. He sensed the immense power erupting from Qin Fan, a force that surpassed even his wildest expectations. Impossible! Elder Qin Hong snarled, his own aura growing fiercer as he slapped the air relentlessly, trying to withstand Qin Fan's onslaught. Yet Qin Fan's fist techniques grew ever more devastating. His figure darted around Elder Qin Hong like lightning, each punch carrying annihilating force. "You're still not strong enough?" Qin Fan roared, his punches growing more ruthless as the 5 elements surged toward Elder Qin Hong like a raging storm. Elder Qin Hong's face twisted into a grimace as he sensed death closing in. He knew he was at a disadvantage. If he didn't act now, Qin Fan would truly defeat him. "In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Elder Qin Hong leapt forward, slamming his palm fiercely toward Qin Fan's face. A resolute glint flashed in Qin Fan's eyes. He must give it his all. 5 elements converge, heaven and earth boundless fist. Qin Fan roared lowly, his body erupting with unparalleled power. His fist technique grew even more ruthless as the 5 elements merged into one, forming an unstoppable fist momentum. His fist met Elder Qin Hong's palm strike, and the two terrifying forces collided in an instant. Elder Qin Hong's body was instantly sent flying by the force, slamming violently into a pillar of the banquet hall. Qin Fan stood rooted to the spot, his chest heaving violently, his fist still trembling. The crowd watched in stunned silence, witnessing Qin Fan's power with disbelief. Qin Fan slowly withdrew his fist, gazing down at Elder Qin Hong lying on the floor. He knew this battle was already his victory. Elder Qin Hong struggled to his feet, his face pale, eyes burning with fury and resentment. I refuse to admit defeat." Elder Qin Hong gritted out, unwilling to be bested by a mere youth. "Since you refuse to concede, I'll deliver another blow." A resolute glint flashed in Qin Fan's eyes as his body erupted once more with overwhelming power. Elder Qin Hong's heart lurched. He sensed an even more formidable power emanating from Qin Fan, a force he could not withstand. "I refuse to admit defeat," Elder Qin Hong suddenly shouted, swiftly retreating. Boom! No sooner had he retreated 10 feet than Qin Fan's fist slammed into the pillar. "Master!" The crowd gasped in relief that Elder Qin Hong had evaded the blow. Elder Qin Hong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He couldn't let this brat grow stronger, he must cripple him right here. A murderous aura surged from his body as he lunged swiftly toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan saw Elder Qin Hong charging toward him, cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Elder Qin Hong's figure shifted with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Qin Fan and lunged forward, reaching out to grab Qin Fan's shoulder. "Humph!" Qin Fan snorted coldly, raising his hand to strike back. His palm collided with Elder Qin Hong's, producing a thunderous crack. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged hundreds of blows. Boom! Waves of immense force radiated outward from their bodies. Both appeared battered, yet neither could gain the upper hand as they remained locked in a stalemate. Though Qin Fan possessed a formidable physique that easily withstood Elder Qin Hong's assaults, the elder could exploit Qin Fan's vulnerabilities after brief standoffs. A savage expression twisted Elder Qin Hong's face as murderous intent surged from his body. "What?" Qin Shui's face paled. Elder Qin Hong was actually resorting to forbidden techniques. He intended to kill Qin Fan. The numerous disciples present were stunned. Elder Qin Hong was actually resorting to forbidden techniques? Was he truly intent on killing Qin Fan? Run! They certainly didn't want to cause a fatality in full view of everyone. Run! Has Elder Qin Hong fallen from the path? The crowd gasped in disbelief, never expecting the situation to escalate to this point. Qin Fan's expression remained calm, not a trace of panic visible. A smile still lingered on his face, yet a terrifying power surged within him, forming an invisible defensive barrier around his body. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. How could this be? He actually managed to block Elder Qin Hong's forbidden technique? This kid is truly formidable. To resist Elder Qin Hong's forbidden technique is utterly terrifying. It seems killing him won't be as easy as Elder Qin Hong thought. Whispers rippled through the crowd, eyes brimming with awe. Elder Qinghong stared at Qin Fan, his eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent. Qin Fan, today I shall slay you. Elder Qinghong barked coldly. Qin Fan replied indifferently, Elder Qinghong, I've given you ample opportunity to back down. Yet you refuse to seize it. It seems you truly seek death. You insolent brat, don't get cocky. Elder Qinghong roared in fury, swiftly lunging at Qin Fan. He drew a dagger and thrust it toward Qin Fan's forehead. Trivial tricks. Qin Fan snorted coldly, swiftly evading the dagger's strike as his form flashed past like lightning. Though Elder Qinghong's attacks were swift and fierce, they appeared clumsy and laughable in Qin Fan's eyes. He calmly evaded each strike, moving with effortless ease. You dare challenge me with such meager skills? You're no match for me. Qin Fan declared coldly. Elder Qinghong's face contorted with fury, a furious roar erupting from his throat. He poured every ounce of strength into trying to defeat Qin Fan, only to find his attacks vanishing into thin air, unable to inflict even the slightest scratch. A powerful aura radiated from Qin Fan's body, a hint of mocking amusement flickering in his eyes. He knew he had seized complete control of the battle. Elder Qinghong felt endless despair. He had believed his forbidden technique would defeat Qin Fan in one fell swoop, yet never imagined Qin Fan could be so powerful, completely immune to its effects. The shadow of death settled over him, fear consuming his very soul. Impossible! Elder Qinghong roared, a murderous aura surging from his body as it swept toward Qin Fan. Chapter 41, Expulsion from the Sect. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Fan's eyes as he fearlessly met the black vortex head-on. His palm swept out, forming a dazzling golden palm print that collided with the black vortex. Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the black vortex into countless fragments. Qin Fan's palm strike remained unscathed, continuing its assault toward Elder Qinghong. Elder Qinghong was horrified. He tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Qin Fan's palm strike struck his chest, sending his entire body flying backward like a crashing onto the edge of the arena. Thud! Elder Qinghong crashed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Qin Fan's attack power was truly terrifying. Everyone stared at Qin Fan in shock, unable to comprehend how he could be so powerful. Elder Qinghong's face drained of color. Seeing Qin Fan's devilishly charming smile, a flicker of fear appeared in his eyes. Qin Fan walked slowly toward Elder Qinghong, towering over him with a condescending gaze. What do you want? Elder Qinghong stammered. A cold curve formed at the corner of Qin Fan's lips. He slowly crouched down, gazing at Elder Qinghong as he spoke in a detached tone. Elder Qinghong, you should know that I will never tolerate any threat to my existence. What do you intend to do? Elder Qinghong trembled violently, sensing the threat of death. He tried to rise but found himself utterly drained of strength, left only to lie on the ground, shivering uncontrollably. Elder Qinghong's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes brimming with terror. You won't kill me, will you? Elder Qinghong pleaded. Qin Fan shook his head, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Of course I won't kill you. Hearing Qin Fan's words, Elder Qinghong's heart finally settled. Elder Qinghong took a deep breath, his face pale and his forehead glistening with sweat. A hint of exhaustion flickered in his eyes. He had just used a forbidden technique, depleting his energy severely. Now he could barely stand. Seeing Elder Qinghong's state, Qin Fan spoke in a hollow tone, just expel Qin Shuer from the sect, and I'll spare you. No, I cannot. Elder Qinghong hastily refused, his face etched with unwillingness. Qin Fan frowned, his eyes flashing with two piercing beams of sharpness. If you refuse, I will strip you of your cultivation, reducing you to an ordinary mortal. You will never rise again. Qin Fan's tone was icy, leaving no room for refusal. Elder Qinghong's face paled. He knew Qin Fan spoke the truth. You! Shameless! Elder Qinghong blurted out. His voice brimmed with fury and helplessness. He sensed the absolute power in Qin Fan's grasp, realizing he was now trapped within the other's palm. Once a senior elder of the Sky Eagle sect, boasting formidable cultivation and prestige, he now could only face Qin Fan's threat with utter resignation. Shameful? Qin Fan gave a cold laugh, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. A hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. Elder Qinghong, do you now realize how meaningless your former arrogance has become? Elder Qinghong was momentarily speechless, unable to refute Qin Fan's words. He understood he was now completely subjugated before Qin Fan. Both his cultivation and status had become shackles. Qin Fan's gaze grew increasingly sharp as he crouched beside Elder Qinghong, his icy aura spreading outward. You should know I'm not someone to trifle with. If you don't want to become a cripple, obey my command. Expel Qin Shuer from the sect and never allow her return. Otherwise, your fate will be far more gruesome. Elder Qinghong clenched his teeth, torn by inner conflict. Qin Shuer was his most accomplished disciple and one of his most cherished pupils. Yet now, for the sake of his own cultivation and standing, he was forced to make an agonizing decision. Fine. I agree. Elder Qinghong said through gritted teeth, his voice brimming with endless pain and resignation. Qin Fan nodded with satisfaction and rose to leave. He knew Elder Qinghong had no power to resist. This choice was his only way out. The assembled crowd stood dumbfounded. None could have imagined Elder Qinghong would agree to Qin Fan's demand. Qin Shuer stood nearby. Hearing this decision, a flicker of helplessness and sorrow crossed her eyes. She couldn't understand why Elder Qinghong would make such a choice. He had always cherished and protected her so deeply. Why, at this critical moment, would he choose to betray her? Elder Qinghong, are you truly going to do this? Qin Shuer's voice was faint and trembling. She tried to plead with him, but there was no hope left. Elder Qinghong offered no reply, lowering his head, unable to meet Qin Shuer's gaze. He knew he had made an irreversible decision, one born of helplessness, both for Qin Shuer and for the sect. Tears streamed down Qin Shuer's cheeks. Qin Fan stood silently in the distance, watching the scene unfold. His heart swelled with triumph. He understood that his decision would shatter both Elder Qinghong and Qin Shuer, yet for his own power and status, he had no choice. In that moment, Qin Fan understood profoundly that the price of pursuing power and status was immense and cruel. He was willing to bear it all, yet he also knew the hardships and enemies he would face would grow ever stronger and more ruthless. Qin Fan turned and walked away, his heart surging with boundless ambition and desire. He had already embarked on a path strewn with thorns, destined to confront one formidable foe after another. Behind him, Elder Qinghong and Qin Shuer stood, their hearts heavy with sorrow. They were filled with endless pain and regret. They understood they had become mere puppets in Qin Fan's relentless pursuit of power. Qin Fan stole the show at his own banquet. How could Ouyang Jing swallow his pride? The moment Qin Fan emerged from the banquet, Ouyang Jing immediately contacted high-ranking members of several reclusive clans. Qin Fan, you dared to resort to violence at my banquet. You're digging your own grave. Ouyang Jing's gaze toward Qin Fan was filled with a chilling, murderous intent. He turned and made a call to the Wang family. As the young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Jing held a position of great prestige. Though the Wang family was a vassal house to the Ouyangs, they still wielded considerable influence in certain circles. As Ouyang Jing dialed the Wang family's number, in the Wang family's grand hall. You say Qin Fan laid hands on Elder Qinghong at your banquet? A man with snow-white hair and beard, his face bearing the marks of time, spoke after a moment of silence. Yes, Qinghong was defeated. Ouyang Jing nodded. Qinghong could be defeated by some unknown upstart, the man pressed. Indeed. I even heard Qin Fan declare he would expel Qin Shuer from the sect. Ouyang Jing affirmed. This has escalated considerably. Though Elder Qinghong isn't a major figure, he remains a Tianwu sect elder. For Qin Fan to dare attack him. The man pondered briefly before adding, however, such a talent is certainly worth recruiting. Chapter 42, Courting Qin Fan. You think someone like Qin Fan is worth recruiting? Ouyang Jing heard this and felt deeply puzzled. But I think someone so arrogant must have some hidden cards up his sleeve. Otherwise, how could he possibly defeat Qinghong? But he ruined my banquet. Wouldn't courting him now be utterly humiliating if word got out? Ouyang Jing hesitated. Are you foolish, Ouyang Jing? Don't you understand? Qin Fan has already demonstrated his formidable strength and ambition. If you provoke someone like him without knowing his true capabilities, you'll be the one suffering the consequences. A tall, dark-faced man said coldly. Ouyang Jing's brow furrowed slightly. He knew the man spoke truth. Though Qin Fan's actions had humiliated him, he had to admit that Qin Fan's power and resolve were undeniable. You're right. Ouyang Jing acknowledged. Thus, Ouyang Jing resolved to take action. He knew that to win Qin Fan over, he must offer sufficient benefits and enticements. He resolved to leverage the Wang family's influence to win Qin Fan over. Ouyang Jing immediately dispatched men to contact Qin Fan, inviting him to a special gathering. This gathering would bring together high-ranking members and influential figures from numerous reclusive clans. Its purpose was to showcase their strength and background to Qin Fan, while also offering him opportunities for collaboration. Upon receiving the invitation, Qin Fan understood immediately. He understood this was a rare opportunity. If he could establish connections with more factions and resources at this gathering, it would greatly benefit his plans. The day of the gathering finally arrived. Within a solemn and magnificent palace, the atmosphere was tense yet filled with anticipation. Representatives from the elite families took their seats, each aware of the gathering's critical importance to their own interests. Qin Fan entered the palace, sensing the thick atmosphere. His gaze swept across the crowd, catching familiar faces alongside representatives from families he had never encountered before. As the banquet commenced, representatives from various families engaged in conversation. They exchanged glances and smiles, conveying messages and attempting to gauge each other's true intentions. Qin Fan was no exception. He skillfully conversed with representatives from various families, his speech and demeanor radiating confidence and wisdom. Time slowly passed, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, a man clad in black robes stepped onto the main stage, the host of this gathering. His voice boomed with power, echoing throughout the entire palace. Distinguished guests, thank you for your presence. At this gathering, we shall showcase our family's strength and resources while offering opportunities for collaboration. The robed man's words echoed through the palace, drawing every gaze toward him. The palace was ablaze with brilliant lights. Lavish decorations and exquisite cuisine filled the air with enticing aromas, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation. Qin Fan's gaze swept across the banquet, taking in the representatives of numerous families, each a symbol of power and influence. Expectation filled his heart, mingled with a touch of nervousness. Ouyang Jing observed Qin Fan, thinking to himself that this gathering held equal importance for him. He knew that collaborating with Qin Fan would unlock greater resources and opportunities. He must demonstrate his family's strength to Qin Fan at this gathering, changing his perception of the Ouyang clan. A newcomer had arrived at today's banquet. Please come forward to introduce yourself. The host turned his gaze toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan rose slowly, walked to the front of the stage, and bowed to the crowd below. All eyes were on him, for not a trace of energy emanated from his body. Everyone was curious, who was Qin Fan, and what was his background? Hello, everyone. I am Qin Fan said with a smile. Who is Qin Fan? Some family representatives looked puzzled. Most present were seeing Qin Fan for the first time, unaware of his true origins. Many eyes fixed on Qin Fan with a hint of contempt, clearly displeased by his appearance. Qin Fan? Never heard of him, remarked a woman with a dismissive laugh. Representatives from other families remained indifferent, offering no acknowledgement. After all, aside from those directly involved in the previous banquet, the rest knew nothing of what had transpired last time. He's just a wet behind the ears brat. How dare someone like him sit among us? Absolutely ridiculous. As the name Qin Fan appeared on the list, a wave of derision swept through the crowd. That's the famously useless good-for-nothing? They actually dared put his name on the list, a young man sneered. More like brain dead, another chimed in. Qin Fan heard every whisper and snide remark, yet he remained utterly unmoved. He simply stood there quietly. Ouyang Jing scanned the crowd with satisfaction. The more others despised Qin Fan, the more unique his decision to recruit him appeared. Qin Fan, your talent is mediocre. You don't even rank at the bottom of the Qin family. I advise you to leave immediately, or you'll bring shame upon our prestigious clan. Another person spoke up. His tone dripped with threat, clearly aiming to drive Qin Fan away. Yes, you're dragging down our standing. Qin Fan smiled faintly, paying no heed to their warnings. Aren't you curious why I'm here? Qin Fan asked slowly. This remark piqued everyone's interest. Whispers spread through the crowd. This Qin Fan is truly arrogant. He actually expects us to know why he's here? He must have pulled some strings forgotten in through connections. Qin Fan's gaze fell upon Ouyang Jing. A mocking curve lifted at the corner of his mouth. It seemed Ouyang Jing hadn't told everyone about what had happened earlier. Is he trying to make him look foolish? Or was there another motive? Amidst the murmurs, Qin Fan maintained a calm smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. Who I am? Ouyang Jing knows best, doesn't he? Qin Fan asked coldly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Ouyang Jing glanced at the crowd without betraying his emotions. He is my honored guest. Hearing Ouyang Jing's words, the crowd couldn't help but feel a surge of doubt. Could Qin Fan truly possess some hidden status and power? Qin Fan studied Ouyang Jing. He understood that Ouyang Jing's words might be meant to stir more discussion and attention, but they could also serve his own interests. His words ignited the crowd's curiosity. They began speculating about what kind of power and resources Qin Fan possessed that could command Ouyang Jing's respect. Qin Fan, what is your background? A clan representative couldn't help but ask. Qin Fan smiled, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before he spoke slowly. I am the Dragon Sovereign. The crowd was stunned. The Dragon Sovereign? Who hadn't heard of that name recently? Both the Zhang and Qin families had suffered significant losses at the hands of the Dragon Sovereign. Could this overnight sensation truly be Qin Fan? Chapter 43, What's the game plan? Qin Fan, are you truly the Dragon Sovereign? A family representative asked doubtfully, his voice tinged with disbelief. Qin Fan didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing understood perfectly what Qin Fan was implying. This was a test. Ouyang Jing smiled faintly, stepping forward without hesitation. Indeed, he declared to the assembly, Qin Fan is the Dragon Sovereign. And he is also our Ouyang family's honored guest. Hearing Ouyang Jing's words, the crowd couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts. They began recalling past events, the Qin family's bankruptcy crisis, the Zhang family's red romance being completely dismantled. All of this seemed intricately connected to Qin Fan. Qin Fan, how did you manage to do all this? A family representative couldn't help but ask, his voice brimming with curiosity. Qin Fan smiled, a mysterious gleam flashing in his eyes. He scanned the room unobtrusively before speaking slowly. My principle is simple, I repay every slight. Hearing Qin Fan's words, the crowd was once again shaken to their core. This guy is ruthless. Qin Fan, what exactly do you want here? Another family representative asked, his voice tinged with wariness. Qin Fan gave a faint smile, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Qin Fan turned his head, observing Ouyang Jing with curiosity. His gaze was filled with an inquiring intent. He wanted to know why Ouyang Jing had summoned him here and what his true intentions were. Well, that depends on what Ouyang Jing wants me here for. Qin Fan couldn't help but speak up, his tone tinged with a hint of teasing. Qin Fan, don't overthink it. Since learning you're the Dragon Sovereign, how could I ever dare to underestimate you? Ouyang Jing's face softened into a confident smile. Oh? Qin Fan felt intrigued, wondering why Ouyang Jing held him in such high regard. After all, I've witnessed your capabilities firsthand. Ouyang Jing's expression held genuine admiration. Hearing Ouyang Jing's words, the others grew even more curious. They wanted to know what kind of skills Qin Fan possessed that could earn such admiration from Ouyang Jing. You've surely heard of the name Qin Hong? Ouyang Jing turned to the group and spoke slowly. The crowd nodded in unison, acknowledging the name Qin Hong. In Jiangcheng, who doesn't know this martial arts patriarch? Then do you know Qin Hong's weakness? Ouyang Jing continued to guide their thoughts. Of course Elder Qin Hong knows. Who in Jiangcheng doesn't? A clan representative blurted out. The crowd fell into deep thought. They knew Qin Hong was a martial arts master in Jiangcheng, but they didn't know his specific background or origins. Ouyang Jing nodded, satisfied with their reactions. He continued, exactly. Qin Hong was defeated by Qin Fan. Shock rippled through the crowd at Ouyang Jing's words. They stared at Qin Fan in disbelief. How could it be him? Qin Fan, you truly defeated Qin Hong? A family representative asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Qin Fan smiled and nodded, a flash of pride in his eyes. He continued, yes. From this day forward, in Jiangcheng, I am a name known to all. The crowd stared at Qin Fan in disbelief, their minds drifting back to the legends of Qin Hong, the legendary martial artist who had achieved countless glorious victories in Jiangcheng. Qin Fan, how did you manage this? A clan representative couldn't help but ask, his voice brimming with curiosity and awe. Qin Fan smiled, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before he spoke slowly. My principle is simple, I repay every slight. Not only do I strike back at those who harm me, but I also protect those I deem worthy. Hearing Qin Fan's words, the crowd was once again shaken to their core. They began to understand that the reason Qin Fan had become the Dragon Sovereign was because of the formidable strength and fearless spirit he had displayed in Jiangcheng. Qin Fan, what exactly do you want here? Another clan representative inquired. Qin Fan offered a faint smile. Cooperation. The two words slipped from his lips, yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. Seeing Qin Fan's demeanor, everyone couldn't help but feel a jolt of awe. They began to realize that this was the true bearing befitting a Dragon Sovereign. His strength and dominance lent his words compelling persuasiveness. The others began to waver. Ouyang Jing's heart also skipped a beat. Qin Fan's words were too compelling, stirring something within him. Qin Fan continued, I intend to establish a Jinwu Garden organization in Jiangcheng. Are you willing to follow me? Follow you? One man couldn't help but chuckle at Qin Fan's words. This man was Song Hoan of the Song family of Jiangcheng, primarily involved in the medicinal herb trade. You want to control Jiangcheng? Don't you think you're being naive? Jiangcheng isn't just a sacred place for martial arts, it holds immense advantages in every aspect. It's not something ordinary families can compare to. If I were you, I'd abandon that notion. Song Hoan shook his head as he looked at Qin Fan. Are you worried I'll take over the entire Jiangcheng? Trust me, it's only a matter of time. Qin Fan remained unruffled, responding with patience. Qin Fan had known Song Hoan for quite some time. After all, his family was in the medicinal herbs business, and Qin Fan had interacted with him when helping Qin Xingqing. But Song Hoan remained unaware of this connection. Song Hoan frowned, utterly unable to believe the scene before him. That Qin Fan harbored such immense ambition to control the entire Jiangcheng was simply inconceivable. Qin Fan, have you lost your mind? Jiangcheng isn't so easily controlled. Establishing the Jinwu Garden organization will consume enormous resources and energy. Have you considered these issues? Song Hoan tried desperately to make Qin Fan see the harsh reality. Qin Fan smiled, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Song Hoan's words did not shake him in the slightest. Mr. Song, I understand your concerns. But you must know I'm not without my strengths. I have my own trump cards and plans. I believe that as long as you follow me, we will succeed. Qin Fan's tone brimmed with confidence and resolve. Song Hoan fell silent for a moment, studying Qin Fan's resolute gaze as he weighed the pros and cons internally. What trump cards do you have? What makes you think I should trust you to control the entire Jiangcheng? Song Hoan asked, a lingering hesitation still present in his heart. Qin Fan smiled faintly, tapping his finger lightly on the table. I possess my own power and resources, along with secrets unknown to you. If you follow me and place your trust in me, we will undoubtedly reshape the landscape of Jiangcheng. Qin Fan's voice carried a magnetic quality, almost hypnotic in its pull. A thoughtful expression flickered across Song Hoan's eyes as he began seriously considering Qin Fan's proposal. If I agree to follow you, what assurances can you give me? Song Ho-won's hesitation lingered. He sought some guarantees from Qin Fan. Chapter 44, Control of Jiangcheng. Qin Fan smiled faintly, aware Song Ho-won needed more time to deliberate. Mr. Song, if you choose to join me, I guarantee you will become a core figure within Jiangcheng's Jinwu Garden organization. I will grant you greater authority and resources, providing you with a more prominent stage to shine in Jiangcheng. Qin Fan's words were filled with allure. Song Ho-won pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Agreed. I will follow you. But remember, you must keep your promises. A hint of warning lingered in Song Ho-won's tone. Qin Fan smiled and nodded, knowing he had taken a crucial step toward success. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Song. I will do everything in my power to fulfill my promises, ensuring you won't regret joining me. Qin Fan's tone carried a hint of solemnity. The two shook hands, marking the beginning of their partnership. Seeing Song Ho-won choose to follow Qin Fan, the others began to waver. They started seriously considering whether Qin Fan could truly reshape Jiangcheng's landscape and become a household name. Those attending this banquet were industry leaders with broad perspectives. Naturally, they wouldn't dismiss someone outright. Making an enemy could prove costly. Qin Fan's gaze radiated a magnetic charm, and every move he made exuded unshakable confidence and resolve. The crowd began recalling Qin Fan's past deeds, which had been unremarkable. Yet his recent actions had caused such a sensation. Could it be true, as he claimed, that he held hidden cards? Yet some remained skeptical. Qin Fan, you're far too young. I can't tell if you possess genuine ability or are merely recklessly overconfident. I too worry his ambitions and plans might be nothing but pipe dreams. A city as vast and complex as Jiangcheng, can you really change it single-handedly? I don't think he understands business at all, though it could just be bluffing. Such remarks began to gain traction. Mr. Song, please take a seat. Qin Fan gestured toward the chair beside him. Song Ho-won nodded, walked over, and sat down. A hint of gravity flashed in his eyes as he looked at Qin Fan. Deep down, he still refused to believe Qin Fan possessed such formidable strength. He thought Qin Fan was simply overconfident. Regardless, Song Ho-won chose to trust Qin Fan. As the elite of their industry, they possess their own pride, but they wouldn't blindly make the wrong choice. Qin Fan cast a cool glance around at the assembled figures. He understood the current situation. They still dared not challenge him. Gentlemen, that concludes my proposal. If you agree, we proceed with the plan. If not, we won't force the issue. Qin Fan's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. The individuals present were all formidable figures in their own right. Their status and standing in the business world far surpassed that of ordinary people. To them, Qin Fan's words were nothing out of the ordinary. Such a divergence left their emotions tangled. They began exchanging whispers, debating Qin Fan's credibility and their own choices. Each heart was filled with hesitation and inner turmoil. There's no need to rush. If you choose to follow me, I guarantee your future. I can even grant you boundless wealth and power in a short time. Qin Fan's words echoed once more, sending a powerful shockwave through the crowd. Hearing his words only deepened their inner turmoil. Qin Fan's words were undeniably seductive. Song Ho-won took a deep breath. He glanced at Qin Fan, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes, then stood up. I believe you. Song Ho-won declared. Those present turned to look at him, their eyes filled with astonishment. Mr. Song. Mr. Song. They all tried to dissuade him, unwilling for Song Ho-won to agree to follow Qin Fan. Song Ho-won shook his head slightly. He looked at Qin Fan and said, I know you're young, and I admire you. But I hope you won't deceive me. I can trust you, but I will never blindly follow. That's the rule. A smile touched Qin Fan's lips as he nodded in understanding. Qin Fan turned to the other industry leaders and asked, what are your thoughts? I respect Mr. Song's decision, but I need more time to consider. I agree. Some voiced their opinions, while others pretended to disagree, though inwardly they disdained Qin Fan's approach. Mr. Qin, could you elaborate on what kind of organization your true martial garden primarily is? An industry heavyweight inquired with curiosity. Qin Fan smiled faintly, a hint of mystery flickering in his eyes. He gazed at the other man in silence, as if weighing whether to reveal the truth. Jinwu Garden is an intelligence-gathering organization, Qin Fan spoke slowly, his voice resonating with profound solemnity. Its purpose is to enable us to exchange information swiftly and efficiently, achieving our own objectives. Of course, its scope extends far beyond the business world. Hearing these words, the crowd felt an endless surge of curiosity and interest. From Qin Fan's expression and tone, they sensed the extraordinary nature of the Jinwu Garden. They listened patiently as Qin Fan continued, Jinwu Garden is an organization composed of elites from all walks of life. With our vast intelligence network and formidable resource capabilities, we can swiftly obtain the latest developments across every field. This allows us to seize the initiative in business competition, amassing boundless wealth and power. Eyes flickered with interest as the group began to believe Qin Fan's words. Song Ho-won fixed his gaze firmly on Qin Fan. The doubts in his heart gradually dissipated, replaced by admiration and recognition for Qin Fan. He understood that the opportunity Qin Fan offered was unprecedented for them. Others began to express their agreement and support for Qin Fan as well, rising one after another to declare their stance. I believe in you, Mr. Qin. I'm willing to follow you in creating brilliance. This concept is quite novel, but I wonder how you plan to roll it out across the entire city? Indeed, Mr. Qin, do you have any concrete plans? In an instant, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Qin Fan was on the verge of successfully rallying numerous industry leaders. Mr. Qin, should you require anything, we will fully support you. Song Hoon looked at Qin Fan and said in a deep voice, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Song Hoon knew Qin Fan undoubtedly wielded immense wealth and influence. If Qin Fan needed anything, he could certainly assist him. Qin Fan nodded. I have several plans, but they require time to arrange. Would you care to elaborate? Song Hoon inquired. The others also turned their gaze to Qin Fan, awaiting his next proposal. I need you to provide a business system, Qin Fan stated bluntly. I intend to expand the business alliance internationally, enabling all Chinese enterprises to establish overseas operations. This will significantly enhance our ability to secure profits. Chapter 45, Unlocking the Wealth Code. The others nodded. The business alliance could indeed achieve this. As long as Qin Fan had sufficient funding, they could expand the business system overseas. I'll give it my all. Song Hoon declared, then added, but regarding funding, you know how it is. It's a money pit. That's not an issue. With my capabilities, it's manageable, Qin Fan replied. Hearing Qin Fan's words, everyone looked surprised. Mr. Qin, you truly keep your cards close to your chest. Truly a seasoned veteran. Qin Fan gave a slight nod, thinking to himself. This Song Hoon is quite a clever fellow. He managed to hit on many crucial points. Hearing Qin Fan's words, the crowd shot him astonished glances. In this business world driven by wealth and power, capital was undoubtedly a crucial factor. Few could independently shoulder such a massive project solely through their own capabilities. Song Hoon couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He knew Qin Fan possessed extraordinary capabilities, but he found it hard to imagine how Qin Fan could possibly have sufficient funds to support this venture. Qin Fan observed their reactions with a faint smile. Having cut my teeth among the aristocratic clans, he said calmly, I wouldn't dare approach you for partnership without the capital. I simply want to help you make money. These words sent a jolt through the room. They began to reassess Qin Fan, realizing he was no ordinary businessman. He must have powerful backing. Mr. Qin, what exactly do you have in mind? Song Hoon couldn't help but ask. Qin Fan smiled faintly. I plan to invest in a foreign high-tech company developing a revolutionary product that could transform human life. If we partner to bring this innovation to the domestic market, our returns will be substantial. A flicker of excitement passed through the group's eyes as they heard Qin Fan's proposal. They were no strangers to the high-tech industry and understood its immense potential and competitiveness. How exactly do we collaborate? Someone asked eagerly. Qin Fan smiled faintly and explained, first, we need to establish a company dedicated to investment and collaboration. I will provide the necessary funding, while you will handle operations and management. Simultaneously, I will dispatch a professional team overseas to engage in discussions and negotiations with the tech company, he continued. Hearing Qin Fan's words, a surge of passion welled up within them. They knew this was an extraordinary opportunity. Seize it, and they would usher in a glorious chapter of their lives. Mr. Qin, we will not disappoint your expectations. Song Hoon declared solemnly. His doubts had completely vanished, and he resolved to fully support Qin Fan, dedicating his utmost effort to this collaborative project. The others voiced their support in unison. Qin Fan smiled faintly, knowing he had won their trust and backing at this moment. He understood profoundly that realizing his ambitions required a united and capable team, and the people before him were precisely what he needed. How should we proceed with the collaboration? Someone asked eagerly. Qin Fan smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the group as he spoke with steady conviction. First, we must establish a dedicated company responsible for investments and partnerships. This company will be jointly funded by all of us, with each person holding shares proportional to their investment. The group nodded in agreement, understanding that sharing both risks and rewards through collaboration was essential to advancing the project. Simultaneously, we must swiftly dispatch a professional team overseas to negotiate and collaborate with the technology company. Qin Fan continued, this team must be carefully selected. Members should possess both business negotiation skills and a deep understanding of the high-tech industry, including technical expertise. The group began discussing team formation and personnel selection, with each member voicing their opinions and suggestions. Qin Fan listened attentively to each perspective, fully aware that only by pooling everyone's wisdom and strength could they build a formidable team. After intense discussion, they finalized the team composition. Song Hoon as project lead, leveraging his extensive business experience and negotiation skills. Li Lei as technical expert. Li Lei, who was well versed in the high-tech industry and possessed extensive R&D experience. Chen Zihan as the marketing specialist, deeply knowledgeable about market dynamics and skilled in formulating marketing strategies. The formation of this team greatly boosted everyone's confidence. They believed this team could handle the negotiation and cooperation tasks. Next, we need to expedite the establishment of the investment company. Qin Fan stated, I will assign personnel to handle the relevant procedures promptly, aiming to complete the setup in the shortest possible time. Everyone expressed their support, determined to give their all to advance the project's progress. Qin Fan stated frankly, I am willing to provide the necessary financial backing, but I also expect everyone to contribute according to their capabilities. I will give my all to see this project through. Song Hoon pledged. Qin Fan smiled slightly, confident in Song Hoon's capabilities. Then, turning to Song Hoon, he smiled and said, Mr. Song, here is my business card. With this, you can reach me anytime. We will provide you with all necessary services, including covering all expenses. You won't have to worry about a thing. Song Hoon promptly reached out and took the card. He knew that only by partnering with Qin Fan could he achieve lasting success, otherwise, he would forever remain dependent on others. Alright, that's all for today. Qin Fan declared. Next, I'll personally lead the team to the United States to meet with that high-tech company and formalize our partnership. The others departed one by one. Qin Fan had informed them of his plans, confident this project would yield substantial profits. Mr. Qin, thank you, Song Hoon said with emotion. Qin Fan waved his hand dismissively. You're welcome. Song Hoon gazed at Qin Fan, his heart brimming with gratitude. He knew that without Qin Fan's support and trust, he would never have had the chance to participate in this project. As a young business talent, Song Hoon had always yearned for an opportunity to prove his capabilities. Now, he finally had it. Though this industry wasn't closely related to his original field of herbal medicine, the external direction was absolutely the right one. He must support it. Qin Fan smiled and patted Song Hoon on the shoulder, encouraging him, Mr. Song, I believe you can accomplish this task. You possess extensive business experience and negotiation skills. I have complete confidence in you. Feeling Qin Fan's trust and expectations, Song Hoon took a deep breath and declared firmly, Mr. Qin, I will give this project my all. Qin Fan smiled faintly, certain Song Hoon possessed the capability to succeed. Chapter 46, The Mysterious Benefactor. 1 week later. Qin Fan led his team to the United States, where they booked a high-end business hotel as their temporary base. Located in the city center, the hotel boasted first-class facilities and services, providing the team with a comfortable working environment. The next morning, Qin Fan and his team members gathered in the hotel conference room. The spacious, well-lit room held tables laden with documents and laptops. Everyone was filled with anticipation and nervousness. Song Hoon picked up a document and began outlining the negotiation plan and objectives. He elaborated on the significance and importance of their collaboration with the tech company, as well as the specific requirements for the cooperation agreement to be reached. Li Lei raised several technical questions, while Chen Zihan offered suggestions on marketing strategies. They discussed among themselves, continuously refining and optimizing their ideas. After several days of intense preparation, the team finally arrived at the day of negotiations with the tech company. They arrived at the company's headquarters and were ushered into a spacious conference room. The room was equipped with modern facilities, and the walls displayed some of the company's products. The negotiations commenced, with representatives from both sides engaging in intense discussions and exchanges over the details of the collaboration. Leveraging his extensive business experience and negotiation skills, Song Hoon engaged in a compelling debate with the opposing representatives. As a technical expert, Li Lei engaged in in-depth technical discussions with the counterpart representatives from a technical perspective. They engaged in detailed discussions regarding product performance and R&D capabilities. Chen Zihan, from a marketing perspective, provided recommendations on market research and marketing strategies. Through her analysis of market trends and competitors, she offered constructive ideas for both parties. The entire negotiation process was dynamic and passionate, with representatives from both sides demonstrating their professional expertise and capabilities. After several days of negotiations, both parties finally reached a preliminary agreement on cooperation. They decided to deepen their collaboration and further discuss specific cooperation details. After the negotiations concluded, Qin Fan led his team back to the hotel. This negotiation was a success. Qin Fan declared cheerfully. We've made an excellent start. Now we must keep working hard to ensure the smooth progress of our collaboration. Team members nodded in agreement. Song Hoon remarked, Mr. Qin, your support means a lot to us. Thank you. We'll keep pushing to make this project a success. Be careful, don't overwork yourselves. I want you all to return safely, Qin Fan said. If you suffer any losses or encounter difficulties, don't hesitate to contact me. Yes, they replied in unison, their voices brimming with enthusiasm. They understood this was a genuine business battle. After Song Hoon's team engaged with their counterparts in the United States, they had already gained their recognition and favor. Moreover, the other side had pledged to support their plans to the best of their ability. Qin Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, I hope you succeed. This project had consumed weeks of his effort and represented his biggest gamble. In these negotiations, he would spare no expense to help Song Hoon complete it. Back in his hotel room, a wave of exhaustion washed over Qin Fan. He picked up his phone to browse the news, keeping a close eye on developments in Jiangcheng. The next day, the team members gathered once more in the conference room. They appeared energetic, brimming with drive and determination. Song Hoon sensed the team's unity and trust, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at each member. Today is the day that will determine our fate, Song Hoon declared solemnly. We must approach the negotiations in peak condition, demonstrating our strength and value to the other side. The team nodded in unison, demonstrating their trust and support for their leader. They understood that unity and cooperation were crucial at this critical juncture. The negotiations commenced, the conference room filled with a tense yet expectant atmosphere. Representatives from both sides sat down once more to discuss the specific details of their collaboration. After several days of negotiations, both sides finally reached a more refined cooperation agreement. They finalized a concrete cooperation plan and timeline, laying the groundwork for future collaboration. Back in China, Qin Fan looked at Song Hoon and said, "Aren't you curious why I trust you so much?" "Why?" Song Hoon asked curiously. "I've been busy lately and never found the chance to ask. You built your fortune on medicinal herbs. 2 years ago, when you faced difficulties, you sought my help." Qin Fan drifted into recollection. "You?" Song Hoon asked in shock. "Yes, I was the one who helped you back then." Qin Fan nodded with a smile. Song Hoon felt deeply moved, recalling those difficult times 2 years prior. His business had plunged into crisis, sales had plummeted, and he'd been on the brink of despair. He had nearly abandoned all hope, but at the darkest moment, a mysterious benefactor appeared. This person proactively extended a helping hand, offering Song Hoon both aid and support. Not only did they provide capital and resources, but they also guided Song Hoon on how to revitalize his business. Most importantly, Qin Fan instilled hope and courage in Song Hoon, reigniting the passion within him. With Qin Fan's help, Song Hoon gradually emerged from the crisis, and the business slowly regained its former glory. His gratitude toward Qin Fan was beyond words, yet he never found the right moment to express it. He didn't even know who it was. "I never expected anything in return. I just saw you isolated and helpless and wanted to lend a hand. I never imagined you'd go to such lengths to find me," Qin Fan continued. A wave of emotion washed over Song Hoon. He finally understood why Qin Fan had trusted and supported him so wholeheartedly. During those difficult days, he had felt lost and hopeless, but Qin Fan's appearance had given him hope and strength. Now, with the chance to repay Qin Fan's kindness, he was determined to make this collaboration the best it could be. "Mr. Qin, I'm truly grateful for your help. I'll give my all to complete this project," Song Hoon said sincerely. Qin Fan smiled and patted Song Hoon on the shoulder. Looking at the young man before him, he sensed his resolve and growth. He knew his choice had been right. This young man was destined for outstanding achievements. "Mr. Qin, did you see today's news?" Chen Xiaoye sat in front of the TV, asking with a playful smile. "What news?" Qin Fan asked casually, not particularly interested in entertainment gossip. Chen Xiaoye turned on the TV and switched to the financial channel. "Look quickly." Qin Fan looked at the screen in confusion, only to discover it was broadcasting footage of Song Hoon's team signing a cooperation agreement with the other company. Seeing Qin Fan notice the footage, Chen Xiaoye explained, "This video shows the agreement we signed with them. Their cooperation plan is simple. We supply the goods for their procurement, and they handle the deployment and utilization." Chapter 47, The Man in Black Appears. Qin Fan nodded thoughtfully. That sounds good. "Mr. Qin, do you think they'll succeed?" Chen Xiaoye asked. "I see no problem. After all, they're an established, major corporation. They're highly familiar with Song Hoon's medicinal herbs and possess extensive market experience," Qin Fan replied with conviction. Though Song Hoon is young, he possesses exceptionally unique insights in economics and remarkable talent in business operations. If given more room to maneuver, the Song Group will surely rise again. "Well, I'll be watching to see how it turns out," Chen Xiaoye said, deeply admiring Song Hoon and thus holding great confidence in him. "Then let's anticipate their collaboration and strive to elevate the Song Group to new heights," Qin Fan remarked, feeling deeply gratified by Song Hoon's potential. "I've always admired you, Mr. Qin, and now I find myself respecting you even more," Chen Xiaoye said with a beaming smile. Qin Fan chuckled, "I'm not that great, you've misjudged me." His tone was humble, a faint smile playing on his lips. Qin Fan turned to ask Song Hoon about the current economic situation in Jiangcheng. Song Hoon paused briefly before replying earnestly, "The Qin and Zheng families still lead the way. Previous external collaborations were conducted under my name, so they haven't yet seen your true capabilities." Qin Fan nodded slightly. He knew it was time to showcase his capabilities. "It's time to reshuffle the deck," he murmured. They decided to announce Qin Fan's identity and his pivotal role throughout the entire collaboration process at the Song Group's high-level meeting. This would send shockwaves through Jiangqing's business circles, undoubtedly bringing Qin Fan greater opportunities and influence. As the meeting commenced, Song Hoon stood before the conference table and formally announced, "Over the past period, I have worked closely with Long Zun, who has played an exceptionally vital role in our collaborative projects. Today, I formally introduce Long Zun to you all. He will become a strategic partner of the Song Group." All eyes turned to Qin Fan. Smiling, he stepped onto the podium and introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I am Long Zun. It is an honor to collaborate with Mr. Song. I believe that through our joint efforts, the Song Group will achieve even greater development." The room erupted in astonishment. Long Zun was this young? He exudes far more charisma than those dashing celebrities on TV. I deeply regret that under my mismanagement, the Song Group faced a severe crisis. Fortunately, with the decisive support of then CEO Qin, we overcame that challenge. It is a privilege to reconnect through this corporate partnership. Lord Long possesses the full capability to serve as the new CEO of the Song Group. I request Lord Long to join the Song Group and lead us into a new era. Song Hoon announced to the crowd, his tone solemn and sincere. Loud applause erupted as everyone clapped in welcome. Qin Fan felt no aversion to this title, as it aligned with his expectations and conveyed a sense of respect. "Mr. Qin, I look forward to your continued guidance." Zhao Tianfeng stood and extended his right hand to Qin Fan. Other shareholders and directors also rose to offer their congratulations. "We've all witnessed Mr. Qin's capabilities. We will certainly cooperate fully with him moving forward. Mr. Qin, rest assured, should we achieve victory, you will be well rewarded. Mr. Qin, we unanimously recommend you for the position of Vice President of the Song Group." "I second that." Qin Fan rose to shake hands with everyone, smiling as he said, "You are all business elites. Your goodwill is more than enough. It's best for the Song family to remain at the helm of the Song Group." This was the honest truth. The vast empire Qin Fan already managed was overwhelming enough. Taking on the Song Group would only exhaust him further. After all, he had only 1 year left to live. Why chase fame and fortune when he could do something else? His sole concern now was ensuring Wang Zhong and his daughter could live comfortably after his death. Therefore, he preferred to step back from this power struggle, letting Song Hoon, Qin Group, and the Zhang family vie for this empire. "In that case, Mr. Qin, will respectfully defer to your decision," Zhao Tianfeng replied with a smile, his satisfaction with Qin Fan's stance growing. "Mr. Zhao, you're too kind. Under your leadership, the Song Group will surely reach new heights," Qin Fan replied. Zhao Tianfeng laughed heartily, recognizing Qin Fan as a shrewd man who needed no further explanation. "Mr. Qin, I've arranged accommodations for you. You may rest there tonight," Song Hoon informed Qin Fan. "Thank you, Mr. Song," Qin Fan replied with a smile, thoroughly satisfied with Song Hoon's thoughtful arrangements. The day's busy work had left him somewhat weary, and now he could finally get some proper rest. Qin Fan followed Song Hoon to a luxurious villa. Situated within the Song Group's exclusive residential enclave, the villa was surrounded by picturesque scenery, resembling a secluded paradise. The interior was decorated with a simple yet refined elegance, radiating a modern artistic ambience. Song Hoon personally introduced Qin Fan to the villa's facilities and room layout. Qin Fan nodded with pleasure, expressing his gratitude for Song Hoon's thoughtful arrangements. "This is your bedroom, complete with an en-suite bathroom and dressing room. The bedding is custom-made to ensure your utmost comfort." Song Hoon opened the bedroom door and gestured for Qin Fan to enter. Qin Fan stepped into the bedroom, where soft light filled the space. The bed was dressed in crisp white silk bedding, and dark red curtains swayed gently in the breeze. A renowned landscape painting hung on the wall, and the entire room exuded a faint fragrance, creating a comfortable and pleasant atmosphere. Qin Fan walked to the window, drew back the curtains, and beheld a beautiful garden before him, flowers in full bloom, green trees providing shade, as if he had entered a fairyland. He lay down on the bed with a sense of ease, basking in the warm sunlight streaming through the window. Gradually, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Closing his eyes, he drifted into a dream. It had been ages since he'd rested so completely. Just then, a group of black-clad figures slipped in under cover of darkness. Qin Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he instantly opened his eyes with alertness. The figures moved silently, as if their target was something secret and crucial. Qin Fan sprang from the bed, swiftly dressing himself. He crept out of the bedroom, crouched against the wall, and flicked his finger. A golden needle shot out, striking one of the figures squarely in the back of the neck. The figure felt a searing pain, collapsing limp to the floor, immobilized. The others, alerted by the commotion, immediately grew vigilant and began searching the room. Qin Fan swiftly changed positions, deftly evading their search while seeking an opportunity to strike back. Suddenly, one of the figures passed right by him. Chapter 48, A Common Enemy. Qin Fan flashed forward, striking with blinding speed. A precise kick sent the figure flying, slamming him into the wall. Seeing this, the other black-clad figures rushed toward Qin Fan, swiftly brandishing their blades and swords in an attempt to surround him. Yet Qin Fan displayed reflexes and combat prowess beyond their wildest expectations. His body dodged their attacks with agile evasions while delivering precise counterstrikes, each blow landing squarely on vital points. One by one, the black-clad figures fell. They were not facing an ordinary man, but a highly trained martial arts master. Qin Fan's body danced through the darkness, his movements fluid and precise, like an elegant yet ferocious black panther cunningly stalking its prey. Finally, only one black-clad figure remained, struggling desperately. Qin Fan stepped before him, his gaze cold and unwavering. The man stared back in terror, knowing escape was impossible. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Qin Fan demanded coldly. The figure hesitated, then chose silence. Qin Fan snorted coldly, knowing this man wouldn't reveal the truth easily. "Do you think silence will protect you?" Qin Fan demanded coldly. He ruthlessly kicked the weapon from the man's hand and pinned him to the ground. A flicker of struggle and resentment flickered in the man's eyes, but under Qin Fan's overwhelming pressure, he couldn't muster even the slightest resistance. "Let me make this clear, I've uncovered your entire plan. What you seek to take, I will never let you have. Tell me who you are and why you attack me." Qin Fan demanded harshly, his gaze flashing with unwavering resolve. The black-clad figure lifted his head, forcing a composed expression. He clenched his jaw but remained utterly silent. Qin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He understood the man was utterly determined not to speak the truth. Therefore, he would have to extract the information by other means. His mind raced, and suddenly, inspiration struck. He knew exactly how to force the man to speak. "You think I don't know who you are?" Qin Fan laughed mockingly. "Too bad today, you'll be disappointed." A flicker of surprise crossed the black-clad man's eyes as doubt began to creep in. Qin Fan sensed the wavering in the man's resolve. With a cold chuckle, he continued, "Yes, your plan has been exposed. No matter how hard you try, you won't get any useful information. So now you have two choices, either tell me the truth, or..." As soon as Qin Fan finished speaking, he raised his hand. A flash of sword light erupted, and blood began seeping from the man in black's neck. Clutching the wound in agony, his eyes filled with terror. You can't kill me," the figure gritted out. Qin Fan gave a cold laugh, his gaze fixed intently on the man. "Do you think I'll show mercy? Tell me the truth, or prepare to face death." The black-clad man's expression wavered. He knew further delay was futile. Finally, he spoke through gritted teeth. "We are the Black Cloaks," his voice trailed off abruptly, his eyes flickering with lingering hesitation and terror. He met Qin Fan's cold, merciless gaze, knowing he was trapped. Qin Fan sneered coldly, sensing the man's reluctance. He fixed him with an icy stare. "Tell me the truth," he said, his voice sharp as ice. "Or you'll have no choice but to die." The figure's body trembled slightly. He realized that further concealment would only invite harsher punishment. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke, "We're from the Crimson Gang." His voice trembled slightly, but he steadied himself to deliver the truth, "Sent to pick a fight with you." Qin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He was no stranger to the Crimson Gang after all, he was the top dog in Jiangcheng. "Why did you attack me?" Qin Fan fixed the man in black with an intense stare, his eyes flashing with resolve and determination. The man in black gave a bitter laugh, his teeth clenched as he spat, "You were the target. If we couldn't capture you, so be it, but to lose so many men in the process." Qin Fan's frown deepened at the words. He hadn't anticipated becoming the Crimson Gang's target, much less that they'd sacrifice so many lives to capture him. A flicker of hesitation crossed the man's eyes as he gave another bitter laugh. "What you've obtained, what you possess, poses a threat to the Crimson Gang. Jiangcheng will never fall under your control." Qin Fan froze. He'd never imagined his existence would draw such intense scrutiny. Seeing Qin Fan's expression grow grave, the man in black continued, "The leader of the Crimson Gang, Crow, is intensely interested in you. He's heard you've made significant breakthroughs in recent months and believes you've mastered a power capable of changing the world." At the mention of Crow's name, a chill ran through Qin Fan's heart. Raven's reputation in Jiangcheng's underworld was notorious cruel, ruthless, and merciless. He was the absolute overlord of the city's criminal underbelly. "Raven wants to use your power to control all of Jiangcheng." The black-clad man's voice carried a hint of resignation. "We were forced to join the Crimson Gang. They hold our weaknesses hostage, compelling us to become their loyal servants." Qin Fan listened quietly, sensing the sincerity in the man's words. He began to understand that he had stumbled into a dark conspiracy. "You can help me take down the Crimson Gang," Qin Fan suddenly spoke, a resolute glint in his eyes. "If you truly were forced into the gang, then you must know some of their secrets. Tell me, and I'll help you break free from their control." The man in black hesitated. He knew Qin Fan wasn't speaking idly. If they could break free from the Crimson Gang's grip, perhaps they could reclaim their freedom. "All right, I agree," the man in black finally decided, his voice low. "But you must guarantee our safety." Qin Fan nodded, fully aware he'd just stepped into an even more perilous situation. But he was determined not to run anymore. He would face this head-on, finding a way out for himself and those forced into the Crimson Gang. Qin Fan took a deep breath. Scanning the surroundings, he fixed his gaze on the man in black, his eyes burning with resolve. We need a plan, one that can destroy the Crimson Gang. Tell me, what secrets do you know about them? What are their weaknesses? The men in black exchanged solemn glances, their shared resolve evident. One of them spoke up. One of the Crimson Gang's weaknesses is their strongholds. They have bases scattered throughout every corner of Jiangcheng. We need to locate their headquarters to take them down. Chapter 49, The Crimson Gang. Qin Fan nodded. He knew that to defeat the Crimson Gang, they must first destroy their foundation. After a moment's thought, he said, we need to gather more intelligence, understand the Crimson Gang's movements and activities. As members of their ranks, you should be able to provide some leads. The men in black nodded in agreement and began freely sharing details about the Crimson Gang's operations and hidden hideouts with Qin Fan. They informed Qin Fan that the Crimson Gang's influence had long permeated every sector of Jiangcheng, controlling key figures across various fields. The gang's headquarters lay deep underground in Jiangcheng, their power shockingly formidable. Hearing this, anger surged within Qin Fan. He realized the Crimson Gang was not merely a criminal organization, but a sinister force lurking behind the scenes of Jiangcheng. He resolved to eradicate this force and bring true peace to Jiangcheng. After deliberating with the men in black, Qin Fan finalized a plan. They would begin by targeting the Crimson Gang's periphery, gradually eroding their influence. They would gather more intelligence, uncover the weaknesses and hidden secrets of the Red Gang's leadership, and then strike to overthrow the organization in one decisive blow. Qin Fan called Jiang Ming, instructing him to disseminate the message. That evening, in an apartment somewhere in Jiangcheng. Young master, everything's taken care of. Jiang Ming's voice brimmed with excitement. We've thoroughly investigated what you asked us to look into. The boss of the Jiangcheng underworld branch is Zhang Long, a notorious figure in the criminal world. Furthermore, we've uncovered that the major crime lords in Jiangcheng seem to have connections with Zhang Long. It appears they're colluding with each other. On the other end of the line, Qin Fan gave a cold snort. I see, he said. What's their current status? Jiang Ming relayed all the information he had gathered to Qin Fan, concluding with, young master, they seem to be acting cautiously. There hasn't been any movement yet. Qin Fan remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Since they're in no hurry, we'll play along with them. I'm curious to see what kind of waves they can stir up this time. Young master, are you truly intent on entering the underworld? Jiang Ming asked with concern. We belong to the dark world. How could we not be involved? Qin Fan's lips curved into a faint smile. Jiang Ming sighed and said no more. Qin Fan handed Jiang Ming a detailed dossier, his eyes gleaming with resolve. First, get a clear picture of all the major gangs in Jiangcheng. We're going to wipe them out in one fell swoop, ensuring they never rise again. Jiang Ming took the file, skimmed it, then slipped it into his pocket. Jiang Ming looked at Qin Fan. When do you plan to move? Anytime, Qin Fan replied firmly. As long as I have the capability, anytime. We'll spread the word before you move, Jiang Ming said. Our people hold significant influence within Jiangcheng's major gangs. I'm confident you'll gain their support swiftly. Our immediate task is to pinpoint the Red Gang's headquarters. Qin Fan nodded, turning to gaze out at the nightscape beyond the window. Bright moonlight spilled over Jiangcheng's streets and alleys, casting a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Yet within Qin Fan, a resolute flame burned fiercely. Standing at the window, his thoughts raced. The Crimson Gang's evil influence had long run rampant in Jiangcheng, controlling the fates of countless people. Qin Fan knew that restoring peace to Jiangcheng demanded the eradication of this menace. He was resolved to see it through, even if it meant risking his life. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through, causing Qin Fan's brow to furrow. He sensed an unusual aura, as if some sinister plot was brewing. He turned and looked toward the doorway. A man stood there, his black attire making him appear as if he were a ghost in the night, nearly invisible. His gaze was sharp and unwavering, radiating an unshakable resolve. This was manhwa, the top figure in the Dragon Hall's Dark Knight realm and Qin Fan's most trusted general. Dragon Sovereign, I have vital intelligence to report. Manhwa's voice was deep and solemn. Qin Fan approached Manhwa, sensing the aura emanating from him, a familiar yet unfamiliar power. Speak. What is this news? Qin Fan's voice held anticipation. Manhwa took a deep breath, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. He spoke slowly. The Crimson Gang's headquarters isn't in Jiangcheng. It's in a place called Black Dragon Mountain. It's a remote and rugged mountain range where the Crimson Gang has established numerous hidden bases. Qin Fan's brow furrowed deeper. He hadn't anticipated the gang's headquarters being in such an inaccessible location. Yet he showed no sign of retreat. Instead, his resolve only hardened. Black Dragon Mountain. Qin Fan murmured the name softly, a resolute gleam in his eyes. He knew that to destroy the Crimson Gang, they must first destroy their headquarters. What should we do? Qin Fan looked at Manhwa, awaiting his response. Manhwa pondered for a moment before speaking. We need a detailed plan. First, we must investigate the terrain of Black Dragon Mountain and the Red Gang's layout. Second, we must identify their vulnerabilities and strike at their financial lifelines. Finally, we must assemble a formidable force, ready to storm the Crimson Gang's headquarters at Black Dragon Mountain in one decisive blow. Qin Fan nodded in agreement. He knew manhwa was right. To defeat the Crimson Gang, we must have a flawless plan and overwhelming force. We will rally forces from all major gangs in Jiangcheng to form a formidable team. Simultaneously, we must continue gathering intelligence to uncover the Crimson Gang's vulnerabilities and hidden secrets. Only then can we overthrow the Crimson Gang in one decisive blow and restore peace to Jiangcheng. Qin Fan's tone was resolute, his eyes flashing with the spark of fighting spirit. Manhwa looked at Qin Fan, a hint of admiration in his eyes. After all these years following him, Qin Fan's thinking remained as clear as ever. The Dragon Hall was Qin Fan's greatest pride, commanding the most formidable forces in Jiangcheng. The organization he had built had always been striving for this very day. Rest assured. Qin Fan patted Meng Hui's shoulder. We'll locate Black Dragon Mountain swiftly and launch our assault without delay. Qin Fan glanced at the time and added, let's not discuss this further tonight. I need to rest. Understood. Meng Hui acknowledged before turning and exiting the room. Lying on his bed, Qin Fan's mind drifted back to scenes from his training days at the Dragon Hall. Those days were the happiest of his life. Every day, Qin Fan trained with the instructors, each of them physically transformed into iron men, their bodies robust and muscular. Chapter 50, Zhang Long's Woman. Each punch carried immense force, powerful enough to shake a mountain or uproot a tree. These memories remained vivid in his mind. Lying on his bed, Qin Fan's mind kept drifting back to those scenes of rigorous training, a faint smile playing on his lips. Unable to resist, he recalled his past ordeal, a faint smile spreading across his face. This smile softened his once frozen heart, gradually calming a soul once consumed by loneliness, confusion, and despair. Jiangbei City. This bustling district stood as one of Jiangcheng's most vibrant urban centers, the largest and most prosperous commercial hub in the entire city. Yet at this moment, it felt unusually desolate. For tonight marked the darkest hour in Jiangcheng's history. A Mercedes-Benz sedan pulled up in the city's central plaza, surrounded by other luxury vehicles parked in the most bustling part of town. After the car came to a stop, the door slowly opened. A young man wearing sunglasses stepped out, his sharp, piercing eyes scanning the surroundings. Accompanying him were 4 or 5 middle-aged men in suits. Fully armed, they wore cold, expressionless masks, radiating an intense aura of lethality that sent shivers down one's spine. At that moment, a black BMW pulled up, and 3 men stepped out. "Young master, everything is prepared," announced one of them, a middle-aged man clad in a white robe. His voice was deep and mechanical, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "MHM." The young man hummed in acknowledgement, narrowing his eyes as a sharp gleam flashed within them. "This time, I'll make those bastards taste my fury." "Yes." The 2 middle-aged men beside him responded in unison. "Young master, what should we do with this woman?" A burly man holding a wooden club pointed at the woman lying on the ground. "Spare her life." The young man regarded the woman, his eyes gleaming with greed. "She holds immense value to me. She can serve as a training tool." "Wait here. You 3, follow me." "Yes." The 3 burly men wielding wooden sticks answered in unison. With that, the young man stepped forward. The young man called Young Master stood nearly 6 feet tall, with a slender build and handsome features that radiated an air of commanding presence. He approached the woman lying on the ground step by step, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He reached out, pinched her cheek between his fingers, and lifted her chin with a flippant gesture. This pretty face. I really do like it," the young man murmured softly, a hint of lust flickering in his eyes. The woman lay limp, utterly unable to struggle. Then, the young man helped her to her feet. What are you doing?" Her voice trembled, her lovely face etched with terror. She couldn't believe she'd fallen into the clutches of these men. She pushed the young man away with all her strength, then collapsed onto the ground, trembling violently. And this young man was none other than Manhwa. "Don't be afraid. Just scaring you." The young man smiled, crouching down to gently stroke the woman's cheek with a touch of chilling tenderness. His eyes concealed endless scheming and deceit. "You're Zhang Long's woman. I won't touch you. But if you don't cooperate nicely, who knows what might happen." His voice carried a hint of provocation, as if mocking her helplessness and terror. The woman bit her lip tightly. She could sense the malevolent aura emanating from him, but she knew now was not the time to confront him. Silently, she repeated to herself, urging herself to stay calm, not to be intimidated by his threats. Manhwa observed the woman's resolute gaze, raising an eyebrow slightly. He was somewhat surprised by her courage. He wasn't a kind-hearted man, but he wouldn't lay a finger on a woman who posed no threat. He only wanted to use her to find that Zhang Long. "All right," Manhwa said slowly, his voice tinged with amusement. "Since you're being so cooperative, I'll share some information with you." The woman watched him warily, her curiosity piqued by his offer, yet she knew she couldn't trust his words too easily. "Tell me where Zhang Long is." Manhwa chuckled smugly, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes. The woman was stunned by the revelation. She knew Zhang Long was the most notorious crime lord in Jiangcheng, feared far and wide for his ruthless slaughter. But she couldn't fathom why this young man would want information about Zhang Long. Why would I tell you? What exactly do you want? The woman suppressed her fear and asked firmly. Manhwa pursed his lips, the cunning in his eyes deepening. Instead of answering her question, he turned to his henchman beside him and ordered, "You said it. Take her over there. Let her see how we treat our guests." 3 burly men wielding wooden clubs immediately stepped forward, roughly restraining the woman. Her entire body shook violently. She knew she had fallen into the clutches of danger, facing an extremely perilous situation. Minutes later, she was dragged into a dimly lit basement. The basement reeked of blood, its walls lined with an array of torture devices. A wave of terror washed over her as she wondered what torments awaited. Her body trembled, yet she fought to suppress her terror, clinging to a sliver of clarity. "I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me where Zhang Long is." Manhwa's voice was cold and ominous, a flicker of fanaticism in his eyes. The woman lifted her head, meeting Manhwa's gaze with unwavering resolve. "I won't tell you," she declared firmly. "I'd rather die than betray Zhang Long." A cruel smile spread across Manhwa's face at her response. He slowly approached her, a sharp knife in his hand. "Since you refuse to see reason, don't blame me for being ruthless," Manhwa said coldly, raising his hand as the blade's edge flashed with a chilling glint. The basement was thick with the scent of death. The woman's figure trembled faintly in the gloom. She knew she faced a life or death choice, yet she felt no regret or fear. She would hold fast to her convictions and fight fate to the bitter end. A savage grin twisted Manhwa's face as he slowly raised the knife and swung it viciously toward the woman. His blade came within mere inches of her. But abruptly, a powerful force surged from the woman, deflecting the blade back. The blade traced an arc through the air before crashing violently into the wall behind Manhwa. A loud thud echoed. This woman actually knew martial arts. Manhwa's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at her in disbelief. You know martial arts? I won't tell you anything unless you let me go," the woman said through gritted teeth. Manhwa stared at her, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. "You're stubborn, aren't you?" Manhwa stood up, walked to the woman, and looked down at her from above. Chapter 51, Ransom. Manhwa's eyes burned with rage and hatred. His fists clenched tightly, muscles bulging in his arms as he struggled to suppress his fury. "Cut the tricks. Anyone who pisses me off won't end well." Manhwa's voice was cold, dripping with murderous intent. Hearing this, the woman's mind began to calculate. Manhwa is no pushover. What do you want to do? Nothing. Manhwa laughed, a wild, maniacal laugh. "I just want to see if Zhang Long will come to rescue you while I've you in my grasp." Manhwa laughed as he picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello? It's Manhwa," Manhwa said with a grim expression. "Manhwa? Don't know him," Zhang Long replied. "I know you," Manhwa said. "Should I call you Crow or Zhang Long?" "Ha! Get to the point," Zhang Long said. "Your woman is in my hands," Manhwa said coldly. Zhang Long's face instantly turned ashen, a flash of fury darting through his eyes. He gripped the phone tightly, his mind filled with anxiety and dread. "Release her." Zhang Long's voice was laced with menace and unwavering resolve. Manhwa laughed mockingly. "Release her? Why? Who do you think you are, Zhang Long? Are you trying to negotiate terms with me now?" A cold glint flashed in Zhang Long's eyes as he clenched his jaw tightly. "You want to play mind games? Fine. Kidnapping my woman is the biggest mistake of your life." Zhang Long's voice carried unwavering resolve. He ignored Manhwa's mockery and threats, focusing entirely on formulating a counter-strategy. "What gives you the right to talk tough?" Manhwa's voice bristled with menace, his eyes radiating a threatening aura. His fingers clenched the phone so tightly his face contorted, as if he might crush it. Zhang Long sensed the murderous intent radiating from Manhwa, and an uncontrollable rage surged within him. His fists clenched so tightly his nails dug deep into his palms, yet not a single drop of blood appeared. "You think you can threaten me so easily?" Zhang Long's voice was cold and resolute, his eyes flashing with determination. Zhang Long's gaze was as cold as ice. His hands slowly lowered, a shadow of gloom settling between his brows. He drew a deep breath, channeling his rage into a wellspring of calm and reason. Listening to Manhwa's voice through the speaker, Zhang Long's mind raced to devise a countermeasure. Manhwa's voice came through again, tinged with a sinister edge. "Afraid to speak? I know you're smart. You can imagine what will happen to your woman if you don't do as I say." Zhang Long's brow furrowed, his face betraying hesitation and inner conflict. Manhwa's objective was simple, to test Zhang Long's limits. "I want to meet you," Zhang Long said. Manhwa's heart leapt with delight at Zhang Long's concession. A wicked smile curled his lips as he said, "I'll be waiting for you at the abandoned warehouse in the eastern suburbs. Be there within half an hour, no later." Manhwa hung up the phone, then walked over to the table, picked up a cigar, lit it, and began smoking. A cold expression crossed his face as he muttered under his breath, "Zhang Long, you'll definitely come this time, won't you?" At that moment, Zhang Long felt intensely agitated. He sensed he was like prey trapped in a snare, being led by the nose by his opponent. His heart pounded wildly. Though nervous, anger dominated his feelings. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He had already made up his mind whatever demands were made, he would meet them. But he refused to let the woman risk herself. Just then, the woman suddenly spoke up, "Manhwa, you're despicable." Though bound, she remained composed, her expression unflinching as if a mountain collapsed before her. "Despicable?" Manhwa snorted coldly, a sharp gleam in his eyes. "Don't you know who Zhang Long is?" The woman remained silent, her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Long. Silence. She was gambling too. Zhang Long's heart was torn with conflict and turmoil. He didn't want to leave her in danger. He drew a deep breath, silently resolving within himself that he would find a way to rescue the woman. At an abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs, a black sedan pulled over to the side of the road. Zhang Long sat in the driver's seat, his gaze heavy with gravity. This was an abandoned factory, its surroundings desolate and dilapidated. Meng Hui's men stood outside the factory. All dressed in black suits and sunglasses, their appearance was strikingly old-fashioned, reminiscent of ancient gangsters, evoking a sense of dread. Every one of them was highly trained, each with a burly, imposing build. Cold, menacing glints flashed in their eyes, and a palpable aura of lethal intent radiated from their entire beings. "Where is Meng Hui?" Zhang Long's face remained largely expressionless as he asked flatly. "Boss, Zhang Long is here." A subordinate reported to Meng Hui through a walkie-talkie. "Let him in." Zhang Long nodded without further comment. He and his entourage stepped out of the vehicle and walked along the desolate road toward the abandoned warehouse. The warehouse doors had been pried open, with several men standing guard at the entrance. They scanned their surroundings vigilantly, not daring to relax for a moment. Stepping inside, Zhang Long felt an oppressive atmosphere. A chilling aura permeated the air. The interior was dim and chilly, with only faint light filtering through the broken windows. "Zhang Long, you finally showed up." Meng Hui's voice echoed from the darkness, tinged with mockery. Zhang Long's gaze swept through the darkness, finally locking onto Meng Hui. He saw Meng Hui standing in a corner of the warehouse, a gleaming dagger in his hand, his eyes brimming with mockery and smug satisfaction. Beside Meng Hui stood several henchmen, their expressions cold and their gazes dark, clearly prepared for battle. "You want me? Let her go." Zhang Long's voice was cold and resolute. Meng Hui snorted coldly, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. "Release her? Zhang Long, you're truly laughable. Do you really think I'd let her go so easily?" Zhang Long clenched his fists, his expression wavering briefly before hardening. "Whatever you demand, I'll agree to it as long as you let her go." A mocking smile curled Meng Hui's lips as he approached Zhang Long without fear. "You think you can rescue her that easily? You're too naive. We're both in this line of work, don't think I don't know what you're up to." A flash of savagery lit Zhang Long's eyes. He grabbed Meng Hui by the collar, his voice low and icy. "Tell me clearly. Where is she now?" Meng Hui's smile faded, replaced by an unmistakable flicker of tension. He forced out the words, "She's here. But if you want to save her, you must agree to my terms." Chapter 52, You Dare Touch Her? "What conditions?" Zhang Long demanded, his gaze fixed on Meng Hui. "Withdraw your forces from Jiangcheng." Meng Hui replied coldly. Zhang Long couldn't help but laugh, his laughter dripping with sarcasm and contempt. "You're kidding, right? You think threatening me with a woman will make me withdraw from Jiangcheng? Do I look like the kind of man who'd abandon his career for a woman?" Meng Hui never expected Zhang Long to agree to this demand, but he brought it up tentatively to gauge Zhang Long's stance. "Now tell me," Meng Hui abruptly changed the subject, his resentment over Qin Fan's matter still simmering. "Why did you target Qin Fan?" Zhang Long's gaze sharpened. Instead of answering Meng Hui's question, he countered, "Why did you go after her?" Meng Hui let out a cold laugh, a scheming gleam flashing in his eyes. His voice was low and dangerous. "I've investigated. You treasure her above all else." Zhang Long clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. "You're a pathetic man, resorting to violence to solve every problem." Zhang Long's voice was cold and mocking. Meng Hui's expression darkened, his gaze cold and sharp. "What did you say?" A mocking smile curled the corners of Zhang Long's mouth as he looked at Meng Hui, his tone icy. "You think kidnapping her will threaten me? You're truly laughable. If you want to save her, agree to my terms. Otherwise, her life is in my hands." A hint of ruthlessness seeped into Meng Hui's voice. "And if I refuse?" Zhang Long asked. "Do you really think you can get away with this in Jiangcheng? This is a society governed by law, Meng Hui. We all carry recording devices to protect ourselves." Meng Hui's pupils suddenly contracted, a wave of shock washing over him. He hadn't expected Zhang Long to be so cautious carrying a recorder. Zhang Long continued, "Meng Hui, I know you work for Qin Fan. You know his reputation. If I expose your threats, Qin Fan will be doxxed too. Zhanglong, don't forget you're in my hands now. Do you really think I'd let you walk away with that evidence? Manhwa snarled through gritted teeth. Zhanglong snorted coldly. You really think you can touch me? Manhwa's eyes darkened as he closed in on Zhanglong, his expression fierce. Your strength doesn't faze me, Zhanglong's voice dripped with contempt. At that moment, the warehouse's electronic screen lit up, displaying footage of Zhanglong's woman bound and gagged. Her mouth was taped shut with black duct tape, her hands and feet bound as she sat on the sofa. Her face was pale, her eyes red and swollen, and the veins on her forehead bulged, making her look utterly wretched and extremely weak. Shivering in his seat, pale-faced, he looked utterly terrified. Zhanglong froze completely when he saw that familiar face on the computer screen. His eyes widened, his face etched with utter disbelief. You actually did this to her. Zhanglong glanced at his bodyguard, who flexed his muscles and strode toward Manhwa. A flying kick. Lightning fast, struck Manhwa's abdomen. Manhwa grunted, stumbled back several steps, and fell to the ground. He struggled to rise but collapsed back down, his injuries too severe to bear his weight. Damn it, you're asking for it. Manhwa roared with rage, raising his gun to aim at the bodyguard in front of Zhanglong. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, striking the bodyguard's leg. Blood spurted out, and the bodyguard howled in agony. The bodyguard clutched his wounded leg, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. Heh, Mr. Meng, do you really think your methods can control me? Zhanglong sneered coldly. Manhwa's expression flickered with emotion. He knew tonight's affair would not end peacefully. Zhanglong turned his gaze to Manhwa, his eyes cold and icy. He walked slowly toward Manhwa, towering over him. I, Zhanglong, may lack power and influence, but I will never be threatened by anyone. Zhanglong declared in a deep voice. Manhwa, since I've come tonight, you are as good as dead. Manhwa burst into a maniacal laugh, his eyes burning with venom as if he wanted to devour Zhanglong. Zhanglong, don't play games with me, he said. If you refuse to do as I say, you'll never see Qin Fan again. He spat out the words viciously. His hands clenched into fists, his entire body trembling. He struggled to contain the raging fire within, knowing full well he was no match for Zhanglong. His plan wasn't perfect yet he had to endure. You're a madman. Zhanglong spat hatefully. No one could bear the humiliation of having their beloved woman kidnapped. Especially not Zhanglong, the once feared leader of the Dragon Gang. Ha, you forced my hand. A glint of madness flashed in Manhwa's eyes as he pulled the trigger again, the muzzle aimed squarely at Zhanglong's head. Zhanglong closed his eyes, his expression serene, seemingly unconcerned about the impending end of his life. Manhwa frowned. Killing Zhanglong now would only backfire. His right hand trembled slightly before steadying itself. Slowly, he lowered the pistol. Zhanglong's heart leapt into his throat as he opened his eyes and stared at Manhwa. Manhwa took a deep breath and said calmly, Zhanglong, I don't want to fight you to the death. As they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I hope we can work together. Zhanglong nodded. All right. What's the plan? Hearing Zhanglong's concession, Manhwa's heart eased slightly. Zhanglong was a smart man, he should understand the value of trade-offs. As long as he could get Qin Fan back, he didn't mind sacrificing himself. With that, he swung a punch at his opponent. Zhanglong dodged instantly, then struck out with a palm strike aimed at Manhwa's chest, his palm packed with internal force. Manhwa didn't take it lightly, shifting sideways just in time to dodge the strike. Boom! Zhanglong and Manhwa clashed, their fists and feet flying at blinding speed. Zhanglong's techniques were fierce and relentless, each strike carrying thunderous force. But Manhwa was also a top-tier master. His movements were nimble and agile, always evading Zhanglong's deadly strikes while maintaining a high chance to counterattack. After a long, fierce battle, neither had gained the upper hand. Zhanglong grew increasingly alarmed. Manhwa's progress in martial arts was truly frightening. This kid was holding his own against him. This kid was a real tough nut to crack. Thud. Seizing an opening, Manhwa delivered a powerful kick to Zhanglong's midsection. Zhanglong instantly felt a sweet taste surge up his throat before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Splash. His ribs were slashed by Manhwa's sword. Fortunately, he was wearing a bulletproof vest, so the injury was superficial and not severe. Your skills have improved so much you're catching up to me. Zhanglong clutched his ribs, his expression grave as he stared at Manhwa. Manhwa stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said indifferently, Zhanglong, fight back now. Otherwise, we might both end up dying together today. Chapter 53, Covered in Wounds. Zhanglong's heart pounded violently. His eyes flashed with intense killing intent, and a dangerous aura radiated from his entire body. Suddenly, he charged at Manhwa, unleashing a palm strike that made the air screech as if torn apart, its power immense. Manhwa refused to back down, meeting the attack head-on. Fists and feet collided as their combat accelerated, their figures blurring into afterimages within the private room. Swirling clouds of smoke filled the space, creating a dizzying spectacle. Manhwa's martial arts progress had been astonishingly swift, reaching the peak of the Hidden Force stage. He was but a step away from breaking through to the manifest force stage. Despite his youth, his martial arts foundation was solid. Combined with systematic training, his power had long since matched Zhang Long's. The two fought relentlessly, exchanging hundreds of moves in a short span. They fought evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Zhang Long's right hand tightened. Snap! A sharp crack echoed as he snapped the wrist joint of Meng Hui's right arm. Meng Hui let out a piercing scream as his arm dislocated. Meng Hui's other elbow slammed into Zhang Long's chest, sending him flying backward and knocking over a chair. Ah! Meng Hui screamed in agony. Gritting his teeth, he snarled furiously, "Zhang Long, you bastard! How dare you cripple my arm? I'll kill you!" Zhang Long struggled to his feet, coughing several times as he wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes darkened as he said, "Meng Hui, you brought this on yourself. You'd better kneel and apologize, or I'll make you wish you were dead." Zhang Long swung a punch at him, and Meng Hui dodged it hastily. Meng Hui's shoulder took the heavy blow, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhang Long seized the moment, planting his foot squarely in the hollow of Meng Hui's knee. Meng Hui's body buckled involuntarily, forcing him to his knees. "Can we talk now?" Zhang Long loomed over Meng Hui, his voice cold and commanding. Meng Hui gritted his teeth, saying nothing. "Since you won't cooperate, don't blame me for being rude," Zhang Long said, lifting his foot to press down on the base of Meng Hui's left thigh. With a sudden force, Meng Hui's left leg bent sharply. His entire thigh was crushed into the floorboards. The excruciating pain made sweat bead on Meng Hui's forehead. "Meng Hui, you'll agree whether you want to or not." Meng Hui glared at Zhang Long with terrifying murderous intent in his eyes. "Go ahead and try." Zhang Long sneered coldly. "I said Meng Hui would eventually lower his proud head. A wise man knows when to yield." Zhang Long remarked approvingly, then coldly ordered, "Bring him out." "Fine." Meng Hui gritted his teeth. I'll let you go later. But first, tell me who sent you to arrest me?" Zhang Long demanded. His tone brimmed with savage intent, sending chills down one's spine. "This is my personal business," Meng Hui replied in a low voice. "If you don't want to die, talk. Shut up and bring it on," Zhang Long bellowed. Meng Hui raised his right foot and kicked Zhang Long squarely in the chest. Zhang Long immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Thud. As time passed, Zhang Long's injuries grew increasingly severe. His body sustained relentless blows, blood staining his clothes crimson. Zhang Long gritted his teeth, refusing to admit defeat. By now, he was barely hanging on, while Meng Hui still had plenty of energy left. His attacks grew increasingly sharp, each one hitting Zhang Long's vital points, causing him unbearable pain. Zhang Long finally collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. Covered in wounds, he struggled to his feet and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. He knew escape was impossible tonight. "Zhang Long, I'll ask you one last time. Who sent you?" Meng Hui walked slowly toward Zhang Long, towering over him as he spoke. Zhang Long shook his head, saying nothing. A hard slap cracked across his cheek. Just as Zhang Long was about to curse, Meng Hui's hand came down hard across his face. Smack! 2 more slaps followed, leaving Zhang Long's face swollen like a pig's head, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and his skin burning with pain. "Zhang Long, let me tell you, your parents and child are in someone else's hands." Meng Hui sneered, his eyes flashing with an icy, piercing glint. "Who? Tell me now." Zhang Long panicked, shouting as the sudden counterattack caught him off guard. "Zhang Huayun," Meng Hui said coldly. "Zhang Huayun?" Hearing that name, Zhang Long's pupils contracted sharply, his face contorting with horror. He knew this man all too well. His father had once had a grudge against Zhang Huayun. If his guess was correct, Zhang Huayun likely intended to use his father and daughter as leverage to force his father's surrender. "Are you really willing to talk?" Meng Hui pressed. Whether I speak or not, the outcome remains the same." Zhang Long grinned. Meng Hui raised an eyebrow. "Seems you understand your predicament well. Your father and sister have been kidnapped. If you don't want your sister to suffer, you'd better cooperate and tell me everything I need to know." Zhang Long's pupils contracted slightly as his expression flickered. His mood soured considerably. He hadn't expected Meng Hui to use his sister's safety as leverage. Zhang Long hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Why should I trust you? Take it or leave it. I won't hand over your sister's life without a fight." Meng Hui refused without hesitation, his tone unwavering. Don't even dream about it. I won't spill everything I know. Unless you kill me." Zhang Long's vicious gaze fixed on Meng Hui. "Then come on. Who's afraid of who?" With that, he launched a flying kick straight at Meng Hui's head. Meng Hui grabbed Zhang Long's ankle and yanked him backward with all his strength. Zhang Long's body staggered forward, and Meng Hui seized the moment to slam a fist into Zhang Long's abdomen. Zhang Long suddenly coughed up a mouthful of bloody vomit. A searing agony ripped through his abdomen, as if his internal organs were shattering. He felt his stomach about to explode, the pain unbearable. Zhang Long, I advise you to cooperate. Tell me what I want to know, and perhaps I'll spare your worthless life. Meng Hui said coldly. Zhang Long took a deep breath, suppressing the agonizing pain in his abdomen. What do you want to know? A cold smile flickered across Meng Hui's face. Zhang Long, you truly live up to your military background. Courageous. You're worthy of being my brother. Cut the crap. Zhang Long snapped. Fine. Ask away. Meng Hui chuckled. My patience is running thin. Zhang Long sprang forward, delivering a sweeping roundhouse kick. At Meng Hui. Meng Hui was ready, sidestepping the attack. Nice move, kid. Got some skills. Now take this punch. Meng Hui sneered coldly, both fists moving simultaneously, aiming for Zhang Long's forehead. Zhang Long crossed his arms to block. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Long took over a dozen heavy punches from Meng Hui. His body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ha! Zhang Long, your skills are pathetic. Meng Hui roared with laughter. Well, aren't you going to surrender yet? Zhang Long gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he spun around and fled. Chapter 54, Kneeling in Apology. Meng Hui pursued him, closing the distance in an instant and closing in behind Zhang Long. The two grappled fiercely. The fight was deadlocked, neither gaining the upper hand. A decisive outcome seemed unlikely anytime soon. Zhang Long, you can't escape. Just give up peacefully. Meng Hui taunted as he attacked. If you kneel and kowtow to me 3 times, swear to follow me from now on, and promise I'll protect you, your sister will return safely. Otherwise, your family's fate will only grow more miserable, including your wife and children. Meng Hui delivered a kick to Zhang Long's ribs, causing him to groan in pain and collapse to the ground. Pressing his advantage, Meng Hui swept Zhang Long's legs out from under him with a roundhouse kick, sending him crashing face first into the dirt. Mounting Zhang Long, he pinned his head down and growled, Zhang Long, I'll count to 3. If you don't talk, I'll kill you. Meng Hui, you despicable scum. Zhang Long cursed viciously. Dishonorable? Ha! Meng Hui laughed bitterly. When you killed my father, why didn't you call yourself dishonorable then? Zhang Long's face turned ashen. He had indeed killed Meng Hui's father, a fact impossible to conceal. He had no defense. 3, Meng Hui continued. 2. Meng Hui repeated. You dare! Zhang Long roared, struggling to rise. But Meng Hui pinned him down, crushing him beneath his weight, leaving him utterly unable to stand. 1. As Meng Hui counted to 1, an icy voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Long stared at Meng Hui in utter terror. 3 seconds to think. If you don't speak within 3 seconds, your family will suffer. Meng Hui said coldly. You beast. Zhang Long glared at Meng Hui with eyes burning with rage, wishing he could devour his flesh and drink his blood. Meng Hui sneered repeatedly. You despicable scum. Zhang Long roared. Meng Hui's expression turned icy as he planted his foot squarely on Zhang Long's left shoulder, grinding it down twice with brutal force. Ah! Zhang Long let out a piercing scream. His entire left shoulder blade shattered, the agony unbearable as sweat beaded on his forehead. Zhang Long, now you know fear? You're just an ordinary man, while I am an elite soldier from the special forces. In terms of strength, you're no match for me. Therefore, you have no choice but to submit. Meng Hui said coldly. Zhang Long's face drained of color. He couldn't utter a word. Fine. I'll agree to your terms. Zhang Long paused briefly before speaking. Excellent. Since that's settled, tell me everything you know. Meng Hui released Zhang Long. Zhang Long stood up, clutching his shoulder. If you want my secrets, you must release my sister. Release her? Meng Hui asked coldly. Fine. You retreat first. Zhang Long said. You have no right to negotiate with me. Meng Hui snorted coldly. Meng Hui, if you refuse, you'll never see your father's body, Zhang Long gritted out. At these words, Meng Hui's face darkened to the extreme. He glared at Zhang Long and coldly declared, You dare. You killed my father. I'll grind your bones to dust and scatter them to the winds. Do you believe me? I do. Zhang Long declared. Humph. Meng Hui snorted. I'll give you 3 minutes to think it over. Then, Meng Hui closed his eyes and waited in silence. Time passed, but Zhang Long remained silent. Zhang Long, you've already wasted 1 minute. You have only the last 30 seconds left. Meng Hui's cold voice rang out once more. Zhang Long had barely uttered a single syllable when Meng Hui's right hand shot out like lightning. Snap! With a crisp snap, Zhang Long's left arm went limp, dangling limply at his waist, obviously shattered beyond repair. Meng Hui remained expressionless as he delivered another karate chop. Snap! Another sharp crack echoed as Zhang Long's other arm fractured. Zhang Long, I'm giving you 4 minutes to think it over, Meng Hui said calmly. Zhang Long's face contorted in fury. Clenching his fists tightly, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and snarled, I'll tell you the result. Before he could finish, his fist slammed into Meng Hui's chest. Meng Hui reacted swiftly, dodging effortlessly before delivering a brutal punch to Zhang Long's chest. Zhang Long immediately coughed up a torrent of blood and collapsed to the ground. You broke your promise. Lying on the ground, Zhang Long glared at Meng Hui with hatred, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ha! I'm a man who keeps his word. But I won't break it for you. Besides, you killed my parents. Even if you tell me who's behind this today, I'll still kill you. Meng Hui sneered coldly, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. I'll tell you, but you can't touch her. Zhang Long's face flushed crimson as he forced out the words. Meng Hui frowned, puzzled. Your sister? Yes, my sister. Zhang Long nodded. What does your sister look like? Pretty? Meng Hui asked with a sly grin. Zhang Long's eyes widened as he glared at Meng Hui, his teeth clenched. Don't you dare lay a finger on my sister. I warn you, if you harm even a single hair on her head, I'll haunt you for eternity. Meng Hui gave a cold laugh. You don't have to say anything. I've got plenty of ways to make you talk. With that, Meng Hui produced a pill and forced it into Zhang Long's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue. Zhang Long's face twisted in agony as he struggled to rise, kicking out and landing a blow squarely on Meng Hui's face. Thud! Caught off guard, Meng Hui was sent flying backwards several meters before coming to a halt. Blood spurted from his mouth as a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Meng Hui, I warn you, hand over the antidote immediately. Zhang Long roared. Wiping the blood from his lips, Meng Hui sneered coldly, Zhang Long, you really think swallowing poison will save you? Ha! You're too naive. Your sister and wife are already on their way. Within half an hour, they'll be at your doorstep. When that happens, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself. Hearing Meng Hui's words, Zhang Long's entire body shook violently. His eyes reddened, and tears streamed down his face. You bastards, you animals. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. Zhang Long roared, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a wounded beast. He never imagined his sister would be snatched away by those bastards. Zhang Long, your sister has been missing for over 24 hours. If you don't talk now, I'll kill your entire family tomorrow morning. Meng Hui said coldly. Meng Hui. Zhang Long glared at Meng Hui, his hatred boiling over. You only need to choose whether to speak or not. I'm in no rush. Meng Hui replied slowly. Zhang Long hesitated for a moment before sighing, Meng Hui, kill me if you must. Just don't regret this. With that, he lunged at Meng Hui, but was quickly overwhelmed and knocked unconscious with a single punch. Gazing at the unconscious Zhang Long, a complex flicker crossed Meng Hui's eyes. He never killed innocents indiscriminately, but tonight he would make an exception. Chapter 55, All's Fair in War. Zhang Long's words had touched the most vulnerable part deep within his heart. Father, mother, your son has failed you. I apologize to your spirits in heaven. Meng Hui murmured softly, then raised his foot to stomp Zhang Long into the ground. Pressing a dagger against Zhang Long's throat, he declared, Zhang Long, I'll kill you now. I hope when you're reincarnated next life, you'll open your eyes wide and see what good and evil truly are, what right and wrong truly mean. With that, Meng Hui raised the blade. No! You can't kill me! Zhang Long panicked, screaming in terror. Ha! Meng Hui gave a cold chuckle. Zhang Long, do you have any last words? Don't kill me! My sister is beautiful, and she's still a virgin. Zhang Long gasped for breath and said, just spare my life, and I'll take you straight to her. Oh? Meng Hui raised an eyebrow. I know men and their little hobbies. Just let me go? Zhang Long suddenly interjected, a lecherous gleam lighting up his eyes. His eyes darted around as he swung a punch at his opponent. Thud! Zhang Long grunted, his body swaying before regaining balance. You cheated! Meng Hui shouted, his anger boiling over. Ha! Cheating? That's called all's fair in war. Zhang Long roared with laughter, his face twisted in mockery. By now, Zhang Long's face was covered in blood, contorted into a hideous grimace. You think I don't know your game? Meng Hui sneered coldly, seeing right through Zhang Long's attempt to stall for time. Zhang Long's eyelid twitched. He truly wanted to trick Meng Hui into sparing him his sister-possessed breathtaking beauty, but nothing could outweigh the value of his own life. Years ago, Zhang Long's parents had been hunted by enemies. They had fallen off a cliff, and Zhang Long had narrowly survived. He had lived under an assumed name, diligently cultivating martial arts step by step, until today, when his strength had become formidable. Zhang Long, save your nonsense. Cooperate with me, and I might spare you some suffering, Meng Hui said indifferently. You're dreaming. Zhang Long gritted his teeth. Since you refuse the olive branch, you'll just have to wait to bury your parents. Meng Hui declared coldly, then unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Zhang Long was sent flying once more, crashing into the wall. Put! A mouthful of black blood spurted out. What else have you got? Zhang Long asked weakly. What good is resistance now? Meng Hui said coldly. Zhang Long fell silent. He knew Meng Hui wouldn't let him off. How about I castrate you first? Meng Hui chuckled sinisterly. You dare? Zhang Long stubbornly lifted his head. You don't believe me? Manhwa seemed to have heard the funniest joke. He sneered, fine, I'll grant your wish. With that, he drew a sharp small knife from his coat. The blade sliced through Zhang Long's crotch, severing his manhood in an instant. Ah! Zhang Long let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes bloodshot, like a rabid beast. The brutal torment inflicted upon his manhood filled him with rage and resentment. Manhwa, you deserve to die. Zhang Long snarled through gritted teeth, his face contorted into a hideous grimace. Ha! Manhwa spoke calmly, repeating those two phrases over and over. What can you possibly do about it? Useless. Manhwa strolled leisurely toward Zhang Long. What are you doing? Zhang Long turned pale with fear. Heh, Manhwa chuckled coldly. I said you'd die. Anyone who insults me will pay the price. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Manhwa's palm slammed hard against Zhang Long's chest. The sound of shattering bones echoed instantly. Zhang Long flew backward, crashing into the corner of the wall as a large mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. He struggled to push himself up, his eyes filled with venom as he glared at Manhwa, wishing he could tear him apart with his bare hands. Manhwa looked down on him from above, sneering coldly, Zhang Long, you got what you deserved. Zhang Long clenched his jaw, his eyes burning with hatred. What do you want? Zhang Long demanded through gritted teeth. Heh, don't worry. Once you're dead, I'll take good care of your sister, Manhwa said with a faint smile. You'll die a miserable death. You're worse than an animal. You don't deserve to be called human. Heaven won't let you off the hook. Heaven won't let you off the hook. Zhang Long wailed, tears streaming down his face. Heh, you won't even be here to see heaven punish me. Manhwa chuckled. I only care about the outcome. You'll regret this. Zhang Long roared. And what if I do? Manhwa sneered. Zhang Long, now you can rest easy on your journey. With that, Manhwa raised his fist to strike. Zhang Long's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Manhwa. He never expected Manhwa to strike so swiftly. He refused to accept this. He hadn't even begun to enjoy life, hadn't yet won the beauty's heart. Manhwa, you bastard. Zhang Long screamed. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I won't let you off. I curse you, you scum, you'll be struck by lightning sooner or later. Shut up. Manhwa barked. A punch smashed into Zhang Long's head, instantly leaving him reeling. Ha! Manhwa walked over and strapped Zhang Long to a chair. Manhwa gave Zhang Long a cold glance before pulling out his phone and dialing, Uncle Chen, take care of Zhang Long. Zhang Long's pupils contracted sharply. You, Manhwa. You'll die a horrible death. You'll be punished by heaven. You'll be punished by heaven. Thud. Manhwa stomped down on Zhang Long's hand. His toes ground down lightly. Zhang Long screamed in agony, his body convulsing. Manhwa sneered coldly, shut up. Manhwa's heart brimmed with overwhelming murderous intent. Zhang Long, hope you're a normal person in your next life. Manhwa muttered under his breath before turning and walking out of the room. Shortly after Manhwa left, a car pulled up at the entrance. Two men got out and walked straight inside. What do you want? Zhang Long screamed in terror upon seeing them enter. Sorry about this, Zhang Long, one of the men sneered coldly. Within 3 or 4 seconds, Zhang Long was tightly bound, his mouth stuffed with cloth, and then carried into the car. Inside a private hospital, Su Yaoyao lay pale and bloodless on the hospital bed, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Yao Yao, don't sleep. Wake up. A young man in his early 20s sat anxiously by the bedside, calling out to her. Today, Wang Tao had invited Su Yaoyao out for dinner, but when he arrived at the restaurant, she was unconscious. Wang Tao immediately dialed 120 to call an ambulance. Ha! Wang Tao suddenly frowned, for he caught a strong scent of blood, a scent remarkably similar to the aura emanating from Su Yaoyao's body. Could it be? Wang Tao was shaken to his core. Doctor! Doctor! Wang Tao rushed out of the private room and dashed into the hospital to find the ambulance. Soon, an ambulance arrived, and several nurses rushed in pushing a stretcher. Quick! Help! Help! Wang Tao grabbed the ambulance attendants and shouted loudly. The paramedics quickly lifted Su Yaoyao onto the stretcher. Doctor, please save her. Her injuries are severe. Do everything you can to save her. Wang Tao knelt on the ground, pleading desperately as he handed a stack of cash to the ambulance's attending physician. Chapter 56, Awakening. Medical expenses were the least of their concerns. Su Yaoyao's injuries were critical. Had she arrived just a few minutes later, the outcome would likely have been fatal. Moreover, without immediate treatment, she could very well bleed to death. Therefore, the ambulance doctor wasted no time, immediately arranging a large operating room to prepare for Su Yaoyao's surgery. The surgery proceeded smoothly. Half an hour later, an elderly man in a white coat wheeled Su Yaoyao out. Doctor, how is she? When will she wake up? Wang Tao gripped the doctor's hand tightly, asking urgently. The patient is out of immediate danger. However, when she will regain consciousness depends on her individual constitution. She might wake up in a moment, or she might never wake up again. With that, the doctor sighed and walked away. Never wake up? Hearing the doctor's words, Wang Tao froze. He didn't know how to express his gratitude to the doctor. After standing in a daze for a long while, Wang Tao pulled out his phone and called Meng Hui. Soon, Meng Hui arrived. Wang Tao said coldly, "So, did you take care of Zhang Long?" "Yeah." Meng Hui nodded, falling silent for a moment. Wang Tao nodded. Meng Hui snorted coldly. Scum like Zhang Long only brings more harm to women if he stays alive. Plus, he's detrimental to our plans. Wang Tao nodded, as long as it doesn't affect the plan. I can't leave right now. I'll contact you when something comes up. Meng Hui turned to leave. Wait. Just as Meng Hui was about to reach the door, Wang Tao's icy voice called out from behind him. Meng Hui halted and turned to face Wang Tao. Lord Dragon, what are your orders? Meng Hui said respectfully. Handle the matter properly. Don't give anyone any leverage. Rest assured, Lord Dragon. Understood. Wang Tao, how could you? Su Yaoyao burst into tears upon hearing his words. In her heart, her little brother Fan was the most gentle and refined person. Yet now, upon waking, she heard these violent and brutal words. How could she possibly accept this? Su Yaoyao's sobbing gradually subsided, replaced by wretched, choking sobs. She fainted again in an instant, her physical discomfort leaving her utterly fragile. Su Yaoyao was rushed into surgery. Though she clung to life, she remained unconscious for days before finally regaining consciousness. After standing outside the hospital room for days, Wang Tao finally stepped inside. Inside, Su Yaoyao lay on the hospital bed, her eyes closed as if in deep sleep. You're awake? Wang Tao asked softly. How do you feel? Hungry? Thirsty? Get lost. Su Yaoyao opened her eyes, glaring at Wang Tao with cold, resistant eyes. Heh, Su Yaoyao, it's not what you think. Some things simply had to be dealt with. It's not necessarily wrong for me to use force. Wang Tao said indifferently. You. Su Yaoyao was furious. She never imagined Wang Tao would do such things. Heh, Wang Tao sneered coldly. That bastard Zhang Long is dead. Who could stop me from pursuing you now? Su Yaoyao, I advise you to divorce me quietly. Otherwise, I'll lock you up at home and torture you daily. With that, Wang Tao lunged towards Su Yaoyao. Thud. Before Su Yaoyao could finish her sentence, she leaped from the hospital bed and kicked Wang Tao flying. You dare hit me? I'll cripple you. Wang Tao roared, enraged. Wang Tao, try touching me again. I'll bite my tongue and kill myself right now. Startled, Wang Tao hesitated to advance further, but his menacing tone remained. Su Yaoyao, you'd better obey me. Otherwise, I'll make your death even more miserable than Zhang Long's. With that, Wang Tao turned and left. After Wang Tao left, the hospital room fell silent. By now, Su Yaoyao was weeping uncontrollably. She never imagined Wang Tao would kill her husband. Su Yaoyao clutched her forehead in agony. Wah! Su Yaoyao let out a choked sob. Suburban Jiangzhou City, Zhang family estate. Inside one of the villas on the estate, Zhang Long, the eldest son of the Zhang family, reclined on the sofa, puffing on a cigar while watching the news broadcast. Suddenly, Zhang Long's phone rang. Seeing the number, he frowned slightly. Hello, Dad? What do you need? Longer, what foolish thing did you do last night? His father's deep voice came through the phone. Do you realize your recklessness nearly cost me my position? Pack your things immediately and come with me to turn yourself in at the police station. Turn myself in? Zhang Long froze. Dad, you've got to be kidding me. What did I do? Humph. His father snorted coldly. You know exactly what you did. I won't repeat it. With that, the call ended abruptly. Zhang Long's brow furrowed deeper and deeper, his mind filled with confusion. Strange. Zhang Long muttered to himself. Zhang Long, what are you muttering about? At that moment, a beautiful woman in her 20s descended the stairs. Mom, I'm wondering why Dad wants me to turn myself in at the police station. Oh, you, stop overthinking it. Go get ready. The beautiful woman shook her head and said, You really are reckless, child. How could you just go and kill someone? If you don't turn yourself in, do you know what the consequences will be? I don't know, Zhang Long shook his head. Forget it. I'm not going to lecture you anymore. You'll have to deal with the consequences yourself. Pack your bags quickly. The police will be here to arrest you in half an hour. If you're smart, you'll leave Jiangzhou City before they arrive. The beautiful woman hurried away after speaking. I'm not leaving. Why should I? Zhang Long said coldly. This whole thing started because of Zhang Hu and Meng Hui. They should be the ones to pay the price. 1 week later, at Nanling City's Second People's Hospital. Su Yaoyao sat on the hospital bed, her eyes vacant, her face pale, her lips parched. Just then, the ward door opened, and 2 uniformed police officers entered. One of the male officers immediately produced an arrest warrant and handed it to Su Yaoyao. Miss Su, you are suspected of multiple crimes including murder, rape, and kidnapping. Please cooperate with our investigation and come with us. But I'm an upstanding citizen. Su Yaoyao protested urgently. Miss Su, according to international law, attempted rape is classified as an attempted crime, not intentional assault. While you are a law-abiding citizen, we must still bring you to justice. We hope you understand, the male officer stated firmly. I truly didn't mean to kill him. Please, don't arrest me, Su Yaoyao pleaded. Let me go, I beg you. We're sorry, Miss Su, but the charges you face are extremely serious. We cannot risk releasing you. The male officer remained unwavering. I advise you to cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Chapter 57, To the Police Station. After the male officer finished speaking, he exchanged a knowing glance with another officer. The other officer immediately produced handcuffs, preparing to restrain Su Yaoyao. No. Su Yaoyao panicked. You can't arrest me. Otherwise, you'll definitely be sued. Ha! Sue us? Let me tell you, across all of China, hardly anyone dares to sue us. Miss Su, you'd better stop struggling now to avoid getting hurt. As he spoke, the male officer moved to place the handcuffs on Su Yaoyao. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the room. Ha! The three male officers turned their heads. Instantly, all three froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. Mr. Lin? What brings you here? The lead officer hurried over, greeting him with utmost respect. Did you need to see Su Yaoyao? The newcomer was none other than Lin Hao. Lin Hao glanced at Su Yaoyao, a flicker of tenderness passing through his eyes. Su Yaoyao was equally stunned. She hadn't expected Lin Hao to come here looking for her. After all, this was Jiangzhou City, hundreds of kilometers away from the Golden Bay Villa district. I had some matters to attend to, so I came personally, Lin Hao stated calmly. I see. The male officer nodded repeatedly. Since Mr. Lin wishes to meet Miss Su, we won't disturb you any longer. MHM. Lin Hao waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Oh, and by the way, notify Zhan Long to get ready, he's coming with me to the police station. Lin Hao suddenly added. Ha! Got it. The male officer paused, then agreed. After speaking, Lin Hao strode toward Su Yaoyao. Watching Lin Hao approach her, Su Yaoyao stood frozen. Her mind was in utter turmoil. Ever since they broke up, she'd thought she'd never see Lin Hao again. Yet here he was, seeking her out and asking her to return to the northern province with him. Lin Hao stood beside Su Yaoyao, silently observing her. Lin Hao, thank you, Su Yaoyao murmured softly. But I truly don't want to go back to Beijing with you. Lin Hao said nothing, simply reaching out his right hand to grasp Su Yaoyao's delicate hand. Feeling her delicate hand captured, Su Yaoyao trembled slightly. Lin Hao, Su Yaoyao looked up at him. Don't push me, okay? Lin Hao said nothing, only tightening his grip on Su Yaoyao's hand. Sigh, Lin Hao, I know you're doing this for my own good. Rest assured, once I resign from my job in the near future, I'll return to Beijing with you, Su Yaoyao said. I don't need you to accompany me to North Province. I only want you to come back with me to the Golden Bay Villa district. Lin Hao said, his gaze deep and intense as he stared at Su Yaoyao. But? No buts. Lin Hao declared imperiously. Yaoyao, listen to me. Come back to Beijing with me. Lin Hao. Yaoyao, trust me. After we get married, I'll make everyone in the Zheng family apologize to you. I'll make you the happiest woman in the world, okay? We're already broken up. Who says breaking up means you have to marry the other person? I don't mind being your secret lover. Lin Hao said earnestly. Ha? Su Yaoyao was stunned. Secret lover? Lin Hao, what nonsense are you spouting? Yaoyao, I'm not talking nonsense. Back in Beijing, we were engaged. That engagement ceremony was arranged by your parents. Have you forgotten? Lin Hao reminded her. An engagement ceremony? Suddenly, Su Yaoyao remembered. On the day she and Lin Hao got engaged, Zhang Jianrun had personally attended the ceremony. That day, Zhang Jianrun had even specially booked the finest hotel in Jiangqing City to host the engagement banquet for Su Yaoyao and Lin Hao. However, due to her poor health at the time, Su Yaoyao had no intention of marrying Zhang Jianrun and refused the engagement. Zhang Jianrun, unwilling to lose face, did not pressure her. Though the engagement ceremony failed to materialize, it sowed the seeds of enmity between Lin Hao and Zhang Jianrun. During the ceremony, Zhang Jianrun had publicly humiliated Lin Hao, even threatening, "One day, I'll kill you." At this thought, Su Yaoyao's delicate frame trembled slightly. You mean what happened at the engagement ceremony all those years ago? Yes, Lin Hao replied flatly. Su Yaoyao fell silent. Yaoyao, do you trust me? Lin Hao gazed at Su Yaoyao as he asked. Su Yaoyao bit her pink, rosy lips with her pearly teeth, and after a long while, she let out a faint sigh. Lin Hao, I've actually been searching for you all along. But I didn't know where you were, nor did I have any way to contact you. Today, you've finally chosen to appear on your own. I'm so happy. By this point, tears welled up in Su Yaoyao's beautiful eyes. Lin Hao gazed at the pitifully beautiful woman before him and gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eye with his finger. Yao Yao, come with me. I promise you'll only grow happier from here on out. Lin Hao's gaze was as gentle as water, seemingly capable of melting any frost. Su Yaoyao said nothing more, instead lowering her head like a child who had done something wrong. Lin Hao turned, took her snow-white jade-like hand, and walked toward the elevator. Soon, Lin Hao was pulling Su Yaoyao into the elevator. The moment they stepped inside, Lin Hao suddenly tightened his grip on her small hand. Su Yaoyao's face flushed crimson, fear evident on her features. Don't worry. Whether you want to or not, you won't escape tonight. Lin Hao's lips curved into a smile that could charm anyone to death. Rest assured, tonight I won't hurt you. I'll cherish you, treasure you, and protect you. Lin Hao declared. Suddenly, he pressed his forehead against Su Yaoyao's hair, inhaling the sweet scent of her youth as he closed his eyes and savored the moment. In his embrace, Su Yaoyao's entire body began to tremble violently. Far from resisting, her body grew increasingly tingly and hot. Especially when Lin Hao's lips kissed her earlobe, neck, chest, and even her waist. She felt as if her body had been electrified, her breathing growing ragged. Don't do this. It's making me feel uncomfortable, Su Yaoyao murmured in a soft, seductive voice, unable to hold back. Lin Hao smiled, watching the blush spread across Su Yaoyao's face. At that moment, Su Yaoyao rested her hands on Lin Hao's shoulders, gazing at him with eyes brimming with affection, the depth of her feelings impossible to hide. Lin Hao held Su Yaoyao close while murmuring into her ear, Yaoyao, I like you so much. Finally, as the elevator stopped on the 18th floor, Lin Hao held Su Yaoyao close, stepping toward the presidential suite. Swipe card to enter. Click. The lights in the presidential suite went out. In the pitch-black room, only the sound of their footsteps echoed. Lin Hao carried Su Yaoyao straight into the bedroom. The moment they entered, Lin Hao caught the rich scent of roses wafting through the room. This was a king-size bedroom. The room's decor exuded romance, warmth, and a hint of something best left to adults. Lin Hao glanced at the room's arrangement before slowly settling onto the sofa with Su Yaoyao in his arms. Chapter 58, Childhood Sweethearts. Yao Yao, tired from sitting? Shall I give you a massage? Lin Hao said with a smile, looking at Su Yaoyao. No, thank you. Su Yaoyao shook her head. What's wrong? Don't you like these things? No, it's just that my parents and brother are right next door. Su Yaoyao explained. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Oh? Your whole family lives here? Yes. To be honest, if you'd told me this earlier, I might have come sooner. Lin Hao said. But you didn't tell me. Lin Hao smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Yao Yao, do you remember our story? Lin Hao suddenly asked. Su Yaoyao blinked her beautiful big eyes, thought for a moment, and said, You mean when we were kids? Yes. Back then, we were childhood sweethearts. Ever since we were little, you'd stick to me like glue, following me around like a shadow. And you were always pestering me to tell you stories. At this point, Su Yaoyao suddenly giggled. Recalling those carefree childhood days, a nostalgic expression flickered across Su Yaoyao's face. Lin Hao gazed at her quietly, a faint smile also touching his lips. After a long while. Then what happened? Su Yaoyao pressed. Later, my father went abroad to study, while I stayed in China for school. Our family was average back then. After my father left, we fell into hardship. My grandfather passed away, and my uncles bullied my father. To support my sister and me through school, my mother sold the house grandfather left us and took odd jobs to pay for our education. But unexpectedly, while working one day, I met a handsome man named Zhang Jinyang. Back then, he was the school's most popular figure, handsome, academically gifted, and from a wealthy family. He was widely regarded as the campus heartthrob. He saved me, escorted me to school, tutored me in my studies, and helped me with my homework. From that moment on, he became my idol. Every day after school, I'd sneak back to campus just to catch a glimpse of him. As Lin Hao recounted his childhood story, Su Yaoyao chuckled, You're quite persistent, sneaking off to school just to see your heartthrob. Hee, you got me. Lin Hao scratched his head awkwardly. But seriously, you really had determination. Knowing your family was poor and your grades were poor, you still pushed yourself so hard. So what happened? Did you get into Qingyuan High School in southern China? Su Yaoyao asked. No. Lin Hao shook his head. Then what are you going to do? I promised my parents I'd study hard and get into a top university. So I couldn't let them down. Through sheer hard work, I got into Huashan Nanzhou University. But by then, you had already graduated. After I finished college, you vanished. When I went to your home looking for you, your family wouldn't even acknowledge me. Later, I heard you'd gone to study in Beijing. But why did something suddenly happen to you after graduation? I heard you were swindled out of your entire inheritance and then vanished. Su Yaoyao asked anxiously. Lin Hao gave a bitter smile. You wouldn't understand. After being swindled out of everything, I was devastated. Unable to face it, I ran away and suffered greatly out there. But luckily, I was fortunate enough to be taken in by a martial artist. He even taught me how to cultivate magic. That martial artist said I had exceptional aptitude, so he took me in. Under his guidance, aided by the various spirit stones, elixirs, and secret manuals he provided, I ascended to the ranks of innate masters within just 3 short years. Later, I slew a sworn enemy. I became a disciple of the Northern Domain's immortal corpse hall. Lin Hao recounted slowly. Everything Lin Hao was saying was the absolute truth. Not a single word was exaggerated. In fact, there were even more earth-shattering stories in his memory that he had never told Su Yaoyao. Because he didn't want anyone to know these stories. Not even himself. So you have this whole other story, no wonder you've been hiding your true strength. Su Yaoyao suddenly realized. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you my true strength. Lin Hao smiled apologetically. It's fine. Since you want me now, I'll surrender everything to you. Yao Yao, from this day forward, you are my woman. Lin Hao declared with domineering authority. With that, he stood up. Let's consummate our marriage right now. Lin Hao suddenly grabbed Su Yaoyao's arm, pulling her into his embrace. Su Yaoyao was utterly flustered. Though she was already 27 or 28, in Lin Hao's presence, she still retained a girlish heart. Her pretty face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, saying nothing. Just as Lin Hao was about to remove his clothes, a thunderous crash erupted from the living room outside. Immediately after, an enraged, cursing voice echoed from outside. You bastard Lin! Get your ass out here! As the words fell, a deafening roar echoed through the window. Then, several luxury cars could be seen speeding toward the house. Inside the vehicles, 5 burly men armed with iron bars stormed into the rented apartment of Lin Hao and Su Yaoyao. Upon closer inspection, 2 of them were none other than Chen Haiyang and Wu Yong, the very men who had crossed paths with Lin Hao in Nanshan City. The other 3 were all old acquaintances of Lin Hao from Nanshur City. You little bastard! So you're hiding here after all? Get your ass out here now! A furious roar erupted as 5 or 6 burly men leaped from the vehicle. There were 4 men and 1 woman in total. Lin Hao had been in the same class as all 4 men, they were his former classmates. Among them was a scrawny, sinister-looking guy. Lin Hao remembered his name was Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao stood at the front, a savage grin curling his lips. Beside him stood a chubby man named Wang Chao, while the muscular one was Wu Yong. The last one was a balding middle-aged man wearing a gold chain. Lin Hao! You son of a, I finally got my hands on you. You little bastard, come out and die. You bastard dared cripple my son, I'll kill you today. Wu Yong roared, swinging his iron bar straight at Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed as he snorted coldly, with you? With that, he flicked his fingers. Whoosh! 3 silver needles shot toward Wu Yong like lightning. These 3 needles were freshly forged by Lin Hao and were laced with a deadly poison. The first needle, in particular, was dipped in his own blood, a drop imbued with terrifying corrosive power. In an instant. Put! 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 3 holes instantly pierced Wu Yong's right knee as the needle struck, causing him to collapse to his knees with a blood-curdling scream. Bastard! Who dares ambush my son? Chapter 59, Violent Resolution. Under the shrill voice of the bald, fat man, 10 burly thugs charged toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao coldly scanned them all. At that moment, Qin Fan emerged slowly from the shadows. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Lin Hao. Damn it, why did you take so long? Lin Hao shouted urgently at Qin Fan, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and anticipation. Qin Fan smiled and shook his head lightly. Wasn't I just secretly watching your skills? Now let's show them what we're made of. His voice was soft, yet tinged with amusement and confidence. This was the deep understanding they'd cultivated over years, always supporting and coordinating with each other in critical moments. 10 burly men glared at Lin Hao and Qin Fan with vicious intensity, closing in on them menacingly. Their muscles were taut, radiating a savage aura, as if they intended to crush their opponents into dust. Lin Hao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with sharp intensity. His body stood rigid and upright, like an impregnable fortress, radiating an unyielding sense of power. Qin Fan stood calmly beside Lin Hao, his hands swaying lightly like a leopard poised to strike. His gaze was sharp and cold, radiating an aura of fearless confidence. 10 burly men strode forward, their eyes scanning Lin Hao and Qin Fan with pure provocation, searching for any sign of weakness. Yet they found no exploitable opening, leaving them no choice but to resort to brute force. Lin Hao and Qin Fan moved in perfect unison. Their bodies flowed together like clouds in water, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy on their opponent's vital points. Qin Fan's fists were as swift as lightning, striking with pinpoint accuracy. Each punch carried unmatched power, leaving no room for defense. His footwork was agile and fierce, darting forward suddenly one moment and evading swiftly the next, leaving his opponents unable to predict his movements. Lin Hao, however, was even more ferocious. His punches and kicks carried a savage, beast-like fury and destructive force. Each strike sent a bitter chill rippling through the air, as if it could shatter his opponents into 1,000 pieces. 10 burly men were sent sprawling by Lin Hao and Qin Fan's attacks, crashing to the ground. They groaned, blood streaming down their bodies, their eyes filled with terror and agony. Lin Hao and Qin Fan surveyed their fallen foes, their chests heaving as a feverish aura of battle frenzy radiated from their bodies. They didn't pause, instead charging mercilessly toward the bald, fat man. "You little bastards! How dare you harm my men? I'll tear you to pieces myself." The bald, fat man roared furiously, drawing a dagger from his waist. Lin Hao and Qin Fan met him head-on, their gazes unwavering and fearless. Their bodies transformed into streaks of light, striking their opponent with lightning speed. In an instant, the battle erupted once more. Blades flashed, fists struck flesh, and blood spattered. Each clash carried the weight of life and death, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Lin Hao and Qin Fan displayed strength and skill beyond ordinary men. Their bodies were agile and powerful, each strike precise and unblockable. Under their relentless assault, the bald, fat man gradually showed signs of exhaustion. His moves grew increasingly erratic as his strength dwindled. Finally, the bald, overweight man was knocked to the ground by Lin Hao and Qin Fan. His body lay limp and powerless, his chest heaving as he struggled for breath. Lin Hao and Qin Fan stood unwavering before him, their gazes cold and mocking. They said nothing, yet the silent pressure suffocated the bald, overweight man. He tried to rise, but his body swayed unsteadily under the weight of his injuries. "I won't let you walk away like this," the bald, fat man struggled to say, lunging at them once more. A dagger clutched in his hand, his eyes blazed with madness. Lin Hao let out a cold laugh, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "You really don't know when to quit." He met the bald, fat man's attack without flinching. Qin Fan stood nearby, a faint smile on his lips. He was ready, poised to intervene at any moment. Watching Lin Hao's back, his heart brimmed with trust and admiration. The bald, fat man wildly swung his dagger, desperately attacking Lin Hao. Yet Lin Hao's movements were incredibly agile, skillfully evading every strike. Lin Hao's gaze was icy cold, his fists as hard as steel. His punches were precise, each carrying the force to shatter anything. Every strike landed heavily on the bald, fat man's body. Qin Fan stood by, observing the fight with a cold, deep gaze. He noticed the bald, fat man's attacks gradually weakening as his strength drained away. He knew victory was imminent. Suddenly, Lin Hao unleashed a vicious punch, striking the bald, overweight man squarely in the chest. The bald, overweight man instantly felt excruciating pain, his body collapsing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Qin Fan swiftly charged forward. He aimed for the bald, overweight man's arm and delivered a vicious kick. The man let out a piercing scream as the dagger slipped from his grasp. Lin Hao and Qin Fan circled the fallen bald, overweight man, their gazes cold and mocking. They didn't stop their assault, mercilessly kicking and punching his body. The bald, fat man moaned in agony, yet he refused to give up. He struggled frantically, trying to rise. However, his body could no longer bear his weight, and he was utterly immobilized. Lin Hao and Qin Fan struck the bald, overweight man's head with brutal force in perfect unison. Their fists came down like a storm, each strike carrying immense force and fury. Lin Hao's fist slammed into the bald, overweight man's temple with a dull thud. The blow sent the bald, overweight man reeling involuntarily, his eyes growing more pained and dazed. Simultaneously, Qin Fan's leg drove powerfully into the ground, propelling his body forward like an arrow released from its string. His foot connected with a vicious kick to the bald, fat man's jaw, producing a sharp crack of breaking bone. The blow instantly jerked the bald, overweight man's head back, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth. His body lost its balance, crashing heavily to the ground as he groaned in agony. Lin Hao and Qin Fan gave him no chance to catch his breath, immediately unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Their movements were ghostly swift, each strike landing precisely on the bald, fat man's vital points. Lin Hao's fists rained down like a violent storm, pounding relentlessly against the bald, fat man's chest. Each punch carried the force to shatter everything, causing a series of cracking sounds from the bald, fat man's bones. Qin Fan, meanwhile, harnessed his agility and explosive power to unleash a series of fierce kicks. His feet slammed into the bald, fat man's abdomen, waist, and back, each strike carrying immense destructive force. Chapter 60: Fighting with Increasing Fierceness. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's attacks not only inflicted immense physical pain but also dealt a devastating psychological blow to the bald, overweight man. Fear and despair filled his eyes as he realized escape was utterly impossible. Yet Lin Hao and Qin Fan showed no signs of stopping. Their sole objective was to knock this bald, overweight man completely out. Their hearts burned with the pursuit of justice and an unwavering refusal to compromise with evil. The bald, overweight man's body grew increasingly weak as he felt his strength rapidly drain away. He could no longer endure the excruciating pain, nor hold on any longer. Finally, as Lin Hao and Qin Fan's fists and kicks rained down like a storm upon the bald, overweight man, he could no longer defend himself and collapsed to the ground. His body went limp, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Lin Hao and Qin Fan stood unwavering before the bald, overweight man, their gazes cold and mocking. They said nothing, yet the silent pressure suffocated the bald, overweight man. He tried to rise, but his body swayed unsteadily under the weight of his injuries. "I won't let you leave like this," the bald, fat man struggled to say, lunging at them once more. A dagger clutched in his hand, his eyes blazed with madness. Lin Hao let out a cold laugh, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "You really don't know when to quit." He met the bald, fat man's attack without flinching. Qin Fan stood nearby, a faint smile on his lips. He was ready, poised to intervene at any moment. Watching Lin Hao's back, his heart brimmed with trust and admiration. The bald, fat man wildly swung his dagger, desperately attacking Lin Hao. Yet Lin Hao's movements were incredibly agile, skillfully evading every strike. Lin Hao's gaze was icy cold, his fists as hard as steel. His punches were precise, each carrying the power to shatter everything. Each strike landed heavily on the bald, fat man's body. Qin Fan stood by, observing the fight with a cold, deep gaze. He sensed the bald, overweight man's attacks gradually weakening as his strength drained away. He knew victory was imminent. Suddenly, Lin Hao unleashed a vicious punch, striking the bald, overweight man squarely in the chest. The bald, overweight man instantly felt excruciating pain, his body collapsing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Qin Fan swiftly charged forward. He aimed for the bald, overweight man's arm and delivered a vicious kick. The bald, overweight man let out a wail of agony as the dagger slipped from his grasp. Lin Hao and Qin Fan circled the fallen bald, overweight man, their gazes cold and mocking. They didn't stop their assault, mercilessly kicking and punching his body. The bald, overweight man groaned in agony, yet he refused to give up his resistance. Lin Hao and Qin Fan exchanged glances, silently conveying their understanding. They understood that though their opponent was drained of strength, he hadn't completely surrendered. If they didn't end this fight quickly, they might face even greater danger. Lin's gaze turned defiant as he signaled the others to join in. In an instant, several black-clad figures closed in around the bald, overweight man, forming a tight encirclement. Armed with various weapons, they stood ready to strike at any moment. The bald, overweight man felt the crushing pressure of the encirclement, his eyes filled with utter confusion. He knew he was trapped in a desperate situation, his life hanging by a thread. Yet he refused to yield, gritting his teeth in determination to fight Lin Hao and Qin Fan to the bitter end. Lin Hao and Qin Fan stood rigidly before the bald, heavyset man, their gazes cold and unwavering. They exchanged no words, merely staring at each other, awaiting the final showdown. The bald, overweight man suddenly let out a low growl and lunged violently toward Lin Hao. The dagger in his hand flashed with a cold gleam, radiating madness and desperation. Lin Hao smiled faintly, his body moving with lightness to evade the bald, fat man's attack. His movements were swift as a cheetah, deftly dodging the dagger's thrusts. Simultaneously, Qin Fan seized the moment, leaping upward and delivering a powerful kick to the bald, fat man's legs. His feet delivered immense force, slamming hard into the bald, fat man's calf. The bald, fat man sucked in a sharp breath of pain, his body swaying. His offensive weakened instantly, giving Lin Hao ample opportunity. Lin Hao seized the moment, delivering a heavy punch straight to the bald, fat man's chest. The punch carried immense force, instantly shattering the bald, overweight man's already fragile defenses. The bald, overweight man let out a piercing scream as his body lost balance, crashing backward to the ground. His chest heaved as he gasped for breath, his entire body consumed by searing pain and utter exhaustion. Lin Hao and Qin Fan showed no mercy, unleashing a relentless barrage of kicks and punches upon the bald, overweight man's body. Each kick brought excruciating agony, causing the bald, overweight man to moan in pain, yet he refused to surrender. As his strength visibly drained away, the surrounding attackers intensified their assault. His resistance grew weaker and weaker until finally, he could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground. Lin Hao and Qin Fan circled the fallen man, their gazes cold and mocking. They did not cease their assault, mercilessly kicking and punching his body. The bald, overweight man groaned in agony, yet he refused to surrender. Though his body was utterly exhausted, his will remained unbroken. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise, only to be kicked down mercilessly by Lin Hao and Qin Fan each time. As victory loomed, a playful gleam flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. He knew the chance for victory in this fight was within reach. Qin Fan stood nearby, a faint smile on his lips. He was ready, poised to strike at any moment. Watching Lin Hao's back, his heart brimmed with trust and admiration. Just then, Lin Hao unleashed a vicious punch, striking the bald, overweight man squarely in the chest. The bald, overweight man instantly felt excruciating pain, his body collapsing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Qin Fan swiftly charged forward. He aimed for the bald, fat man's arm and delivered a vicious kick. The bald, overweight man let out a piercing scream as the dagger slipped from his grasp. Lin Hao and Qin Fan circled the fallen bald, overweight man, their gazes cold and mocking. They didn't stop their assault, mercilessly kicking and punching his body. The bald, fat man moaned in agony, yet he refused to give up. Though his body was utterly exhausted, his will remained unbroken. He tried to rise, only to be kicked down mercilessly by Lin Hao and Qin Fan each time. Victory was imminent, and Lin Hao and Qin Fan's gazes were cold and resolute. They knew that as long as they persisted, the victory would be theirs. Just then, a piercing cry pierced Lin Hao and Qin Fan's ears. "Boss!" Lin Hao turned to see several black-clad figures charging toward Qin Fan, daggers raised. Chapter 61, Teamwork. Lin Hao's expression darkened instantly. He sprinted toward the bald, heavy-set man, blocking the attacker's advance. While fiercely grappling with the assailants, he shouted to Qin Fan, "Run! Leave me behind!" Qin Fan hesitated briefly before turning and fleeing. Lin Hao fought back against the assailants, steadily retreating. Yet his peripheral vision never left Qin Fan. He knew full well that if Qin Fan got into trouble, he wouldn't stand idly by. In another skirmish, the group of black-clad figures clashed fiercely with Qin Fan's team members. The black-clad figures were clearly well-trained and exceptionally formidable. Qin Fan and his team couldn't gain the upper hand at all. Soon, two more black-clad figures joined the fray, aiding Qin Fan's team in confronting the adversaries. The pressure on Lin Hao and Qin Fan's team surged dramatically. Yet their eyes remained fixed on Qin Fan, not daring to relax for a moment. Because Qin Fan was the pivotal point of the entire operation. Should anything happen to Qin Fan, their entire plan would be ruined. Therefore, they had to protect him at all costs. Seeing this, a look of gravity flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. Qin Fan's fight against the black-clad figures surprised him. He had expected Qin Fan to fall to these black-clad figures, given their seamless coordination. He had even prepared to rescue him, yet the outcome had completely defied his expectations. Qin Fan not only survived but also wounded those black-clad men. Lin Hao and the group of black-clad figures were locked in combat, each wielding daggers and short clubs in their struggle. Lin Hao's strength far exceeded their expectations. Wielding his short staff like a vicious, snarling viper, he relentlessly attacked the black-clad figures. On the other side, Qin Fan was locked in combat with the black-clad figures. These black-clad men were indeed formidable, and Qin Fan found himself at a disadvantage throughout the fight. Yet he showed no sign of fear. His eyes burned with excitement and joy. For if he could win, he would secure a substantial bounty. With that money, he could purchase ample medicinal herbs to treat his illness. Lin Hao fought fiercely against the black-clad figure while secretly observing Qin Fan. When he saw the deep excitement and anticipation in Qin Fan's eyes, his heart suddenly gave an inexplicable twitch. He seemed to understand something. Though he now knew the truth, Lin Hao chose not to expose Qin Fan. He continued feigning ignorance, playing along with these black-clad men. Qin Fan and Lin Hao worked in perfect sync. Together, they knocked down 3 black-clad men in just a few moves. Seeing this, the remaining 4 or 5 black-clad men turned to flee. But Lin Hao wouldn't let them get away. Seizing the moment, he gave chase and knocked one of them unconscious with a single punch. After taking down 6 black-clad men, Lin Hao immediately returned to Qin Fan's side. "How are you?" he asked. Qin Fan shook his head. "I'm fine. Not dead yet." Lin Hao frowned, glancing at the unconscious, bald, overweight man lying on the ground. "Just wait," he said. "You won't live long." Qin Fan looked at the bald, overweight man. His right arm was useless, his body covered in blood. He glanced at Lin Hao with concern, hesitating to speak, but finally couldn't resist asking, "How many more of you are there?" "Ha! What's the matter? Scared? I've got plenty more men in black. They'll be here soon." With that, the bald, fat man drew his last breath. Yet, chaotic footsteps echoed from the distance as a horde of black-clad figures charged toward them. "Look at that force, must be 500 or 600 men. What do you say, Qin Fan? Can you handle it?" Lin Hao taunted, watching Qin Fan. Qin Fan smiled without a word. "Bring it on." The two charged into the crowd of black-clad men, launching into a fierce, drawn-out battle. After several minutes of fierce combat, Lin Hao and Qin Fan simultaneously defeated a black-clad assailant, but both men were wounded. "Damn it, tonight's a bust." Qin Fan cursed under his breath. Lin Hao surveyed their surroundings. "You go first. I'll draw their attention. We'll strike together later." Qin Fan nodded. "Be careful." "Yeah, don't worry." Lin Hao waved dismissively before charging toward the black-clad group. At this point, the men in black were only 20 or 30 meters away. They'd be upon them soon. Qin Fan hid in the grass, silently watching the group advance. Suddenly, one of the black-clad figures broke ranks, swinging a blade toward him. Qin Fan leapt up instantly, driving his leg into the assailant's midsection. The powerful kick sent the man crashing to the ground, spitting blood as he lost consciousness. "Nice work." Lin Hao clapped his hands in praise. Qin Fan said nothing, remaining crouched in place. Soon, the group of black-clad figures closed in on Qin Fan, raising their blades to stab him. Qin Fan leapt up, sweeping his legs out to instantly knock over 2 of them. He grabbed one of the men, hoisting him up with one arm before flinging him to the ground with a thud that left him dazed and disoriented. Next, Qin Fan delivered a punch to another black-clad man's head. With a crisp crack, the man died instantly. In the blink of an eye, all 3 black-clad figures lay defeated at Qin Fan's feet. Lin Hao watched from a distance, silently observing Qin Fan. He thought to himself, no wonder Qin Fan made it into the special forces. He's got some serious skills. Just then, Lin Hao heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. There are too many of them. We need to get out of here. Lin Hao grabbed Qin Fan, ready to flee. But just then, Qin Fan clenched his teeth and growled, there are hundreds of them here. I won't leave until I've taken them all down. He struggled to his feet and charged at the black-clad men once more. Lin Hao froze, then frowned. Qin Fan, have you lost your mind? Qin Fan ignored Lin Hao, charging into the enemy ranks like a rabid cheetah. One punch shattered a black-clad man's sternum. Next, he grabbed the man's arm and wrenched it sideways with all his might. Crack! Crack! The sound echoed as the man's arm snapped clean off. Lin Hao sighed at the sight before charging swiftly into the enemy ranks. Lin Hao and Qin Fan descended like war gods, each strike and move showcasing unparalleled power and skill. Their figures flickered through the darkness with cheetah-like swiftness, each strike delivering a lethal blow. Qin Fan grabbed a black-clad figure by the collar, his fist like a heavy bomb smashing viciously into the man's abdomen. The figure let out a piercing scream, sent flying through the air, and crashed to the ground. After a few convulsive twitches, all movement ceased. Lin Hao moved like a raging storm, his body fluid and agile, each strike executed with pinpoint precision. His fists struck the black-clad figures like iron hammers, producing dull, thudding impacts. The black-clad figures fell one after another, some scrambled away, others collapsed unconscious. The air thickened with the scent of blood, while piercing screams echoed through the night. Qin Fan and Lin Hao had become veritable meat grinders. Chapter 62, The Power of Conviction. Their eyes turned blood red, their expressions twisted into savage grimaces as they charged at the black-clad figures like raging demons. Ha! You bastards! Killing you feels amazing. Come on! Come on! You wanted to kill me? Bring it on! Qin Fan roared with maniacal laughter, his body drenched in blood, yet he cared not. Qin Fan's eyes burned with boundless madness as he tore through the battlefield like a raging beast. With each swing of his blade, blood spattered, and one black-clad figure after another was torn to shreds. Lin Hao was no different. His eyes blazed crimson, his fists drenched in enemy blood, yet he felt nothing. Blood streamed from his eyes as he relentlessly swung his long sword. His body bore countless gruesome, terrifying wounds, yet he paid them no mind. He had forgotten pain. His sole thought was to slay his enemies, to cut down every foe before him. Even if he died, he would drag them down with him. Finally, after paying a tremendous price, the black-clad men had only managed to take down over 50 of them. This bloody battle raged on for half the night. Lin Hao and Qin Fan, utterly exhausted, leaned against a tree to rest. Lin Hao gasped, Qin Fan, we haven't finished yet. There are still so many of them. His voice carried a mix of excitement and exhaustion. Qin Fan nodded with a smile, his eyes reflecting an endless pride. This fierce battle had exacted a tremendous toll, yet they had succeeded in defeating their enemies. They had conquered their inner fears and exhaustion, defending their beliefs and friendship at the cost of their very lives. Come on! Qin Fan's voice rang with unwavering resolve and pride. This battle was brutal, but we never gave up. We overcame every obstacle. Lin Hao gave a wry smile, his voice tinged with awe. This is all so unbelievable. We're just ordinary people, yet we faced such a formidable foe. Where does our strength come from? Qin Fan paused before whispering softly, our strength comes from belief. We believe in ourselves, and we believe we can overcome any hardship. That is our conviction, and that is where our strength lies. Lin Hao nodded, silently pondering Qin Fan's words. The tacit understanding and trust between them allowed them to cooperate seamlessly in battle without needing words. Their friendship and unity were their greatest strength. Qin Fan, what should we do? Lin Hao asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Another wave of enemies is coming. Where should we go? Qin Fan took a deep breath before declaring solemnly, we're not going anywhere. We're taking them down. Lin Hao nodded, his gaze hardening. Right. We can't just let them get away with this. With that, the two rose and charged once more into the crowd of black-clad figures. Outnumbered and facing agile opponents, Lin Hao and Qin Fan proved no pushovers. Qin Fan leapt into the air, propelling himself upward. He planted his feet firmly on the branches of an ancient tree, using the rebound to propel himself directly onto the treetop over 5 meters high. Then, Lin Hao swung his iron rod with brutal force. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Branch after branch snapped, sending countless splinters flying like arrows toward the black-clad figures. Whoosh! One after another, the black-clad figures screamed as they plummeted from midair, crashing onto the ground. Damn it! Lin Hao's attack was overwhelmingly brutal and fierce, like a cannonball. Ah! Another black-clad figure screamed as a branch pierced his chest. Qin Fan delivered a kick to the forehead of one of the men, shattering his skull and killing him instantly. In the blink of an eye, the once dense crowd of black-clad figures scattered. These black-clad figures had completely lost their minds, charging recklessly at Lin Hao and Qin Fan without regard for their own safety. Watching the black-clad figures, Lin Hao and Qin Fan showed no panic. After all, they trusted in their own abilities. Now, they only prayed these black-clad figures wouldn't launch another wave. But the black-clad figures continued to encircle Lin Hao and Qin Fan relentlessly. "Damn it, you won't leave, huh?" Qin Fan roared furiously. Then he clenched his fist and slammed it out. Boom! The explosive force of his punch sent 4 or 5 black-clad figures reeling backward, spitting blood. Qin Fan swiftly pursued them. The iron rod in Qin Fan's hand whistled through the air, sweeping down in a sweeping arc. "Damn it, you dare mess with us? You're asking for it." Qin Fan, consumed by fury, wielded his iron rod and charged madly at the black-clad figures. His iron rod was fierce and ruthless, each strike sending a black-clad man spitting blood. Every swing was heavy and powerful, each blow sending a man flying. Thud! After a black-clad figure took a blow to the ribs from Lin Hao's iron rod, his chest caved in. His mouth opened wide, spewing a jet of blood before he slowly collapsed to the ground, dead. Qin Fan watched the scene unfold, and a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. What immense power! My strength has actually increased this much. Qin Fan was utterly astonished. Lin Hao also sensed something unusual within his own body. He distinctly felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through his entire being. This force felt as though it could shatter anything. Lin Hao and Qin Fan stared intently at the vast battlefield about to unfold, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. The shouts and footsteps of the surrounding black-clad figures grew louder and more urgent, like a pack of hungry beasts about to be unleashed. "Are you ready?" Lin Hao took a deep breath, his gaze fixed firmly on Qin Fan. "Of course. We have no retreat. Only through battle can we protect ourselves and those we hold dear." Qin Fan's voice resonated with unwavering resolve and conviction. The battle was about to erupt. Lin Hao and Qin Fan simultaneously stepped forward, their agile forms weaving through the ranks of black-clad figures. Their movements were swift and precise, each punch landing with brutal impact, each kick striking with deadly accuracy, every attack targeting the enemy's vital points without fail. Lin Hao's body whirled like a tornado, his iron rod spinning in a frenzy. Each strike unleashed a terrifying storm. His blows landed like cannonballs, smashing into the black-clad figures with unstoppable force. Qin Fan displayed overwhelming brute strength, his fists like iron hammers, each strike accompanied by a piercing crack. His punches came like a storm, mercilessly shattering the black-clad men's bones, leaving them utterly defenseless. The black-clad figures panicked, sensing their lives hanging by a thread. Yet their sheer numbers prevailed. Wave after wave of new assailants charged forward, desperate to overwhelm Lin Hao and Qin Fan. Lin Hao and Qin Fan fought side by side, their coordination seamless. Lin Hao swung his iron rod with fierce force, the weapon lashing out like a whip, sending the black-clad figures flying. Chapter 63, War God Incarnate. Qin Fan, meanwhile, transformed into a god of war. Every punch landed with brutal impact, each move brimming with raw power and lethal intent. Their strength stemmed from an inner conviction that they could overcome any obstacle. Their fierce determination clashed with the black-clad figures' blows, producing a series of jarring, ear-piercing impacts. Chaos reigned on the battlefield. Dust swirled, and the stench of blood filled the air. Though scarred by the black-clad figures' attacks, Lin Hao and Qin Fan showed no sign of retreat. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble as a colossal force surged upward from the earth. This immense power filled both Lin Hao and Qin Fan's bodies, making them feel as though they had transformed into war gods. This power made their attacks fiercer, each strike unleashing a storm of fury that the black-clad figures could not withstand. "Qin Fan, our power has grown," Lin Hao shouted excitedly. "Yes. Our conviction has unleashed the ultimate power," Qin Fan replied with unwavering confidence. Their figures blurred into motion, darting through the black-clad figures like lightning. Each strike struck with lightning-fast precision, leaving the black-clad figures no time to react. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. The black-clad figures fell one after another, unable to rise again. Their power and conviction overwhelmed everything, leaving the black-clad figures feeling utterly hopeless. The black-clad figures on the battlefield dwindled, leaving only a few stubbornly resisting Lin Hao and Qin Fan. Lin Hao and Qin Fan locked eyes, their gazes filled with unwavering resolve. Final battle. Lin Hao roared, swinging his iron rod as he charged at the black-clad figures. Never retreat. Qin Fan's eyes widened as he clenched his fists to meet the challenge. In this battle, Lin Hao and Qin Fan fought without fear. Their figures streaked across the battlefield, each strike striking terror into the hearts of the black-clad figures. Their strength and conviction tore through the darkness, bringing a glimmer of dawn. Both men leapt forward, continuing their frenzied assault on the black-clad figures, who showed no sign of yielding. Lin Hao's iron rod whirled through the air like a silver dragon coiling in flight. Each strike unleashed a fierce gust of wind, trapping the black-clad figures within its relentless grasp. His movements were agile and swift, each strike precisely targeting the black-clad figures' weak points, leaving them powerless to retaliate. Qin Fan's body was like a fortress of steel, his fists blazing like fire, each strike delivering searing power. His fist winds whistled through the air, instantly shattering the black-clad man's defenses. His physique was powerful and robust, each clash of fist and foot causing the surrounding air to tremble. Outnumbered, the black-clad figures surrounded Lin Hao and Qin Fan, forming a wall of darkness. They showed no sign of retreat, launching fierce attacks against the two men. Lin Hao and Qin Fan moved with seamless coordination, like a pair of perfectly synchronized dancers, weaving nimbly through the gaps between the black-clad figures. Each strike unleashed earth-shaking force, leaving the black-clad figures utterly defenseless. The iron rod in Lin Hao's hands flashed with a cold gleam. His body whirled like a tornado, spinning rapidly as the rod danced like a shadow, mercilessly knocking the black-clad figures away. Each strike unleashed a terrifying storm, overwhelming the black-clad figures with its sheer force. Qin Fan transformed into a god of war, his fists like blazing fireballs, each strike igniting a wave of scorching flames. His strength stemmed from an inner conviction, the belief that he could overcome any obstacle. Each clash of fists and feet produced a thunderous explosion, a force the black-clad figures could not endure. The number of black-clad figures on the battlefield dwindled, yet their ferocity only intensified. Gritting their teeth, they launched frenzied attacks with reckless abandon. Lin Hao and Qin Fan were covered in wounds, yet they showed no sign of retreat. Their eyes flashed with unwavering resolve. They believed their strength and conviction would overcome any obstacle. "We can't give up!" Lin Hao roared, driving his iron rod viciously into the last remaining black-clad figure. "Never retreat!" Qin Fan gritted his teeth, his fist erupting in flames as it struck the black-clad figure. Both men leapt forward like descending war gods, engaging the black-clad figures in a final, decisive battle. Their attacks grew increasingly ferocious, each strike erupting with a thunderous explosion. The black-clad figures could not withstand the onslaught, falling one after another, unable to rise again. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's strength and conviction utterly crushed the darkness. Only the sound of their breathing and heartbeats remained on the battlefield. Their chests heaved, eyes gleaming with the light of victory. Undaunted, Lin Hao and Qin Fan charged into the crowd of black-clad figures. Their bodies darted through the darkness, each strike unleashing earth-shattering force. Their movements were like a whirlwind, iron rods and fists weaving into streaks of light, instantly knocking the black-clad figures to the ground. Under the relentless assault, Lin Hao and Qin Fan's bodies were covered in wounds, their clothes stained crimson with blood. Yet they showed no sign of retreat. Their gaze remained unwavering, convinced their strength and conviction would overcome all obstacles. Lin Hao swung his iron rod, each strike unleashing a fury of destructive force. His body moved like a raging beast, savagely tearing through the black-clad men's defenses. Each strike tore through the air with a sharp whistle. The black-clad figures couldn't withstand this frenzied force, falling one after another. Qin Fan's fists blazed like flames, each strike radiating searing heat. His body stood like an impassable mountain, rendering the black-clad men's attacks insignificant before him. Each clash of fists and feet erupted in explosive clangs. Powerless to retaliate, the black-clad figures were mercilessly knocked down. Though numerous on the battlefield, the black-clad figures proved utterly powerless against the onslaught of Lin Hao and Qin Fan. They fell continuously, forming crimson trails across the ground. The air thickened with the scent of blood, and a frenzied atmosphere permeated the battlefield. Lin Hao and Qin Fan bore countless wounds, yet their fighting spirit remained undimmed. Their breath came in ragged gasps, sweat dripping from their foreheads, yet they showed no sign of stopping. They knew that only by defeating every last black-clad figure could they protect the convictions held within their hearts. Lin Hao swung his iron rod, each strike unleashing a storm of force. His gaze was unwavering, every blow from the dancing rod produced a dull thud, a power the black-clad figures could not withstand. His body darted across the battlefield, each movement stirring up a whirlwind as he mercilessly knocked down the black-clad figures. Qin Fan transformed into a god of war, his body radiating a powerful energy. His fists blazed like fireballs, each strike trailing a scorching aura. His eyes flashed with unwavering resolve, he believed his power could conquer all. Chapter 64, Fight to the Death. His body stood like an unshakable fortress, impervious to the black-clad figures' attacks. The black-clad figures on the battlefield dwindled, defeated by Lin Hao and Qin Fan's power and conviction. The shadowy darkness began to dissipate, dawn's light gradually illuminating the battlefield. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's figures grew ever more imposing, their strength and conviction coalescing into a blinding radiance that utterly shattered the darkness. Many black-clad figures fell, only for fresh waves to surge forward. The battlefield echoed with their labored breathing, pounding heartbeats, and furious roars, a declaration of their unyielding resolve. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's chests heaved as victory glinted in their eyes. They locked eyes, feeling each other's unwavering resolve. The black-clad warriors refused to back down, each wielding an axe as fierce combat erupted once more between the two sides. Lin Hao swung his iron rod, each strike unleashing a storm of fury. His gaze was sharp and unwavering. Each strike of the iron rod produced a dull thud, and the black-clad figures were utterly powerless against this overwhelming force. His body darted across the battlefield, each movement stirring up a whirlwind. The black-clad figures were powerless to retaliate, falling mercilessly under his blows. Qin Fan transformed into a god of war, his body radiating immense energy. His fists blazed like fireballs, each strike trailing a scorching aura. A resolute light flashed in his eyes. He believed his power could conquer all. His body stood like an unshakable fortress, impervious to the black-clad figures' attacks. On the battlefield, the black-clad figures kept falling, yet more surged forward relentlessly. Their axes crashed down upon Lin Hao and Qin Fan, unleashing waves of staggering force. Lin Hao and Qin Fan parried each strike, their bodies already covered in wounds, yet their wills remained as unyielding as steel. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's strikes grew increasingly fierce, their movements lightning fast, leaving the black-clad figures unable to react. Lin Hao's iron rod smashed into a black-clad figure's skull. A piercing scream erupted as the man collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Qin Fan's fists blazed like fire, targeting the black-clad men's chests and faces. Each strike sent blood spurting from their bodies. The numbers of the black-clad figures dwindled steadily as they gradually retreated. Lin Hao and Qin Fan seemed like gods descended, their strength and conviction utterly crushing the darkness. The scent of victory permeated the battlefield, though the black-clad figures remained undefeated. Their corpses now blanketed the entire field. Lin Hao and Qin Fan stood at the center of the battlefield, their bodies already covered in wounds, yet their eyes shone with the light of victory. They clenched their fists and raised them high toward the sky, panting heavily, yet their smiles revealed anticipation and hope for the future. They knew this victory marked only a new beginning. They would press forward, pursuing greater strength and justice. Though darkness had been temporarily vanquished, Lin Hao and Qin Fan understood their battle was far from over. They would keep fighting for their beliefs, protecting those in need. This was their mission, their unceasing pursuit. The numbers began to swell endlessly, making it feel impossible to eliminate them all, yet they felt no fear. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's figures were gradually surrounded by the black-clad figures, and the shadows of darkness once again enveloped the battlefield. Attacks from the black-clad figures surged like relentless waves, their axes striking Lin Hao and Qin Fan with waves of staggering force. Fighting side by side, Lin Hao and Qin Fan's bodies were as resilient as iron, steadfastly blocking every strike. Lin Hao's iron rod whirled through the air, each strike landing with a dull thud. The black-clad figures were utterly powerless against this overwhelming force. Qin Fan's fists blazed like fireballs, each strike trailing a scorching aura. Their attacks were relentless and fierce, leaving the black-clad figures no time to react. Yet the black-clad figures multiplied relentlessly, seemingly pouring endlessly from the darkness. Like a horde of demons, they charged at Lin Hao and Qin Fan with a frenzied, murderous intent. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's bodies were already covered in wounds, yet their resolve remained as unshakable as rock. They were determined to protect everything on this land. Lin Hao swung his iron rod, his figure darting across the battlefield like a whirlwind. Each strike unleashed a storm of fury, his body radiating immense power. The black-clad figures were mercilessly struck down by his attacks, falling to the ground, unable to rise again. Yet new black-clad figures kept surging forward, their numbers seemingly endless. Qin Fan transformed into a god of war, his fists unleashing waves of scorching energy. Each strike made the black-clad figures spurt blood. A formidable energy radiated from his body, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. He believed his strength could overcome anything. The black-clad figures' assaults failed to shake him in the slightest. On the battlefield, the black-clad figures kept falling, yet new ones surged forward like an endless tide. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's bodies were already covered in wounds, yet their will remained unshaken. They knew this battle was far from over. They had to hold on until the very end. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's attacks grew increasingly fierce, their movements lightning fast, leaving the black-clad figures no time to react. Lin Hao's iron rod smashed into a black-clad figure's skull. A piercing scream erupted as the figure collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Qin Fan's fists blazed like fire, targeting the chests and faces of the black-clad figures. Each strike sent streams of blood spurting from their bodies. Though their numbers dwindled, the black-clad figures kept surging forward. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's bodies were already covered in wounds, yet their eyes flashed with unwavering resolve. Clenching their fists, they raised them high toward the sky, panting heavily. Yet their smiles revealed anticipation and hope for the future. They knew this victory was merely a new beginning. They would press forward, pursuing greater strength and justice. Though darkness had been temporarily vanquished, Lin Hao and Qin Fan understood their battle was far from over. They would continue fighting for their beliefs, protecting those in need. This was their mission, their unceasing pursuit. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of black-clad figures, yet more surged forward. Their deafening roars echoed like a declaration of resolve. Lin Hao and Qin Fan locked eyes, sensing each other's unwavering determination. Their numbers swelled endlessly, making it feel impossible to eliminate them all. Yet fear held no sway over them. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's chests rose and fell with each breath, their eyes blazing with the light of victory. They locked gazes, feeling each other's unwavering resolve. Chapter 65, The Battle Rises. The black-clad warriors were no less formidable, each wielding an axe as fierce combat erupted once more between the two sides. Lin Hao swung his iron rod, each strike unleashing a storm of fury. His gaze was sharp and unwavering. With every thudding blow from the dancing rod, the black-clad warriors proved utterly powerless against this overwhelming force. His body darted across the battlefield, each movement stirring up whirlwinds. The black-clad warriors were powerless to retaliate, falling mercilessly beneath his blows. Qin Fan transformed into a god of war, his body radiating immense energy. His fists blazed like fireballs, each strike trailing a scorching aura. A resolute light burned in his eyes, a conviction that his power could overcome anything. His body stood like an unshakable fortress, the black-clad man's attacks failing to budge him an inch. On the battlefield, the black-clad figures kept falling, yet more surged forward relentlessly. Their axes crashed down upon Lin Hao and Qin Fan, unleashing waves of staggering force. Lin Hao and Qin Fan parried each strike, their bodies already scarred and battered, yet their wills remained as unyielding as steel. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's strikes grew increasingly fierce, their movements lightning fast, leaving the black-clad figures unable to react. Lin Hao's iron rod smashed into a black-clad figure's skull. A piercing scream erupted as the man collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Qin Fan's fists blazed like fire, targeting the chests and faces of the black-clad figures. Each strike sent blood spurting from their bodies. The numbers of the black-clad figures showed no sign of diminishing, yet they gradually retreated. Lin Hao and Qin Fan descended like gods, their strength and conviction utterly crushing the darkness. The scent of victory permeated the battlefield, though the black-clad figures remained unvanquished, their bodies now blanketing the entire field. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, yet their eyes shone with the light of triumph. Their numbers continued to swell. The black-clad figures seemed almost endless. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's bodies were covered in wounds, yet their wills remained as unyielding as steel. The black-clad figures' attacks failed to shake them in the slightest. They locked gazes, seeing the unshakable conviction in each other's eyes. Though the black-clad figures remained countless, their resolve only deepened. As the fallen bodies of the black-clad figures piled higher, their eyes turned bloodshot, crimson blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. The deaths of their comrades did not halt their advance, instead, it ignited a savage, ruthless fury deep within them. The black-clad figures, fearless of death, surged forward once more. Ah! Lin Hao roared, his eyes instantly turning crimson. His entire body surged with explosive power as he swung his iron rod with brutal force toward the black-clad figures. The rod sliced through the air with a tearing sound, its momentum tearing at the very fabric of the atmosphere. The black-clad figures scattered, knowing this blow would shatter their skulls. But at that instant, Qin Fan appeared beside him. A palm struck Lin Hao's waist, sending him crashing backward. Lin Hao crashed to the ground. Wiping blood from his lips, he glared furiously at Qin Fan. "What the hell are you doing? There are more of them coming. You go first." Qin Fan shouted. "Qin Fan, what do you take me for? How can I leave now?" Lin Hao charged back into the crowd of black-clad figures. He executed a front flip, landing before one of them, and swung his iron rod in a sweeping arc. Instantly, a black-clad figure was sent flying by the rod's impact. Lin Hao's eyes burned with intense hatred. The humiliation inflicted by these black-clad men, he would repay 1,000-fold. Wherever Lin Hao's iron rod struck, black-clad figures were sent tumbling to the ground. His movements were incredibly agile. With each blow from the rod, the black-clad men let out piercing screams or were struck so hard that their brains splattered. Far from being intimidated, the black-clad figures were abnormally excited. They had never encountered such a formidable opponent. They charged at Lin Hao with frenzied abandon, surrounding him completely. These men were formidable, but Lin Hao was no slouch either. Relying on his formidable defense, he stubbornly withstood their onslaught. Yet moments later, a long sword pierced through his abdomen. He staggered back several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Qin Fan rushed to steady him. Lin Hao snorted coldly, "Not a single one of you will escape today." As soon as the words left his mouth, he seized the sword embedded in his abdomen and yanked it out forcefully. Blood instantly dripped down the blade. Lin Hao let out a low growl as every muscle in his body tensed to the point of stiffness. His skin began to crack, strands of blood seeping into his flesh. He leaped upward, swinging his iron rod in a wide arc through the air. In an instant, hundreds of golden-rod shadows enveloped the surroundings. Boom! With a series of explosive crashes, dozens of black-clad figures were sent flying. But the black-clad figures were too numerous. They charged recklessly toward Lin Hao and Qin Fan. Lin Hao and Qin Fan retreated relentlessly, their bodies covered in wounds. Suddenly, a blade slashed toward them from afar. Lin Hao spun to block it, but with a sharp crack, the iron rod snapped clean in two. A spray of blood blossomed from Qin Fan's chest. Lin Hao watched helplessly as Qin Fan slowly collapsed. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, he glared with fury at the enemy nearby, vowing to kill every last one of these damned bastards with his own hands. The black-clad figures saw the look on Lin Hao's face and a wave of terror washed over them. But by now, there was no retreat. They could only fight to the death. Boom! The violent collision echoed across the land. Blood spattered, severed limbs flew, and corpses littered the field. Lin Hao's iron rod finally gave way, snapping into several pieces. Simultaneously, Qin Fan's right arm was struck, blood pouring freely. Lin Hao's left leg also took several heavy blows. Cornered, Lin Hao and Qin Fan's eyes remained unwaveringly resolute, showing not a trace of fear or hesitation. The black-clad figures burned with raging fury and hatred in their eyes. They fought with frenzied ferocity, determined to avenge their fallen comrades with blood and life. The two figures crisscrossed the battlefield, their movements leaving trails of blood staining the ground around them. The black-clad figures grew more ferocious with each strike, seemingly impervious to pain. They knew only slaughter, only destruction, like walking corpses, driven solely by the urge to kill. They relentlessly attacked Lin Hao and Qin Fan, striking with deadly blows whenever an opening presented itself. The battle intensified. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's stamina drained rapidly, their techniques growing weaker. At times, a single punch sent them reeling, blood spilling from their mouths. The black-clad figures showed no signs of fatigue. Their assaults grew fiercer by the moment, their eyes devoid of fear or hesitation, filled only with madness. Lin Hao and Qin Fan gasped for breath, utterly exhausted. They knew they had to hold on, but when they might finally eliminate them all remained unknown. The ranks of the black-clad figures kept swelling endlessly. Chapter 66, Fighting Side by Side. Their figures darted through the black-clad horde with seamless coordination. Qin Fan delivered a powerful kick, sending 3 assailants flying, while his own back bore 5 or 6 claw marks. Blood soaked through his clothes, a harrowing sight. Ah! The black-clad figure let out a final, guttural roar as he lunged forward, gripping his spear tightly and thrusting it viciously toward Lin Hao. Thud! The spear pierced Lin Hao's shoulder, blood spurting out. Lin Hao grunted as his body was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. The black-clad figure let out a savage grin and lunged forward once more. On the other side, Qin Fan saw Lin Hao in peril. His eyes widened instantly, pupils shrinking as his heart clenched in fear. Lin Hao's body trembled uncontrollably. His breathing grew labored, and he swayed several times, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Qin Fan, don't worry about me. You must leave now. You're no match for them. Lin Hao struggled to his feet, his voice weak as he urged Qin Fan. No. How could I abandon my brother and run away alone? I'm not a coward. Since I chose to roam the world with you, I'll see it through to the end. Qin Fan charged forward once more. His figure flickered as he dodged the black-clad assailants' relentless attacks, but the enemy offered him no respite. Just then, a vicious, ruthless glint flashed in the leader's eyes. He bellowed, "Kill them!" In an instant, over a dozen black-clad figures fanned out, pouncing toward Qin Fan and Lin Hao. They intended to eliminate both of them in one decisive strike. The men in black had a clear objective: they intended to kill Lin Hao. Qin Fan was the only survivor, and they were determined to capture him. You're asking for it. Qin Fan roared, his speed suddenly surging as he unleashed a hail of blows with his steel rod. He had to buy time, otherwise, death awaited them all. But Qin Fan was outnumbered. Gradually, his movements grew sluggish. The black-clad figures, resorting to any means necessary, poured their last ounce of strength into a relentless assault. Lin Hao gritted his teeth, discarding the broken half of his iron rod. He snatched a wooden stick from the ground and charged forward with all his might. Lin Hao swung the stick, smashing it squarely into the head of one of the black-clad figures. Thud! The figure collapsed, its skull instantly shattered. Yet even then, the man refused to yield, swinging his blade at Lin Hao. Get lost! Lin Hao roared, driving his right foot into the man's gut. The blade flew from the assassin's grasp. Seizing the moment, Lin Hao followed up with a punch that slammed into the man's face. The figure was sent flying, his forehead caved in, blood streaming down his face. Clutching his throat, he let out a whimpering wail before slowly sliding to the ground. Seeing this, the other black-clad figures drew their blades and lunged at Lin Hao. He swung his wooden staff, engaging them in combat. Though Lin Hao bore numerous wounds, the black-clad men couldn't gain the upper hand. He fought with reckless abandon, each strike deadly. At that moment, Qin Fan's movements slowed. His body was covered in dense wounds, and blood streaked his face. Qin Fan glanced at Lin Hao, a faint smile touching his lips. Brother, he said, we might die here today. But I'm glad. At least we fought side by side. Even in death, it was worth it. Lin Hao burst into laughter, his teeth gleaming white as his eyes burned with unyielding resolve. Who's dying isn't decided yet. Ha! Fine. Since we're going down together, I'll see it through. Qin Fan swung his short sword, charging toward the remaining black-clad figures. Qin Fan's movements were eerily unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, he plunged into the crowd of black-clad figures. Waves of agonized screams erupted as each of his strikes claimed another life. Lin Hao watched the scene unfold, drawing a deep breath as his gaze turned icy. With a roar, he raised his staff, ready to charge forward. At that very moment, a powerful killing intent erupted from behind Lin Hao. Hair stood on end across Lin Hao's body. He whipped his head around to see the leader from earlier had already appeared behind him. Raising his spear, the man thrust it toward Lin Hao's throat. You old bastard, you dare ambush me! Lin Hao roared with fury, swinging his arm in a wide arc and smashing his club into the black-clad man's chest. With a thud, the black-clad man flew backward, his chest caved in, eyes bulging, blood spurting from his mouth. He struggled for a moment before finally closing his eyes in bitter resignation, dying with unclosed eyes. Lin Hao's face was deathly pale. He knew all the black-clad men had been dealt with, but his own situation was dire. "Brother, how are you? I'll get you out of here." Qin Fan grabbed Lin Hao's arm and urged him anxiously. "I can't leave. I have to protect you." But before Qin Fan could finish, a dagger sliced through his abdomen. "Ah!" Qin Fan screamed in agony as his body crashed to the ground. His face contorted with pain. He struggled to rise and continue fighting, but his strength failed him. Covered in blood, his body bore 7 or 8 fresh wounds. "Qin Fan, don't be foolish. Hurry and get away. They'll be here to kill us any moment. I won't abandon my brother, even if it means dying." Lin Hao delivered a flying kick toward the black-clad figure. Qin Fan switched his dagger for a claw knife. Simultaneously, he grabbed the black-clad man by the collar, yanked him forcefully, and shoved the corpse aside. Then he turned and resumed his fierce battle with the remaining black-clad assailants. "Brother, if you don't leave, I won't either." Qin Fan gritted his teeth, his voice resolute. "You bastard! If you die, what am I supposed to do?" Lin Hao's rage boiled over as he fought the black-clad assailant, cursing furiously. "Rest assured, I won't let these beasts bully me alone. I won't let anyone hurt you." Qin Fan's eyes glowed crimson, like a wounded lone wolf. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a complex wave of emotion surge through him. It was a strange feeling, as if he were speaking to a blood relative, leaving him deeply moved. "Fine. Then we'll die together tonight." Lin Hao roared with laughter. The wooden staff in his hands transformed into an iron rod. He raised it with both hands and charged at the encircling black-clad figures. Lin Hao's body was covered in scars, blood flowing freely, yet he paid it no mind. He charged forward like a warrior, undaunted. "Brother, break through with me!" Qin Fan roared, charging into the encirclement first. Lin Hao's face twisted into a ferocious grimace as he fought alongside Qin Fan. Just then, a black-clad figure lunged at Qin Fan. Qin Fan's eyes narrowed. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger in his hand sliced through the man's arm. A crisp snap echoed as the arm was severed, blood spurting out. The figure let out a piercing scream. Qin Fan seized the moment to force the figure back. Meanwhile, several other black-clad figures closed in, surrounding Lin Hao completely. His situation grew increasingly perilous. "Qin Fan!" Lin Hao shouted furiously. Chapter 67, Qin Shuruo. But Qin Fan paid Lin Hao no mind whatsoever, continuing to fight the surrounding black-clad figures with frenzied intensity. He was utterly exhausted, his body pushed to its absolute limit. Lin Hao glanced at Qin Fan, his eyes bulging with fury. He roared and swung his staff straight at the chest of one of the black-clad figures. Clang! The metal clash echoed as the black-clad man's spear blocked Lin Hao's attack. Just then, 3 or 4 more black-clad figures charged forward, their weapons slashing at Lin Hao's waist. He dodged hastily, only to take 2 more cuts across his back. Blood stained his clothes crimson. "Lin Hao, I'm here to help." Just as Lin Hao struggled to hold his ground, a striking figure suddenly raced toward him from the distance. But Qin Fan paid Lin Hao no mind whatsoever, continuing to fight the surrounding black-clad figures with frenzied intensity. He was utterly exhausted, his body pushed to its absolute limit. Lin Hao glanced at Qin Fan, his eyes bulging with fury. With a roar, he swung his staff at the black-clad man's chest. Clang! A metallic clash echoed as the black-clad figure's spear blocked Lin Hao's attack. Just then, 3 or 4 more black-clad figures charged forward, their weapons slashing toward Lin Hao's waist. Lin Hao dodged hastily, only to receive 2 more slashes across his back. Blood stained his clothes crimson. A wave of excruciating pain washed over Lin Hao, his breathing becoming rapid and labored. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to collapse. "Lin Hao, I'm here to help you." Just as Lin Hao struggled to hold on, a striking figure suddenly raced toward him from the distance. She wore a white robe, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. In her hand, a sword glinted with a cold, sharp light. This girl was Qin Shuruo, the 5th sister of Qin Fan and the renowned female war goddess of Xia Nation. Violent altercation reported. Responding to quell the disturbance. She had finally arrived at the scene. "Qin Fan, your sister has come to save you." Her voice was firm and stirring, as if it could grant boundless strength. Lin Hao looked at Qin Shuru, a flicker of hope lighting his eyes. He knew that with Qin Shuru's help, they still had a sliver of chance. Qin Shuru glanced at Qin Fan lying on the ground, a surge of rage welling up within her. She swiftly rushed to his side, shielding his body. "Qin Shuruo, why did you come?" Qin Fan's voice was weak and anxious. "I heard you were under attack and rushed here." Ziyan gripped her sword tightly, her eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. "We'll protect each other and fight until the very end." Lin Hao's voice carried unwavering resolve. The 3 stood tightly together, forming an unbreakable defensive line. The black-clad figures' expressions darkened at Qin Shuruo's arrival. They knew this girl was no one to be underestimated. Qin Shuru's sword flashed like lightning, its blade gleaming like a rainbow as it struck down one of the black-clad figures. Her movements were agile and precise, without a hint of hesitation. Lin Hao seized the opportunity, swinging his iron rod with all his might to smash into the enemy. Though his body was utterly exhausted, his will burned like a flame, refusing to yield easily. Qin Fan, though gravely wounded, swung his blade with all his strength, striking down foes. His eyes burned with tenacity, refusing to let anyone harm those close to him. Driven by unyielding will and exceptional combat skills, the trio engaged in a brutal battle against the black-clad figures. Blood spattered everywhere, and screams filled the air. Every swing of their weapons was a life-or-death struggle. Qin Shuru's sword glowed like a rainbow, swift as lightning. Her agile form darted among the black-clad figures, slicing through enemies with effortless precision. Lin Hao wielded his iron rod like a weapon of destruction, each strike landing with devastating force upon his foes. Though severely wounded, Qin Fan gritted his teeth, blade in hand, continuing to cut down the black-clad figures. As time ticked by, the black-clad figures grew increasingly exhilarated. Though they watched these three youths, whose eyes never wavered from courage and resolve, they were filled with awe. They began to descend into a frenzied state. They were determined to resist this surging, unyielding force to the death, especially since there were over 800 of them. Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuruo stood on the battlefield, their bodies covered in wounds, yet their eyes shone with the light of victory. They knew that only by holding out until the very last moment could they protect each other and defeat the black-clad figures. Lin Hao desperately wanted to end the battle. He swung his iron rod, striking one of the black-clad figures with brutal force. The black-clad man gritted his teeth to block the blow, but his spear couldn't withstand Lin Hao's fierce assault. The spear shattered instantly into two pieces. Seeing his chance, Lin Hao leapt forward, driving his iron rod straight into the black-clad figure's chest. At the same time, Qin Fan and Qin Shuruo showed no sign of weakness. Working in tight coordination, they attacked the black-clad figure from both sides, one from the front and one from the rear. Qin Fan's blade strikes were fierce and precise, each blow a lethal attack the black-clad figure couldn't block. Qin Shuruo's swordsmanship was even more exquisite. She whirled her blade, its gleaming edge sweeping like a waterfall, leaving no black-clad man unscathed. On the battlefield, the bodies of the black-clad figures piled up like mountains, blood flowing like rivers. Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuruo were all drenched in the enemy's blood. Their breathing was heavy and labored, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. The black-clad figures grew increasingly frenzied as the battle raged on, gradually losing all reason. They launched suicidal attacks, but Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuruo pursued relentlessly, their eyes blazing with the resolve of victory. Qin Fan leapt forward, his blade slicing through the air to strike precisely at a black-clad figure's throat. The startled man gaped in horror, unable to dodge in time. Blood gushed forth instantly as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Qin Shuruo witnessed the scene, a flicker of unease stirring within her. She swiftly sheathed her sword, leaping into the air like a swift cat to evade the black-clad figure's attack, landing beside Qin Fan. Gripping Qin Fan's hand tightly, she stared at his pallid face and said with deep concern, "Brother Fan, your injuries are too severe. We must retreat immediately." Qin Fan forced a smile, struggling to steady himself. Though his body felt utterly drained, a stubborn flame still burned in his eyes. "No," he said, his voice faint yet unwavering, "we cannot retreat now. We must hold out until the very end." Lin Hao stood beside him, gripping his iron rod tightly, his eyes reflecting unyielding resolve. "Brother Fan is right. We can't give up. We won't let those black-clad men succeed." He swung the iron rod with sudden ferocity, charging toward several black-clad figures. His movements were swift and ruthless, each strike carrying devastating force. Qin Shuruo followed closely behind Lin Hao, her sword's glint flickering erratically. Chapter 68, Blood and Flesh Splattered. Her gaze was filled with utter resolve. "Yes, we must protect each other, protect our families." Her voice was firm and powerful, as if carrying an invisible force. The battle reached a fever pitch once more. The black-clad figures grew increasingly frenzied, heedless of life or death, driven solely by the desire to utterly annihilate these three young people. But Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuruo had become one. Their attacks were precise and powerful, their coordination seamless and relentless. Blood and flesh splattered, the stench of death permeating the battlefield. Qin Fan and Qin Shuruo were covered in wounds, their breathing growing increasingly labored, yet their eyes still flashed with unyielding resolve. Gritting his teeth, Lin Hao swung his iron rod with all his might, smashing it into one of the black-clad figures. The assailant dodged awkwardly but was still struck, crashing to the ground. Without pause, Lin Hao spun around and launched attacks at several more black-clad figures. Qin Fan and Qin Shuruo were equally relentless. With fierce determination, they threw themselves into brutal hand-to-hand combat with the black-clad figures. Their blades were like the scythe of death, each swing carrying a sense of determination and ruthlessness. Time seemed to freeze, the battlefield a tangled web of death and life. The black-clad figures fell one after another, yet their numbers appeared inexhaustible. Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuruo were utterly exhausted, yet their eyes still flashed with the hope of victory. They knew that if they held out until the very last moment, they could protect each other and defeat the black-clad figures. Their breaths grew increasingly ragged, their strength rapidly depleted, yet they refused to retreat or yield. A single conviction burned in their hearts: victory. Finally, after a long and brutal battle, the ranks of the black-clad figures continued to swell. They knew that as long as they held on, victory would be theirs. Their will was as unyielding as rock. Their fight was far from over. They would press forward until the black-clad figures were utterly vanquished. Sis, Lin Hao, we're going in together. The three of us will flank them, creating a pincer movement. Though Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuru were drenched in enemy blood, their eyes still flashed with an unyielding light. Their resolve was as unshakable as rock. Their battle was far from over. A resolute determination surged within Qin Shuru as she calmly assessed the battlefield. She recognized that though the black-clad figures were numerous, they were scattered and disorganized, lacking coordination and teamwork. This presented them with a glimmer of hope. She turned to Lin Hao and Qin Fan, her gaze unwavering and resolute. We cannot stand idly by and wait for death. We must find a way to break through. Her voice was firm and powerful, carrying an invisible force. Lin Hao gripped his iron rod tightly, eyes wide as he watched the black-clad figures' movements. He noticed some individuals among the black-clad figures moving more sluggishly, their stamina already depleted. This presented an opportunity. Qin Fan also scanned the battlefield, his eyes flickering with calculation. They couldn't keep taking hits passively. They had to strike first and find the enemy's weak points. The three exchanged a knowing glance. They understood that only by uniting as one could they prevail at this critical juncture. Qin Shuru made a swift decision. Lin Hao, you charge the enemy's front. Fan and I will flank them from both sides to create chaos. Lin Hao nodded, swinging his iron rod with fierce determination as he charged toward the enemy's center. His movements were swift and ruthless, each strike carrying devastating force. His appearance disrupted the black-clad men's formation, forcing them to nervously counter his attacks. Qin Fan and Qin Shuru seized the moment, swiftly spreading out to attack the black-clad figures from both flanks. Qin Fan wielded his long sword, weaving swiftly through the black-clad figures, each slash carrying lethal force. Qin Shuru, meanwhile, danced with her long sword, its blade flashing erratically. Her movements were as agile as a cat, evading the black-clad figures' attacks while landing each strike with pinpoint accuracy. The black-clad figures were shaken by their coordinated assault and began to falter. Their composure shattered, and they lashed out wildly in retaliation. This created more openings for Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuru. The trio worked in tight formation, their coordination seamless as if destined to be heroes fighting side by side on this battlefield. Their strikes were precise and powerful, each landing squarely on vital points. Their figures intertwined across the battlefield, their breathing growing increasingly ragged, yet their eyes still flashed with the hope of victory. Gritting his teeth, Lin Hao swung his iron rod with decisive force, smashing it into one of the black-clad figures. The man dodged awkwardly but was still struck, crashing to the ground. Without pause, Lin Hao spun around and launched attacks at several more black-clad figures. Qin Fan and Qin Shuru were equally relentless. Their fighting spirit soared as they threw themselves into brutal hand-to-hand combat with the black-clad figures. Their blades were like the scythe of death, each swing carrying a ruthless and merciless resolve. Time seemed to freeze, the battlefield a tangled web of death and life. The black-clad figures fell one after another, yet their numbers seemed inexhaustible. Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuru were utterly exhausted, yet their eyes still flashed with the hope of victory. They knew that if they held on until the very last moment, they could protect each other and defeat the black-clad figures. Their breaths grew increasingly ragged, their strength rapidly depleted, yet they refused to retreat or yield. A single conviction burned in their hearts: victory. Finally, the enemy's numbers began to dwindle, and the black-clad figures' attacks grew weaker. Their strength no longer raged with the same ferocity. They began to sense the breath of despair. Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuru sensed the dawn of victory enveloping them. Though their bodies were utterly exhausted, their spirits burned with strength. Their resolve to fight grew unshakable. They believed they could defeat the black-clad figures. Victory glinted in their eyes as they were certain they had found the breakthrough. They resolved to press forward relentlessly, driving the black-clad figures to utter annihilation. Through their seamless teamwork, the black-clad figures began retreating in panic. Their attacks became disjointed and fragmented, their earlier momentum completely shattered. Sis, Lin Hao, let's go together. Qin Fan shouted, his body surging with renewed strength. Like thunder, the trio charged into the encircling black-clad figures. Their pincer movements swiftly trapped the enemies in the center. The black-clad figures retreated in disarray. Facing the trio's ferocious assault, they began to feel despair. Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuru weaved relentlessly through the ranks of black-clad figures. Their strikes were precise and devastating, each blow landing squarely on vital points. Chapter 69, Complete Annihilation. The black-clad figures began scrambling in panic, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't shake off the trio's pursuit. Soon, only a few black-clad figures remained on the battlefield, scattering in all directions, desperate to escape the clutches of this war zone. Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuro watched the black-clad figures crumble. They knew victory was within reach. A surge of triumphant joy filled their hearts. Though their bodies were utterly exhausted, their resolve only grew stronger. Lin Hao and Qin Fan exchanged smiles, clasping each other's hands tightly as they savored the triumph. They understood that after such a brutal battle, the black-clad figures had been driven back. They understood the battle was far from over. The black-clad figures might regroup and launch another assault. They had to regroup. Sure enough, moments later, the black-clad figures surged forward again, their numbers too vast to count. Qin Shuro gripped her long sword tightly, her gaze unwavering and resolute. She felt the surging power within her, a force she had channeled to protect her family and loved ones. She knew that only by utterly crushing the black-clad figures could her family and friends be truly freed from danger. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's gazes sharpened. They drew deep breaths, preparing to face the onslaught once more. Their bodies were filled with an unwavering strength, the strength of victory. The black-clad figures surged forward like a dark torrent, attempting to engulf Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuro. But the trio showed no sign of retreat. They merged their bodies into the battle, becoming an impenetrable fortress. Lin Hao swung his iron rod, each strike crashing down like thunder upon the black-clad figures, leaving them utterly defenseless. His body moved with fluid agility, pinpointing their vulnerabilities as every blow delivered devastating force. Qin Fan danced with twin blades, his body twisting through the air as each sword traced a brilliant arc, slicing through the shadowy figures. His assault was like a violent storm, leaving the black-clad figures no chance to breathe. Qin Shuro's long sword gleamed with a cold light as her form darted like lightning between the black-clad figures. Her strikes were precise and swift, each blade finding the black-clad figures' vital points, leaving them unable to retaliate. The battle grew fiercer, the black-clad figures' strength seemingly inexhaustible. Their onslaught raged like a storm, relentlessly battering the trio's defenses. Yet the trio showed no sign of retreat. Their bodies danced across the battlefield, their breathing growing increasingly ragged, yet their eyes still flashed with the hope of victory. Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuro worked in tight coordination. Their seamless teamwork made their attacks more precise and powerful. Each strike landed squarely on the black-clad figures' vital points, plunging them into despair. The black-clad figures fell one after another, yet countless more surged toward the trio. Their numbers seemed endless, breeding a sense of hopelessness. Yet Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuro showed no sign of retreat. Their eyes shone with the light of victory. Finally, the numbers of the black-clad figures began to dwindle, and their attacks grew increasingly feeble. Feeling the scent of despair, they scattered and fled in all directions. Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuro watched the black-clad figures collapse. They knew victory was within reach. Though their bodies were utterly exhausted, their resolve only grew stronger. Their breathing grew increasingly ragged, their strength rapidly depleted, yet they refused to retreat or yield. "We did it!" Qin Shuro exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling. Lin Hao and Qin Fan also broke into smiles, clasping each other's hands tightly as they savored the sweetness of victory. They knew that after such a brutal battle, the black-clad figures had been driven back. They understood the fight was far from over. The black-clad figures might regroup and strike again. They must regroup and prepare for the next confrontation. Lin Hao looked up toward the horizon, where the sky was already tinged with a faint crimson. He knew nightfall was approaching, and the black-clad figures would strike again under cover of darkness. They would have to fight on through the night, protecting themselves and those they loved. Qin Fan surveyed the battlefield, his gaze unwavering and resolute. He knew the hope of victory now filled their hearts. No matter how dark the night grew, they would meet the challenge head-on. Qin Shuro gripped her long sword tightly, a resolute strength surging within her. She knew their fight was far from over, the night was merely the beginning of the next battle. She must prepare herself to plunge back into the fray. Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuro exchanged silent glances, their eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. They knew that no matter how deep the darkness, they would find the path to light. They would continue fighting, crushing every black-clad figure and defending their homeland. The battlefield shrouded in darkness resembled a dark purgatory. Yet Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuro knew no fear. Their bodies blended into the shadows, carrying the flame of victory that burned ever brighter. Their fight would persist, their resolve unshaken. No matter how treacherous the night, they would hold out until the very end, driving the black-clad figures to utter annihilation. Time marched relentlessly on. When the first rays of dawn gently pierced the deep mountain valley, the brutal battle still raged. The black-clad figures kept pouring in, their numbers swelling, each wielding an axe. Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuro stood covered in wounds, their bodies drenched in blood. Exhausted, they stood rooted to the spot, gasping for breath. Bodies littered the ground, countless corpses lying at their feet. Blood flowed like rivers, staining the surrounding grass crimson and filling the air with a sickening stench. Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuro supported each other, stepping forward with unwavering resolve. Though utterly drained, there will remain unbreakable. Suddenly, a phrase flashed through Lin Hao's mind: life or death hangs in the balance today. A cold curve formed at the corners of his mouth as his eyes narrowed. A cold light flared from his pupils. Gritting his teeth, he declared with unwavering resolve. Let us strive together, using our blood and fire to awaken the glory slumbering within our hearts. A smile touched Qin Fan's face. All right. I'll fight alongside you. We'll fight together. Qin Churuo exclaimed. Lin Hao turned his gaze to Qin Fan, extending his left fist to lightly punch his chest. My little brother, he chuckled. My name is Qin Fan. Qin Fan declared firmly. Lin Hao grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. From this moment on, we're brothers. All right. Qin Fan responded with brimming strength. Chapter 70, Seamless Teamwork. A new battle erupted as over 1,000 black-clad figures wielding axes charged toward Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Churuo. The black-clad crowd surged like a dark torrent, roaring with savage fury. Facing this overwhelming enemy horde, the trio displayed extraordinary courage and prowess. Lin Hao fixed his gaze on the black-clad figure before him, his long sword gleaming coldly in his hand. He stepped forward, deftly evading a black-clad figure's fierce attack before thrusting precisely at the opponent's vital point. Each strike was delivered with force and precision, sending shivers down the spines of the black-clad figures. Qin Fan utilized his agility and martial arts skills, swiftly weaving through the gaps between the black-clad figures. His figure darted like lightning, appearing behind the black-clad figures in an instant, delivering punch after punch to their bodies. Each punch carried the force of thunder, sending the black-clad figures reeling backward. Qin Churuo, sword in hand, fearlessly charged into the crowd of black-clad figures. Her agile movements and swift swordplay made her a nightmare for her opponents. She swung her sword, swiftly decapitating one assailant before spinning and thrusting it into another's chest. Her swordplay was swift and precise, leaving the black-clad figures unable to react. The trio's seamless coordination and unmatched combat prowess stunned the black-clad figures. They were firmly pinned back by the trio's assault, unable to close in. The black-clad figures roared with fury, yet faced with the trio's overwhelming might, despair began to creep into their hearts. Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Churu's eyes burned with unwavering resolve. They showed no retreat, no fear, continuing to fight, taking down the black-clad figures one by one. Their fists, feet, and weapons wove scenes of bloody, heroic combat, filling the night battlefield with the glow of life. As time passed, the ranks of the black-clad figures thinned, while corpses piled higher on the battlefield. Though their bodies were covered in wounds, their resolve remained unshaken. They knew that only by persevering in battle could they protect their homeland and achieve ultimate victory. The night battle raged on, the figures of Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Churuo flickering like war gods in the darkness. They engaged the black-clad figures in fierce combat, blows landing with brutal impact, sword flashes streaking like lightning. Lin Hao moved with agile footwork and masterful swordplay, weaving through the black-clad figures like a bolt of lightning. Each swing carried a chill that sliced through the air, severing throats and arms. His sword techniques flowed relentlessly, deflecting every attack the black-clad figures launched. Qin Fan's movements were agile and nimble as he used unique footwork to evade the assailant's strikes. His fists struck like cannons, each blow carrying thunderous force that slammed into the black-clad figures, the sound of shattering bones echoing incessantly. Qin Fan's fists and feet were swift and precise, each strike landing directly on the black-clad figures' weak points. Qin Churuo wielded her long sword, her technique slicing through the night like a shooting star across the Milky Way. Her swordplay was like a dragon emerging from the sea, each strike swift and devastating. The blade sliced through the air, trailing streaks of light that parried every attack from the black-clad figures. Her swordplay was fierce and precise, each strike cleaving an assailant clean in two. The trio's coordination was seamless, their movements synchronized to overwhelmingly suppress the black-clad assailants' assaults. They seemed like celestial beings descended to earth, unstoppable in their might. The black-clad figures fell one after another, blood flowing like a river, their screams and howls echoing through the night. Yet the black-clad figures seemed endless, surging forward in an unceasing tide. Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Churuo felt the pressure mounting, yet they did not falter, continuing to fight with all their might. They understood that only by persevering could they protect their homeland and triumph over darkness in the name of justice. Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Churuo fought valiantly, continuing their desperate struggle against the black-clad figures. Lin Hao swung his long sword. His agile movements dodged the assailant's strikes while maintaining seamless coordination with Qin Fan and Qin Churuo. Panting heavily, he stared at the enemy before him and said to Qin Fan and Qin Churuo, "We must hold out. Only then can we protect our home and give them a chance." Qin Fan dodged a black-clad figure's blade, turned to look at Lin Hao, and nodded. "Yes. We cannot give up. This is our last chance. I believe we will overcome them." Qin Churuo swung her long sword, ruthlessly severing a black-clad figure's arm. Taking a deep breath, she declared with unwavering resolve, "No matter how difficult it gets, we cannot retreat. This is our moment to fight for justice. We will teach these black-clad men a lesson." Their gazes locked. The wounds on their bodies did not weaken their resolve, instead, they ignited an even fiercer fighting spirit. They understood deeply that only by persevering in battle could they bring peace and tranquility to their homeland. Lin Hao's eyes flashed with unwavering resolve as he wielded his sword, relentlessly breaking through the black-clad figure's defenses. He addressed Qin Fan and Qin Shuru. We must coordinate even more closely to break through their defenses. Only by standing united can we defeat them. Qin Fan sidestepped an attack from a black-clad figure, then turned to Lin Hao and Qin Shuru. Rest assured, I'll protect you both. We must rely on each other to confront this evil force together. Qin Shuru calmly observed the black-clad figures. She swung her sword, powerfully cleaving open one's chest, then addressed Lin Hao and Qin Fan. We must remain vigilant at all times, leveraging each other's strengths to eliminate them completely. Only then can we safeguard the security of our homeland. Their exchange radiated unity and trust, each bolstering the other's resolve. They understood that only through solidarity could they confront the black-clad threat. They firmly believed victory lay just ahead as long as they persevered in battle, justice would surely triumph over darkness. Their figures flickered in the darkness, each strike brimming with power and resolve. The battle cries and the clanging of blades intertwined in the night, weaving a heroic symphony that showcased their resolve and courage in the face of life and death. Under the cover of night, Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuru continued their brutal battle against the black-clad figures. The black-clad figures seemed endless, surging toward the trio in relentless waves, forming an overwhelming force. This time, the black-clad figures held a clear advantage, placing Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuru under even greater pressure. Agile and swift, each strike from the black-clad figures sent out icy flashes of sword light. They circled the trio relentlessly, searching for openings to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 71, Eyes Sunk Deep. Their attacks were so rapid they blurred the vision, like an endless surge of dark power. Lin Hao swung his long sword, dodging the black-clad assailants' attacks with nimble footwork, yet their onslaught grew increasingly fierce. Gritting his teeth, Lin Hao met each challenge head-on without retreat, determined to defend his homeland at any cost. Qin Fan's expression grew grave as he realized the number of black-clad figures far exceeded their expectations. Stepping in front of Lin Hao, he resolutely met the attack of one assailant while shouting backward. Lin Hao, Qin Shuru, we must work together. No matter how powerful these black-clad figures are, we cannot retreat. Qin Shuru swung her long sword, coldly targeting the black-clad figures' weak points. Yet she found them growing denser, swarming like a relentless tide. A wave of unease washed over her, yet she fought on without wavering. Turning to Lin Hao and Qin Fan, she declared, we must stay alert and coordinate our actions. Only by uniting can we overcome this force of evil. The three fought as one, their sword techniques growing fiercer with each strike aimed to cut down the black-clad figures. Yet the overwhelming numbers of the black-clad figures forced Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuru into a relentless retreat. Their bodies were already covered in wounds, muscles aching, yet they showed no sign of retreat. They knew that only by persevering in battle could they triumph over darkness for the sake of justice. They were determined to thwart the black-clad figures, vowing to defend their homeland's peace and tranquility even if it cost them their last drop of blood. In the darkness, Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuru constantly communicated, adjusting their tactics to counter the black-clad assailants' onslaught with all their might. Their coordination grew tighter, their movements more synchronized. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the black-clad figures, they could not break their resolve. Lin Hao swung his long sword, breaking through the encirclement to launch a fierce attack on one of the black-clad figures. Simultaneously, he shouted to Qin Fan and Qin Shuru, we can't stop. Give it everything you've got. Only by concentrating our firepower can we break through their defenses. Qin Fan radiated an icy aura as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting swiftly among the black-clad figures, deflecting every attack with effortless precision. He shouted to Lin Hao and Qin Shuru, hold on. We must protect each other and create a space for one another to survive. Qin Shuru coolly analyzed the black-clad assailants' movements, seizing every opening with precise, ruthless strikes. A resolute gleam flashed in her eyes as she addressed Lin Hao and Qin Fan. We must stay calm, pinpoint their weaknesses, and concentrate our attacks. Only then can we wipe them out completely. The trio's conviction and resolve grew ever stronger, their coordination becoming seamless. They remained steadfast in their belief, united as one, justice would triumph over darkness. The scars on their bodies did not weaken their fighting spirit, instead, they ignited even greater strength and courage. In the darkness, Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuru clashed fiercely with the black-clad figures. Flashes of swords and shadows of blades crisscrossed the air, while battle cries and the clanging of steel echoed across the battlefield. Though the black-clad figures held the upper hand, the trio persevered, their will as unbreakable as steel. No matter how powerful the darkness became, Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuru would never give up. They believed that as long as they upheld justice and supported each other, they would surely defeat the evil forces of the black-clad men. Their courage and resolve shone brightly in the darkness, adding endless excitement and tension to the story. The black-clad figures continued their relentless assault on Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuru, their attacks surging like a tidal wave, attempting to completely overwhelm the trio. Yet, undaunted by the sheer numbers and ferocity of their foes, the three remained resolute in their resistance. Lin Hao swung his long sword, striking blow after blow at the black-clad figures. His figure darted between enemies like lightning. Each strike landed with pinpoint accuracy, forcing the black-clad figures back. Through his agile movements and masterful swordsmanship, he displayed the true prowess of a master swordsman. Qin Fan moved like a phantom, swiftly evading the black-clad figures' attacks while launching his own counterstrikes. His movements were incredibly nimble, leaving the black-clad figures scarcely any opening. His aura concentrated upon the blade, each strike carrying devastating force that forced the black-clad figures back. Qin Shuruo calmly countered the black-clad figures' assaults. Her long sword danced like a rainbow of light as she exploited their lapses, seeking out their vulnerabilities. Each strike landed with pinpoint accuracy, her attacks piercing like arrows toward the black-clad figures' vital points, leaving them daring not to underestimate her. The trio worked in perfect harmony, their attacks complementing each other to form an impenetrable defensive line. They guarded each other, watching each other's backs, jointly resisting the black-clad figures' overwhelming pressure. Though the black-clad figures remained numerous, they offered no easy retreat for the trio. Fierce determination burned in the eyes of Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuru. They knew that only by persevering could they overcome the darkness. With every drop of sweat and every breath, they demonstrated their love and resolve for their homeland. Unyielding and fiercely resisting, they refused to let the black-clad figures prevail. In the darkness, the battle between Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuru and the black-clad figures reached a fever pitch. The trio dodged relentlessly while launching fierce counterattacks. Their sword techniques grew increasingly sharp, putting unprecedented pressure on the black-clad figures. The black-clad figures sensed the trio's tenacious resistance, and fear and unease began to creep into their hearts. They had expected to easily subdue the three, never anticipating such formidable opponents. The trio's will and courage ignited boundless strength, their actions sending a clear message to the black-clad figures: justice never retreats. The black-clad figures gradually felt their strength waning, their resolve beginning to waver. Witnessing this, the trio's confidence in overcoming the darkness only grew stronger. They knew that as long as they held firm, ultimate victory would be theirs. Their resolve grew ever stronger, their sword techniques ever more ruthless, their fighting spirit ever more fierce. On the battlefield of the night, Lin Hao, Qin Fan, and Qin Shuruo engaged in a fierce confrontation with the black-clad figures. Their figures intertwined, their sword flashes and blade shadows weaving together. Their resolve and conviction burned as one. The trio stood united, their minds in perfect harmony. They fought not only to defend their homeland but also found hope and strength in each other's eyes. The black-clad figures continued to press the advantage, yet they could never break the resolve of this united and resilient trio. Chapter 72, Good Brothers. The ranks of the black-clad figures kept swelling, with ever-growing numbers charging toward the trio. Charge! Lin Hao roared, his sword slicing through the air to pierce a black-clad figure's chest. The stricken figure collapsed with a scream as several others lunged forward. Qin Fan and Qin Shuro struck simultaneously, felling the attackers. Though utterly exhausted, they fought with desperate ferocity. Their will made them fearless, defending justice and honor with their blood and lives. Go! Leave us behind. You must escape. Qin Shuro suddenly whipped her head around and shouted. She swung her sword with all her might, cleaving two charging black-clad figures from their feet. Lin Hao, of course, pretended not to hear. Spotting the black-clad figures, he charged forward. Bare-handed, he leaped straight into the crowd of black-clad figures, entangling himself with them. Damn it! Qin Fan and Qin Shuro watched the scene, cursing their own weakness for being unable to help. Qin Shuro clenched her teeth. Lin Hao and Qin Fan were good friends, good buddies, good brothers. Her eyes reddened, tears streaming down uncontrollably. How could I abandon them? I absolutely cannot abandon them. She swung her sword again, charging at the black-clad assailants surrounding her. Don't you dare bully my friends. Qin Hao roared with fury beside her, slamming a black-clad assailant away with a palm strike before charging to aid Lin Hao. Lin Hao and Qin Fan's resolve was unshakable. The black-clad men found them utterly unyielding. Soon, they concentrated all their firepower on Qin Shuruo. Qin Shuruo's gaze remained resolute. Facing the concentrated assault, she wielded her sword fearlessly. Locking onto one assailant, she leapt forward like a nimble cheetah. A flash of steel sliced through the darkness, striking toward the man's head. Realizing Qin Shuruo's threat, the black-clad figures discarded their axes and drew long blades to engage her. Swords and blades clashed, producing a resounding clang. Courage and strength radiated from every part of Chu Qinru's body. She deftly evaded the black-clad figure's attacks while delivering fierce counterstrikes. Her swordplay flowed like clouds and water, sharp and precise. Each strike forced the black-clad figures back several paces. Her eyes burned with unwavering resolve. She would not allow darkness to spread. The black-clad figures sensed the formidable threat Chu Qinru posed and shifted tactics, attempting to surround and overwhelm her. They attacked from both sides, attempting to trap her. Yet Chu Qinru handled them with ease, evading and countering as she forced the black-clad figures into retreat. The battlefield soon echoed with the clang of blades, heavy breathing, and agonized screams. Chu Qinru moved with agile precision. As her sword flashed, the black-clad figures fell one after another. Her tenacity and courage inspired Lin Hao and Qin Fan, who joined the fray. The three fought together like an unstoppable storm, scattering the black-clad figures. Their sword techniques were fierce and precise, their coordination seamless. The black-clad figures gradually felt the pressure mounting. Their attacks grew more ferocious, advancing like a force unstoppable. Chu Qinru swung her sword at the black-clad figure, who showed no fear. Her blade sliced through the night, striking the figure squarely in the chest. Lin Hao and Qin Fan also fought valiantly, their coordination flawless, continuously knocking one black-clad figure after another to the ground. As the black-clad figures dwindled, Lin Hao and Qin Fan gradually gained the upper hand. "We can't drag this out any longer, or we'll lose for sure," the leader of the black-clad men declared. "Charge!" The black-clad figures instantly understood. They charged forward with reckless abandon, turning the tide of battle once more. The battle grew fiercer, and Lin Hao's group found it increasingly difficult to hold their ground. Suddenly, a cold, mocking laugh echoed from all around. "Who'd have thought you three youngsters would put up such a fight? But you're all destined to die by my hand." A man cloaked entirely in black robes emerged slowly. The black-clad men, upon seeing this man, immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully declared, "We greet the leader." Lin Hao and his two companions watched the dark-clad figure emerge, their expressions growing slightly grave. This man in black was clearly exceptionally powerful. Ignoring the others, he strode directly toward Lin Hao and his companions, towering over them with a condescending gaze. "Young as you are, your martial arts are no slouch worthy of praise. But alas, today you must die by my hand." The figure raised his right hand, revealing a silver bracelet jingling on his wrist. Lin Hao and Qin Fan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with wariness. "Young ones," he said, "I offer you a chance. Surrender to me and become my loyal servants." His tone was eerily insincere, sending chills down their spines. Qin Churo snapped, "Dream on." The dark-clad figure's face darkened. "Since you remain stubbornly defiant, do not blame me for crushing blossoms with my harsh hand. All of you die." Suddenly, a burst of silver light erupted from the silver ring on the figure's hand, followed by a dagger sliding out from beneath his sleeve. Grasping the dagger, he planted his toes against the ground and shot forward like a bolt of lightning, striking toward Lin Hao and his companions. His speed was blinding. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Lin Hao and his companions. The dagger flashed with a cold, icy glint as it stabbed straight toward Lin Hao's heart. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. His body shifted, narrowly evading the dagger's strike. But this attack cost Lin Hao his initial advantage. Seizing the moment, the black-clad figure swung again, aiming for Lin Hao's throat. Lin Hao didn't dare delay, swiftly raising his sword to block. Yet with a sharp thud, the black-clad man's dagger sliced into his shoulder. Lin Hao grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Lin Hao wounded, Chu Qinru panicked and charged wildly at the black-clad figure. The assailant swiftly withdrew his dagger to parry Chu Qinru's sword. Seizing the moment, Lin Hao executed a sweeping strike at the black-clad figure. The assailant sidestepped the blow, but Qin Fan capitalized on the opening, slicing off half the man's arm with a single sword stroke. Gritting his teeth in pain, the man lashed out, slapping Chu Qinru across the face. A sharp crack echoed as the blow landed, leaving 5 crimson marks across Chu Qinru's beautiful face. Her entire cheek swelled instantly. Lin Hao and Qin Fan, witnessing this, were both enraged. "You bastard, you're asking for it." Both men charged toward the black-robed man simultaneously. Lin Hao and Qin Fan worked in perfect coordination. Lin Hao focused on defense while Qin Fan led the assault. Their combined efforts quickly put the black-robed man at a disadvantage. The black-robed man knew that if the fight continued, he might be completely wiped out. His eyes narrowed with venom as he glared at Lin Hao and Qin Fan. Suddenly, he pulled a pill from his robe and swallowed it. "Go to hell." Chapter 73, Wielding the Dagger. The black-robed man roared defiantly, his aura surging several-fold. What had been an evenly matched contest against Lin Hao and Qin Fan now saw him reach the Xiantian realm. "No!" Qin Fan exclaimed in alarm. He had taken a secret pill to boost his strength. After taking the secret potion, the black-robed man's power surged dramatically, his strength now a full tier higher than before. Grinning savagely, he swung his dagger, slashing toward Lin Hao. "Watch out!" Chu Qinru cried urgently. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes and dodged with a burst of speed. Clang! The black-robed man's blade struck the floor. His force was so immense it shattered the tiles. No sooner had Lin Hao regained his footing than another dagger struck from behind. He swiftly summoned his protective aura to block it. Bang! The protective aura was torn apart by the dagger. How is this possible? Lin Hao was secretly horrified. The black-robed man had consumed a secret potion, amplifying his strength several-fold. He could actually break through Lin Hao's defenses. Lin Hao immediately activated his phantom step, his figure flickering to evade the deadly strike. But the cloaked man's movements were even faster. After his first strike missed, he immediately swung again. Clang! Intense pain shot through Lin Hao's arm. A deep gash split his arm, blood gushing out. His brow furrowed as he gritted his teeth. Damned bastard. I'll slaughter you. Lin Hao roared with fury, punching toward the black-clad figure. The black-robed man sneered with disdain. You think a mere insect like you can harm me? Utterly delusional. With that, the black-robed man swung his blade toward Lin Hao's chest. Lin Hao hastily blocked with his sword, but the sheer force of the short sword strike sent him flying backward, crashing to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling before managing to crawl back to his feet. Brother, are you okay? Qin Fan asked with concern. I'm fine. Lin Hao wiped the blood from his lips. The black-robed man's severed arm dangled limply at his side as he glared malevolently at Lin Hao and the others. As expected of a heavenly dragon list expert, your strength is truly formidable. But today, you're all going to die by my hand. With that, the black-robed man lunged forward once more, blade raised. His speed was astonishing, his movements ghostly and dizzying. Lin Hao and Qin Fan swung their swords repeatedly to block, yet they couldn't withstand the black-robed man's fierce and overwhelming attacks. The cloaked man delivered a whipping kick aimed squarely at Qin Fan's head. Lin Hao strained every muscle to block the kick, only to be sent flying by the blow. Slamming into the wall, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His internal organs felt as if they'd shifted out of place. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he nearly fainted. Qin Fan's situation was equally dire. Though his cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lin Hao's, his youth made his reflexes far less sharp. A deep gash split open his left arm, blood flowing freely. Damn it, this bastard is too twisted. If we team up, maybe we can take him down. Qin Fan gritted his teeth. Lin Hao shook his head with difficulty. Don't forget, that secret potion he took was a pill to boost his power. He must have paid a heavy price for it. So we can't clash with him head-on, we have to outsmart him. Yeah, that's our only option. After discussing, Qin Fan and Lin Hao decided to split up. Flanking him from both sides, they encircled the black-robed man, creeping closer in utter silence. Lin Hao was tasked with drawing fire, while Qin Fan waited for an opportunity to strike. Sensing danger, the cloaked man roared in fury, dual blades raised to slash at Lin Hao. Lin Hao stood his ground, meeting the attack head-on. With a thunderous crash, Lin Hao's body was sent reeling 3 or 4 steps back by a tremendous force. The black-robed man cackled savagely, "You little bastard, you're dead." With that, he charged once more. Lin Hao snorted coldly, suddenly leaping upward. He vaulted over the hooded man's head, flicked his finger, and a silver needle shot out. With a wet thud, the needle pierced the hooded man's skull. The cloaked man's body convulsed violently before collapsing limply to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lin Hao slammed his fist into the man's forehead. Crack! The black-robed man's head took the blow, yet he remained unharmed. How could that be? Qin Fan stared blankly at Lin Hao. That black-robed man's strength had clearly far surpassed Lin Hao's. Yet even such a formidable opponent remained completely unscathed after being struck squarely in the head. Lin Hao turned to glance at Qin Fan. Are you okay? I'm fine. Qin Fan shook his head. The black-robed man revealed a sinister smile and said calmly, time for me to strike back. As the words left his mouth, he flicked the dagger in his hand. Whoosh! The dagger became a black afterimage, streaking toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan swiftly drew his dagger and thrust it forward. Clang! The 2 blades collided, erupting in a sudden metallic clang. The black-clad man's dagger had actually blocked Qin Fan's blade. Qin Fan's expression instantly turned grim. What a formidable weapon! Its power rivals that of a black iron grade weapon. Qin Fan exclaimed in astonishment, lifting his head to stare at the black-robed man. A wicked, savage grin spread across the man's lips. Then, gripping his blade with one hand, he swung it viciously toward Qin Fan. Swish! The blade sliced through the air with a thunderous roar, bearing down on Qin Fan. Qin Fan's expression changed as he swiftly dodged the attack. Simultaneously, he formed a sword seal with his hand, unleashing a piercing blade of sword energy that instantly forced the black-robed man's blade back. The cloaked man froze, stunned that Qin Fan possessed a sword seal. But soon, a cold smile curved his lips. Heh, a mere commoner. How surprising. You 2 useless fools, neither of you will leave here alive today. As the black-robed man's words fell, his figure shot forward. Like a leopard, he lunged toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao's expression turned grave as he gripped the ancient sword and swung it out. Boom! A flash of sword light erupted. The 2 engaged in a frenzied battle within the room. Lin Hao temporarily withstood the black-robed man's assault with his extraordinary defensive prowess, but he knew that to survive, he must seize an opportunity to eliminate the black-robed man in one decisive blow. Otherwise, they would surely perish here today. You little bastard, go to hell! The cloaked man suddenly roared. The dagger in his hand radiated intense power. He gripped the hilt with both hands and pulled with all his might. Hum! The dagger detached from the man's grasp, hovering in midair. A crimson glow enveloped the space. Oh no! Lin Hao felt a wave of suffocating pressure wash over him. Die! The cloaked man suddenly reached out and grabbed it. The dagger spun wildly before hurtling into his palm. Then, holding the blade with both hands, he swung it down at Lin Hao. Boom! The strike felt like the heavens splitting apart, obliterating everything in its path. Lin Hao's eyes widened in fury as he scrambled backward, yet the blade's residual shockwave still struck him. His body flew backward as if hit by a cannonball. Chapter 74, Surging Torrent. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted from Lin Hao's lips. Multiple ribs in his chest were shattered, and even his internal organs were injured. Brother! Qin Fan, seeing Lin Hao's injuries, rushed over, his face ashen. Cough cough. I'm fine. Rest for a bit. I'll buy you some time. Qin Fan pulled out a healing pill and handed it to Lin Hao. Thanks. Lin Hao swallowed the pill, sat cross-legged where he was, and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Qin Fan stood beside Lin Hao, his gaze fixed warily on the black-robed man ahead. The cloaked man shot Qin Fan a cold glance before shifting his gaze to Yifeng, who lay unconscious on the bed. You little brat, he growled. Today, I'll send you both on your final journey. With that, the short blade in the cloaked man's hand erupted with even more surging power. He then swung it toward Qin Fan. The moment Lin Hao saw the cloaked man's attack aimed at Qin Fan, he snapped his eyes open and roared in fury, You beast! How dare you! Watch out! Lin Hao unleashed the whirlwind sword technique, sending several streaks of sword light hurtling toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man looked at Lin Hao with utter contempt. Trivial tricks. Shattered. A single slash unleashed a torrent of blade energy that instantly shattered Lin Hao's sword chi. Lin Hao coughed up 7 or 8 mouthfuls of blood. Boy, any last words? The black-robed man sneered. Qin Fan, hearing the man's insulting words, couldn't help but curse, You bastard! I'll fight you to the death. Flames of rage ignited within him as he leapt forward. Then he swung his short blade fiercely. With a sharp whistling sound, a 3-zhang-long blade of energy slashed toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man sneered coldly, Trash! You can't even break through my protective aura. And you dare challenge me? With that, the cloaked figure shifted unnaturally, evading Qin Fan's attack. Damn it! Qin Fan inwardly cursed his misfortune. He had underestimated the black-robed man's strength. The black-robed man looked at Qin Fan, sneering with derision. Little punk, just surrender peacefully. I'll let you go out with a quick death. You're dreaming. Even if I die, I'll slaughter you, you bastard. You're asking for it. A cold, arrogant smile played on the cloaked man's face. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger traced an arc through the air, slashing toward Qin Fan once more. Qin Fan hastily unleashed an ancient sword technique to counter. But the moment the sword energy erupted from his blade, it was crushed by the knife's blade aura. With a loud bang, the precious sword in his hand snapped clean in two. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from Qin Fan. The remaining half of his sword shattered completely, torn into fragments by the black-robed man's blade aura. Qin Fan's body was sent flying by the blow, crashing into the wall. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. You actually destroyed my sword? Qin Fan's eyes widened in fury. His ancient sword magic was arguably his strongest trump card. Now it had been rendered useless in a single move by the black-robed man. The cloaked man snorted coldly. I told you tonight, you die. Since that's the case, don't blame me for crushing the flower. With that, the cloaked figure vanished abruptly. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Qin Fan. You little brat, go to hell! The dagger in the cloaked man's hand flashed coldly as it slashed toward Qin Fan's throat. But at that very moment, Lin Hao charged forward, using his own body to block the path between the cloaked man and Qin Fan. The black-robed man's blade struck Lin Hao, yet Lin Hao remained completely unharmed. Ha! You actually have another layer of armor protecting your body? No wonder I couldn't kill either of you. A look of shock flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. Too formidable. But today, you still die. The black-robed man sneered coldly, once again driving his dagger forward, slashing toward Lin Hao. Though severely wounded, Lin Hao gritted his teeth and pushed through the pain to save Qin Fan. Put! A jet of blood spurted out as the black-robed man's blade pierced his chest. Ha! You're no match for me, kid. Die! The black-robed man grinned savagely, swinging his short blade toward Lin Hao once more. Lin Hao was drenched in sweat. His spiritual energy was completely depleted, and his body bore over a dozen slash wounds. Each wound sent shivers of agony through his entire body. He knew he couldn't keep fighting otherwise, he'd die by this black-robed man's blade. So he summoned his last ounce of strength, thrust his sword violently into his own chest, and used the recoil to propel himself into the air. The black-robed man was startled, not expecting Lin Hao to still have the strength to flee in such a state. He flickered to pursue, but it was too late. Qin Fan had already bolted out the door. Watching Lin Hao flee, the cloaked man cursed bitterly, Damn it, that kid's got some luck. He actually survived under my hands. But how could the brothers possibly escape? Qin Fan closed in on the black-robed man and, catching him off guard, slammed a fist into his chest. The cloaked man quickly raised his arm to block. A dull thud echoed. The black-robed man's arm instantly went numb, while excruciating pain shot through his chest. He stumbled backward 2 steps, barely regaining his balance. You! The man in black robes glared at Qin Fan, his ugly face etched with utter disbelief. Qin Fan, panting, stared back at the cloaked man. Wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he snarled, "You want to kill us? You're not even close." With that, Qin Fan turned and walked away. The man in black robes, seeing Qin Fan about to leave, shouted angrily, "Where do you think you're going?" Then, with a flick of his body, he gave chase after Lin Hao. But unexpectedly, Qin Fan halted abruptly, whirled around to stare at the cloaked man, and pointed a finger at him. "I'm not running," he declared. "I just wanted to tell you. You'll soon regret this. I, Qin Fan, may be weak, but I am no coward." With that, Lin Hao formed a seal with his right hand. A golden orb slowly glowed between his eyebrows. 9 stars gathering essence. Accompanied by Lin Hao's furious shout. A golden dragon burst forth from his forehead, roaring as it soared toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of Lin Hao conjuring the golden dragon's phantom. A mere foundation establishment's second-layer cultivator could actually manifest a true golden core soul? You little brat, you're more than you seem. But you think you can take me on with that golden core soul? You're delusional. Die! The black-robed man roared in fury. Blades of light erupted from the blade in his hand, streaking toward Lin Hao. But Lin Hao showed no fear. Golden light blazed intensely from his eyes. With a flick of his right hand, the golden dragon's phantom roared toward the black-robed man. The golden dragon collided with the black-robed man's blade light. Boom! 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 The golden dragon and the blade light devoured each other, producing a tremendous explosion. Chapter 75, The Man in Black Robes. Seeing this, the black-robed man's expression changed. He twisted his body, evading the golden dragon's attack. His expression darkened like stormy waters as he stared at Lin Hao and demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Lin Hao paid no heed to his question. "Who cares what you are? Today, I'm going to kill you." With that, Lin Hao launched a palm strike toward the black-robed man. The cloaked man's eyes flashed with icy coldness as he met the strike with a fist of his own. The terrifying force of the blow sent Lin Hao reeling back several meters. The black-robed man felt as though his knuckles were about to shatter. How could this be? This kid was clearly only at the second layer of foundation establishment cultivation. Yet why did even he dare not touch him lightly? And that terrifying golden core soul he had just unleashed, it had come from him. The black-robed man grew increasingly shocked with each blow. "Boy, I admitted I underestimated you. But do you really think that's enough to kill me?" The black-robed man sneered coldly as the space around him began to violently spin. In the blink of an eye, a thick, murky mist began to envelop the entire room, concealing endless dangers within its swirling depths. "Kid, go to hell!" The cloaked man roared furiously. In an instant, the mist within the house spread, obscuring Lin Hao's vision. Lin Hao stood rooted to the spot, his consciousness gradually fading. Just as his eyes were about to close, a wisp of black smoke drifted into his nostrils. The moment that wisp of black smoke entered Lin Hao's body, it ignited like a flame. No! This is an illusion. As Lin Hao sensed danger, he abruptly channeled his spiritual energy. Rolling spiritual energy surged forth from his dantian, then gathered throughout his entire body. Break! With a thunderous boom, Lin Hao's aura surged dramatically, expelling the black smoke from his body. The moment he opened his eyes, Lin Hao saw the cloaked man wielding a crescent-bladed longsword, slashing viciously toward him. And his speed was blindingly fast. At least twice as fast as before. Lin Hao immediately channeled all his spiritual energy to resist. With a loud bang, the scimitar struck 3 inches before Lin Hao's body. His clothes were shredded to dust, and a bloody gash appeared on his skin. Seeing his strike had failed to kill Lin Hao, the black-robed man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Damn it! I didn't expect this brat to know illusions. But so what? You're still going to die. Die!" Enraged, the cloaked man unleashed his full magical might once more. Cracks echoed through the air as the walls around him began to crumble. The collapsing stones transformed into sharp arrows, raining down upon Lin Hao in a relentless storm. Facing the torrent of arrows, Lin Hao leapt into the air. His legs planted mid-air, he stomped down with all his might. A surging force erupted from beneath his feet, vast as mountains and seas, instantly engulfing the entire building. Boom! The entire structure collapsed in an instant. "You thought I wasn't prepared for you?" Lin Hao flew through the air, his voice cold as ice. "This is the Greenwood Prohibition technique, personally transmitted by my master. This art specifically targets the flesh, annihilating the soul. Any last words? Speak now." As he spoke, Lin Hao swept his hand violently. Tendrils of vine shot forth, coiling tightly around the black-robed man's wrists. The black-robed man roared in fury, struggling to break free from the vine's grip. But it was futile. Lin Hao's azure flame could consume all things under heaven. How could a mere early-stage core formation black-robed man hope to escape? "Damn it!" The black-robed man screamed, struggling desperately, yet his wrists remained bound by the vines. Lin Hao's eyes flashed with sharpness as he stared at the black-robed man and coldly declared, "If you surrender peacefully, I might spare your life." "Dream on. I am one of the 8 demons of the Southern Realm, a servant of King Yama. I will never betray my master." With that, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a glob of bright red blood. The moment the blood touched the vines, Lin Hao saw them begin to corrode. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the vines vanished. "You little bastard, do you think such petty tricks can kill me? Ha! My venomous blood is forged from 5 centuries of centipede demon beast toxins. How could it be blocked by an insect like you? Let's see how many seconds you last." The black-robed man let out a savage laugh and continued spewing the poisonous blood from his mouth toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes widened in shock. He could already feel the venom dissolving the spiritual energy shield he had conjured. If he allowed this to continue, his shield would likely be shattered within a minute. Then, his death would be certain. At this thought, a ruthless glint flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. He knew he had to kill this black-robed man today. With that resolve, he clenched his jaw. "If you seek death, I shall grant it to you." Lin Hao abruptly raised his right arm, fingers twisting as he chanted incantations. "Greenwood ethereal chi, manifest." Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streams of green energy shot forth from his palms on either side. That was the Greenwood sword chi. The Greenwood sword chi shot forth, transforming into 2 vines that instantly coiled around the black-robed man. The man in black robes paled, his body jerking backward in a desperate attempt to shake off the 2 vines. But his reaction was clearly a split second too slow. With a sharp crack, 1 vine pierced through his arm and sank into his shoulder, while the other coiled tightly around his neck. The man in black robes stared wide-eyed at Lin Hao. "How could you possess such abilities? Could it be, you're connected to the Qin Fan sect too?" Lin Hao stared coldly at the man in black. "What do you think?" As he spoke, he formed a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, a ball of purple lightning materialized from his palm. As the purple lightning appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Simultaneously, a faint aura of destruction radiated from Lin Hao's palm, permeating the entire room. The man in black robes was even more astonished. "You can actually summon the might of purple lightning? You're a disciple of the Purple Palace?" The black-robed man stared at Lin Hao in terror. "A disciple of the Purple Palace?" Lin Hao shot the man in black robes a cold, piercing glance. "You guess." With a cold snarl, Lin Hao lifted his head. Within his eyes, the illusory form of the black-robed man's nascent soul was clearly visible. This was the phantom form of a condensed nascent soul. Moreover, his phantom possessed a tangible physical form. He was but a step away from truly entering the soul condensation realm. "You little brat, who exactly are you?" The black-robed man finally felt fear. "Today, even if I die in battle, I will never let you succeed." As the words left his mouth, a surging aura erupted from the black-robed man's entire body. That aura coiled like a rope, violently binding Lin Hao's body mid-air. Chapter 76, Fatal Mistake. Lin Hao flipped free and charged at the cloaked man, who swiftly shifted his body to evade the attack. Their movements were swift and precise, each strike carrying deadly peril. Lin Hao employed various martial arts techniques in an attempt to subdue the cloaked man, who countered with the cold precision of a seasoned assassin. As time passed, Lin Hao gradually discerned the cloaked man's attack patterns. He observed a tiny opening in the cloaked man's defense during an attack. Seizing the moment, Lin Hao launched a swift counter. He successfully evaded the cloaked man's strike and delivered a powerful kick to his midsection. Struck by the kick, the cloaked man tumbled several times through the air before crashing to the ground. Clutching his abdomen in agony, he was unable to continue fighting. Lin Hao walked over, stepped on the dagger with his foot, and seized the weapon. With a cold gaze, Lin Hao declared, "You lose." The cloaked man's eyes widened in disbelief at his defeat. Then he suddenly ripped open his cloak, revealing a bomb concealed beneath. Lin Hao froze, utterly stunned by the cloaked man's unexpected move. He scrambled backward, but it was already too late. The bomb detonated, instantly engulfing the entire area in a sea of flames. Lin Hao only had time to let out a scream before losing consciousness. As the cloaked man approached to check on him, Lin Hao suddenly opened his eyes and launched a counterattack. The cloaked man was blown backward, and the entire area was instantly engulfed in flames. Lin Hao only managed to let out a scream before losing consciousness. When Lin Hao regained consciousness, he found himself bound to a pillar. Surrounding him was complete darkness, illuminated only by a dim, yellow light casting a small patch of light. Ropes dug deep into his flesh, leaving deep marks on his arms and legs. Lin Hao struggled desperately, but found himself bound so tightly he couldn't move. He tried to scream for help, but discovered his throat had been blown out, leaving him unable to make a sound. Suddenly, a ghostly figure materialized before him. Lin Hao's eyes widened as he saw the man in black robes standing before him, a cold smile playing on his face. "You thought you won," the cloaked man sneered. "You lost." "I won." Lin Hao tried to protest, but no sound came out. His heart pounded in his throat, and he felt as though he couldn't breathe. The cloaked man slowly approached him, a dagger clutched in his hand. He carefully cut through the ropes binding Lin Hao, then seized his throat with a brutal grip. "You're going to die," the man in black robes declared. "You'll die by my hand." Lin Hao felt his throat was being squeezed so tightly he couldn't make a sound. His heart pounded in his throat and he felt he couldn't breathe. Suddenly, Lin Hao's eyes closed. His body fell backward and the man in black collapsed to the ground with him. When Lin Hao opened his eyes, he found he had broken free from the black-robed man's grip. He sprang to his feet, snatched the dagger from the ground, and charged at the cloaked man. Startled by Lin Hao's sudden counterattack, the cloaked man scrambled backward, but Lin Hao had already seized his collar. "You think you can defeat me?" Lin Hao sneered coldly. "I'm not so easily beaten." The cloaked man's eyes widened as he suddenly realized he'd made a fatal mistake. He tried to struggle, but it was too late. Lin Hao delivered a powerful kick to the hooded man's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Lin Hao crouched down, pressing the dagger against the man's throat. The black-robed man reacted with lightning speed, swiftly grabbing the blade and yanking the dagger away. Lin Hao froze, stunned by the cloaked man's unexpected move. He scrambled backward, but it was too late. The cloaked man sprang to his feet, dagger in hand, charging toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao tried to dodge, but the cloaked man's movements were too swift, there was no escape. He felt a vicious stab pierce his abdomen, the pain radiating through his entire body. Lin Hao collapsed to the ground, clutching the wound with his hand, yet blood continued to flow unchecked. He felt his body growing weaker by the second, his eyelids becoming heavy. The cloaked man approached him, leaning down to look at him with a cold smile still on his face. Lin Hao looked up at him, knowing he had lost. "Did you think you could defeat me?" the black-robed man sneered. "I'm not so easily beaten." Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief at his defeat. He tried to struggle, but his strength was gone. His eyes slowly closed, and his body grew stiff. Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through Lin Hao's entire body. He felt his body being violently shaken, and his eyes were subjected to an intense burning sensation. When Lin Hao opened his eyes, he saw a familiar face. It was Qin Fan standing beside him, his face etched with concern. "How are you?" Qin Fan asked. "You need first aid." Lin Hao nodded, feeling completely unable to move. Qin Fan swiftly picked him up and laid him down to rest. Turning to the man in black robes, he declared, "I'll handle you." With that, he charged toward the shadowy figure. Both men unleashed their martial arts techniques and combat styles. Qin Fan moved with agile, nimble strikes, each attack landing precisely on target. The black-robed man, however, seemed more cunning and treacherous. His attacks were often unexpected, forcing Qin Fan to remain constantly vigilant. Throughout the battle, Qin Fan relentlessly sought to break through the cloaked man's defenses, while the cloaked man employed every possible tactic to defeat Qin Fan. Their battle had raged on for a long time, neither showing a clear advantage. However, as time wore on, signs of fatigue began to show in Qin Fan's body. His movements slowed, and his attacks lost their former sharpness. In contrast, the man in black robes seemed completely unaffected, his attacks as vicious as they had been at the start of the battle. Qin Fan understood he needed to find a breakthrough quickly, or this battle would likely end in defeat. He began experimenting with more sophisticated techniques and tactics, hoping to break the deadlock. The man in black robes showed no sign of weakness, displaying even deeper martial prowess and superior combat skills. Suddenly, Qin Fan let out a furious roar as a powerful surge of energy erupted from his body. He swung his fist, launching a fierce assault at the black-robed man. The black-robed man swiftly dodged, countering with an even more ferocious attack. Their battle intensified, their movements becoming too swift to follow. Chapter 77, Plan Fails. Qin Fan's attacks grew increasingly frantic, each one nearly catching the cloaked man off guard. The cloaked man countered with even greater speed, each strike growing more vicious than the last. The battle reached a fever pitch, both men drenched in sweat. Their breathing grew ragged, their movements slightly stiffening. Yet even in this state, neither relented. Suddenly, Qin Fan seized an opening. He leaped forward, delivering a kick aimed squarely at the hooded man's head. The cloaked man swiftly dodged, simultaneously launching a rapid counterattack that caught Qin Fan off guard. Qin Fan was knocked to the ground, his body nearly immobilized by the immense force of the impact. Yet, at that very moment, Qin Fan felt a powerful force surge from within his body. His body began to tremble, then shook violently as a powerful energy erupted from within him. Qin Fan felt an invisible force supporting his body, his pain and fatigue vanishing. He rose back to his feet, his body brimming with boundless strength. The black-robed man watched Qin Fan rise abruptly, a look of terror spreading across his face. He attempted to attack Qin Fan, but his assault was blocked by an invisible force. Qin Fan let out a cold laugh, leaping forward to kick the black-robed man to the ground. He swiftly advanced, pinning the man's chest with his knee, rendering him immobile. The man in black robes stared wide-eyed, utterly stunned that he had lost to Qin Fan. He struggled, but Qin Fan's knee pressed down relentlessly, pinning him to the ground. Qin Fan sneered coldly, "Did you really think your plan would succeed? I'm not so easily defeated." The cloaked man struggled, but Qin Fan refused to relent. The pressure from his knee grew heavier, causing a sharp pain to surge through the cloaked man's chest. He felt his body growing weaker by the second, his eyelids growing heavy. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him, causing his body to jerk violently. He looked up to see Qin Fan's fingers already piercing his eye. A piercing scream erupted from his throat, yet Qin Fan showed no mercy. Qin Fan yanked violently, gouging out the black-robed man's eye. The cloaked man felt his body slip completely out of his control, the agony in his eyes unbearable. He felt his body growing cold, his consciousness gradually fading. Qin Fan watched as the black-robed man collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He gave a cold laugh and turned to leave. He knew the battle was over, the black-robed man had no chance left. Before leaving, Qin Fan glanced at Lin Hao lying on the ground. Complex emotions stirred within him. He understood this battle would likely bring severe consequences for Lin Hao. But he also knew that if he hadn't fought, both he and Lin Hao would have lost their lives. He had chosen to fight, and he had chosen victory. Qin Fan turned and departed, his figure vanishing into the night. Only Lin Hao and the black-robed man remained lying on the ground, surrounded by the lingering scent of blood. But at that very moment, the cloaked man suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, a figure in black robes slowly rose to his feet. His body was stiff. He forced his neck to turn, letting out a pained groan. The cloaked man raised his hand to touch his face, feeling that the original spirit had departed, leaving behind only an empty shell and a cold, lifeless body. He drew a deep breath, absorbing the essence of this body, and a fierce desire for vengeance surged within him. He remembered being killed by Qin Fan. Now, he would repay tooth for tooth, eye for eye. He would make Qin Fan pay. The black-robed man spread his dark cloak, moving like a specter through the darkness, silently approaching Qin Fan's residence. In his hand, he clutched a black dagger, a weapon brought from the unknown world, imbued with mysterious power. Moving like a shadow in the darkness, the cloaked figure made not a sound. He reached Qin Fan's window and silently climbed inside. The room was pitch black. Li Yunfei crept quietly toward the bedside and thrust his blade toward Qin Fan. Yet, at that very moment, a powerful aura erupted from Qin Fan, instantly blasting the cloaked figure backward. It turned out Qin Fan was no ordinary man, he was a cultivator. His keen senses detected the danger, jolting him awake. The cloaked man struggled to his feet, his eyes flashing with resentment and unwillingness. He never imagined Qin Fan could be so powerful. Yet he showed no fear, knowing he possessed mysterious powers sufficient to match Qin Fan. The two clashed swiftly, filling the room with the thunderous sounds of fierce combat and destruction. Their combined forces collided, unleashing a series of thunderous booms. The entire structure trembled, as if it might collapse at any moment. The black-robed man's dagger slashed through the air, casting deep, icy glints as it repeatedly lunged toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan, however, calmly parried each thrust. A sword gleaming with golden light appeared in his hand, clashing relentlessly against the black-robed man's dagger. The battle intensified, reducing the room's furniture to a chaotic wreckage. Yet no matter how hard the black-robed man fought, he could not defeat Qin Fan. Despair and rage filled his heart as he realized his plan for revenge had failed. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from Qin Fan, striking the black-robed man directly. Struck by the light, Li Yunfei tumbled through the air several times before crashing to the floor. His eyes burned with resentment and hatred, yet his body remained utterly still. Qin Fan approached the black-robed man, gazing down at him. "You, a demonic heretic, are destined to never overcome the righteous path." After speaking, he raised his hand and channeled a stream of golden light into the black-robed man's body. Unexpectedly, the black-robed man absorbed this power, growing even stronger. He leaped forward. After absorbing Qin Fan's power, the black-robed man's body became more formidable. He leapt upward with a sudden burst of energy, vanishing instantly into the night. Qin Fan watched the figure vanish into the darkness, his mind filled with confusion and bewilderment. He couldn't fathom why the cloaked figure had grown so powerful, nor did he know his true origins. But he knew this cloaked figure was no ordinary being, his appearance must have been driven by an extraordinary purpose. Qin Fan returned to his residence and recounted the incident to Lin Hao. After hearing the story, Lin Hao was equally astonished and perplexed. He resolved to search for the cloaked figure the next day to uncover his true origins. The next day, Lin Hao arrived at the site of yesterday's battle, only to find no trace of anything remaining. Chapter 78, The Man in Black. He searched the area thoroughly but found no clues. Finally, in a patch of grass, he discovered a black cloak and a black dagger. Picking them up for closer inspection, he noticed mysterious symbols and incantations engraved upon them. Lin Hao brought the items home and handed them to Qin Fan for appraisal. Qin Fan took them, examined them closely, and discovered these items originated from an unknown world. He gently traced his fingers along the blade of the black dagger, sensing the chill and raw power emanating from it. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from Qin Fan's body, striking the runes on the black robe directly. Instantly, the entire room was enveloped by a powerful force. As the golden light faded, the runes on the black robe gradually lost their luster. Lin Hao and Qin Fan exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock and curiosity. They had no idea what had just happened, nor did they know the origin or purpose of this black robe. Yet they knew this was a mysterious and powerful artifact, possessing immeasurable strength and secrets. As they thought this, a figure suddenly appeared behind them, the black-robed man. In the pitch-black night, Qin Fan and Lin Hao found themselves facing a man clad in a dark cloak. His silhouette appeared mysterious and terrifying in the moonlight, the robes billowing around him like a swarm of dark specters. Qin Fan and Lin Hao stood side by side, their eyes brimming with vigilance and resolve. They knew this cloaked figure was a formidable opponent they would need to work together to defeat him. Suddenly, the cloaked figure launched his attack. His robes seemed to transform into a massive demonic claw, reaching out to grab Qin Fan and Lin Hao. Both men swiftly dodged, evading the claw's assault. Then, Qin Fan swiftly counterattacked the cloaked figure. His fist, carrying immense force, slammed straight toward the man's chest. Simultaneously, Lin Hao launched his own assault, his sword piercing toward the cloaked man's throat like a dragon's roar. The cloaked man appeared largely unaffected. With a cold sneer, his robes whirled once more, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that surged toward Qin Fan and Lin Hao. Qin Fan and Lin Hao exchanged a glance before charging forward together. They knew that only by closing in on the cloaked man could they truly defeat him. Qin Fan's fist and Lin Hao's sword struck the cloaked man simultaneously. Their blows seemed to pierce through his robes, causing his body to tremble. Yet the cloaked man did not fall. Instead, he unleashed an even more frenzied assault. His cloak swirled like a specter, closing in on Qin Fan and Lin Hao. Qin Fan and Lin Hao knew there was no retreat. They pressed forward relentlessly, hoping to break through the cloaked man's defenses. Their strikes grew faster and more ferocious, yet the cloaked man seemed unshakable. Finally, in a breathtaking climactic battle, Qin Fan and Lin Hao defeated the man in black. The cloaked man collapsed. His body trembled on the floor as black blood continuously spilled from his mouth. His cloak was torn to shreds, as if battered by a violent storm. Qin Fan and Lin Hao gasped for breath, their bodies utterly exhausted. Yet they knew the battle was far from over. They needed to find the black-robed man's weakness quickly, or he would rise again. Qin Fan stepped forward and pulled back the cloak. On the man's chest was a black rune. This rune radiated a powerful dark energy, the very source enabling the cloaked man's relentless resurrections. Qin Fan and Lin Hao exchanged a knowing glance. They understood that destroying this rune was the only way to defeat the cloaked man completely. They joined forces to attack the rune, but its defenses exceeded their expectations. Their assaults failed to make even a dent. Suddenly, Qin Fan had an idea. He pulled a small vial from his pocket, containing a golden liquid. It was one of the mysterious items he had seized from the cloaked man. Qin Fan poured the golden liquid onto the rune, and it swiftly seeped into its core. Then, a blinding light erupted from the rune. Suddenly, the black-robed man materialized from the shadows, his entire form shrouded in darkness, like a specter risen from the depths of hell. The cloaked figure charged at Qin Fan, a sharp dagger clenched in his hand. Qin Fan reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack with a deft movement. Immediately, Qin Fan counterattacked, delivering a powerful punch toward the cloaked figure. The cloaked man was knocked back several steps but did not fall. A fierce battle erupted between them, each strike brimming with raw power and skill. Qin Fan, relying on his extraordinary perception, constantly anticipated the cloaked man's attack patterns and countered them. The cloaked man, however, used elusive footwork and blinding speed to keep Qin Fan off balance. The battle intensified, their movements growing so rapid they became nearly impossible to follow. Yet within this frenzied clash, Qin Fan gradually gained the upper hand. Each of his strikes forced the cloaked man back several steps, while the latter's attacks grew increasingly feeble. Finally, seizing the moment, Qin Fan delivered a crushing punch that sent the cloaked man crashing to the ground. The black-robed man lay sprawled on the ground, the dagger he'd been clutching slipping from his grasp and landing nearby. Qin Fan stood before him, drawing a deep breath as a look of exhaustion washed over his face. Though brief, the fight had demanded every ounce of his strength. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, the instant his guard dropped, the cloaked man leapt up, thrusting the dagger straight toward Qin Fan's heart. Qin Fan's eyes widened in horror. He darted aside at lightning speed, narrowly evading the blade. Seeing this, the cloaked man launched another attack, his dagger darting toward Qin Fan like a ghostly apparition. Qin Fan inwardly cursed his luck. Ignoring his exhausted body, he swiftly retreated backward. Yet the black-robed man's attack clung to him like a parasite. His heart tightened. He knew he couldn't let himself be led by the nose. He swiftly adjusted his stance and unleashed a powerful punch toward the cloaked figure. This punch channeled all his strength, tearing through the air as it slammed toward the cloaked figure. Seeing this, the cloaked man's expression changed drastically. It was too late to dodge. He could only brace for the blow. As Qin Fan's fist slammed into his body, he swung his dagger in a counterattack. Their attacks collided mid-air with a thunderous crash, sending the cloaked man crashing to the ground under Qin Fan's force. Seeing this, Qin Fan immediately lunged forward, ready to deliver a finishing kick to crush him completely. But before he could strike, the cloaked man scrambled to his feet. Though covered in wounds, he appeared to have avoided any fatal injuries. Chapter 79, Turning Danger into Safety. He lifted his head to face Qin Fan, a cold smile curling his lips. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently. Black smoke and flames erupted from his entire body. Qin Fan paled in horror. He recognized this as the prelude to the enemy's self-destruction. At this close range, evasion was nearly impossible. He could only hope to survive this ordeal. With this thought, he prepared for his final defense and counterattack. The battle between the black-robed man and Qin Fan seemed to reach a stalemate, both sides attacking and defending with all their might. Qin Fan had already sensed the black-robed man's formidable strength and unfathomable martial arts cultivation. He had to focus all his energy to counter this enemy's attacks. The cloaked man swung his long sword relentlessly, unleashing wave after wave of fierce sword chi toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan's form flickered, deftly evading wave after wave of assaults. A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes as he silently vowed to defeat this cloaked figure. The battle raged on for an extended period. Their silhouettes crisscrossed beneath the moonlight, forming a vivid tableau. Their movements grew faster and faster, dizzying to behold. Each strike brimmed with power and skill, compelling admiration for the prowess of these two masters. Yet despite fighting with all his might, Qin Fan couldn't break through the black-robed man's defenses. The cloaked figure seemed to dictate the battle's rhythm, each strike trapping Qin Fan in a bind. Doubt began to gnaw at Qin Fan's confidence. Could he truly withstand this formidable foe? Just as Qin Fan was on the verge of giving up, a flicker of resolve and determination flashed in his eyes. He drew a deep breath, readying his body for peak performance. Then, he launched a sudden, fierce assault, unleashing powerful sword chi that surged toward the cloaked man. The cloaked man appeared startled by Qin Fan's assault, swiftly raising his sword to parry. Yet Qin Fan's onslaught grew increasingly fierce, forcing the cloaked man into a defensive posture. Unease began to gnaw at his heart. This young opponent seemed to have breached his defenses. Under Qin Fan's piercing sword energy, the cloaked man nearly faltered. Seizing the moment, he executed a deceptive footwork maneuver, instantly appearing behind Qin Fan. The dagger in his hand darted toward Qin Fan like a ghostly apparition, forcing Qin Fan to spin around to meet the attack. Yet, the instant he turned, the cloaked man suddenly exhaled a jet of black mist, hurtling toward Qin Fan. Seeing this, Qin Fan's heart tightened. He knew this was the opponent's poisonous gas. If inhaled, the consequences would be unimaginable. In this critical moment, Qin Fan had no choice but to unleash his most powerful attack. Gathering all his strength, he unleashed a thunderous punch toward the cloaked figure. The fist tore through the air with a piercing whistle, striking the man with such force that he was sent flying backward. The cloaked man tumbled several times through the air before crashing to the ground. Black blood spurted from his mouth, and he appeared utterly incapacitated. Qin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, certain he had finally defeated this formidable foe. Yet before he could relax, a fierce sword chi suddenly struck from behind. Qin Fan paled in shock and spun around to meet the attack. But the sword chi was too overwhelming. He couldn't dodge it. In this critical moment, Qin Fan had no choice but to unleash his final trump card. Gathering all his strength and cultivation, he unleashed a thunderous punch toward the enemy behind him. The fist tore through the air with a piercing whistle, striking the enemy instantly and sending him flying backward. After hitting the ground, the enemy let out a final agonized scream before collapsing, motionless. Qin Fan stepped forward and discovered the man was already dead. A heavy weight settled in his heart. He knew this battle had been too brutal, and he had lost too much of his strength and cultivation. Just as Qin Fan prepared to leave, a powerful sword chi suddenly struck from the shadows. Startled, he tried to dodge, but it was too late. He had to brace for the blow. Qin Fan was sent flying by the strike, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth as he felt his body shatter into pieces. Yet he refused to give up. He knew he must persevere, or risk losing everything. With great effort, he rose to his feet, preparing to unleash his final assault. Yet before he could strike, his opponent launched an even more ferocious attack. Wave after wave of powerful sword chi surged toward Qin Fan, leaving him no room to evade. In this critical moment, Qin Fan had no choice but to unleash his final trump card. Gathering every ounce of his strength and cultivation, he delivered a thunderous punch toward his enemy. The fist tore through the air with a piercing whistle, striking the enemy instantly and sending him flying backward. Yet the enemy appeared largely unharmed. He rose to his feet and launched an even fiercer assault. Qin Fan could no longer withstand the onslaught. He felt his body reaching its absolute limit, unable to endure any longer. Just as Qin Fan found himself at a disadvantage, he sucked in a sharp breath and rolled backward, narrowly evading the black-robed man's strike. He sensed his disadvantage gradually fading, replaced by a fierce fighting spirit. The cloaked man, observing this, showed no concern. He merely gave a cold chuckle and launched another attack at Qin Fan. This time, however, Qin Fan was prepared. He sidestepped the black-robed man's attack, then swiftly scooped up a handful of sand and hurled it toward the man's face. Caught off guard, the cloaked man's eyes were blinded by the sand, forcing him to halt momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Fan swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the assailant. Furious, the cloaked man wiped the sand from his eyes, his gaze now tinged with caution as he looked at Qin Fan. He no longer underestimated the young man as before but began to take him seriously. But Qin Fan gave him no chance to recover. He swiftly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with all his might at the cloaked man. The stone struck the man squarely in the chest, sending him staggering backward several steps. Seeing this, Qin Fan immediately charged forward, using every ounce of strength to slam the cloaked man to the ground. He swiftly mounted the man, clamping both hands tightly around his throat. Caught off guard by Qin Fan's sudden counterattack, the cloaked man struggled futilely. His face gradually turned purple, his eyes wide and unblinking, clearly unable to resist any longer. Realizing the man could no longer fight back, Qin Fan released his grip. Sitting on the ground, panting heavily, he stared at the black-robed man with a defiant glare. Coughing, the cloaked man scrambled to his feet, glaring at Qin Fan with fury. Realizing he'd squandered his chance, he turned and stormed away, his steps heavy with resentment. Qin Fan watched the black-robed man's figure vanish into the night before finally exhaling in relief. He knew the crisis had passed, and he had successfully turned his disadvantage into an advantage. Chapter 80, Sword Chi Assault. Seeing Qin Fan's fighting spirit restored, the black-robed man felt a surge of panic. He knew he could no longer underestimate Qin Fan as he had before. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he prepared for his final counterattack. Suddenly, the black-robed man unleashed a surge of immense power, charging toward Qin Fan. His fist smashed toward Qin Fan like a hammer, carrying savage force and murderous intent. Qin Fan instantly sidestepped, deftly evading the attack. Seizing the moment, Qin Fan countered with a punch aimed at the man's midsection, seeking to disrupt his offensive rhythm. A wave of pain shot through the black-robed man's waist, spreading throughout his body. Yet he didn't pause, instead attacking Qin Fan with even greater fury. His strikes grew exceptionally fierce, as if he intended to tear Qin Fan apart. Seeing the cloaked man's frenzied assault, Qin Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. He continuously dodged the attacks while searching for an opening to counter. During one evasive maneuver, Qin Fan suddenly spotted an opening in the cloaked man's defense. Seizing the moment, he delivered a powerful punch directly to the man's abdomen. The blow caused the cloaked man's body to involuntarily buckle, creating an opening for Qin Fan. Seizing the moment, Qin Fan threw all his strength into slamming him to the ground. The black-robed man was knocked senseless, unable to rise for a moment. Seizing the chance, Qin Fan swiftly mounted him, clamping both hands tightly around his throat. Caught off guard by Qin Fan's sudden counterattack, the cloaked man could only struggle futilely. His face gradually turned purple, eyes bulging wide. Seizing the moment, the cloaked man flipped himself free, sending Qin Fan crashing to the ground. He scrambled to his feet, poised to attack again. But before he could strike, Qin Fan had already unleashed his trump card. Gathering every ounce of strength and cultivation, he delivered a thunderous punch toward the cloaked man. The punch tore through the air with a piercing whistle, striking the cloaked man instantly and sending him flying once more. The cloaked man tumbled several times through the air before crashing to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth as he felt his body shatter into pieces. Yet he refused to give up. He knew he had to persevere, or he would lose everything. With great effort, he rose to his feet, preparing to continue the fight. Yet before he could fully readjust, Qin Fan unleashed an even more ferocious assault. Waves of powerful sword chi surged toward the cloaked man, leaving him no room to evade. In this critical moment, the black-robed man mustered every ounce of his strength and cultivation, unleashing a thunderous punch toward Qin Fan. The fist tore through the air with a piercing whistle, striking Qin Fan instantly and sending him flying once more. Yet Qin Fan appeared largely unscathed. He rose to his feet, preparing to attack once more. Seeing this, the black-robed man felt a surge of panic. He knew his body had reached its limit and could endure no longer. Just as the black-robed man found himself at a disadvantage, a powerful sword chi suddenly struck from the shadows. He was startled and tried to dodge, but it was too late. He could only brace for the blow. The black-robed man was sent flying by the strike, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth as he felt his body shatter into pieces. Yet he refused to give up. He knew he must persevere, or risk losing everything he held dear. He struggled to his feet, preparing to fight on. Yet before he could fully brace himself, Qin Fan unleashed an even fiercer assault. Wave after wave of powerful sword chi crashed toward the black-robed man, leaving him no room to evade. In this critical moment, the black-robed man mustered every ounce of his strength and cultivation, unleashing a thunderous punch toward Qin Fan. The fist tore through the air with a piercing whistle, striking Qin Fan instantly and sending him flying once more. Yet Qin Fan appeared largely unscathed. He rose to his feet, preparing to attack once more. Seeing this, the cloaked man felt a surge of panic. He knew his body had reached its limit and could endure no longer. Just as the cloaked man found himself at a disadvantage, a powerful sword chi suddenly struck from the shadows. He recoiled in shock, scrambling to evade, but it was too late. He had no choice but to brace for the blow. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the black-robed man was sent flying by the sword strike, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth as he felt his body shatter into pieces. Yet, at that very moment, a strange power surged within him. He didn't know what it was, but he could feel it relentlessly repairing his body. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he summoned every ounce of strength and cultivation, unleashing a thunderous punch toward Qin Fan. The fist tore through the air, striking Qin Fan instantly and sending him flying once more. Qin Fan's eyes blazed crimson with fury. He could no longer tolerate the black-robed man's taunts and attacks. He resolved to retaliate with equal force. Like a raging beast, he charged at the black-robed man with frenzied abandon. Seeing this, the cloaked man couldn't help but feel a flicker of panic. He hadn't expected Qin Fan to be so enraged, but he refused to concede defeat easily. Steeling himself, he met Qin Fan's onslaught head-on, prepared to fight to the death. Their figures crossed in midair as fists and feet collided, producing a series of dull thuds. Qin Fan's techniques grew exceptionally fierce, each movement carrying a desperation and madness. The black-robed man, refusing to be outdone, fought back with every ounce of strength. This battle had transcended a mere brawl. It had become a fight for life and death. Both Qin Fan and the cloaked man poured every ounce of strength and courage into their efforts to defeat their opponent. Their movements grew faster and more intense, blurring into an indistinct blur. Finally, Qin Fan seized an opening, driving a powerful punch straight into the black-robed man's chest. The man in black was sent flying like an uncontrolled meteor, crashing heavily to the ground. Coughing, he struggled to his feet, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. His gaze toward Qin Fan burned with fury. He leapt into the air, charging toward Qin Fan, convinced defeat was impossible. Qin Fan did not retreat. He calmly met the black-robed man, preparing to launch his own attack. His fists moved like dragons and tigers, swift as lightning, blurring into an indistinct blur. The cloaked man, refusing to be outdone, swung his own fists with all his might, charging at Qin Fan. Their bodies crossed midair, producing a series of dull thuds. Their fists collided mid-air, erupting in blinding flashes of light. Qin Fan's footwork was agile and unpredictable, his movements elusive and hard to track. The cloaked man, too, displayed astonishing strength and cultivation, each move carrying a desperation bordering on madness. The battle reached a fever pitch as both Qin Fan and the cloaked man poured every ounce of strength and courage into their efforts to defeat the other. Chapter 81, The Sound of Shattering the Void. Qin Fan was utterly stunned. He tried desperately to evade the force, but it was too late. The crimson light emanating from the black-robed man closed in on him. In an instant, the entire cave was engulfed in crimson light. Qin Fan felt his body being propelled forward by an overwhelming force. He struggled to resist, but the power was too immense to withstand. The cloaked man's body trembled, yet he refused to yield. Gathering every ounce of his strength and cultivation, he unleashed a devastating punch toward Qin Fan. The fist tore through the air with a piercing whistle, striking Qin Fan instantly and sending him flying once more. Seeing this, the black-robed man couldn't help but feel a flicker of panic. He hadn't expected Qin Fan to be so tenacious, but he refused to concede defeat easily. Steeling himself, he braced for Qin Fan's attack, prepared to fight to the death. Their figures blurred as they clashed, their fists and feet colliding with a series of dull thuds. Qin Fan's techniques grew exceptionally fierce, each movement carrying a desperation bordering on madness. The black-robed man refused to be outdone, resisting Qin Fan's assaults with every ounce of strength. This battle was no longer a simple brawl. It had become a fight for survival. Both Qin Fan and the cloaked man poured every ounce of strength and courage into their efforts to defeat the other. Their movements grew faster and more intense, blurring into an indistinct blur. Finally, Qin Fan seized an opening, landing a crushing punch squarely on the black-robed man's chest. The man in black was sent flying like an uncontrolled meteor, crashing heavily to the ground. Coughing, he scrambled to his feet, a trickle of blood emerging from the corner of his mouth. His gaze fixed on Qin Fan, filled with fury. He leapt into the air, charging toward Qin Fan, convinced he could not lose to him. Qin Fan didn't flinch. He calmly met the black-robed man, preparing to strike. His fists moved like dragons and tigers, swift as lightning, too fast to follow. The cloaked man, refusing to be outdone, swung his fists with all his might, charging at Qin Fan. Their bodies clashed midair, producing a series of dull thuds. Qin Fan's footwork was agile and unpredictable, his movements elusive and hard to track. The cloaked man, too, displayed astonishing strength and cultivation, each movement carrying a desperation bordering on madness. The battle reached a fever pitch as both Qin Fan and the cloaked man poured every ounce of strength and courage into defeating their opponent. Their movements grew faster and more intense, blurring into an indistinguishable blur. Just as Qin Fan prepared to unleash his final strike, a crimson aura suddenly erupted from his body. This was the powerful force within him, an inheritance passed down by his ancestors. Qin Fan was utterly stunned. He tried to dodge this force, but it was too late. The crimson aura emanating from the cloaked man closed in on him. In an instant, the entire cave was engulfed in crimson light. Qin Fan felt his body being propelled forward by an overwhelming force. He struggled against it, but the power was too immense to resist. The cloaked man's body trembled, yet he refused to yield. Gathering every ounce of his strength and cultivation, he unleashed a devastating punch toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan's body tumbled through the air. When he landed, blood spurted from his mouth. He felt as though his body had been run over by a car, the pain unbearable. Yet he refused to give up. Seeing this, the man in black robes couldn't help but feel a flicker of alarm. He hadn't expected Qin Fan to be so tenacious, but he refused to concede defeat easily. So he steeled himself to meet Qin Fan's assault, prepared to fight to the death. Fists and feet clashed, producing a series of dull thuds. Qin Fan's moves grew exceptionally fierce, each action carrying a sense of desperation and madness. The black-robed man, refusing to be outdone, resisted Qin Fan's assaults with every ounce of strength. A sinister gleam flashed in the cloaked man's eyes as he drew a blood-red crystal from his robe, murmuring incantations. As the incantation echoed, an eerie power surged from the crystal, coalescing into a crimson aura that surged toward Qin Fan. The crimson light carried a scorching power, as if it could incinerate everything in its path. Qin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down on him, but he refused to surrender. He stood tall, bracing himself for the sudden onslaught. The crimson light grew ever closer, its temperature intensifying until Qin Fan's own body began to burn. Gritting his teeth, he endured the agony, knowing that if he failed to withstand this assault, he would suffer severe injury. Just as the crimson light was about to touch him, Qin Fan suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a golden beam. The golden light collided with the crimson glow, erupting in a deafening roar. The entire cave shook from the force, rocks raining down as if the ceiling might collapse. Seeing this, the man in black robes paled. He hadn't expected Qin Fan to withstand his red light, and this sent a wave of panic through him. He swiftly cast another spell, preparing to launch another attack. But Qin Fan had already closed the distance, driving a powerful punch straight into the man's chest. The black-robed man flew backward like an uncontrolled meteor, crashing heavily to the ground. Coughing, the man in black robes struggled to his feet, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. His gaze toward Qin Fan was filled with terror and awe. He knew his strength was vastly inferior to Qin Fan's. Qin Fan felt his own body reaching its limits, but he had no intention of letting the cloaked man off. He advanced step by step toward the cloaked man, preparing to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, the cloaked man seized Qin Fan's arm, pivoting his hips and waist in unison to execute a shoulder throw. Qin Fan felt his body trace an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The excruciating pain nearly knocked him unconscious, but he refused to give up. He struggled to his feet, determined to continue the fight. However, the cloaked man gave him no chance. He charged forward, unleashing a powerful punch toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan tried to dodge, but it was too late. The fist slammed into his abdomen, sending a wave of excruciating pain through him. Seeing this, the black-robed man couldn't help but feel a flicker of alarm. He hadn't expected Qin Fan to be so tenacious, but he refused to concede defeat easily. Steeling himself, he met Qin Fan's attack head-on, prepared to fight to the death. Fists and feet clashed, producing a series of dull thuds. Qin Fan's moves became exceptionally fierce, each action carrying a sense of desperation and madness. The cloaked man refused to be outdone, resisting Qin Fan's onslaught with every ounce of strength. But at that very moment, a golden light erupted from within Qin Fan. The light carried immense power, illuminating the entire cave. Qin Fan felt his body surge with power, ready to use this force to defeat the cloaked man. Seeing this, the cloaked man's expression changed drastically. Chapter 82, Loss of Fighting Spirit. He never imagined Qin Fan could unleash such overwhelming power in such a dire situation. He knew his plan had failed. If he didn't leave immediately, he would suffer even greater losses. He swiftly cast a spell, unleashing a jet of black light from his body. The light carried an eerie power as it surged toward Qin Fan. Golden light and black radiance collided midair, erupting in a blinding flash. The cave echoed with thunderous booms, as if the apocalypse itself was descending. In this earth-shattering moment, the duel between Qin Fan and the black-robed man finally reached its climax. Qin Fan felt his body being propelled forward by an overwhelming force. He struggled against it, but the power was too immense to resist. Yet, battered by this force, Qin Fan's fighting spirit remained unbroken. His eyes flashed with unwavering resolve, each breath carrying a mix of determination and madness. He knew he must persevere to defeat this cloaked figure. The cloaked man, too, refused to yield. Gathering every ounce of his strength and cultivation, he unleashed a devastating punch toward Qin Fan. Yet the blow failed to knock Qin Fan down. He stubbornly rose to his feet and charged at the cloaked man once more. Their fists and feet clashed, producing a series of dull thuds. Qin Fan's techniques grew exceptionally fierce, each movement carrying a sense of desperation and madness. The cloaked man, refusing to be outdone, fought back with every ounce of strength. Their duel reached a fever pitch, neither willing to yield. Just then, a sudden force separated them. Both Qin Fan and the cloaked man felt their bodies shoved apart by a powerful force. They looked up to see a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe standing before them. The man regarded them both and spoke calmly. "Your struggle here is no longer necessary." His voice carried an air of authority that commanded attention. Both Qin Fan and the black-robed man felt a pang of unease, recognizing the extraordinary power emanating from this man. They exchanged a glance before turning their attention back to the middle-aged man, ready to accept his instructions. The man nodded, then turned and walked away. He left behind only these words: "Let your grievances drift away with the wind." The words left both men feeling a bit bewildered. They didn't know the middle-aged man's true intentions, nor what the outcome of their conflict would be. Yet, under the force of that impact, both Qin Fan and the man in black robes crashed to the ground. Their bodies felt as though they'd been crushed by a colossal force, the agony unbearable. Yet they refused to yield. Struggling to their feet, they prepared to resume the fight. Qin Fan launched a punch toward the cloaked man. The cloaked man's expression darkened. He knew Qin Fan's strength truly surpassed his own. Yet he refused to yield, channeling every ounce of strength and cultivation into a thunderous counterpunch aimed squarely at Qin Fan. The two fists collided, erupting in a series of dull, thunderous booms. Their techniques grew exceptionally fierce, each movement carrying a desperation bordering on madness. Yet under this collision of power, both Qin Fan and the black-robed man felt as if their bodies were being crushed by an immense force, the pain excruciating. Yet neither yielded. They struggled to their feet, preparing to continue the fight. Their figures crisscrossed through the air as their techniques grew faster and more ruthless. Qin Fan felt his body reaching its absolute limit, yet he knew he must persevere or risk losing everything. He fought to stay lucid, focusing his mind. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from within Qin Fan. The radiance carried immense power, illuminating the entire cave. Qin Fan felt his body surge with power, ready to use this force to defeat the black-robed man. Seeing this, the black-robed man's expression changed drastically. He never imagined Qin Fan could unleash such overwhelming power in such a desperate situation. He knew his plan had failed. If he didn't leave immediately, he would suffer even greater losses. But it was already too late. Qin Fan's fist tore through the air with a piercing whistle, striking the cloaked man instantly and sending him flying once more. Tumbling through the air, the cloaked man landed spitting blood. His body felt as though it had been run over by a wheel, the pain excruciating. Refusing to back down, the cloaked man landed a left hook squarely on Qin Fan's face. Qin Fan felt a searing pain on his face, as if something had torn a hole through his skin. Beyond the agony, a numbing tingling sensation began at his face. It rapidly spread throughout his entire body. Qin Fan was alarmed. This black-robed man's strike was incredibly powerful, and he had used his left hand. This was clearly no ordinary brawl. It was an attempt to kill him. Qin Fan didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly stepped back while reaching into his pocket with his right hand, intending to pull out the silver needles to fight back. The black-robed man, his strike having missed, let out a cold smirk. He leaned forward and charged at Qin Fan once more. His speed was blinding. Qin Fan had barely taken a few steps back when the cloaked man was already upon him. This time, he used his right hand, delivering a heavy punch aimed squarely at Qin Fan's head. Qin Fan dared not meet the blow head-on. He ducked low, simultaneously launching a sweeping kick aimed at the black-robed man's lower body. The cloaked man seemed to have anticipated this. He shifted his body slightly to evade the sweeping kick, simultaneously pressing both palms toward Qin Fan's chest. Qin Fan was startled. He hadn't expected this black-robed man to be so cunning, and his strength seemed even greater than before. Qin Fan dared not delay. He leapt backward swiftly, his hands darting into his pockets to retrieve the silver needles for counterattack. Yet the cloaked man seemed to have read Qin Fan's intent. He sneered coldly. "You still wish to resist?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, his body surged toward Qin Fan like a bolt of lightning. Qin Fan felt a blur before his eyes, and the black-robed man was already upon him. A wave of terror washed over him. This cloaked figure was far too formidable. He stood no chance against him. At this moment, Qin Fan was utterly consumed by despair. The black-robed man showed no sign of giving Qin Fan any chance to fight back. His body had already closed in, his hands clamping down on Qin Fan's like iron pincers. Qin Fan felt as though his hands were being crushed by the black-robed man. Agonizing pain shot through his entire body, yet he couldn't break free. The black-robed man sneered coldly. "Did you really think you could escape my grasp?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, his body recoiled backward. Simultaneously, he flung his arms with tremendous force, hurling Qin Fan's body violently into the air. Chapter 83, Floating in the Air. Qin Fan felt his body drifting through the air, every bone in his frame aching as if shattered. The cloaked figure didn't relent. Retreating swiftly, he drew a dart from his waistband and hurled it toward Qin Fan. Though Qin Fan dodged them all with lightning reflexes, survival seemed utterly impossible under these circumstances. His body tumbled through the air, every internal organ feeling dislocated, his entire being torn apart by unbearable agony. Struggling to his feet, Qin Fan charged at the black-robed man with lightning speed, simultaneously drawing a copper tiger claw knife from his bosom. The blade struck with blinding speed. Before the cloaked man could react, the claw knife had already sunk into his arm. A piercing scream erupted from the cloaked figure as his body recoiled backward. Qin Fan was overjoyed. He hadn't expected his tiger claw knife, his only weapon, to actually wound the black-robed man. Yet the cloaked figure did not relent. He swiftly retreated while drawing a dagger from his waist, charging toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan's heart skipped a beat. This cloaked figure seemed far more formidable than he'd anticipated, his speed and strength far exceeding Qin Fan's expectations. Qin Fan was now fully immersed in a life-or-death struggle. He dared not hesitate, swiftly retreating while swinging his tiger claw knife at the cloaked man once more. The sheer force and speed of this strike far exceeded the cloaked man's expectations. He felt the tiger claw blade cutting toward him with a fierce gust of wind, sending a chill through his heart. Yet, in that very instant, the black-robed man's dagger had already pierced toward Qin Fan's chest. Qin Fan was stunned. He hadn't expected this cloaked figure to be so cunning, and his speed seemed even faster than before. Facing this life-or-death moment, Qin Fan had no choice but to muster every ounce of strength to confront the cloaked figure. He swiftly retreated backward while simultaneously swinging his tiger claw blade in a backhand strike, colliding directly with the dagger. Qin Fan felt his tiger claw blade nearly wrench from his grasp under the immense force of the impact. Yet the cloaked man appeared largely unaffected, continuing his charge toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan's heart raced with alarm. This cloaked figure possessed not only extraordinary strength but also blinding speed. He felt utterly powerless against him. At this moment, Qin Fan was utterly consumed by despair. He doubted whether he could withstand the black-robed man's assault. The black-robed man showed no sign of giving Qin Fan a moment's respite. He leaped upward, simultaneously thrusting his dagger toward Qin Fan's throat. Qin Fan gasped in horror. He hadn't expected the cloaked figure to be so ruthless, and his speed seemed even faster than before. Facing this life-or-death moment, Qin Fan had no choice but to summon every ounce of strength to confront the cloaked figure. He sidestepped the attack, his tiger claw blade clashing once more with the dagger. This time, Qin Fan wasn't knocked back several steps. Instead, he harnessed the blade's momentum to charge forward at the cloaked figure. He knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to close the distance and attack the cloaked figure up close. Otherwise, he would never be able to withstand the man's ranged attacks. Qin Fan's speed was blinding. Before the cloaked man could react, he was sent reeling backward by the collision. A wave of alarm washed over him. This Qin Fan was cunning beyond belief, and his strength seemed even greater than before. Now, the cloaked man was fully immersed in a life-or-death struggle. He dared not hesitate, swiftly retreating while thrusting his dagger toward Qin Fan once more. The thrust was lightning fast, forcing Qin Fan to sidestep and evade the strike. Yet the cloaked man showed no sign of stopping. As he retreated backward, Qin Fan seized his collar with brutal force, yanking him off the ground. Then he hurled him violently. The cloaked man traced an arc through the air before coming to a halt mid-flight. His body hovered mid-air, feet slightly off the ground, as if suspended by an invisible force. A sinister smile spread across his face, as if mocking Qin Fan's foolishness and helplessness. Seeing the black-robed man smile, Qin Fan felt a chill run through him. He knew he had stumbled into grave danger. This cloaked figure possessed formidable strength and eerie abilities. Just as Qin Fan prepared to launch another attack, the cloaked figure suddenly drifted down from the air, landing directly before him. He stared coldly at Qin Fan, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" the cloaked man sneered. "You are but a weak mortal, utterly no match for me." Qin Fan offered no reply, instead launching a swift attack at the cloaked figure. He knew only by giving his all now could he grasp a sliver of hope. Their figures crisscrossed in the air, their fists and feet clashing with dull thuds. Qin Fan's strikes grew increasingly fierce, while the black-robed man resisted with equal ferocity. Yet in that instant, the cloaked figure vanished. He transformed into a cloud of black smoke, slipping away from Qin Fan's assault. Instantly reappearing behind Qin Fan, he slammed a palm forcefully into the young man's back. Qin Fan was sent flying like an uncontrolled meteor, crashing heavily to the ground. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, mingling pain and fury. Alright, here's Qin Fan's analysis of the unfavorable trend and his decision to shift the battlefield to the sky. Qin Fan took a deep breath, studying the dark-robed man before him as he silently assessed the situation. He understood this battle had reached a critical juncture. If he couldn't find a way to turn the tide, defeating this black-robed man would be extremely difficult. Qin Fan resolved to change tactics. He swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the cloaked figure. Then, he formed hand seals with both hands and chanted incantations. As the spell took effect, the surrounding air suddenly grew turbulent. A powerful gust of wind lifted Qin Fan upward, carrying him toward the sky. Qin Fan's body moved swiftly through the air, quickly leaving the ground behind. Hovering mid-air, he surveyed the entire battlefield. Seeing this, the black-robed man immediately leapt into the air, pursuing Qin Fan. Qin Fan spun mid-air, sweeping his hand toward the cloaked figure. A howling gale erupted, surging toward the man. The man in black robes flung his cloak, deflecting the entire tempest. He sneered coldly at Qin Fan. "Do you think this will change the outcome? You're far too naive." Qin Fan offered no reply, instead launching another assault. He darted through the air, evading the cloaked man's strikes while continuously casting spells summoning gales, lightning bolts, and more. Their figures crisscrossed in the sky as an aerial battle erupted. The man in black robes seemed largely unaffected, charging relentlessly toward Qin Fan. Chapter 84, Overlooking the Battlefield. Qin Fan's heart raced with alarm. This cloaked man possessed not only extraordinary strength, but also possessed blinding speed, leaving him seemingly powerless to resist. At this moment, Qin Fan was utterly consumed by despair. He doubted whether he could withstand the black-robed man's onslaught. The cloaked figure showed no sign of giving Qin Fan a moment's respite. With a sudden leap, he thrust the dagger in his hand toward Qin Fan's throat. Qin Fan gasped in horror. He hadn't expected the cloaked figure to be so ruthless, and his speed seemed even faster than before. Facing this life-or-death moment, Qin Fan had no choice but to muster every ounce of strength to confront the cloaked figure. He sidestepped the attack, his tiger claw blade clashing once more with the dagger. This time, Qin Fan wasn't knocked back several steps. Instead, he harnessed the blade's momentum to charge forward at the cloaked figure. He knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to close the distance and attack the cloaked figure up close. Otherwise, he would never be able to withstand the man's ranged attacks. Qin Fan's speed was blinding. Before the cloaked man could react, he was sent reeling backward by the collision. A wave of alarm washed over him. This Qin Fan was cunning beyond belief, and his strength seemed even greater than before. Now, the cloaked man was fully immersed in a life-or-death struggle. Qin Fan deftly spun the tiger claw blade, which seemed to possess a life of its own in his hands. Seeing Qin Fan closing in, the cloaked man knew he could hold nothing back. His body twisted, and a dagger flashed coldly through the darkness, stabbing fiercely toward Qin Fan. This strike consumed nearly all the black-robed man's strength, and Qin Fan felt an unprecedented pressure. Yet Qin Fan was no longer the defenseless youth of before. He swung his tiger claw blade through the air, unleashing a series of fierce counterattacks. Their figures crisscrossed in the air, the clash of tiger claw blade and dagger sparking sparks of light. Each exchange felt like probing the other's limits, searching for a weakness. Yet neither was willing to retreat easily. The aerial combat intensified, their figures weaving through the air as the clashes of tiger claw blade and dagger reverberated through the surrounding space. Seeing he couldn't defeat Qin Fan quickly, the cloaked man considered retreat. He abruptly retreated, simultaneously forming seals with both hands before his chest. A dark mist rose from his body, coalescing into a massive black vortex. A black hole? Qin Fan exclaimed inwardly. He had once read descriptions of black holes in a book, but never imagined he would encounter one here. The black hole's power instantly devoured the surrounding space, its immense suction pinning Qin Fan immobile. As the vortex closed in, dread gripped his heart. Yet, at that very moment, a golden light suddenly burst forth from Qin Fan's body, instantly transforming into a massive golden bell that enveloped him. The black hole's pull rippled across the golden bell like droplets skipping across a lake, creating concentric waves. Qin Fan felt a sudden lightness wash over him as the immense pull vanished instantly. By then, the black-robed man had materialized before him, his eyes flickering with astonishment. "Is this the divine demon physique?" the black-robed man murmured. Qin Fan's heart stirred, realizing the man had uncovered his true nature. Yet he remained unflustered. His hands formed seals as he chanted incantations, channeling his magical energy like a surging stream into the golden bell. The golden bell instantly brightened, radiating an intense golden light that seemed poised to illuminate the entire dark cosmos. Seeing this, the black-robed man's expression changed drastically. He knew he had been careless. But it was too late. Qin Fan's golden bell had already shot toward the dark-robed man. Seeing the bell hurtling toward him, the dark-robed man tried to dodge, but it was too late. A tremendous force shoved him backward, sending his body flying like a kite with a broken string through the air. Qin Fan did not relent. He swiftly pursued the cloaked figure, swinging his tiger claw blade once more. This time, he held nothing back, striking with all his might. Though the cloaked man had evaded the golden bell strike, he remained defenseless against Qin Fan's full-force assault. Qin Fan yanked the cloaked man by the collar, hauling him off the ground before hurling him violently through the air. The cloaked man traced an arc through the air before coming to a halt mid-flight. His body hovered midair, feet barely off the ground, as if suspended by an invisible force. A sinister smile spread across his face, as if mocking Qin Fan's foolishness and helplessness. Qin Fan saw the black-robed man smile and felt a sudden chill in his heart. He knew he was in grave danger. This cloaked figure possessed immense power and eerie abilities. Just as Qin Fan prepared to launch another attack, the cloaked figure suddenly drifted down from the air, landing directly before him. He stared coldly at Qin Fan, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" the cloaked man sneered. "You're nothing but a weak mortal, no match for me at all." Qin Fan offered no reply, instead launching a swift attack at the cloaked figure. He knew that only by giving his all now could he have the slightest chance of survival. Their figures crisscrossed through the air, fists and feet clashing with dull thuds. Qin Fan's strikes grew increasingly fierce, while the cloaked man resisted with equal ferocity. Yet in that instant, the cloaked man vanished. He transformed into a cloud of black smoke, slipping away from Qin Fan's assault. Then he materialized behind Qin Fan, slamming a palm forcefully into his back. Qin Fan was sent flying like an uncontrolled meteor, crashing heavily to the ground. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, mingling pain and fury. Alright, here's the description of Qin Fan analyzing the unfavorable trend and deciding to shift the battlefield to the sky. Qin Fan took a deep breath, studying the dark-robed man before him as he silently assessed the situation. He understood this battle had reached a critical juncture. If he couldn't find a way to turn the tide, defeating this black-robed man would be extremely difficult. Qin Fan resolved to change tactics. He swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the cloaked figure. Then, he formed hand seals with both hands and chanted incantations. As the spell took effect, the surrounding air suddenly grew turbulent. A powerful gust of wind lifted Qin Fan upward, carrying him toward the sky. Qin Fan's body moved swiftly through the air, quickly leaving the ground behind. He hovered mid-air, surveying the entire battlefield. Seeing this, the black-robed man immediately leapt into the air, pursuing Qin Fan. Qin Fan spun mid-air and swept his hand toward the cloaked figure. A howling gale erupted, surging toward the man. The man in black robes flung his cloak, deflecting the entire tempest. He sneered coldly at Qin Fan. Do you think this will change the tide of battle? You're far too naive. Chapter 85. The odds are against him. Qin Fan offered no reply, instead launching another assault. He darted through the air, evading the cloaked man's strikes while continuously casting spells to unleash gales and lightning bolts. Simultaneously, he unleashed a barrage of spells, whirlwinds, thunderbolts, and more. Their figures crisscrossed the sky as an aerial battle erupted. The cloaked man seemed largely unaffected, charging relentlessly toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan's heart sank. This cloaked figure possessed not only extraordinary strength but also blinding speed. He felt utterly powerless to resist. At this moment, Qin Fan was utterly consumed by despair. He doubted whether he could withstand the cloaked man's onslaught. The cloaked figure showed no mercy, leaping forward as his dagger slashed toward Qin Fan's throat. Qin Fan gasped in horror. He hadn't expected the cloaked figure to be so ruthless, and his speed seemed even faster than before. Facing this life-or-death moment, Qin Fan had no choice but to summon every ounce of strength to confront the cloaked figure. He sidestepped the attack, his tiger claw blade clashing once more with the dagger. This time, Qin Fan wasn't knocked back several steps. Instead, he harnessed the blade's momentum to charge forward at the cloaked figure. He knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to close the distance and attack the cloaked figure up close. Otherwise, he would never be able to withstand the man's ranged attacks. Qin Fan's speed was blinding. Before the cloaked man could react, he was sent reeling backward by the collision. A wave of alarm washed over him. This Qin Fan was cunning beyond belief, and his strength seemed even greater than before. Now, the cloaked man was fully immersed in a life-or-death struggle. Qin Fan deftly spun the tiger claw blade, which seemed to possess a life of its own, in his hands. Seeing Qin Fan closing in, the cloaked man knew he could hold nothing back. His body twisted, and a dagger flashed coldly through the darkness, stabbing fiercely toward Qin Fan. This strike consumed nearly all the black-robed man's strength, and Qin Fan felt an unprecedented pressure. Yet Qin Fan was no longer the defenseless youth of before. He swung his tiger claw blade through the air, unleashing a series of fierce counterattacks. Their figures crisscrossed in the air, the clash of tiger claw blade and dagger sparking sparks of light. Each exchange felt like probing the other's limits, searching for a weakness. Yet neither was willing to retreat easily. The aerial combat intensified, their figures weaving through the air as the clashes of tiger claw blade and dagger reverberated through the surrounding space. Seeing he couldn't defeat Qin Fan quickly, the cloaked man began to consider retreat. He abruptly retreated, simultaneously forming hand seals before his chest. A dark mist rose from his body, coalescing into a massive black vortex. A black hole? Qin Fan exclaimed inwardly. He had once read descriptions of black holes in a book, but never imagined he would witness one here. The black hole's power instantly devoured the surrounding space, its immense suction pinning Qin Fan immobile. As the vortex closed in, dread gripped his heart. Yet, at that very moment, a golden light suddenly shot forth from Qin Fan's body, instantly transforming into a massive golden bell that enveloped him. The black hole's pull rippled across the golden bell like droplets skipping across a lake, creating concentric waves. Qin Fan felt a sudden lightness wash over him as the immense pull vanished instantly. By then, the black-robed man had materialized before him, his eyes flickering with astonishment. "Is this the divine demon physique?" the black-robed man murmured. Qin Fan's heart stirred, realizing the man had uncovered his true nature. Yet he remained unflustered. His hands formed seals as he chanted incantations, channeling his magical energy like a surging stream into the golden bell. The golden bell instantly brightened, radiating an intense golden light that seemed poised to illuminate the entire dark cosmos. Seeing this, the black-robed man's expression changed drastically. He knew he had been careless. But it was too late. Qin Fan's golden bell had already shot toward the dark-robed man. Seeing the bell hurtling toward him, the dark-robed man tried to dodge, but it was too late. A tremendous force shoved him backward, sending his body flying like a kite with a broken string through the air. Qin Fan did not relent. He swiftly pursued the cloaked figure, swinging his tiger claw blade once more. This time, he held nothing back, striking with all his might. Though the black-robed man had evaded the golden bell strike, he could not withstand Qin Fan's full-force attack. His body tumbled through the air, blood spraying behind him. The black-robed man's face had turned deathly pale. Qin Fan stepped before the cloaked man, looking down at him. He taunted him again with words, "Your performance disappoints me. You are not yet worthy to be my opponent." Hearing Qin Fan's words, the black-robed man's eyes flashed with venomous hatred. Alright, here's the description of the black-robed man rising to counter Qin Fan's verbal provocation. The dark-robed man glared at Qin Fan, his eyes blazing with fury. He could no longer endure Qin Fan's contempt and provocation. Rising, he launched an attack. The dark-robed man swiftly closed in on Qin Fan, his hands whirling as waves of dark energy surged toward him. Qin Fan saw this and swiftly retreated, simultaneously swinging his weapon to deflect the black-robed man's attacks. Seeing his attacks easily deflected, the man in black robes grew even more enraged. He accelerated his attacks, unleashing a torrent of dark energy upon Qin Fan like a downpour. Qin Fan showed no sign of weakness. He calmly countered the dark-robed man's attacks, deflecting the dark energy while launching his own counterstrikes. His figure moved nimbly within the swirling darkness, each strike forcing the cloaked man back several paces. The cloaked man's rage intensified. He never imagined his attacks could be deflected so effortlessly by Qin Fan. He accelerated his attacks, unleashing dark energy that surged toward Qin Fan like a raging beast. Yet in that instant, Qin Fan launched his fatal strike. Gathering all his strength, he leaped upward like a tiger charging down a mountain, pouncing toward the cloaked man. Weapon in hand, he prepared to deliver the final blow. Seeing this, the cloaked man's heart sank. He knew evasion was impossible, now only a head-on collision remained. He gathered every ounce of strength, preparing for a final, decisive battle with Qin Fan. Their figures crossed mid-air, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. Qin Fan's strike landed precisely on the cloaked man, his weapon piercing through the man's body. Yet at the same moment, the cloaked man's final strike also connected with Qin Fan, sending him flying backward with tremendous force. Thud! Qin Fan crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. But Qin Fan did not cease his assault. Chapter 86, Dark Vortex. He gathered all his strength, preparing to fight Qin Fan to the death. Their figures crisscrossed in midair, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Qin Fan's strike landed precisely on the black-robed man, his weapon piercing through the man's body. Yet simultaneously, the cloaked man's final strike connected with Qin Fan, sending him crashing backward. Qin Fan slammed into a mountain peak, causing the entire massif to tremble. His body tumbled through the air, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Finally, he landed on a barren plain, rolling to a corner. The man in black robes landed lightly nearby. His cloak had been torn by Qin Fan's attack, yet he stood tall and unshaken, seemingly unscathed. Qin Fan struggled to his feet, a thin trickle of blood curling at the corner of his mouth. His gaze held an unyielding resolve. He knew this battle was far from over, he had to keep fighting. The man in black robes watched Qin Fan coldly, a strange gleam flickering in his eyes. He seemed to be waiting for something. Qin Fan clenched his fists, a powerful energy radiating from his body. He knew he had to unleash his strongest strike to defeat this black-robed man. He drew a deep breath and charged toward the cloaked figure. His body traced a long arc through the air, carrying immense power and momentum. The cloaked man watched Qin Fan's charge with icy detachment, making no move. Only when Qin Fan neared did he suddenly unleash a jet of black light, striking toward him. Qin Fan showed no intention of evading, meeting the black beam head-on. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from his body, colliding with the black light. Instantly, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. The surrounding mountains and earth trembled as immense energy radiated from both combatants, coalescing into a colossal energy storm. The storm churned in the sky, coalescing into a massive vortex. At the vortex's center, Qin Fan and the black-robed man stood facing each other, their gazes filled with unwavering resolve. Their figures flickered within the storm, like two bolts of lightning crisscrossing the night sky. Qin Fan's power flowed endlessly. He distinctly felt every cell in his body burning, as if releasing all his energy. The cloaked man, though shaken by Qin Fan's assault until his blood surged violently, bore an eerie gleam in his eyes as if this entire outcome had been within his calculations. Qin Fan knew he could not wait any longer, he needed to end this battle swiftly. With a powerful leap, he lunged at the black-robed man like a leopard. The cloaked figure merely smiled coldly, flicking his robe as he met Qin Fan head-on. Their bodies collided mid-air with a deafening crash. Qin Fan felt as though he'd struck a mountain peak. The immense impact nearly knocked the breath from him. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he attacked the cloaked man with even greater resolve. Their figures crisscrossed through the air, sometimes like two bolts of lightning, other times like two enraged beasts. The surrounding air seemed to churn violently, forming a massive vortex of energy. The vortex relentlessly devoured everything in its path. Mountains and trees alike were sucked into its maw, vanishing without a trace. Qin Fan charged at the cloaked man once more, his eyes blazing with fierce intensity. He swung a punch with all his might, channeling every ounce of strength and resolve. The cloaked man merely watched him coldly, as if waiting for that very punch. Just as Qin Fan's fist was about to strike, the cloaked man suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a deafening roar. A powerful surge of black energy erupted from his body, colliding directly with Qin Fan's fist. Both men were sent flying backward. The cloaked figure slowly raised his staff, and the air around him seemed to thicken with each movement. He murmured a mysterious incantation, profound, ancient words that sounded like whispers in the darkness. Suddenly, a dark beam erupted from his staff, a colossal surge of energy that tore through space with unstoppable force. As the light dissipated, a massive black vortex appeared in the air. It spun relentlessly, as if drawing all life force into its maw. The cloaked man watched the vortex before him with cold detachment. This was the dark power he had summoned, capable of devouring all life force, causing every creature to lose its way in the darkness. The cloaked man had prepared thoroughly before casting this spell, for he knew its power was immense and difficult to control. Before this dark vortex, any creature would feel fear and helplessness. Yet the cloaked man showed no fear, for he believed the power he wielded was unmatched. He was convinced that as long as he could control this vortex of darkness, he could overcome any foe. This was an immensely potent spell, yet the cloaked man was also acutely aware of its perils. If he failed to maintain complete control, he risked losing himself to the spell, perhaps even being consumed by its overwhelming power. Yet he harbors no such worries, for he trusts his own strength and wisdom. He is certain he can master this dark vortex. Standing at the center of the battlefield, the cloaked man's gaze is cold and resolute. He waved his staff as if guiding something. Suddenly, he paused, closing his eyes as if concentrating. Before him, the dark vortex began to slowly spin. Its rotation accelerated, forming a massive black funnel that seemed poised to suck in all life force. The cloaked man opened his eyes, his gaze revealing a fanatical resolve. He began chanting an ancient incantation of forbidden magic, intending to use this vortex to devour the entire battlefield. As his chant grew louder, the vortex expanded, its pull intensifying to draw all surrounding creatures inward. Humans, beastmen, elves, and other creatures alike were powerless against its force. Chaos erupted across the battlefield. Qin Fan scrambled frantically, trying to escape the dark vortex. Yet wherever he fled, the vortex pursued relentlessly. The cloaked man watched coldly, a smug smile curling his lips. He knew this vortex possessed enough power to obliterate the entire battlefield. If he so desired, he could let the vortex devour every living thing, plunging the entire world into darkness. As a mere human, what power could Qin Fan possibly muster to resist? Chapter 87, Forbidden Skill. Yet the cloaked man did not allow the vortex to continue its devouring. He halted it, withdrawing the dark vortex. The entire battlefield instantly fell silent, leaving only a deathly stillness. The man in black robes surveyed the battlefield, now a scene of utter devastation. His eyes betrayed a look of satisfaction and confidence. Qin Fan stood at a distance, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. He stared at the black vortex in the cloaked man's hand, a symbol of arrogance and power, yet Qin Fan felt no fear. He stepped forward, his voice booming with certainty, "Such tricks are mere trifles in my eyes." Qin Fan's words brimmed with provocation and contempt. The black-robed man merely frowned slightly at these words. He wasn't provoked by Qin Fan's words, but instead regarded him with a cold, piercing gaze. Qin Fan continued, "Your dark magic only deepens the world's fear and loathing. No matter how great your power, it cannot mask the weakness within your soul." The black-robed man listened to Qin Fan's taunts, a faint smile curling his lips. He offered no reply, merely waving the staff in his hand. With his motion, the black vortex began to slowly swirl. Its pull grew stronger, thickening the surrounding air. Qin Fan watched this scene unfold without flinching. He drew a deep breath, pressed his palms together, and thrust them forward with all his might. A brilliant light erupted from his palms, a pure, potent force. Yet, this light was not swallowed by the black vortex. Instead, it seemed to be gradually eroding the vortex's power. The black-robed man watched, the smile vanishing from his eyes. He began chanting an even more ancient incantation, one that tapped into a more forbidden power. As his chant grew louder, the black vortex swelled to greater proportions. Its pull intensified, as if poised to devour the entire world. Qin Fan refused to give up. Closing his eyes, he focused his spirit and thrust forth another beam of light. This beam was brighter and purer than before, piercing straight into the heavens and illuminating a bright expanse within the black vortex. In the midst of the battle, Qin Fan swung the long sword in his hand, its blade flashing coldly in the sunlight. Facing the black vortex unleashed by the cloaked man, his heart remained calm and composed. Qin Fan drew a deep breath, pointed his sword toward the sky, and thrust forward with all his might. A silver light erupted from the blade, a powerful and pure force. This silver light shot straight into the sky, colliding with the black vortex. Rather than being swallowed by the darkness, it coiled like a silver tornado, gradually consuming the black vortex. As the silver light intensified, the black vortex began to weaken. Its suction gradually diminished, as if being defeated by the silver light's power. Seeing this, the smile vanished from the black-robed man's eyes. He began chanting an even more forbidden incantation, attempting to bolster the black vortex's power. But Qin Fan gave him no chance. He swung his long sword, thrusting forward once more. An even more powerful silver light erupted from the blade, utterly annihilating the black vortex. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant, broken only by the sound of Qin Fan sheathing his sword. He stood rooted to the spot, his gaze unwavering and confident. The black-robed man watched his vortex shattered by Qin Fan, a flash of shock and fury crossing his eyes. He swiftly raised his arm and unleashed another forbidden technique. As his cry echoed, the surrounding air suddenly grew scorching hot. A powerful surge of heat erupted from the black-robed man's body, violently crashing toward Qin Fan. This torrent contained immense flame power, as if it could set the entire world ablaze. Qin Fan attempted to flee this scorching storm. Qin Fan was not intimidated by this attack. He closed his eyes tightly, sensing the flow of the surrounding air and the impact of the heat current. His mind remained calm and composed, as if searching for a sliver of opportunity amidst the raging torrent. He knew this attack, though formidable, was not invincible. He needed to find a breakthrough, a way to weaken it. Amidst the scorching onslaught, Qin Fan began chanting an ancient incantation. His voice was deep and resonant, each syllable imbued with profound magic and unwavering conviction. As the chant grew louder, a mysterious force began gathering around Qin Fan. This power steadily intensified, countering the fiery energy unleashed by the cloaked man. Finally, through Qin Fan's persistence and resolve, this mysterious force reached its peak. He snapped his eyes open, thrust both hands forward, and unleashed the force. A brilliant light erupted from Qin Fan's palms, colliding with the black-robed man's fiery energy. The two forces met midair, erupting in a deafening roar. The black-robed man watched this scene, the anger in his eyes fading. He began chanting an even more ancient incantation, seeking to amplify the destructive power of his flames. Instantly, the lethality of the fire reached its peak. But Qin Fan didn't give him enough time. He charged forward swiftly, his long sword whirling in his hands, tracing silver arcs through the air. Qin Fan's swordplay was lightning fast, too swift for the eye to follow. His movements were agile, like a cheetah sprinting across the grasslands, rapidly closing the distance to the black-robed man. The cloaked man watched Qin Fan's charge, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He swiftly adjusted his stance, attempting to block Qin Fan's assault with his flame power. However, Qin Fan was not intimidated by the flames. He swung his long sword, severing each flame one by one. Wherever his blade struck, the flames parted, unable to halt his advance. Qin Fan grew bolder with each strike. He took a deep breath and accelerated his attacks. His sword danced like a silver dragon around the black-robed man, relentlessly targeting his weak points. The cloaked man began to feel the pressure. Though his flame power was formidable, it could not halt Qin Fan's onslaught. Each swing of the sword inflicted fresh wounds upon him. The cloaked man sensed his power being gradually drained by Qin Fan. His face grew increasingly pale, and his body began to tremble. He knew he could not wait any longer. He must act swiftly, or he would lose this battle. The cloaked man began chanting a more forbidden incantation. His voice was deep and resonant, each syllable imbued with profound magic and fierce resolve. As the chant grew louder, a powerful dark force began gathering around the cloaked man. This force intensified relentlessly, as if poised to swallow the entire world. Qin Fan watched this scene unfold, a twinge of unease stirring within him. Chapter 88, The Veil of Darkness. He knew this dark force was immensely powerful. If it wasn't stopped in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. He charged forward swiftly, his long sword whirling in his grasp, tracing silver arcs through the air. His swordplay was lightning fast, too swift for the eye to follow. His movements were agile and swift, like a cheetah racing across the grasslands, rapidly closing the distance to the man in black. The dark-robed man watched Qin Fan's charge, a cold smile flickering in his eyes. He swiftly spread his arms wide, thrusting the dark energy forward. It was a pitch-black force, as if it sought to swallow the entire world whole. Qin Fan was not intimidated by the dark force. Closing his eyes, he concentrated his spirit before thrusting forward with all his might. A brilliant light erupted from his palms, shooting straight into the heavens. It was a powerful and pure force, as if it could illuminate the entire world. The very ground trembled, as if the world itself was about to be destroyed. Yet Qin Fan did not falter. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward once more. Seeing this, the man in black robes roared in fury, "Dark Veil!" The Dark Veil was a forbidden spell, capable of summoning a thick curtain of darkness to envelop its enemies. Within this scene, all light and hope would be devoured, leaving only endless darkness and terror. The caster must first gather immense dark energy before unleashing it. This dark veil resembled a vast, churning black mist, constantly rolling and surging, emanating a bone-chilling aura. Enemies shrouded within the curtain of darkness feel terror rising from their very core. Lost in the darkness, they are utterly disoriented, unable to comprehend this despairing spectacle. Everything within the shroud becomes blurred, where only the caster's sinister laughter and indistinct screams echo through the gloom. The caster can use the dark veil to weaken an enemy's willpower, making them more vulnerable to attack. Simultaneously, this veil of darkness can conceal the caster's own movements, making them harder to detect in battle. Within this scene of the veil of darkness, all sounds became indistinct except for the caster's sinister laughter and the screams of those enveloped. As the dark veil descended, the entire sky turned pitch black, leaving only the caster's sinister laughter and the screams of those shrouded within. Under the shroud of darkness, Qin Fan felt an unprecedented sense of fear and helplessness. This veil of darkness was not merely a visual obstruction but a crushing psychological oppression. It seemed to peer into every corner of Qin Fan's soul, leaving him feeling utterly exposed, as if he had no secrets left. The terror within the shroud relentlessly assailed Qin Fan's mind, causing him to doubt his own abilities and judgment. His thoughts became chaotic, and he began to lose himself. In this moment of utter despair, he felt his vitality steadily draining away, as if the dark veil itself were siphoning his life force. As the shroud of darkness persisted, Qin Fan's body grew weary and weak. His spirit sank into lethargy, as if a heavy mass of darkness pressed down upon his heart. His breathing grew ragged, his heart pounding violently, as if it might burst at any moment. Within the scene of the dark veil, Qin Fan felt a deep-seated fear and helplessness welling up from within. He tried to struggle, but found himself tightly bound by the dark veil. Unable to escape this despairing vision, he could only wait silently for the darkness to end. Throughout this ordeal, Qin Fan's confidence suffered a severe blow. He began questioning his abilities and judgment, even doubting whether he could ever break free from this shroud of darkness. Yet, in this moment of utter despair, he also began to recognize his own fragility and shortcomings. He started reflecting on his actions and decisions, seeking to identify his flaws and work toward improvement. Finally, as the veil of darkness gradually dissipated, Qin Fan felt he had endured a life or death ordeal. His body and spirit were utterly exhausted from the ordeal, yet within this trial he had identified his shortcomings and taken steps to correct them. Though the dark veil had inflicted some harm upon Qin Fan, the cloaked man watched Qin Fan suffer under the shroud's grip and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He approached Qin Fan and remarked with a mocking tone, "Qin Fan, you don't look too good. The dark veil isn't pleasant, is it? Ha!" Hearing the black-robed man's taunt, Qin Fan's heart burned with rage. He struggled to rise, but his body felt utterly powerless, as if the veil of darkness had drained every ounce of his energy. Qin Fan gasped for breath, glaring at the dark-robed man with seething hatred. The cloaked figure continued, "Well then, Qin Fan? Feeling utterly hopeless now? The dark veil is my signature move. It's only natural you'd be defeated by me. Ha!" Qin Fan listened to the black-robed man's mockery, a bitter taste rising in his heart. He knew he couldn't escape the shackles of this dark veil now. All he could do was wait quietly for the darkness to end. He couldn't be defeated so easily. He needed to find a way to overcome this darkness and rise again. Seeing Qin Fan remain silent, the cloaked man continued, all right. I won't tease you anymore. Just wait here patiently for the darkness to end. Once the darkness lifts, you may return to your world. But next time we meet, you'd better watch your step." With that, the cloaked figure turned and departed. He left Qin Fan alone to endure the torment of the dark veil. As the veil's energy intensified, Qin Fan felt his mind gradually shatter. His thoughts became chaotic, as if the entire world was spinning. His heart raced, his breathing grew shallow and rapid, as if the veil of darkness was steadily draining his life force. In this moment of utter despair, Qin Fan felt his body and soul being torn apart. He tried to struggle, but the curtain of darkness held him fast, leaving him utterly immobilized. On the very brink of collapse, a surge of fierce willpower erupted from the depths of Qin Fan's being. He realized he couldn't be defeated so easily by the darkness. He needed to find a way to overcome this predicament. Qin Fan began to focus his attention, searching for the dark veil's weakness. In the process, he felt his heartbeat and breathing gradually steady. He gathered his energy, preparing for one final desperate attempt to break free from the shroud's grasp. As the energy of the dark veil reached its peak, Qin Fan unleashed a powerful attack with all his might. The strike pierced the darkness, flooding the entire scene with light. Chapter 89, Shield Breached. The dark veil dissipated without a trace under Qin Fan's assault, and he finally broke free from its shackles. After the darkness vanished, Qin Fan felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Yet he refused to give up, striving to regain his strength. He drew a deep breath, attempting to quell the fear and helplessness within. He knew he must rally his strength to pursue the cloaked figure. Qin Fan drew the long sword from his waist and gripped it tightly. The faint chill radiating from the blade brought him a sense of reassurance. He knew this sword was his sole reliance and the driving force propelling him forward. With the sword by his side, Qin Fan began his pursuit of the cloaked figure. His strides were firm and resolute, as if he had already identified the weakness within the veil of darkness. He knew he must give his all to pursue the cloaked figure, fighting for his convictions and honor. As Qin Fan's pace quickened, his body gradually regained its vitality. He felt his strength returning bit by bit, as if he had rediscovered the power and courage within his own heart. He knew he must seize this opportunity to overtake the cloaked figure in one decisive move. Throughout the chase, Qin Fan constantly strategized. He understood that if he were bound by the dark veil again, he would have no chance. Therefore, he had to devise a way to evade the veil of darkness's harm. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Fan. He decided to use his speed and agility to evade the dark veil's attacks. He quickened his pace, darting swiftly through the forest, attempting to evade the dark veil's grasp through rapid movement. Though this method wasn't foolproof, Qin Fan resolved to give it a try. Gripping his long sword tightly, he gave chase to the cloaked man with all his might, hoping to find an opening to defeat him in one decisive blow. After the dark veil dissipated, Qin Fan's body and spirit recovered. He caught up to the cloaked man, leaving the latter utterly astonished. The cloaked figure turned, staring at Qin Fan with an expression of utter disbelief. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed. "You managed to catch up to me?" Qin Fan said nothing, merely offering a faint smile. He knew he had discovered the weakness of the dark veil and found the strength and courage within himself. He was ready to face the cloaked man in battle. Seeing the resolve in Qin Fan's eyes, the cloaked man recognized his readiness. Without further words, he launched his attack. The dark veil once again enveloped the entire space, but this time, Qin Fan was prepared. He swiftly evaded the cloaked man's strikes while launching his own counterattacks. Powerful blasts erupted from his hands, piercing through the dark veil to strike the opponent. Struck by Qin Fan's blows, the cloaked man tumbled through the air several times before crashing to the ground. He stared at Qin Fan in astonishment, as if unable to believe his eyes. He struggled to his feet, preparing to launch another assault. But Qin Fan had already closed the distance, thrusting his sword toward the man's chest. The instant the cloaked man fell, he immediately activated his water shield, attempting to block Qin Fan's strike. An invisible shield rapidly formed before him, shimmering with a faint watery glow. Seeing this, Qin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He had thought it was over, never expecting the black-robed man to have this trick up his sleeve. He swiftly adjusted his strategy, preparing for the next phase of the battle. Qin Fan drew a deep breath, channeling his power into the long sword. He aimed directly at the water shield and swung his blade with all his might. With a loud thud, Qin Fan's attack struck the water shield, yet failed to break it. Instead, the shield grew even more solid, as if absorbing Qin Fan's power. Seeing this, the cloaked man let out a cold chuckle. He hadn't expected his water shield to withstand Qin Fan's strike, and this gave him a flicker of confidence. However, Qin Fan refused to give up. He knew the water shield was formed by the power of water, so he needed to use an element that countered water to break it. Qin Fan began silently chanting the incantation for the fire element while channeling his power into his longsword. A searing flame leapt onto the blade, instantly enveloping it. Qin Fan launched another assault at the water shield. This time, his strike was no ordinary sword slash, it was fueled by searing flames. With a thunderous crash, the flames collided with the water shield, erupting in a deafening roar. The shield began to tremble violently under the fiery assault, seeming on the verge of shattering at any moment. Seeing this, the man in black robes felt a tightening in his heart. He hadn't expected Qin Fan to be able to use fire elements to attack his water shield, and this made him feel a sense of crisis. Under the relentless assault of the fire element, the water shield finally shattered. Deprived of its protection, the cloaked man was instantly struck by Qin Fan's attack and collapsed to the ground. Qin Fan stepped forward, preparing to deliver the final blow. But just as his sword was about to strike, the cloaked man vanished. "Not again!" Qin Fan shouted in fury. The cloaked man suddenly launched a crystal ice arrow from behind, a massive icy projectile hurtling toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan felt a chill so intense it seemed to freeze the very air around him. He swiftly dodged to the side while swinging his sword, attempting to shatter the arrow. Yet the arrow's speed was too great. Qin Fan's sword only struck its tail, failing to completely destroy it. The arrow continued hurtling toward Qin Fan, seemingly destined to strike him. His heart clenched. He knew that if hit, his life would be in grave danger. In that critical moment, Qin Fan suddenly thought of a solution. He swiftly channeled his power into his sword, aiming directly at the ice arrow's tip. With a thunderous crash, Qin Fan's sword collided with the ice arrow's tip. The arrowhead shattered instantly, while the force of the impact sent Qin Fan staggering backward several steps. The black-robed man watched in stunned disbelief. He hadn't expected his attack to be shattered head-on by Qin Fan, and this unsettled him. Qin Fan seized the opportunity to counterattack, charging swiftly toward the black-robed man with his sword swinging. The black-robed man immediately met the charge, simultaneously unleashing another glazed ice arrow. However, Qin Fan was prepared. He swiftly sidestepped while unleashing a fire elemental attack. A searing flame shattered the ice arrow once more. Taking advantage of Qin Fan's distraction, the cloaked man suddenly flung forth a waterling mist. The mist rapidly spread, enveloping Qin Fan's body. Qin Fan felt his body restrained by a powerful binding force, unable to move. He tried to break free, but the water mist coiled around him like a giant serpent. Chapter 90, Clash of Cold Energies. It coiled tightly around Qin Fan's body. Seeing this, the cloaked man wore a smug grin. He stepped forward, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Yet, in this critical moment, Qin Fan refused to give up. He knew his elemental power wouldn't be bound by Shuilingwu. He needed to devise a way to break free. Qin Fan began silently chanting the earth element spell while gathering his power beneath his feet. With a forceful stomp, a powerful surge erupted from his stance, instantly striking the waterling mist. In this situation, Qin Fan needed to employ more powerful attacks or change his strategy to counter the man in black. He could consider attacking the water shield with earth or wind elements, as these elements held a mutually countering relationship with water. In the silent forest, the cloaked man stood before Qin Fan, his eyes gleaming with a cold, ruthless light. He pressed his palms together, and the air around him grew bitterly cold, as if shrouded in icy frost. Muttering ancient incantations, the cloaked man thrust his hands forward. A powerful blast of frigid air erupted from his palms, hurtling toward Qin Fan. Ice-concealed dragon, a mysterious and formidable power, instantly spread out. Qin Fan felt his body enveloped by a piercing chill, as if countless ice needles were stabbing into him. His limbs grew stiff and immobile. The frigid energy of ice-concealed dragons swiftly invaded his body. His face turned deathly pale as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The black-robed man approached with a cold sneer. He kicked Qin Fan's head. "You are now my prey," he declared. Qin Fan felt his body bound by the black-robed man, utterly immobilized. He tried to struggle, but it was futile. His vitality seemed to be slowly drained away, and he felt his body growing increasingly weak. The cloaked man nodded with satisfaction, preparing to utterly destroy Qin Fan with the power of the ice-hidden dragon. He clasped his hands together once more, gathering a potent chill within his palms. Qin Fan felt his body enveloped by the icy chill as his life force slowly drained away. He sensed his limbs were bound, unable to move. At this critical moment, a warm power suddenly surged forth from within Qin Fan. This force dispelled his cold and exhaustion, infusing him with renewed vitality. Qin Fan felt a wave of warmth surge through his body, banishing the chill and exhaustion. He realized this power originated from his long sword, not merely a weapon, but a living entity itself. Just then, the black-robed man reappeared before him. Qin Fan sprang to his feet, gripping his long sword tightly as he felt its power surge through him. The cloaked man sneered coldly, "You think this will defeat me?" He unleashed the ice-hidden dragon slayer once more, charging toward Qin Fan. This time, however, Qin Fan reacted differently. He swung his sword, unleashing a powerful sword chi that instantly collided with the frigid aura of the ice-concealed dragon. The icy blast was shattered by the sword chi, leaving Qin Fan unbound. The black-robed man watched in shock, utterly unprepared for Qin Fan to withstand the ice-hidden dragon's might. He swiftly adjusted his strategy and launched another assault. But Qin Fan was no longer merely defending. Harnessing the vitality of his long sword, he engaged the black-robed man in a fierce battle. His sword chi blazed like a rainbow, each strike carrying immense power and vitality. Moreover, the sword possessed the ability to learn the opponent's magic. Even the ice-hidden dragon could now be wielded by Qin Fan. Upon realizing his sword possessed a life force, Qin Fan instantly felt boundless hope and strength surge within him. He rallied his resolve, preparing to launch a desperate counterattack against the cloaked man. Qin Fan gripped his sword tightly, feeling the warmth and strength it transmitted to him. His heartbeat synchronized with the sword's rhythm, as if a mysterious connection had formed between them. Seeing Qin Fan rise again, the cloaked man sneered coldly, "Wait for death." He unleashed Ice-Hidden Dragon once more, charging toward Qin Fan. This time, however, Qin Fan reacted differently. He swung his sword, unleashing a powerful sword chi that instantly collided with the frigid aura of the Ice-Hidden Dragon. The icy aura of the Ice-Hidden Dragon was shattered by the sword energy, and Qin Fan was not bound by it. The cloaked man watched in shock, utterly unprepared for Qin Fan's ability to withstand the Ice-Hidden Dragon's might. He swiftly adjusted his strategy and launched another assault. But Qin Fan was no longer passively defending. Harnessing the sword's vitality, he engaged the black-robed man in a fierce battle. His sword chi blazed like a rainbow, each strike carrying immense power and life force. As the battle progressed, Qin Fan grew increasingly attuned to the sword's vitality, wielding it with ever greater mastery. No longer bound by the black-robed man's ice-hidden dragon, he now channeled the sword's power to counterattack. Watching Qin Fan's attacks, the black-robed man's expression darkened, growing grim and ruthless. He murmured, "Water-shattering dragon." At his command, the surrounding air suddenly grew humid, and a powerful surge of water essence gathered from all directions. Before the cloaked man, a massive water tornado rapidly formed, spiraling toward the ice-hidden dragon. The force of water-shattering dragon collided with the frigid aura of ice-hidden dragon, erupting in a thunderous crash. Qin Fan felt the water-shattering dragon's force and inwardly marveled. He swiftly adjusted his stance, preparing for the ensuing battle. The collision between the water-shattering dragon and the ice-hidden dragon generated immense energy fluctuations, causing the surrounding ground to tremble violently. Qin Fan gripped his long sword tightly, his form darting swiftly to evade the impact of the energy shockwaves. The cloaked man watched Qin Fan, a cold smile curling his lips. Clasping his hands together, suddenly, dark clouds gathered thickly in the sky, and a powerful chill converged from all directions. At the man's gesture, countless ice spikes poured down from the sky, piercing toward Qin Fan. Like fine needles, the ice spears glowed with a frigid light as they shot toward Qin Fan at astonishing speed. Qin Fan felt the overwhelming power of the icy barrage, a shock rippling through his heart. He swiftly swung his long sword, attempting to block the torrent of spears. The barrage was dense and razor-sharp, and Qin Fan's sword energy seemed unable to fully repel them. The icy barrage continued unabated as Qin Fan shifted his stance, evading the relentless assault. Though his sword energy was formidable, it struggled against the overwhelming intensity of the icy onslaught. The black-robed man sneered coldly, "Is that all you've got? Seems you're not worthy of my true ultimate technique." His hands formed seals once more. The dark clouds in the sky grew thicker, the biting cold more intense, while he collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Chapter 91, Tiger Claw Blade Evolution. Qin Fan gripped his tiger claw blade, a unique weapon with a short, razor-sharp blade whose tip curved into the shape of a tiger's claw. His gaze was resolute and decisive. Facing such a formidable foe, he showed no sign of retreat. Suddenly, the cloaked man launched his attack. His swordplay was sharp and swift, like a venomous snake striking from the darkness. Qin Fan countered instantly, his movements agile as the tiger claw blade struck with the ferocity of a tiger charging down a mountain. Their weapons clashed in midair, producing a piercing metallic clang. Qin Fan wielded the tiger claw blade with consummate skill, deftly evading the cloaked man's strikes while launching counterattacks. Each clash of blades showcased his exceptional combat skill and formidable strength. The cloaked man seemed startled by Qin Fan's strength, a flicker of unease breaking through his previously calm gaze. Yet he refused to back down, continuing his fierce assault in an attempt to disrupt Qin Fan's rhythm. Qin Fan faced the onslaught without flinching, his eyes blazing with the fire of battle. Wielding his tiger claw blade, each strike carried a fierce intent to kill. The clash between them intensified, filling the open space with the fierce aura of combat. Seeing this, Qin Fan immediately evolved his tiger claw blade. He knew that against such an opponent, he needed greater power. He raised the blade high above his head, his heart brimming with resolve and conviction. Then, he thrust the blade forcefully into the ground. Instantly, the blade flashed with a blinding light, illuminating the entire battlefield like the sun itself. The immense power contained within that light seemed to make the very air tremble. Qin Fan felt his own power resonate with the blade's energy, coalescing into a formidable force. As the light faded, the tiger claw blade underwent a noticeable transformation. Its blade grew thicker and heavier, as if imbued with greater might. The tiger stripes already etched upon the edge now appeared more vivid and lifelike, resembling a real tiger poised to pounce upon its prey. Qin Fan gripped his new tiger claw knife tightly, feeling the immense power radiating from it. This blade was no longer a mere weapon, it had become an extension of his body, a part of his own strength. He swung the new tiger claw blade, feeling its power and weight. He knew that with this evolved tiger claw blade, his odds of victory had greatly increased. Facing the enemy before him, Qin Fan was ready. He knew that only by fighting to the end could he achieve victory. Without hesitation, he launched his most ferocious attack at the black-robed man. The cloaked man saw this, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. He hadn't expected Qin Fan to evolve his weapon, complicating his original plan. But the cloaked man refused to back down. He resolved to deploy his secret weapon, a black longsword. This sword looked unlike any other, its blade engraved with intricate runes that seemed to contain some kind of power. Seeing this, Qin Fan's vigilance heightened. He knew this battle was no longer a simple duel, it had become a fight for survival. He must give his all to overcome this formidable foe. The cloaked man swung his black longsword, launching fierce attacks at Qin Fan. His swordplay was sharp and swift, like a specter in the darkness. But Qin Fan was not intimidated. Wielding his new tiger claw blade, he met each attack head-on. The battle intensified, the open ground filled with the clashing energies of swords and blades. Their figures darted across the moonlit ground, like two bolts of lightning crossing the night sky. Qin Fan harnessed his formidable strength and skill, repeatedly breaching the black-robed man's defenses. The cloaked man refused to be outdone. His black longsword seemed to absorb Qin Fan's power, making each of his own strikes grow stronger with every clash. The battle reached a fever pitch. Qin Fan knew this was the critical moment. He had to find a way to break the stalemate. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He began channeling his energy, concentrating it into his tiger claw blades. He knew that only by concentrating all his power into a single point could he shatter the cloaked man's defenses. Seeing this, the man in black robes felt a flicker of unease. He hadn't anticipated Qin Fan devising such a strategy, which complicated his original plan. The battle between the two entered a perilous phase. Qin Fan channeled all his power into the tiger claw blade, each strike carrying a fierce intent to kill. The black-robed man refused to be outdone. His black longsword seemed to absorb Qin Fan's power, making each of his own strikes grow ever more formidable. The clearing pulsed with the intense aura of combat. Their figures darted across the moonlit ground, like two bolts of lightning crisscrossing the night sky. Qin Fan was ready. He knew this was the final showdown. Wielding his new tiger claw blade, he launched his most ferocious assault at the black-robed man. The cloaked man, recognizing the gravity of the moment, resolved to unleash his ultimate strike. He swung his black long sword, its runes flickering with an eerie glow, as if channeling some primal force. He launched a fierce assault at Qin Fan, aiming to defeat him in one decisive blow. Seeing this, Qin Fan felt a flicker of unease. He knew the black-robed man's strike was immensely powerful, yet he did not retreat. He resolved to unleash his own ultimate strike, determined to defeat the cloaked man in one decisive blow. Their attacks clashed midair, producing a piercing metallic clang. Their energies resonated, coalescing into a colossal force. The open ground pulsed with energy fluctuations, as if the very air itself trembled. Suddenly, Qin Fan channeled all his power into the tiger claw blade, launching his final assault. The blade charged like a tiger descending a mountain, carrying immense force and weight as it plunged toward the man in black. The cloaked man unleashed his final strike as well. His black longsword seemed to absorb Qin Fan's power, making each of his attacks grow stronger. He swung the blade, launching a fierce assault toward Qin Fan. Their attacks clashed midair, producing a piercing metallic clang. Their energies resonated, coalescing into a formidable force. The open space pulsed with energy fluctuations, as if the very air itself trembled. Suddenly, Qin Fan channeled all his power into the tiger claw blade, launching his final assault. The blade charged like a tiger descending a mountain, its immense force and weight driving it straight toward the cloaked man. The cloaked man also unleashed his final assault. His black longsword seemed to absorb Qin Fan's power, making each of his strikes grow stronger. He swung the blade, launching a fierce attack toward Qin Fan. Under the moonlight, two figures moved with blinding speed, their attacks clashing in a relentless dance of metal, producing a deafening clang. The clearing pulsed with energy fluctuations, as if the very air itself trembled. Qin Fan felt his power steadily gathering, his tiger claw blades flashing with dazzling light. Chapter 92, Defensive Secret Art. He knew this was the final showdown. He must give his all to defeat this formidable foe. The cloaked man also sensed the gravity of the fight, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. He resolved to unleash his most devastating strike, aiming to defeat Qin Fan in one decisive blow. Qin Fan drew a deep breath, gripping his tiger claw blade tightly. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind, feeling the surging power within his body. He envisioned the crimson flame flying dragon coiling behind him, awaiting his command. Suddenly, Qin Fan opened his eyes, his gaze blazing with resolve. He swung the tiger claw blade, launching a fierce assault at the black-robed man. Each strike carried a violent gust of wind and the power of the crimson flame flying dragon. Seeing this, the cloaked man immediately activated his defensive secret art, attempting to block Qin Fan's assault. However, the sheer power of Qin Fan's tiger claw blade and the crimson flame flying dragon proved too overwhelming. His defensive technique was shattered in an instant. With the roar of the crimson flame dragon, a powerful surge of flame erupted from behind Qin Fan, sweeping toward the cloaked man. That flame carried the power to destroy everything, filling the black-robed man with an unprecedented dread. The cloaked man tried to flee, but Qin Fan's attack was already closing in. He had no choice but to muster his full strength, unleashing his most potent defensive technique, blood-freezing ice. His hands formed seals as surging magical energy erupted from within, coalescing into a bitterly cold aura. This chill instantly coalesced into an icy shield, encircling his body like an impenetrable barrier. The fiery breath of the crimson flame dragon slammed violently against the ice shield, erupting in a series of thunderous explosions. Though the shield rapidly melted under the flames, the cloaked man showed no panic. Instead, he channeled more magical energy to fortify his defense. As time passed, the crimson flame dragon's attacks gradually weakened, yet the black-robed man's ice shield remained solid. This was because the blood-coagulating ice secret art not only redirected attacks elsewhere but also dispersed their power, minimizing damage. Protected by the shield, the cloaked man launched his counterattack. With a thrust of his palm, a powerful surge of frigid energy instantly coalesced into an icy arrow, hurtling toward the crimson flame dragon. Caught off guard, the crimson flame dragon was struck by the ice arrow. Its body swayed in midair before plummeting downward. Seeing this, Qin Fan immediately channeled his magical power, summoning the crimson flame dragon once more. This time, Qin Fan and the crimson flame flying dragon coordinated with even greater precision. They launched simultaneous attacks at the cloaked man, their flames and frigid air clashing violently in the air. The entire battlefield became an extreme oscillation of intense heat and bitter cold. Seeing the black-robed man still standing, Qin Fan felt a surge of anger. He resolved to unleash a more powerful attack with his tiger claw blade, showing the cloaked man his true might. Qin Fan raised the tiger claw blade high above his head, then brought it down with a fierce strike toward the ground. As he moved, a powerful energy surged from the blade, coalescing into a massive black tiger. The black tiger roared in the air, its thunderous voice reverberating across the entire battlefield. The black tiger lunged at the man in black robes with an unstoppable force. Seeing this, the cloaked man knew this strike was no ordinary attack. He immediately intensified the power of blood coagulating ice, surrounding himself with an icy shield in an attempt to withstand the Black Tiger's assault. Yet the Black Tiger's roaring assault proved overwhelming. It slammed violently into the ice shield, shattering it instantly. The cloaked man was knocked back several steps, nearly tumbling to the ground. Qin Fan watched this unfold, a surge of elation washing over him. He knew victory was within his grasp. He swung his tiger claw blade once more, launching his final assault at the robed man. This time, Qin Fan and the Black Tiger attacked the cloaked man together. Their assault was as fierce as thunder, utterly unstoppable. Amidst the battle, the cloaked man not only attacked Qin Fan physically but also taunted him verbally. He sneered at Qin Fan, "Do you really think you can defeat me? You're far too young, boy. This is a lesson you'll carry with you for the rest of your life." Qin Fan remained unmoved by these words. He knew the cloaked man was merely trying to distract him or provoke his emotions. He responded calmly, "I have no intention of teaching you any lessons. I am merely protecting myself." The cloaked man let out a derisive laugh. "Protect yourself? You're just making excuses, the excuses of a loser." Qin Fan felt no need for further words. He believed actions spoke louder than words. He swung his tiger claw blade, launching an even fiercer assault at the black-robed man. The power of the crimson flame flying dragon surged forth once more. Seeing this, the man in black robes immediately unleashed his most powerful defensive technique. He bellowed, "Blood coagulating ice." As his voice faded, a surge of frigid energy erupted from his body, solidifying into an icy shield. Though Qin Fan's assault was formidable, the cloaked man's blood-freezing ice technique was equally extraordinary. The ice shield instantly repelled the crimson flame flying dragon's flames, granting the cloaked man sufficient time to prepare his next move. However, just as he prepared to counterattack, Qin Fan intensified his assault once more. He channeled his magical power, elevating the crimson flame flying dragon's might to a new height. This time, the crimson flame flying dragon's assault finally breached the ice shield's defense. Flames instantly engulfed the man in black robes. Yet the man in black robes remained undaunted by Qin Fan's assault. Instead, he resolved to counter Qin Fan with his own fire-based magic. The cloaked man drew a deep breath, then swept his hand through the air. A jet of flame shot forth from his palm, hurtling toward Qin Fan and the crimson flame flying dragon. The flame twisted and rolled through the air, instantly transforming into a sea of fire that engulfed the entire battlefield. The crimson flame dragon, seeing this, immediately began to weave through the air, attempting to evade the sea of fire. However, the robed man's fire magic was extraordinary, leaving the crimson flame dragon utterly unable to evade. Its body was engulfed in flames, writhing in agony. Qin Fan watched in alarm. He hadn't expected the cloaked man to wield fire magic, let alone one of such devastating power. He immediately channeled his own magic, attempting to withstand the inferno. Yet the cloaked man's fire magic proved overwhelming. Qin Fan's defensive spells offered no protection. Flames engulfed his body, threatening to reduce him to ashes. In this critical moment, Qin Fan refused to give up. He resolved to confront the black-robed man with his most powerful attack. He concentrated all his magical power, waved his hand toward the sky, and a powerful energy shot forth from his palm, instantly repelling the sea of flames. The man in black robes couldn't help but show surprise. He hadn't expected Qin Fan to withstand his fire-based spell, let alone counterattack. A wave of tension washed over him, realizing this battle had become exceptionally difficult. The man in black robes recognized Qin Fan's extraordinary strength. He understood that he could no longer rely solely on the blood-coagulating ice secret art to withstand Qin Fan's attacks. Chapter 93, The Power of Blood Sacrifice. He resolved to augment his attack with fire magic, attempting to burn Qin Fan alive. The cloaked man drew a deep breath, then swept his hand through the air. A jet of flame shot forth from his palm, intertwining with the frigid aura of the blood-coagulating ice. This flame differed from previous fire spells. It did not merely burn, but was infused with the black-robed man's blood sacrifice power. This flame possessed immense corrosive power, capable of incinerating any object it touched. Seeing this, Qin Fan felt a surge of panic. He hadn't expected the man in black robes to wield such a formidable fire-based spell, especially one infused with the power of a blood sacrifice. He immediately channeled the power of the crimson flame flying dragon, attempting to withstand the onslaught. However, the cloaked man's fire spell proved overwhelmingly potent, rendering the crimson flame dragon's power utterly ineffective. Qin Fan's body was engulfed by the flames, seemingly on the verge of being reduced to ashes. During the battle, Qin Fan was not overwhelmed by the cloaked man's fire magic. Instead, he unleashed the ice shield technique to fend off the black-robed man's assault. Qin Fan's ice shield technique wasn't a bloodline limit, it was a ninjutsu he had mastered through his own diligent training. Concentrating his entire chakra, he swept his hand through the air. An icy blast instantly shot forth from his palm, coalescing into a shield that repelled the cloaked man's flames. This ice shield jutsu proved exceptionally potent, not only withstanding the flames but instantly freezing them solid. Qin Fan successfully neutralized the cloaked man's assault with this technique. Seeing this, the cloaked man couldn't help but show surprise. He hadn't expected Qin Fan to not only withstand his fire-based technique but also counterattack. Standing tall amidst the howling winds, the cloaked man's figure resembled a specter in the darkness, mysterious and profound. In his hand, he gripped a staff inlaid with black gems, from which emanated an eerie and potent magical energy. Suddenly, he let out a piercing howl to the heavens, his voice brimming with boundless authority and power. As he called out, the surrounding air began to violently ripple, as if responding to his summons. A powerful energy surged from the staff, coalescing into a dense, pitch-black mist that swirled in the air. With a wave of the cloaked man's hand, the mist rapidly dispersed, materializing into countless shadowy figures. These apparitions resembled shadowy duplicates, swirling around the cloaked figure like a loyal army paying homage to their sovereign. As the number of duplicates grew, the robed man's aura intensified. His face was shrouded in darkness, obscuring his features, yet his deep-set eyes flashed with a cold, ruthless light. Suddenly, he raised his staff and pointed it toward the sky. A massive pillar of black energy erupted from the staff, shooting straight into the heavens. Like lightning in the night, this pillar illuminated the entire wilderness. As the pillar shot upward, the duplicates began surging in all directions. Like specters in the night, they swiftly traversed the wilderness and vanished into the distant horizon. The cloaked man stood rooted to the spot, gazing into the distance as if awaiting something. Behind him, the black shadows left by the clones still lingered above the wilderness, like a group of invisible guardians. The scene exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if the entire world lay under the black-robed man's control. His power, authority, and coldness inspired fear, deterring anyone from approaching him. Amidst a fierce battle, the cloaked man commanded his clones to engage Qin Fan in a fierce clash. A ninja master of the clone technique, he could create multiple duplicates of himself through specialized ninjutsu. These clones possess strength and speed comparable to the original, while also capable of independent thought and action, granting the cloaked man a significant advantage in combat. In the fray, he swiftly summoned a swarm of clones that swirled around Qin Fan like specters in the night. Each clone wielded different weapons, swords, spears, hammers, their blades glinting coldly under the moonlight. Facing these duplicates, Qin Fan felt not a shred of fear. He calmly studied their movements, searching for weaknesses. He noticed that while swift, their actions were somewhat rigid, lacking the fluid adaptability of the cloaked man himself. Qin Fan resolved to exploit his own speed and agility, engaging the duplicates in a fierce guerrilla-style battle. He darted about, evading their attacks while hunting for openings. A fierce battle erupted, with Qin Fan darting between the clones like a nimble cheetah. His sword strikes were ruthless, each swing sent another clone crashing to the ground. The clones, however, were no pushovers. They coordinated seamlessly, relentlessly launching assaults at Qin Fan. The battle intensified, and Qin Fan had long lost count of how many duplicates he had cut down. The clones, however, grew more relentless with each passing moment, fighting as if they knew no fatigue. The man in black robes watched with growing tension. Through a special method, he sensed the combat status of each clone. The moment one was injured or fell, he swiftly summoned a new clone to replace it. Yet this approach proved unsustainable. The cloaked man must devise a strategy to overcome Qin Fan. Thus, he began formulating a countermeasure. Far from being defeated, the black-robed man grew more cunning and dangerous. Using his clone technique, he multiplied his duplicates exponentially, blending himself among them to prepare for a surprise attack on Qin Fan. The cloaked man knew Qin Fan's ice shield technique was exceptionally powerful. A direct attack with his fire spells would never breach the defense. Therefore, he resolved to employ a human wave tactic, relentlessly draining Qin Fan's chakra and stamina until he could no longer maintain his ice shield technique. The cloaked man summoned all his clones, their sheer number exceeding Qin Fan's wildest expectations. These clones swirled around Qin Fan like ghosts in the night, searching for his opening. Qin Fan felt the pressure intensify. He had to focus intensely, observing every clone's movements and expressions. He knew that if he allowed himself to be distracted by these clones, he might suffer a fatal attack. Yet, just as Qin Fan was fully absorbed in countering the clones, the cloaked man had blended in among them. He darted around Qin Fan, using his speed and agility to evade Qin Fan's attacks. Simultaneously, he crept closer to Qin Fan, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. At this critical moment, Qin Fan suddenly sensed an overwhelming sense of danger. His heart jolted as he instantly realized he had been targeted by the cloaked man. Chapter 94, Ultimate Technique. He dared not delay, instantly gathering his chakra into his palms to prepare for the cloaked man's attack. The cloaked man let out a cold laugh and launched his attack. Wielding a sharp dagger, he thrust it fiercely toward Qin Fan. The strike was blindingly fast, leaving Qin Fan barely enough time to dodge. A chill swept past him, like the palm of death itself lightly brushing his cheek. Qin Fan inwardly cursed. This cloaked man proved far more formidable than he'd anticipated. Daring not to let his guard down for even a moment, he immediately gathered his chakra in his palms, preparing to counterattack. The cloaked man gave Qin Fan no chance to catch his breath, launching another attack. This time, he unleashed a fire technique. Blazing flames erupted from his hands, surging violently toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan retreated continuously, simultaneously gathering his chakra around his body to form an ice shield against the cloaked man's assault. The collision of fire and ice shields produced a series of explosive booms, sounding like an intense symphony playing in the silent night. The cloaked man grew more aggressive with each strike, while Qin Fan felt the pressure mounting. His body was relentlessly pushed back by the assailant, retreating until he reached the very edge of the cliff. He knew that if this continued, he would inevitably fall off the cliff, meeting a gruesome end. In this critical moment, Qin Fan suddenly devised a plan. He decided to employ a tactic of luring the enemy closer, drawing the cloaked man to his side before launching a sudden counterattack. Slowly retreating, Qin Fan gathered his chakra into his palms. Seeing this, the cloaked man assumed Qin Fan was cornered and grew even more arrogant. He accelerated his attacks, unleashing a barrage of strikes toward Qin Fan. Knowing a direct confrontation was futile, the cloaked man resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, Heavenly Fire Rain. With a wave of his staff, black flames rained down from the sky like meteors in the darkness, radiating immense energy. Qin Fan recognized the danger being struck by these flames would be life-threatening. He accelerated his movements, darting through the air to evade the descending black flames. His form darted like lightning through the fiery bolts, seemingly testing the limits of his own abilities. Yet despite his lightning-fast speed, a black flame struck him. It landed on his shoulder, igniting instantly and sending searing pain coursing through his entire body. The searing pain snapped Qin Fan back to his senses. He knew he couldn't continue like this. Gathering all his chakra, he pressed his palms together and silently chanted a spell. As the incantation flowed, the surrounding air grew bitterly cold. An icy shield materialized before Qin Fan, enveloping him in its protection. The black-robed man's heavenly fire rain struck the shield, instantly shattering into countless ice shards. Seeing his attack deflected by Qin Fan's ice shield technique, the man was stunned. He did not relent, instead deciding to amplify the spell's power, hoping to shatter Qin Fan's shield outright. The black-robed man's staff whirled relentlessly, summoning even more powerful black flames that descended from the sky, carrying scorching heat waves and immense energy. These flames struck the ice shield with violent impact, sending a deafening roar that made Qin Fan's ears ring. Qin Fan felt the immense pressure bearing down on his shield. He knew his ice shield spell could no longer withstand the cloaked man's assault. Thus, he resolved to adopt a risky strategy, hoping to harness the force of the black-robed man's heavenly fire rain and redirect it back at him. Qin Fan gathered all his remaining chakra, pressed his palms together, and silently chanted the incantation. A chill began to gather around his body, as if it were freezing the very air around him. As the incantation unfolded, Qin Fan's body began to float in midair, a powerful surge of energy erupting from within him. Under the influence of this energy, the air around Qin Fan grew even colder. A massive ice shield materialized before him, repelling the black-robed man's heavenly fire rain. The cloaked man was taken aback by this turn of events. He hadn't anticipated his attack being repelled by Qin Fan, let alone amplified in power. He had to immediately cast a counterspell to push his own heavenly fire rain away, lest he be wounded by his own ultimate technique. Yet, the cloaked man was a step too late. Qin Fan's counterforce had already surpassed his control, and the heavenly fire rain slammed heavily into his body. A tremendous shockwave surged through him, sending his body flying backward uncontrollably. Tumbling through the air, he finally crashed to the ground, dazed and disoriented. His body felt scorched black by the heavenly fire rain, the pain unbearable. Seeing his failure in having exposed his position, the dark-robed man seethed with frustration. He swiftly decided on a different strategy, casting healing spells on himself while reorganizing his magical power. Hovering in midair, he waved his hands frantically while chanting incantations. A formidable energy began gathering around him, as if poised to tear the very fabric of space apart. Qin Fan recognized the man was preparing a devastating spell and knew he must give his all to withstand the attack. He concentrated his chakra into the ice shield, preparing to use it as a barrier against the dark-robed man's assault. However, the black-robed man's spell was already complete. With a thrust of his hands, a powerful black flame shot forth, hurtling straight toward Qin Fan. This flame contained immense energy and destructive power, threatening to consume Qin Fan entirely. Qin Fan was utterly shocked by the sight. He hadn't anticipated the cloaked man's attack to be so formidable, and whether his painstakingly prepared ice shield could withstand it became uncertain. Yet, at that very moment, the black-robed man suddenly let out a cold laugh. He addressed Qin Fan, "You're nothing but a mere insect. Why bother struggling so desperately?" His voice dripped with contempt and scorn, as if Qin Fan was utterly unworthy of his attention. Hearing the cloaked man's words, Qin Fan's heart burned with rage. He never imagined being so utterly looked down upon and mocked by another. This made him feel deeply resentful. Thus, he resolved to prove his strength and worth through action, refusing to let his life and efforts go to waste. Qin Fan concentrated his chakra into the ice shield, preparing to withstand the black-robed man's attack with all his might. Chapter 95, Tactical Combination. Layers of frigid air began to gather around his body, as if freezing the very atmosphere itself. As Qin Fan continuously infused his chakra into the ice shield, its strength steadily increased. Seeing that Qin Fan's ice shield could no longer withstand his attacks, the cloaked man resolved to end the battle more directly. He swung his weapon, striking the ice shield with a single blow. With a thunderous crash, the ice shield shattered instantly. Qin Fan felt a tremendous force surge through the blade, propelling him backward involuntarily. He knew he had lost his advantage and must find a way to regain the initiative. The cloaked man somersaulted through the air, evading Qin Fan's attack. Landing with a solid thud, he stood firmly before Qin Fan. He looked at him and chuckled, using spells is too boring. Let's settle this with bare hands instead. Qin Fan's heart stirred at the black-robed man's words. He had always relied on spells and techniques in battle, rarely attempting hand-to-hand combat. He knew such combat tested raw strength and willpower more directly, revealing his true capabilities. Nodding, he accepted the challenge. Seeing Qin Fan's acceptance, the cloaked man wasted no time, lunging forward immediately. His fist smashed toward Qin Fan like a hammer, carrying tremendous force. Qin Fan didn't dare to delay. He swiftly dodged while simultaneously countering with a punch of his own. Their fists collided midair with a thunderous crash. Qin Fan felt his arm go numb from the shockwave, while the cloaked man paused in surprise, clearly not expecting such force from Qin Fan's strike. They swiftly separated and resumed their fight. The cloaked man abandoned his magical attacks, while Qin Fan threw himself into the fray, swinging his fists with all his might. Their battle grew fiercer and more brutal, each strike carrying the potential for fatal danger. Arrogant and overconfident, the cloaked man saw Qin Fan was no longer protected by his ice shield spell. He deliberately provoked Qin Fan, baiting him into making the first move. The cloaked man somersaulted through the air, evading Qin Fan's strike. Then he landed with a thud, planting his feet firmly before Qin Fan. He looked at Qin Fan and sneered, "An ad like you is utterly unworthy of being my opponent." Qin Fan's heart burned with fury at the black-robed man's words. He never imagined being so utterly disdained and mocked, a feeling that filled him with unbearable resentment. Thus, he resolved to prove his strength and worth through action, refusing to let his life and efforts go to waste. Qin Fan launched a rapid assault on the cloaked man, unleashing punch after punch. Yet the cloaked man didn't dodge. Instead, he seized Qin Fan's fist and twisted it with brutal force. Qin Fan instantly felt a searing pain in his arm, while the cloaked man paused in surprise, clearly not expecting such immense power in Qin Fan's fist. Seizing the moment, the cloaked man grabbed Qin Fan's shoulder and executed a powerful shoulder throw. Qin Fan felt his body launch high into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. His body tumbled through the air before landing on the ground, leaving him dazed and disoriented. The black-robed man landed and immediately sneered coldly at Qin Fan. He looked down at him and said, "Now that you've lost the protection of your ice shield spell, I'd like to see what else you've got to defend against my attacks." However, the man in black robes hadn't anticipated that his words would only strengthen Qin Fan's resolve to defeat him. Qin Fan knew his strength was still insufficient, but he refused to be discouraged. He resolved to compensate for his shortcomings with sheer willpower and courage, dedicating himself to rigorous training and enhancing his abilities. Qin Fan rapidly recalled every technique he had ever learned, attempting to link them together seamlessly. He knew he needed to assemble the most powerful attack in the shortest time possible to defeat the man in black. Qin Fan's body moved with lightning speed, each motion brimming with power and precision. His fists struck like iron hammers against the cloaked man, each blow carrying immense force. The cloaked man was visibly startled by the sheer power of Qin Fan's assault. The cloaked man swiftly sidestepped to evade, simultaneously countering with a punch of his own. Yet Qin Fan's speed grew ever faster, his attacks becoming increasingly fluid. Like a bolt of lightning, he darted through the gaps in the cloaked man's defenses, evading each strike with perfect timing and countering with equal force. The cloaked man's strikes grew increasingly erratic, and his body began involuntarily retreating. He knew his strength was no longer enough to counter Qin Fan's attacks and must find a way to regain the initiative. Yet Qin Fan's assault showed no sign of stopping. He channeled his chakra into the ice shield, launching a final strike at the cloaked man. His ice shield shot forward like a cold blade, instantly piercing the cloaked man's defenses and striking his body directly. Facing Qin Fan's assault in the midst of battle, the cloaked man sneered coldly. "Qin Fan," he said, "all this is nothing but flashy, empty moves. Your attacks may appear dazzling, but to my eyes, they are riddled with flaws." The black-robed man gazed down at Qin Fan, sprawled on the ground, his heart brimming with smug satisfaction. He knew his strategy had succeeded. Qin Fan was now completely within his grasp. The cloaked man advanced step by step toward Qin Fan, preparing to deliver the final, fatal blow. However, just as he was about to strike, Qin Fan suddenly leaped up from the ground, narrowly avoiding the attack. In that instant of falling, Qin Fan had realized his guard had slipped because the cloaked man's words had distracted him. He resolved to change tactics, refusing to trust the cloaked man's words so easily anymore. Qin Fan swiftly refocused his state of mind, concentrating fully on countering the cloaked man's attacks. He noticed that while the cloaked man excelled at using hidden weapons, his attack patterns followed certain predictable rhythms. Qin Fan resolved to exploit this pattern and seek an opening to counterattack. Seeing his hidden weapons fail to land, the cloaked man felt a flicker of panic. He understood his advantage had been neutralized by Qin Fan. Thus, he shifted tactics, attempting to disrupt Qin Fan's focus with words once more. However, Qin Fan would not be fooled again. He stared intently at the cloaked man, unmoved. He knew that only by maintaining his composure and focus could he find the chance to defeat him. Finally, during a clash, Qin Fan successfully seized the cloaked man's opening and struck him with a single blow. The cloaked man instantly felt his body hit by a powerful force, sending him flying backward. The black-robed man glared at Qin Fan, letting out a cold laugh. "Qin Fan," he sneered, "you're nothing but an insignificant cultivator. How dare you oppose me?" Chapter 96, Scraping By. Qin Fan stared coldly at the black-robed man, saying nothing. He knew this man was a formidable foe who demanded careful handling. He no longer trusted the black-robed man's words, instead observing and thinking, searching for a way to defeat him. Seeing Qin Fan unmoved by his words, the cloaked man grew irritated. He resolved to employ more extreme tactics, attempting to unsettle Qin Fan's composure with words. "Qin Fan, do you realize? You're like a little mouse, barely scraping by in this vast world. I am the ruler of this world. To oppose me is like an ant challenging an elephant." Hearing these words, Qin Fan felt a flicker of disturbance within his heart. He understood the man in black robes was attempting to use words to influence his mindset, to make him lose his cool and focus. But Qin Fan also knew that only by maintaining his composure and focus could he find an opportunity to defeat the man in black. He drew a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. This was his method of readjusting his mindset, ensuring he remained composed and focused. The man in black robes was taken aback by Qin Fan's reaction. He hadn't anticipated his words failing to achieve the desired effect. Thus, he resolved to adopt a more extreme tactic, attempting to provoke Qin Fan into anger with his words. "Qin Fan, you're like a toothless kitten, utterly defenseless. Do you dare oppose me? You're nothing but an insignificant cultivator, you'll never defeat me," the black-robed man declared. However, Qin Fan remained unmoved by the black-robed man's words. He understood the man's intent to use verbal provocation to shatter his composure and reason. He drew a deep breath and exhaled slowly. This was his method of mental adjustment, keeping himself calm and focused. Then, in the midst of their clash, Qin Fan successfully seized the black-robed man's opening and struck him with a single blow. The cloaked man instantly felt his body struck by a tremendous force, sending him flying backward. The man in black robes stared at Qin Fan, his eyes flickering with a cold, sinister light. He tore off his cloak in one swift motion, revealing a body of tightly packed muscle. He was clearly provoking Qin Fan, intending to settle things bare-handed. Qin Fan smiled faintly, showing no trace of fear. He flexed his wrists, feeling every knuckle move with fluid ease. He drew a deep breath, lowering his center of gravity slightly, preparing to meet the fierce hand-to-hand combat. The cloaked man launched the first strike, lunging at Qin Fan like a wild beast. His fist slammed toward Qin Fan's head like a sledgehammer, leaving no room to dodge. Qin Fan swiftly sidestepped, deftly evading the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed the cloaked man's arm and hurled him backward with all his might. The cloaked man slammed hard into the wall, a searing pain shooting through his back. Struggling to his feet, he discovered his arm was completely immobilized, as if broken. Qin Fan advanced step by step toward the cloaked man, preparing to deliver the final blow. The cloaked man attempted to flee, but his body refused to obey, paralyzed in place. Qin Fan grabbed the man's back leg and hoisted him up. He swung him forcefully, hurling the cloaked man into the corner. The cloaked man slammed his fist into the floor, struggling to rise and fight back. A powerful force surged from within the man's body. Gritting his teeth, he rose to his feet, preparing to launch one final counterattack against Qin Fan. Qin Fan watched the cloaked man's actions, feeling a surge of surprise. He hadn't anticipated the cloaked man choosing to rise and counterattack at this moment. The cloaked man charged toward Qin Fan, his speed faster than before and his momentum more ferocious. Qin Fan knew this was a fight for survival. He had to give it his all to defeat the man in black. As the cloaked man closed in, he suddenly flickered aside, evading Qin Fan's powerful punch. Seizing the moment, he grabbed Qin Fan's arm and flung him violently to the ground. Qin Fan felt as if his body was about to fall apart, but he refused to give up. He quickly scrambled to his feet, ready to continue the fight. The black-robed man was taken aback by Qin Fan's resilience. He hadn't expected his attack to fail to knock Qin Fan down, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Resolved to defeat Qin Fan, he summoned his ultimate technique. Gathering every ounce of strength, he delivered a punch aimed squarely at Qin Fan's head. The punch carried immense force. If it connected, it would surely knock Qin Fan unconscious. But Qin Fan wasn't intimidated by the punch. He swiftly sidestepped, deftly evading the cloaked man's strike. The black-robed man stared at Qin Fan, his eyes flickering with a cold, sinister light. Suddenly, he formed hand seals, silently chanting an incantation before violently striking out with one palm. A chill emanated from the man's palm, coalescing into a frigid energy that shot toward Qin Fan. This energy was as merciless as ice and snow, seemingly intent on freezing Qin Fan solid. Qin Fan felt the air around him grow bitterly cold in an instant. He instantly recognized the powerful martial art the cloaked man was wielding. He dared not delay, swiftly dodging to the side while simultaneously channeling his inner energy to prepare for the next assault. Seeing his frost palm easily evaded, the cloaked man showed no sign of discouragement. He formed another seal, silently chanting an incantation before unleashing another palm strike. This time, the energy of the frost palm was even more concentrated, hurtling toward Qin Fan like an icy missile, whistling through the air. Qin Fan felt an unprecedented pressure. He drew a deep breath, channeling his inner energy to its peak, preparing to withstand this deadly strike. He leapt upward, evading the palm strike's range, then swiftly counterattacked. However, the black-robed man's ice palm was not so easily countered. Qin Fan's attack was neutralized by the frigid energy, as if everything had frozen solid. He felt his body stiffening, his movements growing sluggish. Seeing this, the cloaked man's lips curled into a cold smile. He formed another seal, preparing to unleash an even more powerful attack. Qin Fan strained against the frigid energy of the ice palm, desperately seeking a way to break through. The battle grew intensely fierce and perilous. Qin Fan and the cloaked man danced within the confined space, their movements lightning fast and dizzyingly rapid. The frigid energy of the frost palm echoed through the air, sending waves of bone-chilling cold through the surroundings. The frost palm was an exceptionally formidable martial art, its power manifested in several key ways. It could freeze enemies into shards of ice, rendering even the strongest bodies powerless against its might. It could also shatter specific body parts of opponents, rendering even the strongest defenses useless against its cutting force. Chapter 97, The Ice Palm. It possesses the ability to force opponents to regenerate and revive. Even if an adversary has fallen, the ice palm can compel them to rise again and continue fighting. Its palm force is profoundly yin and frigid, with intricate variations. Particularly its internal ice-cold true qi, which froze Ren Wuxing solid during their battle at Shaolin Temple, leading to his crushing defeat. The ice palm's power was also evident in the battle against Yu Buchuan, who had trained in the demon-repelling sword technique. Zhuo Lingchan once forced Yu Buchuan to defend himself with poison needles using the ice palm, demonstrating its formidable strength. The battle between the black-robed man and Qin Fan had reached a fever pitch. Their movements grew ever faster, dazzling the eyes. Qin Fan felt the black-robed man's ice palm growing ever more potent, as if it would freeze his entire body solid. He knew he must find a way to break through quickly, or face dire consequences. Just then, an idea struck Qin Fan. He swiftly launched an attack at the black-robed man, exploiting his speed advantage to constantly shift his position. Seeing this, the cloaked man's lips curled into a cold smirk. He dismissed Qin Fan's attack as insignificant. Yet, the moment Qin Fan's fist struck his body, the cloaked man suddenly felt a powerful heat radiating from Qin Fan's form. This heat warmed his body, and the frigid energy of his ice palm vanished instantly. The cloaked man stared at Qin Fan in astonishment, unable to comprehend how this youth had broken through his ice palm. Qin Fan swiftly grabbed the cloaked man's arm, yanked him violently, and slammed him to the ground. The black-robed man felt as if his body was about to shatter, yet he refused to give up. He swiftly rose to his feet, preparing to continue the fight. Qin Fan watched the black-robed man's reaction and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the man in black to be so tenacious, refusing to give up even after his ultimate move had been countered. This stirred a measure of respect within him. However, the battle was far from over. Qin Fan knew his inner energy was nearly depleted. He had to find a way to finish the black-robed man quickly. Just then, an idea struck him. He charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at the man's head. Seeing this, the cloaked man instantly dodged to the side. Yet Qin Fan showed no intention of relenting. He swiftly grabbed the cloaked man's arm and flung him forcefully to the ground. The cloaked man felt as if his body was about to shatter, yet he refused to yield. He scrambled to his feet, ready to continue the fight. Yet, the moment his body lifted off the ground, it suddenly stiffened. He looked at Qin Fan in terror, seeing a cold, ruthless glint in his eyes. At that moment, Qin Fan's form suddenly became ethereal, as if dissolving into the air. Then, a powerful force radiated from Qin Fan's body. Seeing this, the man in black robes unleashed the ice palm once more. Seeking to replenish his energy for a revival, his form suddenly became ethereal, as if dissolving into the air. However, Qin Fan didn't give him that chance. He swiftly charged toward the man in black robes, delivering a punch straight to his abdomen. The cloaked man immediately countered with his frost palm to block Qin Fan's attack. Yet, the moment Qin Fan's fist struck his midsection, the cloaked man felt an intense heat surge from Qin Fan's body. This heat warmed his body, and the cold energy of his frost palm vanished instantly. The cloaked man stared at Qin Fan in astonishment, unable to comprehend how this young man had broken through his ice palm. Qin Fan swiftly grabbed the cloaked man's arm, yanked him violently, and slammed him to the ground. The black-robed man felt as if his body were about to shatter, yet he refused to give up. He swiftly rose to his feet, preparing to continue the fight. However, the battle was nearing its end. Qin Fan's internal energy was nearly depleted. He had to find a way to finish off the black-robed man quickly. Just then, an idea struck him. He charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at the man's head. Seeing this, the cloaked man instantly dodged to the side. Yet Qin Fan showed no sign of relenting. He swiftly grabbed the cloaked man's arm and flung him forcefully to the ground. The cloaked man felt as if his body was about to shatter, yet he refused to yield. He scrambled to his feet, ready to continue the fight. Yet, the moment his body lifted off the ground, it suddenly stiffened. He looked at Qin Fan in terror, seeing a cold, ruthless glint in his eyes. At that moment, Qin Fan's form abruptly became ethereal, as if dissolving into the air. Then, a powerful force erupted from Qin Fan's body, striking the black-robed man directly. The black-robed man was struck directly by Qin Fan's attack, his body flying out like a meteor and slamming violently into the wall. His body slid down the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Qin Fan walked up to the man in black robes and kicked his body with his foot. The man in black robes glared at Qin Fan with wide eyes, his gaze filled with resentment and fury. He struggled to rise, only to find his strength utterly gone. "You've lost," Qin Fan said coldly. "I don't care who you are or what your purpose is. You are now my prisoner." The cloaked man glared at Qin Fan, his mind reeling with confusion and shock. He knew he had lost the ability to fight and could only surrender. But he couldn't understand how this young man had broken his ice palm technique. "Who are you?" demanded the cloaked man. "How did you counter my frost palm?" Qin Fan let out a cold laugh, offering no reply. He turned and walked out of the room, leaving the black-robed man struggling alone in the corner. Qin Fan's heart swelled with joy and excitement. He had successfully broken the black-robed man's ice palm. The cloaked man stood alone in the center, his body like black rock. Against the backdrop of the wilderness, he resembled a rigid sculpture eternal and cold. The scene around him was one of utter ruin, as if a devastating war had just raged through. Abandoned structures lay scattered like shattered eggshells. Dust and smoke hung thick in the air, the sun's light obscured, leaving only a gloomy twilight. Yet the man in black remained unmoved by this despairing scene. His gaze was resolute and cold, like two pieces of steel seeking to spark a flame. His hands clenched tightly, his black robes billowing in the wind like a specter in the night. Chapter 98, The Smoke Clears. Suddenly, the cloaked figure began to move. He drew a deep breath, then channeled his power outward like black serpents slithering from his core. His muscles swelled under the force, threatening to tear his garments apart. Behind him, shadowy figures began to materialize, like specters in the night. As the power surged, the surrounding air began to vibrate, as if a gate to an endless abyss was opening. A powerful aura erupted from the cloaked man, instantly dispersing the dust and smoke around him. The earth trembled, as if cowering before the man's power. The cloaked man's form blurred as the black shadows intertwined in the air, coalescing into a colossal, shadowy figure. This figure resembled a ferocious beast, claws outstretched, displaying its might to the surrounding world. The cloaked man let out a piercing howl, his voice as savage and deep as a beast's roar. His shadow gradually merged into his body with each roar, making his form grow even more colossal and formidable. No longer the solitary figure, the cloaked man now stood as a dark colossus, radiating raw power and awe-inspiring authority. His presence made the wilderness feel even more desolate, filling the world with endless terror and awe. Alone in his evolution, the cloaked figure swayed in the wind yet stood immovable as a mountain. His power reverberated through the air, fierce and frenzied like raging storms. Each breath carried a powerful rhythm, as if proclaiming his existence and resolve. The air around him began to boil, as if celebrating his rebirth. Waves of heat radiated from his body, blurring the surrounding landscape. The shadow of the cloaked man spread across the ground like a specter in the night, hunting for prey. As time passed, the cloaked man's form began to transform. His muscles hardened like steel, each one seeming to proclaim his strength and resolve. His face grew cold and ruthless, as if narrating his past experiences and future ambitions. Slowly, the cloaked man lifted his head, his gaze as icy and unwavering as frozen ice. A faint smile curled his lips, as if mocking the world's powerlessness and frailty. No trace of humanity remained in him. He had become a pure creature of darkness, a being both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The evolution of the cloaked man was finally complete. Standing motionless, he had transformed from a solitary figure into a colossus of darkness. No trace of weakness or failure remained visible on his form. He had become an invincible entity. As the cloaked man began his transformation, Qin Fan was also shaken by this overwhelming power. He watched in astonishment as the man's muscles swelled like steel, while shadows intertwined in the air to form a colossal silhouette. Yet Qin Fan was not cowed by this might. Instead, his eyes flashed with unwavering resolve. Qin Fan gripped his massive weapon, a greatsword named Heaven's Woe. Originally black, the blade now radiated layers of silver light, as if responding to the cloaked man's transformation. The air around Qin Fan began to warp, as if time itself had stretched in that moment. His body trembled as power surged through his meridians like raging dragons. Qin Fan could feel his weapon transforming alongside his body, a change bringing unprecedented power and majesty. As time passed, Qin Fan's frame grew increasingly towering, his muscles hardening like steel. His hair turned jet black and glossy, shining like the brightest star in the night sky. The Heaven's Wrath greatsword in his grasp grew even larger and sharper, its blade radiating a silver light that illuminated everything around him. The cloaked man's transformation complete, he stood there like a king of the darkness. Qin Fan stood his ground, matching him step for step, the Heaven's Wrath greatsword in hand, like a god of slaughter descended upon the mortal realm. Their gazes locked mid-air, challenging and sizing each other up. Finally, Qin Fan spoke. He roared, his voice echoing through the air like thunder. Simultaneously, the Heaven's Wrath greatsword in his grasp emitted a piercing shriek, as if echoing his roar. A silver blade of light shot from the sword's blade, instantly slicing through the air and hurtling toward the man in black. The cloaked man did not back down. He thrust out a palm, unleashing a surge of dark energy that pounced like a fierce tiger toward Qin Fan's blade's glow. The two forces collided mid-air, erupting in a deafening crash. The shockwave from the explosion instantly radiated outward, scattering the surrounding dust and smoke. Their battle had officially begun. Qin Fan wielded the Heaven's Wrath greatsword, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Each swing of his blade unleashed a trail of silver sword beams. The cloaked man, harnessing his formidable dark power, alternated between evasion and counterattack, demonstrating equally astonishing prowess. The battle intensified, their figures crisscrossing through the air. The clashing of sword beams and dark energy produced thunderous explosions. Each exchange seemed a probing of the other's limits and strength, while every strike appeared a preparation for the final showdown. The battle reached its climax. Qin Fan's Heaven's Wrath greatsword clashed once more with the dark-cloaked man's forces, sending shockwaves of energy rippling outward. Yet this time, neither showed any sign of retreat. Gripping their weapons tightly, they prepared for the final showdown. In an instant, both forces erupted with overwhelming intensity. Qin Fan's Heaven's Wrath greatsword blazed with a blinding silver light, while the dark-cloaked man's shadow energy coalesced into countless black specters dancing through the air. The two forces collided mid-air, forming a colossal vortex of energy that swallowed everything around it. Finally, their decisive battle ended with a deafening roar. As the shockwaves dissipated, only the desolate wilderness remained, along with two figures standing unshaken. The Heaven's Woe greatsword in Qin Fan's grasp had returned to its original form, while the man in black robes stood motionless once more. He stared intently at the Heaven's Wrath greatsword in Qin Fan's grasp. Bathed in the silver glow of its blade, the sword shimmered with a cold, hard luster, as if proclaiming its resilience and authority to the dark-robed man. A flicker of resolve and determination passed through the black-robed man's eyes. He sensed the immense power contained within Qin Fan's Heaven's Wrath greatsword, a force potent enough to shatter everything he stood for. He could not allow such a thing to happen. He must destroy this sword to break Qin Fan's resistance. Chapter 99, The Heaven's Wrath greatsword. The black-robed man began to gather his strength, his entire body surging with frenzied power. The black shadows swirling around him pulsed with each breath, like a colossal beast of darkness roaring behind him. He stepped forward, each stride making the earth tremble, as if proclaiming his might and resolve. The cloaked man gathered all his might, a dark energy coalescing in his palm like an abyss in the night, drawing all light toward it. He swung violently at Qin Fan's Heaven's Woe greatsword. The dark energy shot forth like a black meteor, slamming into the greatsword. The collision of the two forces unleashed a powerful shockwave. The fury of the impact warped the surrounding air, sending sand and stones whirling wildly through the sky. Qin Fan swayed in the tempest, yet his grip on the Heaven's Wrath greatsword remained unyielding, his eyes blazing with resolve and courage. The cloaked man's assault failed to shatter the Heaven's Wrath greatsword. Instead, within the clash of forces, he was swallowed by the sword's silver radiance. His shadow dissolved within the radiance, leaving only the vast wilderness and Qin Fan's solitary figure behind. The instant the battle ended, Qin Fan confidently raised the Heaven's Woe greatsword in his hand. His form appeared even more towering and formidable against the wilderness, as if a war god had descended to earth. The air around him pulsed with frenzied power and the scent of destruction, making his victory seem utterly certain. Yet, at that very moment, the cloaked man suddenly charged at him from behind. Qin Fan was caught off guard by this unexpected assault. Gripped tightly from behind, his entire body was enveloped by the dark power emanating from the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure hoisted Qin Fan aloft, his silhouette growing monstrously large against the wilderness. Behind him, shadowy figures danced through the air like specters in the night. Spreading his hands, dark energy surged from his fingertips, forming a pair of enormous black claws. Those claws radiated terrifying power, as if capable of tearing through any obstacle in their path. The cloaked man hoisted Qin Fan high above his head, preparing to swing those claws down with brutal force. The entire wilderness was gripped by an eerie, palpable tension. The black-robed man's roar echoed through the air. His figure swayed in the wind, yet stood as immovable as a mountain. Qin Fan was held tightly, utterly powerless to resist. At this critical moment, Qin Fan suddenly unleashed his full power. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from his body, and the Heaven's Wrath greatsword flashed with blinding light. Yet it all seemed too late. The black-robed man's attack was unstoppable. Those claws lashed out like a raging storm, sending Qin Fan tumbling through the air as the Heaven's Wrath greatsword slipped from his grasp. In that instant, the entire wilderness fell into an eerie silence, as if all sound had vanished. Finally, the claws struck Qin Fan's body. Dark energy surged from his body as he tumbled through the air, crashing heavily onto the wilderness ground. The impact shook the very ground, sending clouds of dust and sand high into the air. Qin Fan lay on the ground, the Heaven's Wrath greatsword beside him, its once radiant blade now dull and lifeless. His body was enveloped in the shroud of dark power. Yet when the cloaked man unleashed his formidable dark power, Qin Fan was not overwhelmed by the assault. Instead, he seized the moment and launched a counterattack in an instant. The Heaven's Woe greatsword in Qin Fan's grasp began to emit a blinding light, a radiance that seemed to emanate from the depths of an abyss, radiating immense power. The energy within the blade surged under Qin Fan's control, like a raging dragon coursing through his body. Qin Fan's form instantly transformed into a silver streak of light as the Heaven's Wrath greatsword in his hand swung with thunderous ferocity. Each swing left trails of afterimages in the air, as if countless swords were being wielded simultaneously. Darkness and silver light collided in the air as Qin Fan unleashed his ultimate technique. A colossal energy wave surged forth, sweeping across the wilderness like a storm, engulfing everything in its path. The energy wave struck the black-robed man instantly. His body tumbled through the air, hurled by the immense force onto the distant ground. Dust and sand were thrown high into the air, obscuring everything around them. When the dust settled, Qin Fan remained standing where he was, his figure swaying in the wind, yet his eyes flashed with unwavering resolve and confidence. The man in black robes lay motionless on the distant ground. This battle, under Qin Fan's overwhelming assault, demonstrated not only the formidable power of his finishing move but also his unwavering resolve and courage. The instant Qin Fan launched his attack, the black-robed man seemed to dismiss his technique with utter contempt. A faint, contemptuous smile played at the corners of his mouth, as if mocking Qin Fan's weakness and ignorance. Rather than confronting Qin Fan head-on, he opted for a more extreme strategy. The cloaked figure instantly spread his arms wide, his form swaying in the wind as if absorbing the surrounding darkness. His form grew larger than Qin Fan's, like a colossal god of darkness descending upon the mortal realm. With a mighty roar, a torrent of dark energy surged from his body. Unlike Qin Fan's dazzling silver sword light, this force carried a heavy, oppressive weight that instilled profound dread. The dark energy coalesced in the air into a massive black tornado, violently sweeping toward Qin Fan. The howling winds surrounding the vortex seemed to herald an unavoidable catastrophe. Facing the black-robed man's ultimate attack, Qin Fan did not flinch. Instead, the resolve and courage in his eyes burned even brighter. He drew a deep breath, raising the Heaven's Wrath greatsword high above his head. The blade's radiance flashed like lightning, illuminating the entire wilderness. Qin Fan's form swayed in the wind as he launched his full power strike at the cloaked man. His sword's radiance collided with the dark tornado in the air, unleashing an earth-shattering storm of energy. The storm raged across the wilderness, engulfing everything in its path. Darkness and silver light intertwined, blurring the boundaries between them. The howling wind, the rumbling of energy fluctuations, and the battle cries of combatants formed the symphony of this clash. Seeing his attack succeed, a satisfied smile spread across the dark-robed man's face. He seemed supremely confident in this move, and now it was clear this finishing technique was indeed formidable. The cloaked man drew a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly. An even more formidable dark force surged from his body, seeming to draw the surrounding air into its gravitational pull. Chapter 100, The Black Vortex. He closed his eyes, seemingly silently sensing the flow of the dark power. As time passed, the space around the man in black began to warp and distort. A potent dark energy erupted from his body, coalescing into a colossal black vortex. This vortex spun in the air, ceaselessly devouring everything around it. The cloaked man spread his arms wide and swept them through the air. The black vortex instantly swept violently toward Qin Fan. Its speed was blindingly fast, whipping up a howling gale that made breathing impossible. Qin Fan lay motionless on the ground, his body enveloped in the dark force, seemingly devoid of life. The vortex drew ever closer, its powerful suction threatening to swallow him whole. At this critical moment, Qin Fan suddenly launched his attack. He struggled fiercely, trying to break free from the dark force's grip. A powerful surge of energy erupted from his body, and the Heaven's Wrath greatsword flashed with blinding light. Yet the black vortex proved too formidable. Qin Fan's assault seemed powerless to halt it. His body was sucked into the black vortex and vanished from the spot in an instant. The entire wilderness fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the swirling sound of the black vortex in the air. The black-robed man watched the spot where Qin Fan had vanished, a faint smile curling his lips as if anticipating what would unfold next. The black-robed man believed Qin Fan was dead. He had planned to thoroughly torment him after defeating him, seeking revenge for past grievances. But now, it seemed his plans had come to naught. Just as the cloaked man prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, a silver flash suddenly streaked through the air, hurtling straight toward him. It was a massive sword beam, carrying a fierce momentum, like thunder descending from the heavens. The black-robed man's eyes widened in terror as he recognized it as Qin Fan's Heaven's Wrath greatsword. He struggled to dodge, but it was too late. The sword beam struck his body in an instant, piercing through his defenses and pinning him to the ground. His body tumbled through the air, propelled by the sword's force, crashing onto the distant ground. He felt his body shatter into pieces, his life force rapidly draining away. Gasping in agony, he watched helplessly as his form dissolved beneath the sword's radiance. Qin Fan descended slowly from the sky, his figure swaying in the wind like a deity. In the clash between Qin Fan and the cloaked man, both had displayed astonishing power and skill. Yet, at the battle's climax, the cloaked man suddenly unleashed an even more malevolent energy. This energy did not originate from Qin Fan's Heaven's Wrath greatsword, but was an entirely new force. It surged forth from the cloaked man's body, threatening to stain the entire wilderness with darkness. This energy carried a resolve to destroy everything, evoking an indescribable dread. Facing this force, Qin Fan did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward with even greater resolve. He swung the Heaven's Wrath greatsword in his hand, attempting to cleave through this malevolent energy. However, as he neared the man in black robes, the energy erupted in an instant. A powerful shockwave erupted from the cloaked figure, engulfing everything in its path. Qin Fan appeared utterly insignificant against this force, instantly hurled skyward. His body tumbled through the air, buffeted by fierce gusts of wind. His eyes held shock and reluctance, but more than anything, they held resolve and courage. He did not give up, continuing to launch attacks at the cloaked man. The battle had reached its critical moment, with both sides giving their all. Though Qin Fan was blown back by the dark-robed man's malevolent energy, he refused to yield. His figure swayed in the air, like an eagle soaring through the storm. The cloaked man raised both hands high, murmuring a mysterious incantation. His fingers traced intricate patterns through the air, as if drawing a vast magical array. As he moved, the surrounding air began to violently twist and tremble. A dark force rose from the ground, forming a massive black vortex. This vortex swirled in the air, seemingly possessed of boundless malevolent power. The cloaked man slammed both palms forcefully into the ground, causing the black vortex to instantly radiate outward in all directions. A massive fissure tore open in the earth, swallowing everything in its path. As the vortex dissipated, a massive black scythe materialized in the cloaked man's hands. The scythe radiated a sinister aura, as if it were the very symbol of death's arrival. Its blade was broad and razor-sharp, engraved with mysterious runes that deterred anyone from approaching. The man in black robes brandished his scythe, his gaze fixed coldly ahead. His eyes betrayed a cruelty and coldness, as if he could hardly wait to taste the fruits of victory. The entire wilderness grew eerily tense and heavy, the air thick with a palpable sense of danger. Qin Fan stared at the scythe in the black-robed man's hand, feeling an unprecedented pressure in his heart. He knew the battle ahead would be even more intense and brutal. The black-robed man charged at Qin Fan, the demon scythe in his hand slicing through the air with a piercing screech. Qin Fan took a deep breath, tensing every muscle in his body, preparing to face this fierce confrontation. The cloaked figure closed in rapidly. When he was 10 meters away, he leapt upward, unleashing a torrent of dark energy from the demon scythe. This energy coalesced into a massive black vortex, howling toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan swiftly dodged to the side. The black vortex grazed past him, tearing a deep fissure into the ground behind him. His heart tightened. He hadn't anticipated the mad demon scythe's power being so formidable. He would need to be far more cautious. After landing, the cloaked man swung the demon scythe again, this time with even greater ferocity. Dark energy coalesced into streaks of black swordlight in the air, hurtling toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan shifted his body constantly, skillfully evading the black sword beams. He attempted to close in for a melee strike, but the cloaked man seemed to anticipate his every move, always adjusting his position in time to maintain a safe distance. The battle intensified, leaving the surrounding ground in utter ruin. The air thickened with potent magical and martial energies, as if the very heavens and earth were trembling under the battle's might. Qin Fan suddenly accelerated, using his agility and skill to evade and counterattack relentlessly. He abandoned direct assaults on the cloaked figure, instead exploiting the razor demon scythe's sharpness and weight to inflict wounds and wear down his opponent's stamina. Chapter 101, Dark Power. In the pitch-black night, the cloaked figure slowly materialized before Lin Mo, a massive scythe gripped in his hand the mad demon scythe. The scythe seemed to carry a dark aura, evoking an indescribable dread. The cloaked figure swung the demon scythe at Lin Mo, unleashing a wave of dark energy that surged toward him. The wave moved with blinding speed, leaving no time to dodge, only to brace for the impact. Lin Mo immediately channeled the power within his body, preparing to counter this sudden assault. The dark energy wave struck Lin Mo in an instant. His body was violently slammed by a tremendous force, making him feel as if his flesh was being torn apart. Yet Lin Mo did not falter. Gritting his teeth, he steadfastly resisted the dark force. The cloaked man seemed surprised to see Lin Mo still standing. He then swung the mad demon scythe, preparing to strike again. This time, he traced an eerie arc through the air with the demon scythe, unleashing an even more powerful wave of dark energy that instantly surged toward Lin Mo. This wave was faster and more powerful, leaving no chance to evade. Lin Mo once again summoned the power within his body, preparing to confront this even more terrifying assault. The dark energy wave struck Lin Mo once more. His body was violently slammed by an even more overwhelming force, making him feel as though his very flesh was being torn apart. Yet Lin Mo did not falter. Gritting his teeth, he steadfastly resisted the dark force. The cloaked man seemed even more astonished to see Lin Mo still standing. He then swung the mad demon scythe again, preparing to unleash an even more terrifying attack. This time, he traced an even more sinister arc in the air with the demon scythe. A wave of dark energy, capable of obliterating nearly everything, instantly surged toward Lin Mo. This energy wave was faster and more powerful, leaving no room for evasion. Lin Mo once again summoned the power within his body, preparing to confront this even more terrifying assault. Yet, at that very moment, Lin Mo suddenly felt a powerful force surge from within his body. This force originated from the depths of his soul, as if his soul itself was reacting autonomously. Lin Mo instantly realized that his mysterious soul was taking action once more. Lin Mo immediately fused his own power with this mysterious force and charged toward the dark energy wave. The energy wave exploded instantly before him, erupting with a deafening roar. The man in black robes watched the scene unfold, his expression shifting to one of apparent terror. He hadn't expected Lin Mo to withstand his most powerful attack, let alone force him to stumble back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo instantly closed the distance and stood before the dark-robed man. He swung a punch, landing squarely in the man's midsection. The cloaked man was sent flying backward by the blow, landing on the ground and curling up in agony. Lin Mo didn't pause. He charged forward again, grabbing the scythe portion of the mad demon scythe. With a powerful yank, he wrenched the mad demon scythe from the cloaked man's grasp. The cloaked man seemed utterly unprepared for Lin Mo's ferocity. Struggling to his feet, he attempted another attack. But Lin Mo had already swiftly backed away, creating distance between himself and the cloaked figure. Lin Mo examined the mad demon scythe in his hands. This scythe was unlike any weapon he had ever seen before. It seemed to carry a dark aura, evoking an indescribable dread. Yet Lin Mo felt no fear. He sensed the scythe's immense power and felt his own mysterious soul calling him to wield it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo tensed every muscle in his body, preparing for an even more intense confrontation. He knew this battle was far from over. He needed to be even more cautious against the black-robed man's attacks. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in the cloaked man's eyes. He no longer regarded Lin Mo as an ordinary opponent, but as an enemy who must be eliminated. He swiftly adjusted his stance, gripping the scythe's handle with one hand and raising it high above his head, poised to strike. Lin Mo instantly sensed the black-robed man's murderous intent. He understood this man was now utterly determined to kill him. Lin Mo's heart tightened. He knew he must summon every ounce of strength to withstand this man's assault. The cloaked man raised the demon scythe high, bellowing as a powerful surge of dark energy erupted from the blade, hurtling toward Lin Mo. This energy felt like a torrent of darkness, evoking an indescribable dread. Lin Mo instantly channeled the power within his body, preparing to counter this dark energy. But he knew he couldn't simply endure it head-on like before. He had to dodge and counter with precision. In an instant, Lin Mo made his decision. Utilizing his agility and skill, he deftly evaded the dark energy's assault. He darted up and down, weaving nimbly through the gaps in the dark energy, searching for an opening. Seeing Lin Mo still evading his attacks, the cloaked man seemed to grow even more enraged. He swung the demon scythe again, unleashing wave after wave of dark energy toward Lin Mo. These energy waves grew faster and more powerful, as if determined to utterly destroy Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt powerful surges of force relentlessly pounding his body, yet he did not retreat. Gritting his teeth, he persevered against the dark force. He knew that as long as he held on, he would find a way through. Suddenly, Lin Mo felt a powerful force surge within him once more. He instantly recognized its source, his mysterious soul. He immediately merged the power within his body with this enigmatic force, charging toward the dark energy wave. The energy wave exploded before Lin Mo in an ear-splitting roar. The man in black robes seemed startled by the sight. He hadn't expected Lin Mo to withstand his most powerful attack, let alone force him to stumble back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo instantly closed the distance and lunged forward. He swung a punch, landing squarely in the black-robed man's midsection. The cloaked man was sent flying backward by the blow, landing and curling up in agony. Lin Mo didn't pause. He charged forward again, grabbing the scythe portion of the mad demon scythe. With a powerful yank, he wrenched the mad demon scythe from the cloaked man's grasp. The cloaked man seemed utterly unprepared for Lin Mo's ferocity. Struggling to his feet, he attempted another attack. But Lin Mo had already swiftly backed away, creating distance between them. Lin Mo examined the mad demon scythe in his hands. This scythe was unlike any weapon he had ever seen before. Chapter 102, Intense Radiance. It seemed to carry a dark aura, evoking an indescribable dread. Yet Lin Mo felt no fear. He sensed the scythe's immense power and felt his own mysterious soul calling him to wield it. Lin Mo took a deep breath, tensing every muscle in his body, preparing for an even more intense confrontation. He knew this battle was far from over. He needed to be even more cautious against the black-robed man's attacks. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in the cloaked man's eyes. He no longer regarded Lin Mo as an ordinary opponent, but as an enemy who must be eliminated. He swiftly adjusted his stance, gripping the scythe's handle with one hand and raising it high above his head, poised to strike. Lin Mo instantly sensed the black-robed man's murderous intent, realizing this man was now determined to kill him. The mad demon scythe suddenly blazed with an intense light, as if it would tear the night sky itself apart. Yet, in that very instant, Lin Mo began chanting an incantation. His fingers traced the air lightly, and an icy chill instantly spread out. As Lin Mo's frostbite spell activated, the demon scythe's attack seemed to be halted by some mysterious force. The black-robed man's arm, gripping the mad demon scythe, froze solid in an instant. His eyes betrayed shock and unwillingness. The dark energy wave dissipated instantly before the icy spell, dispersing into waves of cold air that spread outward. Lin Mo closed his eyes tightly as power surged within him. His fingers traced one magical array after another in the air. Waves of powerful cold emanated from the magic formation, enveloping the man in black robes. The cloaked man struggled, but his body was bound by the ice spell, leaving him utterly immobilized. Under the spell's influence, the mad demon scythe gradually weakened, shattering with a sharp crack. The black-robed man watched helplessly as his weapon shattered, his heart surging with boundless grief and fury. He clenched the broken weapon tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. A cold, piercing light flashed in his eyes, the fury of defeat and a deep, seething dread toward his opponent. The cloaked man drew a deep breath, channeling his grief and fury into raw power. His fingers traced through the void, each movement brimming with strength and resolve. Mysterious runes materialized in the air, seemingly imbued with ancient power. They swirled around the cloaked man, as if weaving a formidable weapon. As the final rune descended, the aura surrounding the cloaked man shifted. A powerful energy surged from his body, causing the surrounding air to tremble. A new weapon materialized in his hand, a scythe forged from dark energy, far more formidable than his previous mad demon scythe. The new weapon amplified the cloaked man's presence, his figure looming larger in the night. Gripping the scythe tightly, he launched a fierce assault upon his opponent. Each swing generated powerful gusts of air, blurring the surrounding scenery. Facing the black-robed man's new weapon, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of pressure. He knew this cloaked figure had channeled his grief and rage into power, forging a weapon even more terrifying than the previous mad demon scythe. Lin Mo took a deep breath, preparing himself for the battle ahead. In the deep night, the cloaked man swung his scythe through the darkness, slicing through space as if to awaken some hidden power. Behind him, three enormous phantom bodies gradually materialized, each radiating a potent aura of darkness. These phantoms bore the same face, the same gaze, and the same movements as the cloaked man. They were like shadows of the cloaked man, yet possessed a tangible, almost physical presence. Each phantom wielded a demon scythe, a weapon of unparalleled might. Darkness seeped through the air, threatening to engulf the entire world. The cloaked man regarded Lin Mo coldly, his tone dripping with mockery and scorn. He swung his scythe at Lin Mo, each motion radiating immense power and intimidation. In perfect unison with his movements, the three phantom bodies swung their scythes, forming a flawless triple attack. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a flicker of fear. This was an opponent he had never encountered before, a being wielding immense dark power. He gripped his weapon tightly, preparing to meet this deadly assault. At the black-robed man's command, the three illusions launched their assault in unison. They charged toward Lin Mo at astonishing speed, their sides slicing through the air with piercing, shrill screeches. Lin Mo darted sideways, desperately trying to evade the deadly assault. Yet, under the relentless assault of the three phantom bodies, Lin Mo found himself stretched thin. He felt waves of overwhelming force crashing against his body, as if it might shatter at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he persevered against the dark force. The cloaked man seemed even more astonished to see Lin Mo still standing. He swung the mad demon scythe, preparing to unleash an even more terrifying attack. This time, he traced an even more sinister arc with the scythe in midair, unleashing a wave of dark energy that threatened to obliterate everything in its path toward Lin Mo. On a vast battlefield, Qin Fan stood clad in armor, sword in hand, his gaze fixed intently upon the three colossal phantom forms before him. He knew these were the most formidable foes he had ever faced. The first phantom wielded a massive battle axe, its body as imposing as a mountain, radiating overwhelming power. This phantom stood like an insurmountable mountain, each swing of its axe carrying enough force to obliterate everything in its path. Qin Fan drew a deep breath, focusing his energy to push his strength to its absolute limit. His body shot upward like an arrow, evading the phantom's axe strike. Mid-air, he spun swiftly, blade pointed downward, thrusting directly at the phantom. Sword and axe clashed, erupting in a blinding shower of sparks. The collision of Qin Fan's power and the phantom's force generated a massive shockwave. Dust and debris swirled around them in whirlpools, plunging the entire scene into chaos. Qin Fan rolled through the shockwave, sensing a formidable power emanating from the phantom. He knew this phantom's power far exceeded his expectations. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward with even greater resolve. Qin Fan's longsword traced arcs through the air, each strike carrying a fierce momentum. He tried to break through the phantom's defenses, but its power seemed inexhaustible. With each strike, Qin Fan felt his sword tremble in his grasp, as if it might shatter. Yet Qin Fan refused to yield. He understood this was his chance. Chapter 103, Brilliant Stars. If he could defeat this phantom body, the others would lose their combat effectiveness. He silently recited the battle mantra in his mind, every cell in his body channeling strength toward him. In the fierce clash, Qin Fan and the phantom form exchanged blows relentlessly, their figures darting across the battlefield. Sword light and axe shadows intertwined, creating a spectacular spectacle. Dust, debris, and shockwaves swirled around them, forming a barrier that seemed to envelop the two combatants. Qin Fan suddenly roared with fury, his long sword erupting with blinding light in the final strike. This strike channeled all his power, like a brilliant star plummeting from the heavens. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated across the battlefield, its shockwave spreading instantly. Through the swirling dust, Qin Fan watched as the colossal phantom shattered under the final blow. Joy surged through him like a raging torrent. He knew he had defeated this phantom form. Yet he knew the battle was far from over. He must now confront the other illusions. Clenching his long sword, Qin Fan turned his gaze toward the remaining phantoms. He understood the coming fight would be even more grueling, but he was prepared. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Qin Fan focused his mind and gathered his energy, preparing to confront the second phantom. This phantom differed from the first. Clad in a Taoist robe, its face was profoundly deep, and an aura of mystery permeated its entire being. Qin Fan silently recited the incantation in his mind. The air around his body began to quiver, as if a powerful force surged forth from within him. His silhouette loomed larger under the moonlight, radiating an intimidating presence. Suddenly, the second phantom vanished from its spot, leaving only a flickering light in the air. Qin Fan sensed immense power surging from all directions, recognizing it as the result of the second phantom activating the great shape-shifting technique. Chaos erupted across the battlefield as the second phantom, aided by the shape-shifting technique, flickered unpredictably, evading detection. Qin Fan strained to sense its location, but his perception was violently disrupted. He recognized that unlike the first phantom, this one wasn't merely a brute force attack, but a far more potent technique. He needed to respond to this phantom's attacks with greater caution, lest he find himself in an inescapable predicament. Distracted by the shifting form technique, Qin Fan couldn't pinpoint the second phantom's location. His strikes landed in empty space, while the second phantom seized the opportunity to launch its assault. Powerful energy waves surged toward Qin Fan from all directions, trapping him in a perilous situation. Qin Fan spun his body swiftly, attempting to evade the onslaught of energy waves. His silhouette traced arcs across the moonlit sky, yet he couldn't fully evade the onslaught. Wave after wave of energy struck his body, pain radiating throughout his entire being. Yet Qin Fan refused to give up. He knew that although this phantom form was powerful, finding its weakness would allow him to defeat it. He continued to fight back against the phantom's attacks while searching for its weakness. Finally, Qin Fan found his chance. He saw through the second phantom's teleportation technique, pinpointing its exact location. Gathering all his strength, he prepared to deliver the final strike. Gripping his long sword tightly, he charged toward the phantom figure like a bolt of lightning. Just as the blade was about to touch the phantom, the air around him suddenly warped, as if time itself had frozen in that instant. Qin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He recognized this as the second phantom's skill. It was called time warp. Within this peculiar space, all movement slowed to a crawl, as if watching a slow-motion film. Yet Qin Fan did not halt. He understood that if trapped by this phantom skill, he would lose every advantage. With unwavering resolve, he thrust his sword forward. The sword tip traced a dazzling arc through the warped space, piercing the phantom body with precision. A powerful force surged from the blade into Qin Fan's hand. He knew he had struck the phantom. Instantly, the surrounding scenery snapped back to normal. The second phantom shattered under the blade's strike, dissolving into wisps of light that vanished into the air. Qin Fan felt a surge of joy welling up within him like a hot current. He knew he had successfully defeated this phantom form. Yet he knew the battle was far from over. He must now confront the final phantom body remaining. Qin Fan gripped his long sword tightly, his gaze shifting to the final phantom. This phantom differed from the previous two. Clad in a black robe, it emanated a dark aura. Its face was concealed within the shadows, its true features impossible to discern. Qin Fan silently recited the incantation in his mind. The air around his body began to quiver, as if a powerful force surged forth from within him. His figure loomed even larger in the moonlight, radiating an intimidating presence. The final phantom body suddenly emitted a piercing shriek, its form instantly swelling into a colossal dark silhouette. This figure radiated a powerful dark energy, evoking an unprecedented sense of dread. Qin Fan knew this phantom differed from the previous two. Its form seemed more ethereal, as if forged from condensed darkness itself. The cloaked man gazed skyward, his eyes brimming with an unseen power. His fingers twitched lightly, as if tracing a series of mystical runes in the air. As he moved, the surrounding air began to violently tremble, as if some immense power was brewing. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind swept in, whipping up dust and pebbles from the cliff's edge. The black cloak billowed in the gusts, and the man's face grew even more somber. He stretched both hands toward the sky, as if channeling some unseen power. The sky instantly darkened, swirling with ominous clouds that seemed poised to swallow the entire world. Bolts of lightning darted through the clouds, piercing the inky darkness. Then, a deafening thunderclap echoed through the air. The cloaked man smiled with satisfaction, his eyes brimming with malice and arrogance. He addressed Lin Mo coldly, "Now, you have nowhere left to run." His voice echoed through the air, mingling with the thunderous roar of the lightning, sending a chill down one's spine. Faced with this sudden change in the weather and the black-robed man's attack, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a twinge of despair. He never imagined this cloaked figure possessed such formidable power, the ability to manipulate the weather as a weapon. He knew his situation had become extremely perilous, yet he refused to give up. Instead, he prepared to confront this formidable foe. The third phantom form slowly materialized from the mist. Chapter 104, The Third Phantom Form. Its form seemed even more ethereal, as if forged from crystalline energy. The surrounding air began to violently tremble, as if a powerful force was brewing. Suddenly, a bitter cold wind swept through, freezing everything in its path. Dust and debris on the ground instantly hardened, as if encased in frost. The surfaces of buildings and trees rapidly froze over, their branches and leaves trembling in the biting wind as if drained of life. As the wind intensified, the entire scene grew colder. Qin Fan felt his breath condense into mist, his body beginning to shiver. This cold was unlike any ordinary chill. It seemed to penetrate directly into one's body, stripping away all warmth. Qin Fan struggled to keep his body warm, knowing that if this chill fully overwhelmed him, he would lose his ability to fight. He raced to devise a countermeasure, searching for the phantom's weakness. Yet in this bitter cold, his thoughts slowed, as if frozen solid. The third phantom, however, grew ever more ruthless and merciless in the freezing cold. It seemed to revel in the harsh weather and the immense power it bestowed. It moved slowly toward Qin Fan, each step accompanied by the cracking of the ground beneath its feet. Its silhouette appeared even more sinister and terrifying in the moonlight. Qin Fan knew he had to act quickly, or he would be unable to withstand this phantom's attack. He began gathering all his strength, attempting to shatter the cold with his most powerful strike. In the biting cold wind, Qin Fan clenched his teeth tightly, struggling to resist the bone-chilling cold that seeped into his very marrow. His body began to tremble, each step becoming an agonizing struggle. Yet he knew that if he couldn't shatter this chill, he would be unable to continue fighting. Qin Fan drew a deep breath, pulling his consciousness back from the encroaching cold. He concentrated all his power, preparing to unleash a devastating strike. He leapt forward, landing before the third phantom form with the overwhelming momentum of a tiger descending a mountain. As he soared through the air, a powerful energy radiated from Qin Fan's body. The surrounding air instantly grew scorching hot, as if a raging fire burned around him. His fist clenched tightly as he slammed it viciously toward the third phantom. The punch struck with lightning speed, slicing through the frigid air. Upon impact, the third phantom's body shattered as if struck by an invisible force. Its form dissipated in the biting wind, melting away like frost. Qin Fan's body rolled through the air, landing steadily on the ground. A surge of intense joy flooded his heart. He knew his attack had successfully shattered this bitter cold. He looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with resolve and confidence. The entire scene became majestic in an instant. Qin Fan's attack shattered the dark cold, bringing a hint of warmth to this desolate battlefield. His figure appeared even more towering and formidable in the moonlight, as if he had become an invincible warrior. Amidst the thunderous roar, Qin Fan's form was clearly visible. Every muscle in his body was taut, brimming with power. With a roar, he charged at the third phantom form like a tiger descending a mountain. Yet the third phantom did not passively await Qin Fan's assault. It laughed coldly, its hands sweeping through the air as if sketching a dark painting. The surrounding air grew humid, as if a mist were condensing. In an instant, a thick fog rose from the ground, obscuring Qin Fan's vision. His charge became blind, unable to pinpoint the third phantom's location. His breathing grew heavy, and everything around him blurred into unfamiliarity. Within the fog, the third phantom's cold laughter echoed in Qin Fan's ears. It seemed to mock Qin Fan's helplessness and his frustration in the harsh weather. It continued manipulating the weather, thickening the fog until it completely enveloped Qin Fan in darkness. Qin Fan struggled, searching for a way out. He drew a deep breath, attempting to disperse the fog with sheer force. Yet the fog seemed imbued with powerful magic, trapping him within its embrace. His body drifted through the mist, as if guided by an invisible force. Just as Qin Fan was about to lose all hope, an unwavering resolve surged within him. Gritting his teeth, he pulled his consciousness back from the fog. Closing his eyes, he focused on sensing his surroundings. He felt his body shivering in the cold and dampness, yet he refused to give up. Suddenly, Qin Fan's eyes snapped open. His heartbeat seemed to slow, and the surrounding cold and dampness blurred into the background. Qin Fan knew he had found the weakness of the third phantom body. He drew a deep breath, pulling his consciousness back from the surrounding darkness. He closed his eyes, concentrating all his strength, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from Qin Fan's body. This energy blazed like a raging fire, instantly vaporizing the surrounding mist. His heart pounded violently, as if it would burst from his chest. His body darted through the mist with the swiftness of a cheetah. Qin Fan knew this was his only chance. He had to act swiftly, or he would lose his opportunity for victory. He leapt forward, landing before the third phantom form with the overwhelming momentum of a tiger descending a mountain. As he leapt, a powerful energy radiated from Qin Fan's body. The air around him instantly grew scorching hot, as if a raging inferno burned at his side. His fist clenched tightly as he slammed it viciously toward the third phantom form. The punch was as swift as lightning, slicing through the dark air. Upon impact, the third phantom's form shattered as if struck by an invisible force. Its form dissipated into the mist, melting away like frost. Qin Fan's body rolled through the air, landing steadily on the ground. A surge of intense joy flooded his heart. He knew his attack had successfully defeated the third phantom. He looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with resolve and confidence. The entire scene became majestic in an instant. Qin Fan's attack shattered the shackles of darkness, bringing a glimmer of light to this desolate battlefield. His figure appeared even more towering and formidable under the moonlight, as if he had become an invincible warrior. Amidst the thunderous roar, Qin Fan's form stood out clearly. Every muscle in his body was taut, brimming with power. With a roar, he charged at the final phantom form like a tiger descending the mountain. A bitterly cold wind howled, its ghostly whispers echoing in Qin Fan's ears. Chapter 105, Slashing Through Darkness. He clenched his fists, feeling the stinging pain in his fingertips, traces of the cold and dampness. He leapt forward, landing before the final phantom with the overwhelming momentum of a tiger descending a mountain. As he leapt, a powerful energy radiated from Qin Fan's body. The air around him instantly grew scorching hot, as if a raging inferno burned at his side. His fist clenched tightly, striking the final phantom with brutal force. The punch was as swift as lightning, slicing through the dark air. Upon impact, the final phantom's form shattered as if struck by an invisible force. Its form dissipated into the mist, melting away like frost. Qin Fan's body tumbled through the air, landing steadily on the ground. A surge of intense joy flooded his heart as he knew his attack had successfully defeated the last phantom. The man in black robes emerged leisurely from the shadowy darkness. Tall and slender, his figure stood like a mountain peak against the night sky. His black cloak billowed in the night wind, like a dark cloud swallowing his form entirely. The hood's brim concealed the cloaked man's face, leaving his true features hidden from all who might glimpse them. His gaze was deep and piercing, as if it could penetrate all illusions and cut straight to the essence of truth. His hands were concealed within the sleeves of his black robe, as if clutching the scepter of destiny, commanding the cycle of life and death. The moment he stepped forth, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. The air around him grew heavy and oppressive, as if an invisible force were steadily building. Leaves trembled in the wind, as if cowering at the man's approach. Dark clouds churned in the sky, as if welcoming this dark sovereign. The cloaked figure spoke not a word, yet his very presence was enough to shake the soul. His very presence was an invisible force, impossible to ignore. His gaze swept over the crowd, compelling heads to bow involuntarily, as if paying homage to his authority. His silhouette grew ever more mysterious and majestic beneath the moonlight. His presence seemed to become an eternal symbol, etching itself into people's memories. He was a force of darkness, etching a deep imprint upon their souls. The cloaked figure slowly raised a hand, as if signaling something. With that motion, the dark clouds instantly parted, revealing the bright moonlight. His black cloak billowed in the wind, revealing his slender form and icy demeanor. In that moment, the cloaked figure became a dark legend, an object of both dread and reverence in everyone's hearts. His presence was monumental and formidable, as if transcending human limits. He was like a dark ruler, commanding all power and destiny. Throughout Qin Fan's fierce battle with the phantom body, the cloaked figure remained unseen. He cultivated in silence, harnessing formless power, single-mindedly pursuing greater strength. With an unshakable resolve, he gradually honed his abilities, evolving relentlessly. Now, he had finally cultivated himself to a state where none could stand against him. He was like a sharp sword, gleaming with a cold, ruthless light in the darkness. His black cloak billowed in the night wind like a banner of darkness, proclaiming his invincible might. Emerging from the shadows, he arrived at the battlefield where Qin Fan and the phantom body clashed. His gaze was deep and piercing, as if capable of penetrating every secret. His hands emerged from the folds of his cloak, like the scepters of life and death, radiating an awe-inspiring majesty. The moment the cloaked figure appeared, the entire world seemed to fall silent. His presence was so overwhelming it seemed to crush everything around him into stillness. His gaze swept over the crowd, compelling people to involuntarily lower their heads, as if paying homage to his authority. His silhouette grew ever more mysterious and majestic beneath the moonlight. He was like a dark force, leaving an indelible mark upon the hearts of all who witnessed him. His very existence transcended human limits, becoming an eternal symbol. The cloaked figure slowly raised his hand, as if signaling something. With his gesture, the dark clouds instantly parted, revealing the bright moonlight. His black cloak billowed in the wind, revealing his slender form and icy demeanor. In that moment, the cloaked figure stood as a dark sovereign, master of all power and destiny. Qin Fan was utterly astonished by the man's true form. He had believed himself sufficiently powerful, but compared to the man in black, he now truly understood the meaning of a chasm in strength. Qin Fan's eyes widened, his gaze filled with astonishment and admiration. He never imagined that this cloaked figure, who had been cultivating in secret all along, had evolved to such an unrivaled level. Not only did his aura radiate greater nobility and coldness, but his power had transcended the limits of humanity. Qin Fan felt his heart racing, as if an invisible pressure was steadily mounting. He wanted to retreat, but his body refused to move, as if pinned down by the black-robed man's overwhelming presence. Step by step, the cloaked figure advanced toward Qin Fan. Each stride made the ground tremble, as if an invisible force was being unleashed with every movement. Qin Fan felt his body tremble. He tried to draw the sword at his waist, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. The cloaked man halted mere feet from Qin Fan, his gaze deep and piercing, as if capable of seeing through every secret. His cold stare made Qin Fan feel his heart leap into his throat. Qin Fan fought to control his emotions, drawing a deep breath to steady his racing heart. He knew he must confront this formidable foe to stand any chance of victory in this battle. The cloaked man suddenly spoke, his voice deep and commanding. "You are strong, but the gap in power between us is as vast as heaven and earth. If you wish to challenge me, prepare to pay with your life." Qin Fan's heart jolted at these words, yet he knew he couldn't be intimidated by this cloaked figure. He drew another deep breath, striving to steady his emotions and mindset. He understood that only by maintaining coolness and composure could he stand a chance against this formidable foe. Under the black-robed man's overwhelming presence, Qin Fan felt as though his heart was being squeezed by an unyielding hand, leaving him gasping for breath. He knew he had to act swiftly or risk losing all initiative. Qin Fan gripped the Heaven's Wrath greatsword tightly. This legendary divine weapon glowed with a cold, ruthless light in his hands. He drew a deep breath, channeling his inner power into the blade, causing it to radiate an even more dazzling light. With a thunderous shout, the Heaven's Wrath greatsword soared skyward like a colossal dragon, slashing toward the black-robed man. Chapter 106, Void. The cloaked man sneered coldly, his form flickering as he evaded Qin Fan's strike. With a flick of his wrist, a jet-black beam shot forth from his hand, colliding head-on with the Heaven's Wrath greatsword. A deafening crash echoed as the black light struck Qin Fan, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Struggling to his feet, he felt as though every bone in his body had been shattered. The excruciating pain nearly prevented him from standing. The black-robed man watched Qin Fan coldly, advancing step by step. "You're still too weak. With such meager strength, you dare challenge me?" Qin Fan forced his head up, glaring at the cloaked figure with seething resentment and rage. He knew the gulf in power between them was vast, yet he refused to give up. Struggling to his feet, he gripped the Heaven's Wrath greatsword tightly and launched his final attack at the man in black. He poured every ounce of his strength into the blade, channeling his will into the slash as it struck toward the cloaked figure. This time, he wasn't struck by the black light. Instead, the blade pierced straight through the black-robed man's body. The cloaked man froze, staring down at the wound in his chest as if unable to believe his body could be pierced by such a strike. He lifted his head to meet Qin Fan's gaze, surprise and confusion flickering in his eyes. "Why your sword?" The black-robed man suddenly let out a bitter laugh, his body instantly dissolving into a cloud of black smoke that dissipated into the air. Qin Fan gripped the Heaven's Wrath greatsword tightly. A blade that had weathered countless storms with him, witnessing his growth and glory. Now, he resolved to evolve this sword to meet the challenges ahead. Qin Fan drew a deep breath, his heart filled with resolve. He gently caressed the Heaven's Woe greatsword, feeling its weighty heft, as if sensing the ancient power contained within it. Then, he began chanting ancient incantations, words imbued with mystical power, passed down through generations of his ancestors. As the incantations echoed, the surrounding void began to tremble, as if cosmic forces were gathering. Beams of light shot forth from the void, swirling around the Heaven's Woe greatsword as if forming a dazzling halo. A powerful radiance also emanated from Qin Fan's body as his own strength merged with the ancient power of the Heaven's Wrath greatsword. Within this resplendent halo, the Heaven's Woe greatsword began to hum, as if singing in joy. The blade itself started to shimmer with dazzling light, a power originating from the depths of the cosmos, both formidable and enigmatic. Qin Fan knew this was the Heavenly Calamity greatsword undergoing a baptism of cosmic energy, poised to undergo a profound transformation. As time passed, the humming grew louder and more intense. Before Qin Fan's eyes, the blade began to shift and transform, as if possessed of its own life. It stretched, twisted, and reshaped itself, becoming a colossal cosmic blade. This new sword was larger, more enigmatic, and more formidable than ever. When it was all over, Qin Fan gripped the new Heaven's Woe greatsword, his eyes brimming with satisfaction and pride. He knew this new Heaven's Wrath greatsword had transcended its original power, becoming part of the cosmos itself. He understood that he had successfully evolved the blade, and in doing so, he himself had been elevated. The new Heaven's Woe greatsword shimmered brilliantly in his grasp, as if radiating its own joy and anticipation. Qin Fan knew that with this new Heaven's Wrath greatsword, he would walk forward with even greater resolve to meet the challenges ahead and forge his own legend. In the dark abyss, a colossal shadow gradually emerged. Accompanied by a series of roars, the Shadow Soul Devourer emerged from the darkness. Its appearance instantly plunged the entire world into endless darkness. The Shadow Soul Devourer stood as large as a small mountain, its skin as hard and smooth as obsidian, reflecting even moonlight. Its eyes flashed with a cold, piercing light, as if capable of seeing through the very essence of all things. A potent aura of darkness emanated from its body, as if it could devour even souls. Its tail was long and rigid, like a black steel whip when it lashed out. The air itself seemed to freeze. Its limbs were powerful and muscular, its claws sharp as blades, capable of tearing through solid rock with ease. When the Shadow Soul Devourer opened its maw, streams of dark light erupted from its jaws, as if poised to devour the entire world. Its voice echoed like the tolling of a funeral bell, instilling a dread of impending doom. Swarms of undead and fallen souls swirled around the Shadow Devourer, as if it were their sovereign. Under the influence of its dark power, these spirits grew more savage and terrifying. As the Shadow Soul Devourer took a step, the very ground trembled beneath it. Wherever it passed, all living and non-living things were consumed by an invisible force. Under the influence of this dark power, the very existence of all things became blurred. The Shadow Soul Devourer's emergence instantly captured the attention of the entire world. People began gathering, attempting to resist this dark threat. Yet, facing such a formidable Shadow Soul Devourer, could they prevail? Could this dark menace be vanquished? No one knew the answer. Qin Fan stared at the Shadow Soul Devourer charging toward him, his heart filled not with fear but with resolve. He knew clearly that he must seize every opportunity, otherwise, he might never regain the strength to fight back. Qin Fan swiftly sidestepped, evading the Shadow Soul Devourer's claws while seizing its rigid tail. He yanked hard, momentarily disrupting the beast's momentum. Seizing this opening, Qin Fan swiftly drew a talisman from his robe. After silently chanting the incantation, he flung it with all his might. The talisman ignited mid-air, transforming into an intense yellow beam that shot straight toward the Shadow Soul Devourer. Qin Fan seized the opportunity to swiftly retreat backward, simultaneously drawing another talisman to prepare for the Shadow Soul Devourer's counterattack. Struck by the yellow light, the Shadow Soul Devourer's body trembled slightly, yet it suffered little damage. Seeming angered, it suddenly let out a furious roar. A cloud of black mist swirled around its body, enveloping Qin Fan. Qin Fan immediately sensed the unusual nature of this black mist. It was filled with powerful dark energy, as if it could devour all light. He dared not delay, flinging out several talismans in quick succession, attempting to resist the encroaching darkness. However, the black mist proved far more potent than Qin Fan had anticipated. The talismans proved fragile against the black mist, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, panic began to grip Qin Fan. He knew his methods were exhausted from here on, he could only rely on his instincts to respond. Chapter 107, The Mysterious Weapon. At this critical moment, a powerful surge of light erupted from behind Qin Fan, instantly dispersing the black mist. Turning around, Qin Fan saw a middle-aged Taoist priest clad in a Taoist robe standing behind him. The priest's expression was stern, his eyes sharp and piercing. He lightly brushed the whisk in his hand and spoke calmly, "This demon beast is indeed quite ferocious." The beast was fierce as a tiger, its body covered in thick scales, its sharp eyes flashing with threatening light. It opened its gaping maw, revealing razor-sharp teeth, as if poised to pounce on its prey at any moment. Its tail was long and powerful, each swing carrying terrifying force that sent shivers down the spine. In this forest, the beast reigned supreme, its ferocity unmatched. It seemed to fear no challenge, lunging without hesitation at any foe. Its speed was lightning fast, its movements too swift to follow. All that could be heard was its deep, rumbling roar and the sound of its jaws tearing into its prey. In this confrontation with the beast, you could almost taste the scent of death. Yet you did not retreat. Instead, you bravely confronted this terrifying foe. Qin Fan gripped a sharp sword in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he charged at the beast with every ounce of strength. The battle commenced. Qin Fan deftly evaded the beast's attacks while seeking openings to strike back. Each swing of his sword carried a resolute force, each collision sending shockwaves through his body. In this battle, Qin Fan had forgotten fear and retreat. Only the thirst for victory and the resolve to protect remained. In the dark world, the Shadow Soul devouring beast loomed like a mountain. It roared low and charged fiercely toward Qin Fan. Its entire body radiated an intense aura of darkness, as if poised to devour the entire world. As the Shadow Soul Devourer closed in, it opened its gaping maw. Streams of black light erupted from its jaws, hurtling straight toward Qin Fan. This black light swirled like a whirlwind of darkness, instantly engulfing Qin Fan within its grasp. Within that black light, Qin Fan felt as though he had fallen into an endless, pitch-black abyss. Everything around him blurred, leaving only darkness and terror. He struggled, only to find himself bound by an invisible force, utterly immobilized. The Shadow Soul Devourer's roar echoed through the darkness, its form gradually blurring within the shadows. Yet its mere presence brought an unprecedented sense of oppression to Qin Fan. This dark demon beast, with its formidable power and terrifying aura, made Qin Fan feel as though he faced an insurmountable obstacle. At this critical moment, Qin Fan drew a deep breath. He knew he must focus his mind and seek an opportunity to break through this dark abyss. He began silently chanting incantations, attempting to awaken the power within his soul. In the darkness, he felt his soul being torn apart bit by bit, yet he knew this was his only way to withstand the Shadow Soul Devourer's assault. As the incantation concluded, Qin Fan felt a powerful surge of luminous energy erupt from within him. This force radiated outward from his body, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. Qin Fan finally broke free from the invisible bonds. In the dark abyss, the Shadow Soul Devourer opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of scorching flames toward Qin Fan. The flames surged like a fiery dragon, roaring through the darkness as it charged at him. The intense heat of the flames seemed to ignite the surrounding air, crackling and popping. Qin Fan felt his skin burn with a searing pain, causing him to grimace involuntarily. In this critical moment, Qin Fan did not choose to evade. Instead, he stood tall, preparing to endure the flames head-on. He drew a deep breath, pulled a talisman from his robe, silently chanted an incantation, and flung it with all his might. The talisman ignited mid-air, transforming into an intense yellow light that shot directly toward the Shadow Soul Devouring Beast's flames. Upon contact with the flames, the yellow light instantly triggered a massive explosion, dispelling much of the surrounding darkness. Qin Fan felt as though he'd been violently shoved by a powerful force, tumbling several times through the air before crashing back to the ground. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he immediately drew a dagger from his robe, preparing to continue the fight against the Shadow Soul Devouring Beast. However, the Shadow Soul Devourer did not launch another attack. Instead, it remained stationary, as if waiting for Qin Fan's next move. In this moment of silence, Qin Fan felt his heartbeat grow louder and louder. He knew he had to come up with a plan quickly, or he might lose this battle. The flames spewed by the Shadow Soul Devouring Beast instantly engulfed Qin Fan, the searing heat threatening to scorch his body. Yet, in this critical moment, Qin Fan refused to give up. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pulled a glowing pill from his robe and swallowed it without hesitation. This pill was a precious item Qin Fan had saved up over time, capable of temporarily boosting his resistance to damage. He believed that only by enduring this moment could he possibly turn defeat into victory. Qin Fan felt his body surge with immense power. Though the searing flames still burned his flesh, the agony was no longer unbearable. Drawing upon this newfound strength, he managed to withstand the Shadow Soul Devouring Beast's assault without being knocked down. Yet Qin Fan knew this was no long-term solution. He must devise a strategy swiftly, or defeat would still be his in this battle. Silently, he began recalling the Taoist arts his master had taught him, searching for a method to counter the Shadow Soul Devouring Beast. Just as Qin Fan was deep in thought, the Shadow Soul Devouring Beast seemed to grow impatient. It opened its gaping maw once more, unleashing an even more powerful blast of flame toward Qin Fan. This time, however, Qin Fan was prepared. He swiftly dodged to the side while simultaneously pulling a talisman from his robe and flinging it with all his might. The talisman ignited mid-air, transforming into a dazzling golden light that shot straight toward the Shadow Soul Devouring Beast. This golden light seemed to strike fear into the Shadow Soul Devouring Beast, causing much of the black mist surrounding its body to dissipate instantly. Seeing this, Qin Fan's heart surged with joy. This was precisely the opening he needed. He immediately drew a dagger from his robe and charged at the Shadow Soul Devouring Beast. The dagger Qin Fan wielded was no ordinary weapon. It was a mysterious artifact passed down from an ancient tribe. Forged from mystical iron, its streamlined blade resembled a crescent moon in the night sky, cold, sharp, and shrouded in mystery. The hilt was inlaid with a green stone that emitted a faint, eerie glow. Legend held that this stone contained ancient, untapped power. This dagger had a profound history, once a treasured heirloom of the ancient tribe, wielded by generations of valiant warriors. Its history stretches back to ancient times, when it accompanied the tribe's heroes in battles across the land, slaying demons and vanquishing evil. Chapter 108, Shadow Devourer. Qin Fan cherished this dagger deeply, for it was not merely a weapon but a symbol of history itself. Whenever he wielded it in battle, he could feel the mysterious power it radiated, along with the courage and wisdom of those legendary heroes. This dagger was a gift from Qin Fan's master, holding profound significance for him. His master had once told him that this dagger represented the pride of their tribe and the faith in their hearts. When facing formidable foes, Qin Fan relied on this dagger to protect himself and uphold his tribe's honor. Therefore, when the Shadow Soul Devourer launched its attack, Qin Fan drew the dagger without hesitation. He knew this was his best weapon against such a formidable foe. The Shadow Soul Devourer beast abandoned its flame attacks, instead charging at Qin Fan with the ferocity of a rhinoceros. Its speed was blinding, the air around it seeming to part violently as it advanced, emitting a piercing screech. Qin Fan felt a powerful impact bearing down on him. His heart tightened as he instantly darted to the side. Yet the Shadow Soul Devourer's collision force was overwhelming. Qin Fan could only shift his body slightly before being slammed to the ground. Qin Fan felt as though an invisible force was crushing his body, leaving him utterly immobilized. He struggled to rise, only to discover his limbs no longer obeyed his will. In this critical moment, Qin Fan refused to give up. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pulled a glowing pill from his robe. This was his final trump card he needed to restore his strength in this brief instant. Qin Fan swallowed the pill and immediately felt his body surge with immense power. His muscles gradually relaxed and the pain began to subside. Yet this brief respite did not shield Qin Fan from the Shadow Soul Devourer's attack. The beast opened its gaping maw and lunged toward him once more. Seeing this, Qin Fan's heart tightened. He knew he had to act swiftly or risk losing his life in this battle. He swiftly drew a dagger and hurled it at the Shadow Soul Devouring beast. The massive beast's body was pierced by Qin Fan's dagger, unleashing a deafening roar of agony. Its eyes flashed with terror and disbelief, as if it couldn't fathom being wounded by such a small weapon. Qin Fan's dagger pierced through the Shadow Soul Devourer's defenses, passing clean through its body. A torrent of black blood gushed from the wound, splattering across Qin Fan's cheeks. The Shadow Soul Devourer's body began to convulse violently. The immense power surging from the wound made Qin Fan feel as if his own body might be torn apart by it. Gritting his teeth, he gripped the dagger tightly, determined to defeat the Shadow Soul Devourer completely. Yet the Shadow Soul Devourer's power was not so easily overcome. It opened its massive jaws, lunging at Qin Fan with a force that threatened to tear his body apart. Yet, in this critical moment, Qin Fan refused to yield. He yanked the dagger free with all his might, simultaneously arching backward to evade the Shadow Soul Devourer's attack. Enraged by Qin Fan's actions, the Shadow Soul Devourer unleashed even more ferocious attacks, each strike seeming to tear the very air apart. Black fissures spread across the void, as if poised to swallow the entire world. Yet Qin Fan clutched the dagger with unyielding resolve, his heart filled with the conviction that as long as he refused to give up, he could overcome this formidable foe. Though human, years of rigorous training and tempering had forged Qin Fan's body into one of remarkable strength and agility. The Shadow Soul Devourer suddenly charged at Qin Fan with blinding speed, like a black bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Qin Fan leapt swiftly to the side, simultaneously swinging his dagger to strike at the beast. Yet the Shadow Soul Devourer's evasion seemed premeditated. It leapt gracefully, deftly dodging Qin Fan's strike. Then, it opened its blood-red maw and lunged viciously at Qin Fan. Qin Fan's reflexes were second to none. He instantly ducked downward, skillfully evading the Shadow Soul Devourer's bite. However, he failed to completely evade the Shadow Soul Devourer's tail, getting swept by it and crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the Shadow Soul Devourer leapt again with astonishing speed, sending Qin Fan hurtling skyward. Qin Fan tumbled through the air, his cries echoing in the wind, but ultimately he could not avoid the brutal impact of his fall. The howling wind, swirling dust, Qin Fan's cries, and the Shadow Soul Devourer's roar intertwined, creating a breathtakingly terrifying scene. At that moment, Qin Fan felt his heart pounding as if it would burst from his chest. Struggling to his feet, he discovered he now stood within a massive, gaping pit. This realization descended like a curtain of nighttime despair, filling Qin Fan with dread and hopelessness. He understood he was now trapped in a desperate situation. His fate hinged entirely on the outcome of this confrontation with the Shadow Soul Devouring beast. A thick, dark aura permeated the pit, as if it were about to devour one's very soul. Qin Fan struggled to his feet, his body aching from the brutal impact. Yet he knew he couldn't give up. Doing so would mean losing his life. Gripping his dagger tightly, Qin Fan charged toward the Shadow Soul Devouring beast. He knew he must drive the blade into its heart to end this battle. The Shadow Soul Devourer showed no fear at Qin Fan's attack. It opened its massive jaws, lunging to bite him. Qin Fan's heart clenched at the sight. Yet, in this critical moment, he refused to yield. He hurled the dagger at the Shadow Soul Devourer with all his might, simultaneously darting aside to evade the beast. The dagger whistled through the air toward the Shadow Soul Devourer. Yet the beast's reflexes were lightning fast. It deftly sidestepped, evading Qin Fan's strike. Then, it opened its blood-red maw and lunged viciously at Qin Fan. At this critical moment, Qin Fan suddenly thought of a plan. He charged toward the Shadow Soul Devourer, simultaneously forming hand seals and chanting incantations. The Shadow Soul Devourer, seemingly unconcerned, leapt lightly toward Qin Fan to attack. But this time, it had miscalculated. Qin Fan's hands completed the seal for a powerful spell, Shadow Spear. A jet of black light shot from Qin Fan's hands, instantly piercing the Shadow Soul Devourer's body. It let out a deafening roar of agony before collapsing to the ground like a ragdoll. Qin Fan gazed at the fallen Shadow Soul Devourer, a surge of indescribable joy and accomplishment welling up within him. Yet he knew the battle was far from over. He would have to face the Shadow Soul Devourer's attacks once more. Yet the Shadow Soul Devourer seemed utterly drained of strength. Lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, its eyes were filled with terror and utter disbelief. It couldn't believe its formidable power had been defeated by this insignificant human. Chapter 109, Falling into the Trap. Qin Fan approached the Shadow Soul Devourer but did not kill it immediately. Instead, he pulled a glowing pill from his robe. He needed to restore his strength in this brief moment. He was utterly exhausted. His body demanded recovery, otherwise he might lose his combat effectiveness from sheer exhaustion. Suddenly, the Shadow Soul Devouring beast rolled over, lashing its tail toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan was startled by the attack. Yet he didn't retreat. Instead, he swiftly dodged to the side while simultaneously slashing at the Shadow Soul Devourer's tail with his dagger. His movement was lightning fast, striking the target cleanly. The Shadow Soul Devourer's tail was severed, blood spurting forth. The Shadow Soul Devourer let out a piercing scream, its entire body convulsing. Qin Fan's heart sank as he recognized this as the creature's death throes. He dared not let his guard down for a moment, swiftly retreating backward while raising his dagger high, ready to meet the Shadow Soul Devourer's attack. Yet the Shadow Soul Devourer did not attack. It simply lay on the ground, staring at Qin Fan with eyes filled with terror and utter bewilderment. Its body began to shake violently, each tremor causing the surrounding ground to rattle. Qin Fan recognized this as the Shadow Soul Devourer's death throes. He dared not relax his guard for a moment, keeping his eyes fixed on the creature, ready to counter its attack at any instant. Suddenly, the Shadow Soul Devourer opened its blood-red maw and let out a deafening roar toward the sky. Its body began to swell violently, as if a tremendous force was about to erupt from within. Seeing this, Qin Fan's heart tightened. He knew this was the Shadow Soul Devourer's final struggle. He had to deliver the fatal blow now. Clenching the dagger in his hand, he charged toward the beast. Yet, the Shadow Soul Devourer abruptly ceased its struggle. Its eyes revealed profound resignation and sorrow. It gazed at Qin Fan as though looking upon an enemy it could not comprehend. Qin Fan was moved by the Shadow Soul Devourer's gaze. He halted his advance, staring at this enemy that had once filled him with profound fear and helplessness. In that moment, he understood his mission. He must end this demon's life. He charged once more, the dagger in his hand blazing with a piercing cold light. This time, however, the Shadow Soul Devourer did not dodge. It simply lay still, allowing Qin Fan's attack to strike its body. Qin Fan thought the Shadow Soul Devourer was dead, but it was far from so easily vanquished. A dark shadow shot out from within the Shadow Soul Devourer's body, vanishing into the darkness of the deep pit. Qin Fan was startled by the sight. He hadn't expected the Shadow Soul Devouring beast to perish so easily, nor had he anticipated its death would bring such profound changes. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered that the dark aura within the pit had largely dissipated, replaced by a vibrant, life-giving energy. He felt a powerful force repairing his body, as if vitality was surging from within. Qin Fan felt his body had returned to peak condition, even more powerful than before. His heartbeat quickened, as if it might leap from his chest. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the edge of the pit. Qin Fan looked up and saw a figure climbing out from the rim. Qin Fan's heart skipped a beat as he instantly recognized the man, the master of the Shadow Soul Devouring beast, the one who had been pulling the strings behind the scenes all along. Qin Fan clenched the dagger in his hand and charged toward the man. He knew this man was the mastermind behind all the conspiracies. He would make him pay. However, the man seemed unwilling to engage Qin Fan directly. He turned and fled into the darkness. Seeing this, Qin Fan's heart sank. He knew this man was extremely dangerous. He had to proceed with caution. Qin Fan followed the man into the darkness. He discovered the man moved with astonishing speed, gliding through the shadows as if he belonged there. Qin Fan struggled to maintain his distance, staying close behind. Suddenly, the figure halted. Qin Fan's heart tightened. Clenching the dagger in his hand, he prepared to strike. Yet the man did not attack. Instead, he abruptly spun around and charged toward Qin Fan. Qin Fan was startled and darted aside. Yet the figure seemed to have anticipated his move, swiftly changing direction and charging toward him once more. Qin Fan felt a powerful force surge from the man, as if it were about to swallow him whole. He retreated rapidly, yet the man seemed to have locked onto him. No matter how Qin Fan dodged, he couldn't shake the pursuit. Qin Fan's heart began to race. He knew this man was immensely powerful. He had to devise a way to defeat him. Scanning his surroundings, he found the environment had grown pitch black, as if plunged into nothingness. A wave of despair washed over him. It seemed escape from this pursuer was impossible. Yet, at that very moment, Qin Fan suddenly noticed a peculiar phenomenon. He saw a shadow cast by the figure at the edge of the deep pit. The shadow was extremely faint, but Qin Fan was certain it belonged to the man. A thought struck him, and an idea formed. He swiftly retreated backward while hurling the dagger in his hand toward the shadow. Hearing the man's startled cry, he knew his trap had worked. Qin Fan retreated swiftly. Once he reached a safe distance, he abruptly turned and sprinted toward the pit's edge. He knew the man's true target was the shadow. He would chase after it, leaving Qin Fan free to escape. Reaching the pit's edge, he spotted the figure's back. Standing beside the shadow, the man seemed deep in thought. Without hesitation, Qin Fan charged forward. As he closed in, he suddenly drew a short sword from his back. He thrust it with all his might. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the man was struck by the blade. Watching the figure collapse to the ground, Qin Fan felt an indescribable surge of joy and accomplishment. He knew the battle was over, he had successfully defeated this formidable enemy. However, as he prepared to leave, a sudden commotion erupted from the deep pit. Turning back, he saw a massive shadow rising from the depths, as if preparing to soar into the sky. Qin Fan recognized the man instantly. Qing Tianwei, master of the shadow soul-devouring beast. His presence amplified the beast's ferocity, making it even more savage and violent as it launched relentless attacks against Qin Fan. Yet Qing Tianwei himself did not intervene directly, using the Shadow Soul Devourer merely to test Qin Fan's strength. He remained standing aside, calmly observing the fierce battle between Qin Fan and the Shadow Soul Devouring beast, as if waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 110, Hearing to Determine Position. After a breathtaking battle, Qin Fan finally seized a fleeting opening and defeated the Shadow Devouring Soul Beast with all his might. Seeing this, Qing Tianwei smiled faintly and walked slowly toward Qin Fan. His gaze fixed on Qin Fan, his eyes flickering with admiration and respect. He gave Qin Fan a light pat on the shoulder and said, "Your potential is remarkable, but you still need to be tempered. However, since you've encountered me today, you won't be leaving." A chill ran through Qin Fan's heart. He knew he was now in grave danger. Clenching the dagger in his hand, he prepared to strike. However, Qing Tianwei seemed in no mood to grant him that chance. He launched a swift attack, knocking Qin Fan to the ground. Qin Fan felt his body completely immobilized, as if struck by a heavy hammer. His heart pounded wildly, as though it might leap from his chest. Qing Tianwei stepped before Qin Fan and remarked calmly, "Your strength is astonishing, but you are still too young and inexperienced. This world is cruel. You must learn how to survive." With that, he raised his hand and flicked it. A dark shadow instantly shot out from within Qin Fan's body, vanishing into the darkness of the deep pit. Qin Fan gasped in shock as he felt his life force rapidly draining away, as if being sucked dry. Yet at that very moment, a dark shadow rose from the pit, materializing instantly before Qing Tianwei. Seeing this, Qing Tianwei's expression changed drastically. He swiftly retreated while launching an attack at the shadow. Qin Fan felt a wave of terror wash over him. He had no idea what this shadow was or why it had appeared at this moment. Yet, he discovered his body had begun to recover, as if a powerful force was repairing him. The dark aura within the pit had vanished entirely, replaced by a vibrant, life-giving energy. Qin Fan felt his heart pounding violently, as if it might leap from his chest. Suddenly, a noise echoed through the air. Qin Fan looked up to see a figure climbing out of the pit. His heart skipped a beat as he instantly recognized the person, the master of the Shadow Soul Devourer. Qin Fan clenched the dagger in his hand and charged toward the figure. He knew this man was extremely dangerous, he had to make him pay. However, the figure seemed unwilling to engage Qin Fan directly. He turned and fled into the darkness. A chill ran through Qin Fan's heart. He knew this man was extremely dangerous, he must proceed with caution. He followed the Shadow Soul Devourer into the darkness. In the pitch-black void, Qin Fan pursued the Shadow Soul Devourer and its handler into an unknown realm. Everything around him was shrouded in pitch-black darkness, as if swallowed by endless gloom. Qin Fan saw nothing but pitch-black darkness before him, unable to discern his surroundings or objects. He could only rely on his hearing and senses to perceive everything around him. He felt himself walking over uneven ground, the occasional crunch of stones and gravel beneath his feet. The air around him seemed saturated with a damp, chilling dampness, creating a suffocating and uneasy atmosphere. Faint sounds drifted from the distance, what sounded like the roar of beasts and the howl of the wind. In the darkness, Qin Fan's hearing and senses sharpened. He could clearly hear the Shadow Soul Devourer's breath and footsteps, even sensing the terrifying aura emanating from its body. He could also feel the tension and unease within his own body, along with the sense of danger creeping up from behind. In this pitch-black world, Qin Fan kept exploring his way forward. He attempted to use his psychic senses to detect potential dangers and opportunities around him, but in this darkness, his perceptive abilities seemed constrained. He sensed he was in an unfamiliar environment, facing unknown dangers and challenges. As Qin Fan remained utterly focused on confronting the Shadow Soul Devourer, a dark figure suddenly burst from the darkness, tackling him to the ground. Caught completely off guard, Qin Fan was pinned down by the overwhelming force of this shadow, unable to move. This shadow was none other than the Shadow Soul Devourer's operator. Appearing with eerie, lightning-fast speed, he seized complete control over Qin Fan. His hands gripped Qin Fan's shoulders tightly, his eyes flashing with a cruel, frenzied light. Under the operator's suppression, Qin Fan felt his strength completely drained. His body was immobilized, as if bound by an invisible force. He struggled desperately, but the operator's palms dug into his shoulders, preventing any escape. Beneath the mask, the operator's lips curled into a sinister smile, seemingly reveling in his control and dominance over Qin Fan. He stared coldly at Qin Fan, his eyes radiating a cruel and ruthless aura. After this terrifying moment, the operator suddenly released his grip and took a step back. His gaze toward Qin Fan now held a hint of confusion and wariness. He seemed to be assessing Qin Fan's abilities and potential, weighing his next move. Qin Fan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His body trembled, his heart filled with fear and unease. He knew this operator was an extremely dangerous entity. He must remain highly vigilant to confront this formidable foe. In the darkness, Qin Fan engaged in a life-or-death showdown with the operator of the Shadow Soul-devouring beast. In this battle, Qin Fan demonstrated extraordinary auditory positioning skills and superb combat techniques, ultimately slaying his enemy with a single strike. Before the battle began, Qin Fan had made thorough preparations. He knew the Shadow Soul Devourer's operator was cunning and dangerous, demanding constant vigilance and attentive listening to surrounding sounds. Once the fight commenced, Qin Fan and the Shadow Soul Devourer's operator engaged in a fierce clash within the darkness. They constantly shifted positions, testing each other's strength. Throughout this process, Qin Fan employed his ability to pinpoint locations by sound. By analyzing and distinguishing the noises in the darkness, he determined the enemy's position and movements. He detected the enemy's breathing, footsteps, and faint weapon friction. Through these auditory cues, he could pinpoint the enemy's position and movements with precision. In the darkness, Qin Fan's combat skills demonstrated exceptional mastery. He wielded various weapons and techniques, engaging the enemy in close-quarters combat. His movements were agile and swift, rendering the enemy unable to anticipate his next move. Finally, in a breathtaking final showdown, Qin Fan seized an opportunity. Employing his ability to pinpoint positions by sound, he accurately determined the enemy's location and movements. He swiftly moved behind the enemy and delivered a fatal strike. In this spectacular display, Qin Fan demonstrated extraordinary prowess and courage. His auditory positioning skill and masterful combat techniques enabled him to defeat the operator of the Shadow Soul-devouring beast. Just as Qin Fan was quietly celebrating his victory, Xing Tianwei suddenly appeared. Chapter 111, Working Together, Welcoming the Finale. Xing Tianwei, he was like the embodiment of darkness, towering into the clouds like a lightless tower, eternally standing at the pinnacle of the world. His eyes were as deep as the night, radiating a cold detachment that seemed to transcend all existence. It felt as though he could pierce through every veil of pretense and truth. Yet he remained utterly indifferent to all things in the world. His face was as stern as iron, cold and impartial, like a sculpture assembled from hardened steel plates, lending him an indescribable majesty. His physique was robust and solid, like a statue carved from dark stone, every muscle pulsing with power and hardness. His skin was as dark as the abyss of midnight, evoking a profound sense of dread. He wore black leather armor, each plate meticulously crafted from dark stone, reflecting a cold, ruthless gleam. His fingers, like stone carvings, were rough and powerful, seemingly capable of tearing through any obstacle in his path. His voice was deep and icy, like the north wind in winter, cold and piercing. His words were terse and potent, each one distilled from the abyss of darkness, brimming with ruthless resolve. Overall, Xing Tianwei resembled a specter in the darkness, his very presence radiating menace and dread. His image evoked not only profound reverence but also an irresistible allure. He was the sovereign of darkness, an unrivaled presence. In the darkness, Qin Fan faced Xing Tianwei's oppressive presence, his heart filled with both dread and awe. This dark sovereign radiated an authority and power that defied resistance. Yet Qin Fan knew he could not retreat. He gripped his blade tightly, his gaze meeting Xing Tianwei's with unwavering resolve. Xing Tianwei coldly observed Qin Fan, his gaze as deep and unfathomable as the darkest abyss. Their movements were swift and fierce, each strike and parry slicing through the air like silver arcs of light. Qin Fan's blade work grew increasingly proficient. His form glided through the darkness like a silver phantom. Using his ability to pinpoint positions by sound, he accurately judged Xing Tianwei's movements and attack trajectories, skillfully evading each strike. Xing Tianwei, too, displayed his absolute prowess. Each of his assaults struck like a storm in the darkness, unpredictable and unstoppable. His fingers became blades, slicing through the darkness with piercing sword chi. The battle intensified, their figures crisscrossing in the darkness like two ghosts chasing each other through the void. Their breaths, footsteps, and the clang of weapons echoed through the empty darkness, weaving a brutal and intense symphony. Suddenly, Xing Tianwei let out a cold, mocking snort. His attacks accelerated violently, storming toward Qin Fan like a raging tempest. His fingers, agile as blades and swift as lightning, carved out relentless streaks of sword energy, forcing Qin Fan to dodge left and right, struggling to defend. At this life-or-death moment, Qin Fan gripped his blades hilt tightly, fearlessly meeting Xing Tianwei's frenzied assault head-on. His gaze was as resolute as iron, his heart filled with determination and courage. In the darkness, their battle intensified. Their figures danced across the dim space, moving faster than lightning, impossible to track. Only the sounds of their heavy breathing, the rhythmic stomp of their footsteps, and the clanging of clashing blades echoed through the empty darkness, like a rousing battle hymn. Xing Tianwei's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, his fingers like razor-sharp blades slicing through the darkness to unleash fierce streaks of sword energy. Qin Fan endured wave after wave of powerful blows striking his body, yet he remained unyielding, refusing to retreat. Using his blade as a shield, he bravely parried Qing Tianwei's assaults. At the same time, Qin Fan noticed a vulnerability in Qing Tianwei. His right leg appeared slightly unnatural, likely a lingering injury from previous battles. Seizing the moment, Qin Fan launched his attack with the suddenness of a cheetah. His blade sliced through the pitch-black space, leaving behind a piercing, shrill screech. In that instant, a figure shimmering with light abruptly materialized on the dark battlefield. It was Wang Ying, clad in a snow-white gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall to her slender waist. Her arrival felt like a cool breeze, bringing a breath of fresh air and hope. Her eyes flashed with unwavering resolve, like a queen rising like a phoenix. Without hesitation, she charged toward Qing Tianwei, radiating an overwhelming aura of power, like an indomitable goddess. In her hand, she gripped a translucent jade sword, its blade shimmering with dazzling light. Wang Ying's attacks were as gentle as a spring breeze, light and agile. Her swordplay danced with grace and sharpness. Each swing traced a beautiful arc through the air, releasing streaks of dazzling sword light. Her swordplay formed a perfect counterpoint to Qin Fan's blade work. They moved like perfectly synchronized dance partners, twirling through the darkness. Their attacks intertwined like harmonious notes in a symphony, creating wave upon wave of rippling energy. Qing Tianwei was forced into retreat by Wang Ying's relentless assault. His body was already covered in wounds, blood dripping from the tip of his sword onto the ground, staining the dark battlefield crimson. Endless resilience and courage flashed in Wang Ying's eyes as she fearlessly met Qing Tianwei's ferocious assaults. Her form shimmered with an ethereal glow in the darkness, radiating an aura both mysterious and awe-inspiring. Qing Tianwei's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, yet each one was effortlessly parried by Wang Ying. Her sword's glow flickered in the darkness, brilliant as starlight, beaconing like a guiding light of hope. At this critical moment, Wang Ying suddenly unleashed a breathtaking ultimate technique. Mysterious light danced in her eyes as her swordplay instantly became sharper and more ferocious. A powerful surge of energy erupted from her body, transforming her sword's glow into bolts of lightning that roared through the darkness like thunder across the heavens. Qing Tianwei was bound by Wang Ying's sword light, unable to move. His body was pierced by the lightning like sword light, blood gushing forth, and he finally collapsed powerlessly to the ground. The battlefield in darkness finally regained its stillness, with only the echoing breaths of Wang Ying and Qin Fan filling the air. Wang Ying slowly approached Qin Fan, her gaze brimming with concern and tenderness. She gently caressed his cheek, her eyes sparkling with happiness. They shared a smile, an inexplicable bond meeting in their eyes. They knew that from this day forward, they would face the darkness together, guarding each other's happiness.